like, what do you love in this circle and like this other circle, and then wherever they all fucking intertwine, that's
I
what
don't
you
know, man.
do
Okay,
yourself.
listen. Are you trying to tell me what life's about?
No, I'm not trying to tell you
What are you
anything.
trying to tell me then?
I'm trying to tell you that something that I've learned about is this ikigai idea, and it's really cool. That's what I'm trying to tell you about.
All right. Well,
I'm not trying to impose
why
anything
don't
on
you
anybody at
tell
all.
me about this Itakai way of lifestyle without putting your own personal fucking twang on it?
No, no, no. That's what I have done. I have done it. I've learned from it. Like it evolves. Like I did it like a few weeks ago. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, okay, that makes
All
sense.
right.
I'll
Well,
put that over here. Like I'll put
tell me
this
what you
in this
did.
circle. I'll put this in that circle, and
What
I'll
did you
put that in
do
the
a
middle.
couple of weeks ago to make
Like
you
two.
feel like at heart with the world?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly. There's
You
like that
didn't.
middle Vesica Pisces part of it where it all like intertwines and stuff. Like you do it on your own. You put like whatever you want in there. It's like
Bro, like I actually think that you don't need to be part of no fucking tribe or nothing like that to feel one with Mother Earth.
no, it doesn't really have anything to do with one with Mother Earth. It has more to do with like introspection with yourself, actually.
So why you talking about this Itakai way of life? And like Itakai, like you're talking about fucking straight avatar shit, aren't you?
No, no, I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I'm not going outside of anything. I was talking about that. Have you ever looked into the Ikigai thing? Just try it. It's
I don't
really
need to,
fucking
bro.
cool.
I don't
The
need to
hard
look
part.
into that because I already know that we don't need to. You don't need to be anything different than who you are.
Exactly right. I don't disagree with that once whatsoever. It helps you get okay. I mean, for me, it helped me get to kind of like the core of what I want to do. You know what I mean? It helps. It's introspection. It sucks. I hate it. I hate it. I've hated it every time I've done it. I've hated it, but I loved it every time I came out of the other side.
Look,
You
bro.
know,
I guess the question I'm asking you is this, right? What's stopping you from being at one with the planet?
stopping me from being one with the planet.
One with the ground you live on, one with the animals that share this world with you, and one with the plants, one with everything.
What's stopping me from being one with everything? Is that your question? Is that the question? What's stopping me from being one with everything?
I mean, obviously you understand the question. Now answer it.
Well, am I understanding it correctly? That's why I'm asking.
Yes. Answer the
Okay.
fucking question now.
I'll answer the question. I just want to make sure I understand it.
All
That's
right.
all.
Why do you ask me 5 more times?
Okay, so are you going to be argumentative or are you going to be
No,
collaborative?
no. You can either ask me 5 more times whether you understand the question or not, or you can just fucking answer the question.
So, okay,
You
please tell
know,
me what the question is,
if you
and I will
Branch,
definitely answer it.
I would say, Branch, if you don't drink alcohol, you would be one step closer to being enlightened.
Bro, you don't even know. Like, why do you think alcohol stops me from being enlightened?
And another thing is that
What the fuck
people
is
have
alcohol? Alcohol. Anytime a fruit drops from a tree, right? If it sits on the ground long enough, what happens to the sugar in the fucking fruit?
I
yeah
had no
crystallized.
idea the idea of an ikigai would have so much vehement reaction.
But to answer your question, Branch, people don't have enough time to spend on themselves when they have a family to look after and responsibility, and they have their expectations on their paradigm of their world, like your
Yeah, but
school.
your dumbass tried to bring up the fact that because I drink alcohol, I'm not enlightened.
Oh man,
I did I say
Yes,
you?
you
listen
did.
to the
That's
listen
Did
to
I
the
say
exactly
you?
what you
reaction of
fucking
the
said.
reaction of
I meant to
introspection.
say people. Just people in general.
Listen, bro, alcohol is probably the most naturalist drug you can take.
Yeah, it
The
is.
reaction, yeah, the reaction of introspection.
I mean, there's
Somebody
fucking
that is
yeast. There's yeast in the air, right? And the only thing you need to have alcohol is yeast and sugar.
Alcohol
the
can help.
idea.
Alcohol can help you release some barriers, and you can observe what comes up.
I don't understand why
But
people
but
think that
but
alcohol is
but
a bad
but
fucking drug.
but I was not ready yet. But I think people who are very strict in not drinking and people overflowing in
Well,
drinking
no, it's not that.
are.
You're dumb.
I was
I don't give a
wanting to
fuck.
say
I don't.
something.
You don't need to finish. You don't need to finish because what you started saying was bullshit.
I'm going to say the bullshit anyway. And what I'm in overall observing is that people who drink a lot and people who very much don't drink at all, very strictly, very to be pure, they are not. They don't understand the connection of outside and inside. It gets melted together.
Wait. Are you trying to say people that drink alcohol don't understand as much as people that don't?
No,
Dude,
no.
you're full of shit, bro.
Yeah, I am, and I'm pressing it out. So it's also information.
Look, here's the thing. You got your shit twisted because the way I see it is this, right? Look, alcohol is not a bad drug, nor is marijuana. They're both they're both the two most naturalist drugs you can ever fucking take. For anyone to say that people that drink alcohol are bad people, even though Christ fucking he talks about drinking wine on a day that people drink fucking wine to cherish fucking Christ on a daily basis in the church.
One little sip in the church.
His wine was grape juice. Jesus's wine was actually just grape juice.
Hey, there you go. Hey, assholes. I just put a thing in live chat for you guys. So Ikigai is that.
You're talking about whiskey Jesus.
No, not talking about whiskey Jesus. It's the Ikigai. I know it's a foreign concept, and I know that shit fucking like rings bells for people that they haven't heard of, but they hear one thing about it and then go, whoop, nope, no, not that. But look at it from a different third party perspective and then learn about it and then talk to me about it. I was just trying to introduce it.
Can you tell more about it? Does it have a connection with egg?
I don't know, dude. Fucking look at live chat and then you do it. I'm not an expert in it. I just learned about it myself, and so I'm going through it and put my things in the things and in the circles about it. Do it. I think it's very helpful, like introspection and confidence, like self. I don't know what you call it, like your mental fucking thoughts that go inside your own head, kind of thing.
Yeah, man, I kind of find it weird though, but it's like I I get
I
where
don't know.
you're coming from.
Livestream chat.
I get
Yeah,
where you're coming
Don.
from.
Yep, Don. You
I get
nailed
where
it.
you're coming from,
Got
bro. But it
live
almost
comment.
seems like you're fixed on one way of thinking.
No, Don nailed it with that with another graphic in there. Yes, that's exactly it.
Dawn, like
No.
I'm not reading the fucking text chat, but like I know Dawn, and listen, dude, if you really think that a drug like alcohol can stop someone from being spiritual, then you're
No,
totally
dude,
fucked in the head.
it has nothing. It has nothing to do with drugs and alcohol. What are you talking about?
Board up alcohol.
I did. By the way, Branch, I didn't say that.
I don't know. So what do you think? What can make you more spiritual?
Look at what Don posted. He posted the
I can't look
exact.
at the chat right now. I'm on my fucking cell phone.
Well, I'm on my cell phone too, dude.
Can't be fucked to look at it.
We're talking about Whiskey
Fucking
Jesus.
live stream. Learn to use Discord before you Jeez Louise, dude. Come on.
Hey, Snacks, have you heard of the distributed laser charging that can charge up to 98 feet away?
Okay,
So
so that's not Ikigai,
there's a
right? What you're
transmitter and
talking
a
about?
receiver. It's called what's it called?
Seabiscuit.
Have you heard of
Thank you.
what's it
By the
called?
way, Don, thank you for posting that, Don. That's exactly what I was trying to say in words. Thank you.
You know about magnetism and stuff, right, Snacks? Have you heard of a photovoltaic cell?
Mm-hmm.
I have
Yeah.
not. No, not yet.
Photovoltaic cell.
Mm-hmm.
And
Photovoltaic.
photovoltaic, and what it does is it receives the laser transmission from up to like nearly 100 feet away, and it can convert the light into electricity.
Is that kind of like microwave?
Lasers.
It's from a laser.
Freaking laser beam.
So I was reading an article from 2022 where they're researching in some Korean university about distant.
Korea. Forget it.
No, well, it's actually in
No,
America, but it's
I'm just joking. Keep going on.
It's actually a American university, a Korean professor, and he's researching how to do like a distant charging for devices. You have to have line of sight, and it can. So it's transmitting 400 milliwatts, and it can convert that into 85 milliwatts through a laser through a what's it called, a photovoltaic cell.
Yeah, it's just like a solar cell would be.
A solar cell, is that what it is?
Like a solar panel. I don't know what the. I don't know. I have to look at it. But
The size of the receiver is just 10 square millimeters.
okay. Huh.
I post the article in live stream text right now.
So what's that mean to you?
Yeah, because like if they're looking at that type of thing now, you got to think like with that device you were talking about, the Apple, what was it, virtual reality goggles or whatever.
Mhm.
Once that kicks in, and then the device gets smaller and smaller, and basically it'll end up like the astronauts with their contact lenses instead of having goggles, because they've already had the technology for is fucking who knows how long. But like it'll get to the point where stuff will just be charging all the time. You won't have to plug anything in anymore for like small devices, like mobile phones.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I got to really describe the product or what I think it's going to do very well. I kind of branched off into another segment. Lightwater got that one.
But it's pretty cool
No,
how
no,
it
are you trying to tell me you think that wireless fucking power is gonna be a thing in the near future?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Might be good for drones and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's gonna need a coil, right? And it's not gonna be long distance type of wireless charging and shit. It's gonna
98
be a
feet's good
fucking.
enough for drones, though, right?
It depends. Like the drones always gonna have to be connected somehow. Like we can probably
It's a
wirelessly charge
laser.
our cars while they drive if we wanted to.
It's wireless laser charging. So if a drone can hover and it can charge, then guess
Yeah,
what?
but when you start going over distance, I'm talking like distance over, let's say, a meter. You start losing so much, like it stops working.
Okay, well, this is saying he said 98 feet. So if you drop the article, then you can talk about the article. But whatever.
The stupid fucking wireless charging you're talking about is like some stupid crazy shit that you think Tesla came up with, which is absolute bullshit.
That's you're trying to create straw men already. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, branching off into another yet not what we're talking about conversation. Adding the opposite of clarity. Thank you.
It's reality, bro. That's not. It's not opposite of clarity. It's reality.
Well, the thing is with that charging, that it's in its infancy right now, for the mainstream, obviously, because they're just copying or just like catching up on what they've already got, So for us, when we're able to charge a car wirelessly, like from a distance, yeah, that's probably a way in the future. But like for small devices, that's coming. It's coming soon. Like, you know. In the dark with no sun, you know.
Got it. So like, in the future, like drones are just gonna be able to run without any type of power source ever needed.
No, it's just that they can like hover and like probably be in like loops where they're just moving around a thing, like a perimeter.
Yeah, like fuck power. Who needs power, right?
They'd have like stations, you know what I mean? That hit a
Wait,
post.
they have stations where they go to.
Yeah,
So
fucker.
they're not getting wireless power. They're just going,
Yeah.
just drumming the stations where they can charge.
Well, like with a beam.
That's a lot more understandable than wireless power.
You would do that for like nighttime, I guess. Presumably, you'd have some kind of like if you're trying to have like a
Dude,
drone.
I don't even realize this, man. Wireless power doesn't fucking work.
What do you think the duty cycle is for a drone? You think
You understand? To get power, you gotta have energy, right?
You're a real problem to be here. I don't think you should be a problem. So
What do you mean? I'm a big problem?
like just like
Because I tell you that
of a thought.
Does that tell you that in order to have fucking wireless power, you need to have fucking some source of
No,
energy?
you're not even understanding what the fuck the basis of this conversation is.
All right, my bad. Why don't you explain it a little bit better then?
He's discussing
Chill out, man.
method
Chill out.
for beaming power into a photogalvanic cell over 98 foot distance. And it's like, that's what he was discussing. So that's effectively beaming power, which is effectively something that you can use to recharge something. So that's the basis of this. Now take it to a drone situation, that's where I'm at. But where are you now?
My bad. I'm gonna get me some food. I'll be back in a second.
You think? Okay. All right. Yeah. Maybe some little cafe.
No, I got some chicken and shit. I'll get some chicken.
Yeah. Go have some chicken shit.
Yeah.
Or do you want to continue fucking pretending like you know what you're talking about?
I obviously have no like. I'd rather hear what you got to talk about wireless energy. I would rather hear about that because obviously you're so much smarter than me.
Does that mean you're just gonna like try to come back later with some kind of something else? You just control. All right. Control the trolls. I was just trying to really talk about the Apple Vision Pro, but whatever. Fuck it. That's impossible. It uses your eyes as a mouse. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Yeah, and for some stupid reason, it projects your face like onto the outside. It's actually not. It's not a clear goggles. It's actually recording your face and projecting it onto an exterior screen.
Well, for FaceTime, like it'll animate a replication of your expressions, but it's got internal cameras that are taking pictures of you and translate
Yeah, but
to like a
yeah, but
modeling.
it's only the cameras are only on your eyes, right?
Cameras already on your eyes. Yep, because that's
Yeah, yeah,
the input. You
yeah.
can basically like, I don't know, is there like a click mouse button on the goggles or something like that? But you can highlight things by looking at them.
Well, the cool thing is you don't have to wear any gloves or anything like that because it's just got like a whole bunch of cameras on the bottom side of it.
Right, and but people could make a whole bunch of like accessories for it that will work wirelessly because it works with all the Apple products. So, and then you can just use it as an interface to like check out your I don't know, probably a whole range of old Macs could be used with it too, just running the same OS, and that's crazy. And you can like put these things places too. So like like if you have like a laptop, you could also make it so there's like a web page that displays like in your kitchen. Like when you go into the kitchen with the glass on, you would see that thing there. Or you could make your whole wall like a forest. Or you could make it so that you're inside your coffee cupboards was fucking jungle. Like, you could do all kinds of strange bullshit with it. It's crazy sauce. Right? That's what's great. And then it basically it's like they watch the movie Minority Report and they're like, can we check every box in this thing? I'm like, yep, we can do that. Eye
Yeah,
tracking.
so exactly, and you don't need a big screen TV in your house anymore. You just need these goggles. Next thing, they'll just have to like put a straw on it and maybe like a can of beer on a hat. Like they have those drinking parties in the universities. They have
That's
like two
absurd.
cans of beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would think too, like probably, where's like oh man, it's so crazy. That shit's like very futuristic. Um, but also like, I mean, it's like all that Tony Stark type technology. You know what I mean? Like that you see in the movies, like with the interacting of like a hologram. But basically, since we don't have hologram technology to make the shit to where it's good, or like we just can put like a screen in front of your eyes. You know what I mean? And that's like the next best thing.
Well, it didn't take too long to get from the first ever iPhone until the one that you have now, yeah? So this is the first sort of base technology, and it's going to be way faster until it improves into something really like just spectacular.
I'm just saying, like you could have like AutoCAD or Autodesk or something like that running on a computer that's interfacing with that thing, and be lying on the bed, just like looking up at the ceiling, fucking using your hands to fucking scroll through files and shit. Or, like that's retarded to me and amazing. That's that's a different level of kind of goes along. It's like
Yeah,
it goes with this whole
you
AI.
could just like everything. And it's like if you have a smart home, you just look at the light switch and you can like blink twice or whatever, and your lights will turn off, or on. Open the curtains, close the
Well,
curtains.
it's like you almost probably could. I bet you there's a feature where like you don't even need to turn the lights on in your room, and it'll just like make it look like it's brighter in there. Like it'll just put it on
Night
the goggles,
night vision. Oh yeah.
because you can do that already with it. Like if it could be like in the afternoon, and you're like you have a virtual like TV that you're watching. Let's say you set that up and you're watching a movie. We're gonna watch Too Fast, Too Furious because that's the best of the Fast and the Furious
You need
movies.
them. You need
And we're
them
gonna
to
sit on
be
the couch
super comfortable, right?
and then have popcorn and stuff like that. And but it's bright, and so like in the interface you can like just dim the room. It like basically masks that out. So I bet you there would be a way to like do the opposite because it would already know what your room looks like if you're going to set up virtual things there. But yeah, That's crazy. And then there would be like interactions. So like where, like if you went to a store, maybe there'd be like interactions there, like where you'd say, oh, you could set up like, oh, this is my virtual coupon clipping, or I don't know what the fuck people. Who would be bothered going to the store with Google with this freaking thing anyway, man? But,
Yeah, you look like you're fucking supposed to be doing
yeah,
deep diving
you're
and
a caveman.
snorkeling or something.
You should be piloting a fucking Boston Dynamics robot. Have it take it to the store. But like, how far away is that? Is my point is basically this is too expensive for most people to get into right now. But they have to beta test a lot of stuff anyway, so that makes sense. And then the customer support, and it's a Apple Elite product or whatever. But like, I'm thinking 5 to 7 years, it's like about $350, not $3,500 or something. They'll probably try to get to that floor where it's accessible for many people once they have the tech cranking out.
Yeah, but when it's $350, there'll still be something for 3,500, which is
I'm
going to be
just saying,
10 times better.
yeah. And then, but probably by the time that all that, like, think of all the money that it's going to be streaming through that. Like, I don't know, man. So like that'll combine with the whole metaverse shit. You know what I mean? Like, these things will converge a little bit because it's like Facebook and Apple aren't like enemies; they're like almost like secret friends or something.
I'd rather it be like a baseball cap with a screen that comes down, like kind of like a heads-up display. I'd rather it be something like that. And when you're finished using it, you can just click it up onto the inside of your baseball cap, so it just looks like you're wearing a baseball cap. That'd be better. And
Well,
you
there's
could
going to
just
be like a competitor to this type of technology because that's how this always goes. So there'll be some like in Chinese knockoffs of it and blah blah blah, right? So
yeah, I mean, you just go outside, you're wearing a baseball cap, and just flip the internal screen down from your cap, and then you've got these goggles which aren't like crammed and stuck on your face. So it's just like a screen, and
yeah,
then you can interact with your environment when you want to, and then click it back up, and it just looks like you're wearing a regular hat.
I don't know, man. These shits don't look too dorky. They kind of look like just some ski goggles. But imagine skiing with that shit on. It's like tracking, and it's like fucking showing you like where to go and ski and shit. That'd be crazy. And then you die. No, don't take it skiing. That's probably a bad idea. But do you know what I'm saying? Well, then there's like, what should you drive with this shit on? I don't know, man. Probably not either. Right? A lot of the things that you would think that you
Oh
could
my
do
god!
probably can't. You know?
Yeah, you just imagine all of the Japanese wearing these with their sex dolls next to them in the passenger seat with the seatbelt on and wearing these
Yeah, and then you would just
goggles.
have like a regular doll with like no features, but just like target like AR code. You know what I mean? So it could like register it to a virtual model. Funny,
I think
funny
in the
stuff.
future they'll have like rental dolls, and you just go to like a vending machine and like rent one, and when you return it, you got to make sure you clean it like those
No,
rug doctors. You know, you got to take the
you
fluff
pay
out
extra
before
for the unclean ones. That's the deal.
you.
Upcharge. That's added. That's a value add. Actually,
And
surprising.
every sex doll should just come with a generic name like George, something like that. You know, because that's a unisex name, right?
But like, if you could recreate the Cherry 2000 robot, Melanie Griffith's role, Cherry 2000, would you? I don't know. Yeah. Is it worth it, or is it just better to dream it? And these are the things we have to wonder about as we step into the brave new world of the possibilities of this tech. Is we should only
You have
wish for.
to pay for the you have to pay more for the ones that can handle a heavier load. Like you have to pay more for a ladder that can hold 300 kgs than a
It's like
100 kg ladder, right?
for like a tidal wave of technology is about to hit. Because if you think about the aptitude value add that all this AI net shit that is all doing, like it's cutting people out of work chains and making them kind of like the beginnings of a new work chain with a lot of these things, being able to distribute it across like a bunch of different robots and stuff. Essentially, man, it's like it creates. I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting to see, but what it does make is a bunch of startups too, and the ability to manage startups and plan them out and stuff like that are all kind of contained within the nugget of what is already out there in the AI stuff. So I think you're going to see a big wave of stuff too happen. You know, as people are trying to like use this, we don't really know what the limits are with it. You know, but you start combining like AIs and like this kind of like interfaces and the network and the cryptocurrency is just like, I don't know, all these things are kind of like gonna form a Voltron of some sort, you know. You bet. That shit is happening. Do you know what I mean? Are you a Voltron fan? I don't know. It's Power Rangers Megazord fucking unite and, you know, form the mighty Megazord, but like some kind of confluence of these things, as they do occur, is going to signify, you know, some point in history where we're like, hey, we've never seen any shit like this actually happen before. This is pretty insane, actually. That's cool. Exciting times, man. It's about to be some kind of industrial revolution, like kind of stuff. Know what I mean? Because like AI helps people like solve problems that they couldn't solve before. AI is good for solving some things like that. So I'm sure there's a lot of people with those problems, you know, people that work in transistor tech and battery tech and genetic tech and medical tech and all across the board. Every single possible thing, archaeology, like being able to like observe a whole set of things and then have it kind of compression. We can apply that to like a whole range of things and have it like AI filtered so like that we understand the connections between these things and they can be kind of like brought to simulations and things like that. That's what like it kind of makes the whole R&D process different in terms of magnitude order level greater efficiencies. You know what I mean? So
Well, it's definitely going to be a whole new subject at university, right?
like if you were in a university that was like famous for making motor technology, right? And you would be like, oh, aren't they doing AI modeling weird shit right now? And they'd be like, yeah, they're experimenting with like fucking new ways to come up with vector bullshit. You know what I mean? They would be telling you all that stuff. So I believe, but that's not a tech. It's a technology everybody can utilize, even Branch, with no computers, no fucking farm, right? Heck yeah, right? It's an open field. There's a lot of technology. I'm just saying it's a lot of it's how we interface with it though. So, you know, the virtual augmented reality world is like, will it ever really happen? You know, I'm waiting for it to happen, but it really like seems like this. It might just be kind of the vaporware of Apple, though. Apple has an ability to kind of like magically make you think that stuff's working a little bit better and a little bit more complicated than it actually is. You know, they kind of borrow from another very famous technology group in that way. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just believing the hype. Why not? But it's like they're you know, like the Apple's iPod, right? Is a Walkman, just a digital Walkman. The branding and everything made it something that I think it predates really what the cell phone, the Android and all that stuff, like the touchscreen interface and all those things. Like, I think the Apple scroll wheel was one of the first like tactile like interactions, you know, and with that capacitive thumb wheel, then they kind of brought that technology and its reliability to the platform with the screens now as a back, to a capacitive front interface. And so whatever, they just kind of stepped this tech up and up, you know. how many different times have they upgraded screens from like 1080 to 4K to Retina to fucking 5K, whatever the fuck they're at now. Whatever this thing is at now, it's like probably 16K or some shit. I don't know. Insane. And there's all these types of advances happening in rapid prototyping, manufacture with 3D printed metals. All kinds of new 3D printer designs that are like magnitude order level faster. Then there's, I guess, the ability for like 3D printing and AI to kind of merge and mingle too. The ability for this to then be like applied to the Apple thing, because now you can 3D scan. You should be able to like see, look at something, look at a water bottle, output that, you know what I mean? Have like a little in the air panel where I like send that to my printer and it's made. Like, or I can make a holder for it or something like that and model it in the air. Like shit like that's possible now. So we're at like, that's Tony Stark level shit to me, man. And it's all just gonna sort of happen, I think, in the next 10 years. So, you know, unless the aliens come down and take over Washington D.C. like in Independence Day or something. Or no, they didn't do that. They just blew it out. Okay, unless aliens or zombie war. You know what I mean? What you think, man? You ready? Brave New Donut? I think may have just had too much coffee today now. It just burnt everybody out. Fuck, I'm sorry.
Hello. Oh, I was just outside looking at the stars, and it's quite often I see something that looks like it's what they say is like a satellite, yeah, and moving in one direction. But then I often see this. It's like shooting across the sky like at a constant speed, and then it just goes 90 degrees and goes another way. And it's like, fuck, what is that? Because it's obviously really high, whatever it is. And because it's like the same, sort of a visual sort of a angular size as, the background stars. So that's what they would normally say would be like a satellite, yeah. But I don't know if that happens in the northern hemisphere, but I notice it here a lot. These things turning at 90 degrees and going the other way. Maybe they're drones, high altitude drones.
You know, the other thing I could see really easily happening is like some kind of interactive movie kind of format with something like this. Like it looks like reality apparently, because it's like at the resolution of reality to your eye. It's like
Everybody's gonna have sore eyeballs.
right? Yeah.
That's the problem, right? You're staring at this
So.
like artificial light all the time, screen eyes, everyone's gonna have like a fucking prescription for eye drops, and then some type of vision impairment problem. Could be. It's a
Just
problem.
just
But then
cry.
actually, like
Just cry, not cry enough, Carlos, to clean your eyes. Let out the pain.
Yeah. Well, they do. There are like blockers, like you get blue blockers, or you get these spectacles which you can use to block out, certain stuff, like when you're looking at a computer screen. They do help a bit, but still, I mean, you're still looking at artificial light all the time, when you're looking at a screen. Can't be that good for your eyes.
yeah, I just like some of the well, I guess the advertising from their thing looks pretty cool. Like just being able to basically take a plane of, you know, a planar part of some part of your room, and, you know, basically, yeah, putting a video background in it, or high-res photos or whatever. Like a real wallpaper, you know, like not desktop background wallpaper, but actual, you could actually wallpaper your walls digitally. That blows my mind, dog. Completely.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm I'm a designer as well, and I do a lot of fit outs as well, like as a sideline, and I've done my own like internal fit outs, and I like the aesthetics and the difference you can make with lighting and texture, you know, and like real malleable materials that have, you know, smells and features that cast shadows, you know, this type of virtual reality thing. Yeah, it's a nice gimmick. It's like it's the alternative to watching TV, maybe something like that. But there are a lot of useful tools like in technology for like on the job, you know. But when it comes down to, you know, real living, you know, it's always pleasing to be, um, you know, more in contact with the material sort of man-made, you know, stuff that's had effort involved, you know, and it's like human interaction. Yeah. Down to earth, sort of something with substance, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but we don't even know what's going on here, man. It's like,
It's just me, you know, because like, yeah, I mean, I'm a designer, a builder, a chef, so it's kind of that. What's that? If you put all that into a category, I guess that's like in university that would be what, humanities department, something like that.
I don't know. It depends what you design and build.
Houses, furniture, shop design, fit out, retail, premises, restaurants, cafes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that type of thing.
engineering kind of architecture.
Engineering, well, the probably the furthest, like the closest I get to like engineering would be like building, you know, like a different style water features, like waterfalls, and like once I made this amazing water feature in one of my own restaurants, and it was made with wine barrels, cascading sort of like water feature from one to the other with 6 wine barrels. You know, those ginormous wine barrels. Yeah. So the water just circulates back up to the top tank and comes
Yeah,
back down the barrels. Yeah.
right. What am I talking about? There's no engineer, not engineering, I guess. But I still call it engineering. Like you're trying to just kludge things together or something. Just adapt things, make pipe fittings that go to other things, or I don't know, laying stuff out
Yeah,
like
well,
a
that
wood
involves,
system is type of
you've got to
engineering.
involve a little bit of building for the framing, then you've got the plumbing involved, and then you've got like lighting and
Electrical
kind of like
engineering.
landscaping as well, and yeah, and then the design aspect, you know, just the aesthetics, and then you got to think about, you know, how the materials you use, you want it to last, you know, because it's costing a bit of money. You want to make sure it's going to work properly every time.
Material engineering, material design. Yep. We're gonna get a lot of tuition money out of you. Come on, go.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of like kind of designing one's own curriculum if you wanted to learn some shit. You know what I mean? You could just like list that out if you understand like where you might want to go, even to learn something like that. What kind of courses do they offer, and then sort of have a ballpark understanding of like what kind of courses you might take if you were there. You could go through that material.
Mm.
Then you could shop it too. You could go to like another university somewhere in like Europe where they actually do things maybe way differently, but also awesome. I mean, sometimes that helps. Because they do architecture and design. I don't know, different ways, man. They think like IKEA and shit.
Yeah, I tend to want to stay away from computers as much as possible. Every time I come near a computer, it just goes zzz. Yeah. Like goes all fuzzy.
Gotcha.
Something about my aura. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but
That's a warning. Yeah, that's a warning sign. Yeah, stay away from it. Yeah.
No, but it's cool. Like you can do stuff like old school design, like with like foam core and paper and crazy glue and shit, and then scan that stuff. And if your measurements are good, it'll get you to a rough digital copy, and then you can work from there if you wanted to. You need to take it to the digital realm, but then it's kind of cool because you can, sort of route things and paint them in. Yeah, man.
My workshop's not quite it's too cluttered. Otherwise, I'd get a CNC router machine, like for doing like CNC work. Because like that, like in New Zealand, if you want to buy some villa parts for a house, like some trellis work or some fret work, just one little corner piece is going to set you back about $40. And on a set, if you had a CNC router, you could use any material you wanted, like, and you can cut those things out for next to nothing, and like maybe $1.
Yeah.
As long as you
I
got the
guess
blades.
to some degree, CNC router is something you could do, but it's like what are the downsides of it? Metal splinters all over the place. You got to get oil and new bits all the time.
Yeah, dust everywhere.
Noise.
Oh yeah, loud as hell.
What do you really need? What do you need all that for? Is like, I mean, you need the strength of the metals or something. Like what's the reason to mill it out as opposed to like, let's say you could cast it too, right? You could 3D print it and then cast that thing. So yeah, it gives you like a lot of time to like test fit and come up with prototypes, and you're like, oh, okay, I need this shit out of brass now. I need it out of aluminum.
I guess like you can use plywood, and you can like cut out like heat treated, H3 plywood that you're going to use on the exterior of your house for like a villa part. I don't know if you could replace that. You could with plastic, but I mean, you're not going to have the wood grain and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Well, what's actually kind of cool is it's like a sort of a vertical. If you just need to cut plywood, there's basically something like a vertical plotter that you hook up like a rotozip saw to, or like a Dremel type rotary cutting tool to, or you could hook up a regular hand router or different things like that to cut shapes out of plywood, and it just uses two motors to produce the placement of the saw. So that's kind of cool. It's compact, and you can work on big like 8x4 pieces.
8x4.
Like a 8 foot by 4 foot piece of plywood. You could like cut shapes out of it or whatever. Not like highly detailed though. Not like detailed work, but if you're doing like exterior stuff. Or furniture.
We say 2.4 by 1.2. So they're 2.4 meters by 1.2 meters. Standard sheet of plywood. Is that 8x4?
Yeah. I mean, they could be whatever size you want them to be. It's just increasing or decreasing like a rope length on either side to position it somewhere in the XY of the plane, which is upright. So they don't have like this footprint that a lot of like the table routers would have. So, but, there's a right tool for the right job for all things. I, for one, would love to have a fucking super like CNC setup that I could like just switch out and be like, okay, now I'm plasma cutting. Okay, now I'm rotary cutting. Okay, now I'm 3D printing. Like, okay, now I'm like lasering. Like, now I'm high energy welding. Now I'm fucking
3D printing sounds good for a lot of uses, but I doubt that any like someone that's into building hot rods, they're not going to trust a 3D printed piece over something that they're currently using like for making tie rod ends or a part that's going to be used on a motor vehicle, like a moving part.
Oh yeah. Yeah, some things you're gonna need to have like turned and machined. Yeah. But a
Mm.
lot of things you don't,
Yeah, a lot of things like a cover or a cap or but when you're looking at grades of steel and stuff, I used to import motorbikes at one stage and from China, and all of the brakes failed the test because they used the wrong type of metal screws on the brake calipers, the wrong grade, so had to switch them out, and that's the type of.
I mean, I'm kind of a big fan of like the ability, like you could 3D print body panels for your cars. You could go 3D scan a car, or come up with, or make a model, or 3D scan a Matchbox car, and like build a real car out of it. That's like ridiculous to me. That approachably, like that's super possible. Like even just as a garage project, not no life altering investment.
Well,
Um,
rather than casting some fiberglass and trying to get the right shape and everything, if you could just scan it and print it, and then you have like the exact, fill, like instead of using bog or whatever, and it would just like fit in there with glue, and it would just like cover the dent or whatever. That'd be pretty handy.
mhm. Yeah, there's going to be like an open electric vehicle somebody's going to make. Or if somebody doesn't already have some shit out there like that, like because you just need like the basic like framing and that like all the major components of the system, or or like if you could just build it off of like a highly made reliable drivetrain or something, or suspension frame, whatever. Just strip a Toyota Corolla and like let's build it up with an electric engine, and here's the body part files, and go print that shit somehow, or whatever the fuck you feel like doing. And then fucking grow grass on it.
I don't know if you've noticed in your neighborhood, like we've got all of these electric cars like around now. There's just so many and all different brands. BYD is the funniest one, but build your dreams. Have you got that one around you? That car?
No.
You haven't seen a car brand called BYD?
Nope.
Jesus, we've got so many electric cars here. It's like crazy, and it's like Teslas are so cheap, and people are just putting it on their company account. And anyway, the older cars are more expensive than these things. The old, the classics and the hot rods and the muscle cars. Those are the ones that they just keep going up and up in price when all the new ones are going down and down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that there's like a reason to believe that there are some kind of like basically things that are going to looked at as being like a little bit backwards right now as far as like what their tech level is. But I think they'll still be gaining value, even though, it seems like they're kind of useless, because I just feel like we're approaching more and more like to where the disposability and integrated like modifiability of certain products is going to create this rigidity, I guess, like where you're really not going to be able to like have flexible technology in the same way that we're used to. And I think people will want that, they'll go for old school things because they can be modified in such a way because they're more close to the source of the technology. Even though they're more primitive, they can still be fucked with. The story of these highly optimized systems, you can't really fuck with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like everything has to be exact. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, like old analog keyboards and stuff like that from the 1980s have chipsets on them, and it's possible to like rewire these things in weird and interesting ways to where they produce sounds that you might not have heard them make before, or were not intended to be made and produced. And then you get into somewhere in the mid 90s, they're not using this process anymore. Everything is micro small, and it's been like sealed with epoxy, so it can't be really patched into quite the same way without like a much different level of fuckery. And I'm not even sure if like the architecture that would react the same way. So I don't know. That's why I think some of the analog stuff like still has like high value, is because like you can still, even if you just wanted to accent and make it sound better, you could put different. You could modify what like capacitors might be in there as the audio drivers and the op amps and stuff like that to fucking power the stuff and make it punchier or sharper or more distorted or whatever you want. So you don't really tune like a Tesla, be like, oh yeah, listen to that one go. Ooh, yeah. Like there's no fun in that way. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a ton of fun to have a Tesla. But I don't think like true motorheads probably don't appreciate it. Like,
Yeah, no, it'd be cool to like it'd be cool to go to, like, for example, Texas. If Texas banned all electric cars and they made a rule that nobody's allowed to drive a car unless like it doesn't have like computerized cars should be banned, like outlawed. You know what I mean? It's like you could go to Texas one day in the future where everybody else is they're in the future, but people will start to appreciate a place like for example, you could just use somewhere like Texas as an example, and they just made it so the rule was no computerized cars and a whole bunch of other rules. And in the future, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, people will go to Texas. The whole entire state of Texas would be like
you can
going
still
to
get gasoline in Texas. Oh yeah, they still sell
Adventureland.
gasoline there. All right.
It'd be like a destination to go to experience how it used to be in the past, keeping it real.
Right. I mean, do you think we'll cut that far back on like using hydrocarbons and gasoline?
Yeah, they could just say fuck it with a big middle finger.
What do you think
Or
about
even
these floating solar panel setups that they got going on now? Like, just float them on the water. Solar farm. Hello.
Wow.
They're doing it a lot of places. I keep seeing articles pop up about
Hello.
it.
Does it have to be flat? I mean, for Earth. I mean, does the water have to be still for that to
Think
work?
about it. I don't know. But
Is it-
they're fairly large arrangements of rafts. I guess they probably maybe have a pivoting system.
Yeah, if they can pivot, you can get the hydro energy and the solar energy in one device.
Ooh.
Yeah, but I don't get why would you want to put it on water when there's plenty of like useless land that can do it.
I would say probably like in areas with like storm surge, you know, like it would be kind of cool because it would also like sort of neutralize a little bit of wave action. It might also toast the shit if it was like really in there. But I don't
Well,
know.
then you've got to worry about, you know, the salt water fucking it all up when you could just have it on dry land.
Wave
You know what I
absorber.
mean?
Yeah, there's some kind of like crazy hinged like solar panel setup. Just like all the wave gets like kind of diffused through that. I don't know. It's like it's worth it in a way, right? Like coastline's important. Like, you know, it's like
I
waste
think
thing.
that everybody lives in a house, and the roof of everybody's house was just like all solar panel. Like everyone would be fine, and everyone would just be sharing each other's power. You know.
I'll share your power, mate. You ain't my power.
Yeah. You're
Tight.
sucking up all our power. You go down to someone's house and they've got their washing machine
It's
going
like,
all day long, and they dry 24 hours a day.
yeah, that article came up. I said like a water heater is better at retaining energy than a Tesla Powerwall is. Like has a better efficiency for retaining energy.
Really?
What's that tell you though? Like invest in like hot water electricity exchangers. That's a dope one, no? You just hold it in the hot like shit. You can get hot water happening in places where there's lots of sun. You know, that's a battery essentially. And if you just have like a Peltier junction set up, thermoelectric conversion set up there, that's nice. That's a nice. That's there's no basically zero carbon happening. That's very friendly.
In New Zealand, we say, "I'm going to hang the sheriff." You know what that means. Hello. Do you know what "I'm going to go and hang the sheriff" means?
No, I don't.
It means I'm going to the loo.
Oh wow. What is it with you?
Hang the sheriff.
You monarchical people always need to announce it somehow.
Yeah.
American, we never say. I say gotta go take a leak. That's about it.
No, because the sheriff is your member. He's the boss, and you've got
Boss.
to hang it. You got to hang it down to go to the loo. So that's why it's not actually talking about a
Okay.
real sheriff and a real noose. It's like hanging it because he's the boss. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be
The
back.
imagery is all pleasant. Yeah, good. Okay, great. Have fun. Get legal. I'm doing the greatest like duck doodles ever. Having fun with that shit.
You reckon you spent $3.5 grand on the Apple goggles?
Yes.
You could start a YouTube channel by streaming
Yes.
the games, and it would be like an investment.
Yeah. You'd almost.
If you get in early and you've
Right.
got the right personality.
You could be the person who breaks through.
Yeah.
There's always like a new generation ready to watch people's shit, I guess. You know?
You could be the new PewDiePie in the metaverse.
And you can like I mean I'm sure there's like a to be announced some sort of ability to pipe that into a live stream, you know, using like FaceTime and stuff. Yeah, you could OBS that S. For sure.
Yeah.
Easy. peasy. Yeah, man. Like, but that opens up, like, now think about like all the real Twitch sort of restrictions and whatnot that are just kind of going. Like, think about that, and then like, would Apple have some kind of like live streaming Twitch service kind of thing, like under the Apple community moderation kind of, like, whatever is it, I wonder. Yeah. A whole realm of VR properties, right? Apple did something with music, right? Apple impacted the music industry quite significantly with their iPod, right? And Apple Music, and to be able to like download it and pay people out per track, sort of. Apple sort of ended the era of albums in a way.
I fell in love with Apple machines when they first come out. I used to do graphic design. Convinced me Apple Macs are better for design. That was like the strap line that we told. That's not really true. You can get most of the same software or equal. You see.
Well, I think at certain times Apple's exceeded the capacity of the PC, and certain times Apple was leaning on, like, I think their best series is the Mac Pro. 2008 is pretty good, but the 2009 to 2010 version is pretty much still usable, and it's actually not that far off from where the new systems are. If you were to upgrade the bits of it that are possible to upgrade, and you can, because essentially it's like a lot of the same platforms, really. You can't really create the M1 chip, and you can't put it in there, but there's like a lot of awesome graphics cards that you can slop up into this thing, and you can get a 2010 computer running basically modern OS for Mac. So like, I can take a 2010 Mac and use it with the this Apple Vision shit. Yeah, that would be crazy. I like it, and you have like a whole bunch of these computers like that doing all different types of things, and like where you don't really need individual screens for everything, because you could have it so that you could have like 4 Mac Minis of like older type Mac Minis, but they're all doing some kind of shit. They could all be doing bits of like OBS or Blender or different rendering, different shit, or just whatever they might be doing, and you can access them all like with that glass. Like, that's kind of cool, like as a network, and you could make them spatially like in a place. Like, I don't know, man. Like, the future's wide open for me. Like, as far as like what, I don't know, man. That blows me away that that's possible. But I don't think it's like accessible for me to like want that stuff right now. Like, I don't know, man. Like, that's expensive to have that world, But it's something to think about, because the cost of entry will go down, and it will be something everybody wants. So
I feel
it could be as common as like a cell phone.
I recently spent 1,600 quid on a PC, 32 gigs of RAM, and a 3060 graphics card.
Yeah.
And managed to get a grand music software for free online, pirated. And I've got a million plugins, and I can find the new ones for free, like 6 months after they're released. And I'm ripping people's samples off their websites without buying them, so I feel pretty good for the future.
Yeah, and beside that, there's like intelligent decodes of like, you could play it any old thing, and it'll take like lead lines and melodies and harmonies and stuff like that, drums off of anything else, and you can just glue that to a different trigger, sample. So you could take like a drum track from Walk This Way and then change the drums up, like, almost easily. But it would have
The
taken
internet crash.
hours and hours to do that manually.
You worry about that if the internet's going to break one day. So a lot of luxury disappears straight away if the internet breaks.
Don't talk of such things.
Terrifying thought, right? It just turns off tomorrow, and we're
Let's just say a
fucked.
prayer right now. Don't.
I should, yeah. Please
Say a prayer
God,
for the internet.
please God, let the internet last for at least the next 50 years.
There you go.
Amen.
All right. Yeah. No, it's
That was beautiful.
I want to apologize for my raging anti-Semitism and my ego.
Go ahead. Go ahead. And why? Because the internet could be under threat.
No, because it's the next day and I got over it.
Listen,
Did you realize you're a special person too?
yes, that's basically the message.
That we're all special.
Do you think, Smacks, that the symbol of the apple is a large part of what made Apple so famous and rich?
The apple doesn't fall from the whatever. Yeah.
It's just so biblical, so on the nose. It's perfect, right? The unassuming apple that keeps the doctor away.
Yeah, it's the letter A is for that thing. Like, I've just rejected everything Apple based, except the computers though. Like, I'll go with that. They're all right. They're not, but they are. Yeah, I have to take a bite out of it. It's irresistible. But whatever. That's what sells.
I think if you can afford to go to the Apple shop and pay for repairs, and you can afford to update your system every 10 years, Apple's great.
Yeah, I'm just finding value in these like 2009 models. Like,
My dad tried to convince me to spend this 1600 on smaller Mac that actually had better specs. I just wasn't comfortable with it. What they do is give you slightly better specs than the PC, but charge you like 200 quid more. So you have to pay into the Apple.
it really depends what what you're trying to do. Specifically, like what your purpose is for
Yeah,
having anything in the Mac product lineup.
my main purpose was the pirated VSTs, so that
There you
means
go.
PC is better.
Super. I like that. I like it as photogrammetry and video editing, and just maybe the look and design of it helps somewhat.
I've got an old Power Macintosh, family Power Macintosh in
Wow.
my cupboard.
PowerPC? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put a picture in the chat. A classic.
Yeah. PowerPC is badass. It's like easily it's like twice as fast as like a P3 or P4. So I guess it's like probably comparable to like a Core 2 Duo chip. And yeah, I don't know if that's like usable today, like with what I'm sure people are like trying to. I think there's like a little bit of a movement with the Mac people to kind of like make things reusable and to not have them be phased out by the monolithic moves of a cold-hearted.
I had two of these, a dark grey one and a light grey one.
What?
But picture in the chat. That's what it was.
Okay.
I have two.
Yeah, those are collectible.
And then first iMac with the see-through plastic and the weird shape.
Yeah.
My dad got that in the breakfast room, like where the dining table is.
Right.
It was like, ooh, you can see inside. It's definitely worth 500 quid more.
Yeah, that was the breakaway from the era of the big vanilla rectangles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine now is a huge rectangle, but it's got fans and lights and glass on the side.
Yeah, that's the today's big vanilla rectangle.
Yeah.
But I like that era, and I like the chassis of it and stuff. I'm like familiar with that. It's cool form factor, you know, just to be able to like have tech and it's very portable. That's cool. But for true horsepower, you gotta have it's got to plug into a wall, man. Yeah, like you can't really get great. I mean, like the Apple stuff's pretty good for portability. Like those the M2 stuff is right on. You know, like really good stuff. For like a laptop that you can like go around with, you could do pretty much its max its max performance, you know. But because it's so energy efficient, you could do that.
Have you ever?
Anything else is going to be so power hungry. You really won't. You'll have to plug it in anyway, even if it's a laptop.
I was thinking about old computers yesterday as well. Have you heard of the ZX Spectrum, the cassette tape games? And my question is, how the fuck do you make a computer game on a cassette tape?
Oh, know about Commodore 64 cassette tape games?
Spectrum, ZX Spectrum.
Oh, Spectrum 2, yeah.
I used to play Chucky Egg, and it used to take 25 minutes to load from a cassette tape, and the noise that it made while it was loading was intoxicating.
Yeah, I recall. Yeah, I wonder where I put mine.
It really was like magic. A cassette tape loads computer screen game.
Yep, coding through sound. We don't really use that anymore, do we? Or do we?
So I was given two dusty ZX Spectrum keyboards, which had the cassette deck and a bin bag full of cassette tape games. It's like I couldn't understand it. I also remember, even though I was really into the Spectrum and the Atari, when my mate first got Doom on his dad's PC in the office, that also totally blew my mind. How fast and 3D it was.
Yeah. See, like Pentium 2 something? No, Pentium 1?
Yeah, even that word sounded great. I saw that word on the cardboard box and on the machine, and it just looked amazing.
The logo, you're into it.
And the word Pentium.
Yeah. Because you're probably already into pentagrams, so it's just like, why not? No, just joking. Before your occultic journey.
It sounds like it's futuristic, like they've got alien tech and they've put it into this machine
Sounds like
and
an element.
you can buy and take home.
Yeah. Yeah, like they've got some kind of element.
Yeah, an obtainium.
Obtainium, yeah. But no, just thin copper wires. Can it Doom? They try to put Doom on everything these days.
Yeah, my Power PC Macintosh could Doom. I had the box of it.
Yeah, man, PowerPC. Don't sleep on it. Well, it's just like, is it useful? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you pretty much can kind of pretty much cut out like a desktop system, I think, for a lot of stuff. But, you know, graphic design is pretty much, you have to have one. Or for video, you kind of have to. But
Yeah, Photoshop and stuff. It used to run very smooth on that.
you could use like an iPad for a lot too. No. But then, like, you know, the upgrades to the OS makes the you basically can like plug in iPads to your computer and extend them over. Like, you can just drag stuff off of your iPad as like an external monitor and like just, you know, transfer files and stuff. So, I mean, there's a lot of nice things that Apple does provide for your backward compatibility and stuff.
What used to trigger me is there's no right button to menu. You have to go in the
Yeah.
settings and find that and reset it up. And then you piss off the owner of the Mac who doesn't use the right button for a menu.
Yeah, I still don't know how they work. But performance-wise, like they do pretty good. Like, I mean, you know how much those like standalone desktops cost, right? The ones that run the Intel, they're like $40,000. Like, fucking get them crazy decked out, right? But you know, by that time you're paying like 15,000 just for chips. You're just paying for like, you know, RAM and processors. That's a lot of money, man, for a computer. I mean, forget about $4,000 for effectively like an interface. Yeah.
I just saw a studio tour and they claimed it was $100,000, but they had easily $1 million worth of shit.
Yeah. But I think a lot of what drives it is the media, you know, like multimedia, independent media. They're using the Mac platform for their shit. A lot of them are.
It's become like almost tribal, hasn't it? It takes a little bit. If you want to cross over and jump from one to the other, it takes a little bit. And there's only some people that can use both. You've got the PC master race memes.
Yeah, it's weird. These are big companies, man. Yeah, it's like they use each other a little bit, you know, like Google leverages some stuff from Apple and vice versa, and they interact with Facebook, and you know, it's all kinds of other things. But like it seems like each one of these big giants like takes a turn swinging a bunch of money around to kind of try and augment the market, and then the others kind of study that and then sort of try to come up with their next punch, you know. So, but they wait like another quarter, so they don't all like put money out at the same time because if they all flop, then the whole market dies. You know what I mean? So I think they stagger these developments out over like a plan. They've got a plan for implementing all this, like in a strategic way where they can like fine tune things as they fuck up. Yeah. Like things aren't really like beta tested quite as much as they used to be, you know. But there was like an era where everything would like stay in R&D for like a long time, you know, until it could be like mass produced. And then they're just like, hey, we'll just cut corners and we'll just try and do it this way to where, you know, we just do short batches, but they're all like, so, I mean, they fine tune that process. And I think the cell phone market, like the need to make cell phones really pretty much had to fine tune all the production. Just have China make it. That's how we figured it out. Genius.
I don't know, man. I basically got 2 university degrees, and I speak fluent in another language besides English, and a little bit rusty on a third language. And what is it that makes me disbelieve the narrative that they're telling us about our world? Am I stupid? Like, you know, been around a while, 48 years old. I just want to know, have I got a screw loose? But yet I'm still able to interact in this world quite successfully.
No, you're not
Is
stupid. You haven't got a screw loose.
what's wrong with my discernment? What's wrong with my understanding if I disbelieve the narrative they're telling us?
Nothing. Do you wish you believed it? Wish you could.
Can you say that again? Sorry, I missed that.
Do you wish you believed the narrative? Do you wish you could?
No, I used to be like immersed in the narrative, but I never actually fully understood the narrative until I was given another option. When I was given another option, that's when I actually started understanding what they were really saying, and that's when it all fell apart because most people don't look into it.
Yeah, but do you feel regretful that it fell apart? And
Oh hell no!
Are you trying to re-understand it, or have you given up on that?
No. I mean, it's clever. It's definitely clever. Like one of the things that perplexes me is the the moon cycles, the way that it waxes and wanes, and the correlation between the light of the moon and the angle of where the sun has gone over the horizon, and it seems to all match quite well, but not always. Given the distances that they tell us. So like
I mean,
it's a very close system, and that's the thing that sways me anyway with my thinking between the heliocentric and the geocentric system is that
if
the geocentric idea definitely for me outweighs the heliocentric idea, at least like as a minimum. Like you have to decide which one you're going to go with, because even today they still don't know. They still can't figure it. It's like
I
they
don't
can't.
agree with that.
Oh really?
But
But the,
I,
the greatest
can
scientists,
I comment on
the
what you said?
greatest scientists of the world, 2023, they all agree that it could also be geocentric.
No, it's not true.
It is true.
No. See, this is where you do have a screw loose. You're saying something that you want to be true. Can you cite it where everyone says, "Oh, it might be geocentric. We're not even sure." Can you cite that, or is it
No,
just something? You said.
Unfortunately, currently, right now, I can't cite it, but I have seen this information before, and I've heard it before
Is
from
it in the
people.
principal documentary?
I've never seen that.
Okay, where did you get the information that experts think it could still be geocentric?
Well, there's no way to tell them apart.
Well, that's what you saying that, but where's you claimed all the experts agree.
So, in your thinking, are you saying that uh, there's no dispute? It is definitely
Yes.
100% heliocentric. There's no way it could be geocentric.
I want to comment on the first question. If you were trying to understand the globe and being obtuse and misunderstanding it on purpose with word games, then I would say that is a screw loose, Carlos. You're being silly. But if you've given up trying to understand the globe and you're happy on a flat Earth, then that's fine. There's nothing wrong with you at all.
No, I didn't bring up flat Earth at all. I was comparing geocentric and heliocentric.
The globe, then.
Yeah. I didn't say anything about the shape of the world. I was
Do you think
saying
it's a globe?
the position of the Earth as opposed to everything else in the solar system and the stars.
What type of Earth do you think is true at the minute?
Well, if you go with base axioms and without any assumptions, you have to go with like when you're making any measurements, horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, and so is level. And there's no extent that anyone has ever gone to
The question is,
the
which Earth do you believe in?
physically diverging parallel plumb lines, eh?
Which Earth do you believe in? Because you just said it's not flat, but now you're arguing a flat Earth point.
Yeah. Flat Earth, like to the extent that we are unable to distinguish the difference between a curved possibility and a flat possibility at distance.
Yeah, you've got no idea, but you just
Well,
lean towards flat.
I know that flat bodies of water are at rest level.
Yes, I do think you've got a bit of a screw loose because you telling yourself you're asking questions like you want to understand, but you've already given up trying to. So that's the little loop that you're stuck in.
No, I don't have any doubt in my mind. The thing is that after a
no need to
distance,
discuss it at all.
after a certain distance, it could be hyperbolic, sort of a hyperbolic sort of a reality that we're in.
What does that mean?
It means that after a certain distance, what we see is all apparent.
Oh God. I don't believe
Yeah.
I don't believe you believe that it's that hard to know things.
Well, the thing is, if it was so cut and dry, it would be so easy just to be able to end the debate. But the debate hasn't finished.
Because people are stubborn, aren't they? They don't take evidence literally and logically and rationally. They
No,
take it, then they deny it, and then they make up alternatives and say, well, it could be this.
No. Most flat earthers aren't just reality deniers or evidence deniers. They just have a discernment between bullshit.
And they make stuff up quite a lot.
No, well, everyone's allowed to have their imagination and their opinion, and their theories, but there is no flat Earth model, and there's good reason for that.
There is a flat Earth model.
Eh?
There is a flat Earth model.
No, there's not.
There is horizontal oceans, roughly circular, surrounded by Antarctica, firmament dome. We don't know what the sun and moon are. Maybe plasma.
Yeah, but that's all local. That's all local because there's no way to measure it otherwise
That's the
after a
model.
certain distance. Eh?
That's the
It's
model.
not my model. It's not my model.
What's your model? You just said you don't know, don't you? You can't tell the difference between flat and curved, and everything in the distance is just apparent. So you've got no idea where anything is.
Well, I know that level doesn't stop being level.
Can it curve?
In certain circumstances, yeah.
So Earth could be a globe still, with the level curving on a big distance all the way around.
Well, I mean, you can witness water falling over rocks and curving over rocks on a river. Have you seen water flowing over
Yeah,
rocks?
water flows the same on both models, bro, down to the lowest
Right,
point.
right.
Water flows the same on both Earth models down to the lowest point. Water finds this level on both models.
Exactly. These are so tightly like indistinguishable from each other. That's why I was talking about the heliocentric and the
Would a
geocentric
flat Earth make
idea.
a sunset? Is that logical for a flat Earth to make a sunset where you see half the disk of Ra gone behind what looks like the edge of the Earth when you're looking out?
Yeah.
How would a flat Earth do that?
Why not? Why wouldn't it?
I'm
It
asking
just
you, how do you think it would? How would it make the sun look like it's behind Earth when it's still
it,
miles above?
that's just how it happens with your hyperbolic vision and
See,
perspective.
that's the screw loose bit where you have to make something up because you're not ready to face the truth of which one's more likely to show a sunset as we see sunsets. So you have to deny that and make something up to work on a flat Earth.
I'm not trying to make it flat. I just know that that's one of the
You're trying to
attributes
deny it's
of
being
perspective.
trying to deny it being a globe, even though no one
It's
asked.
it's not about denial. It's about disbelief.
So my answer is yes. You do have a little bit of a screw loose where you're trying to not look at what is rationally and actually decide what is yourself emotionally.
Have you got a degree in rational thinking?
Sort of, yeah.
So you see, like, either there's a lot of people with a screw loose, or there's a lot of people realizing that they've been lied to.
They're both true. And the crossover, some of the people are the same people with both issues.
Because what I see is a lot of intelligent people on both sides having different opinions about their perspective of reality. I don't see a lot of losers coming out of the this I don't know out of the woodwork, just making broad, unsubstantiated, like uh, brass claims that are just like not backed up with any substance whatsoever. The people
My
that I
claim,
hear,
my claim had
uh,
substance. Every single sunset you've ever seen. That's quite a substantial claim. It's not like
so
I've said, oh, it's just a globe because blah 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 blah. Something you can't check. I've said, literally, that's what's more logical of making a sunset that you've seen hundreds of times.
so that's where people get stuck, is where they sort of come to one aspect and sort of uh, use that as like a go-to got you, when in reality there hasn't been any evidence to back up this in real measurement.
Uh, I can't help you.
You know what I mean? Like real like first order measurements. because you start with this level here, okay, and over there it's level over there, and it's level everywhere, and you join all of those levels together. At what point does it stop being level?
This is some preschool shit, bro. At the point where previous guys at the last point of level disappear behind the horizon. That's the point.
Yeah, well, I have a security camera at in my restaurant, and it's right up near the ceiling, and I've got a row of these like LED lights that are sunk into the ceiling, and they go all the way across the front of my restaurant, and I get the same effect with the last lights. They disappear. They seem to be sinking into the ceiling and disappearing. It's like an inverted explanation of what you're talking about with the sun, and that's a flat ceiling. I get the same thing. I get bottom up obstruction of the lights. I get like a sunset style with the last light. You know, and I look at that security camera every day, and it doesn't change. There's no refraction involved in there.
They don't get obstructed, bro. They blur into the vanishing point.
It's not a blur. It's actual perspective. It's just how it works.
So if I drew a nice perspective drawing like my granddad used to do, and it was a long road, yeah, into the distance, the vanishing point's set, I'm drawing my lines of the road. Do my buses get cut off halfway as they go down the road into the distance, or do they just get smaller?
They get cut off.
So I draw the buses with less wheels as they go further back.
Yeah, that's right.
Instead of smaller wheels.
Yeah.
That would look absurdly unreal.
Have you never
Like a Dali or something.
videos? Have you never seen videos of like someone walking across a football pitch and their feet disappear and the bottom of their legs disappear into the field, even though it's flat as hell?
It's fat as hell.
You know, it's because of perspective. That's just how it works.
The
And
football field's flat as hell.
your height above the ground, you're closer towards the ground, so that's the angle that you're looking at it, that you're going to get that result. There's so many variables involved in perspective. It's not a simple one paragraph explanation. It's a very intense understanding that hasn't even begun to be explored properly, especially with hyperbolic vision.
What do you think? What do you think of photogrammetry? Do you think it accurately represents like Like just because it's based on like matching like light up.
What's your? Can you?
I guess as far as like visually scanning things, like surveying and stuff. Yeah, it's just like there used to be sorts of like I guess limitations on the technology. Today we're using like lidar and drones maybe to do these kinds of things, but I think we don't even need the lidar because the graphics processor ray tracing packages are so intense that they can actually like figure out the light so that they can actually like, create realistic maps. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that tech isn't quite as advanced, but it seems like it's kind of coming along to where, um, you know, like they should be able to generate a lot of 3D elements easily from just 2D images or a collection of images or like from a piece of video. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yes, this reminds me of the Google Street View a little bit. But also, someone's made a drone sim where they've turned Google Street View, Google Earth view of into 3D space that you can like then fly around.
So have you heard of a neural resonance field or a NERF? It's like an AI sort of geometry tracer. I guess basically it's akin to like photogrammetry, but it's using different sorting mechanisms to do so. Anyway, so you can use the same like video footage from a drone and put it into a NERF, and I don't know. I think the NVIDIA is like kind of got some stuff with this too. So I don't know.
Well, there's so many ways that everything in the coordinate system can be distorted to suit the means of anyone who's wanting to display what they want to display. It's like, if, in my opinion, if they wanted to really, you know, what's the word for it? If they really wanted to have something that would stop everyone's disbelief, there should be a fucking camera on the moon looking back at the Earth. You know, that's what we need, you know. Firing up like robots to the moon to drill holes and muck around. Just put a fucking camera up there. It would have been way cheaper.
I don't think Don believes we went to the moon. Or maybe he does. I'm not sure. I thought he did.
No, I don't. Not publicly.
Yeah, I mean, someone like Obama, instead of saying, we don't need to hear from the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, what he should have said was, I'm going to end the debate right now. We're going to put a camera on the moon. Done.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Camera on the Moon Society.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could never say that because then people like Dawn would be like, "What's up? What's the bomb we're up to now?" Yeah, be suspicious.
Ali B believes us flat, but he also believes we went to the moon and the moon's round.
Yeah, because by the way,
Which I think is just cute. It's just cute, isn't it? Choose which ones are true for yourself.
they'd be like, "But we've not only gone to the moon, we did even more than that." I don't know. Who knows?
He might have changed his
I
mind
just
on
think
that.
like
I remember him
you
saying
know, part of me is like, yeah, like why didn't we develop the moon up, build some condominiums, have a Super Bowl there? Whatever.
Yeah, all good questions.
A bouncy castle.
Because we didn't go there.
I don't know. You know, that'd be like questioning agencies got letters to it. You know? So why even but like if we did, then like why not go for it, really? That's all I'm saying. But like how much money did it cost to do such a thing? Yeah?
It's not a 6-year-old's question. That's Snack's question.
Put a lot of money into investing
there.
a lot of money into a tech that seems like kind of a dead end. I don't know. Or it's just like Antarctica, like let's not touch this. Like we'll exploit every other natural thing and like every other thing that people do, but like we won't touch these lands.
What if
they're sacred? Really, we can't fuck with them.
If someone broke into Area 51 and there was no aliens, no craft, but there was a moon set?
You'd just build like a little dome on the perimeter of the crater, you know. That's nice. It's already half made for you. You just got to complete. Every crater is a little village on the moon.
Yeah.
We could populate that bitch, man.
I imagine some skate ramps and a solar babies type setup.
Oh yeah. Hang out in a virtual reality bar somewhere. Pick up a game of.
It's got weird gravity, hasn't it? So you can't just go for a normal walk on the surface. So you have to account for that somehow.
Be like, did you see I just did a 2570? And you'd be like, that's nothing. Right. Tony Hawk Pro Skater on the moon? Get out.
Oh yeah, because you get more airtime, don't you? More combos can be fitted in.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're really thinking now. We need to contact Red Bull.
Yeah, and I would say like all these other aspirational endeavors that we were talking about, exoplanetary developments. It's cart before the horse. Got to develop the moon first. The jump off point. Store some supplies up there, accrue them even. Use that solar power, make some vegetation. You know what I mean? Grow shit on the moon. Now we got some MREs up there, but like, what would they cost us to fucking get up anyway? Right?
I want to believe.
Talking about a sandwich cost you like $1 million. So grow the sandwich on the moon. Fucking get down. You know what I mean? That's how you do it. Unless you got some kind of aliens level fucking cryostasis, you're gonna send somebody out on you know what I mean? Otherwise they're gonna be eating shit and shitting. You know what I mean? All this stuff. We don't really have like enclosed system type technology for that. I don't know. That's moon bases. I'm into it. So into it.
I mean, yeah, even you admit if it was real, it would be cool.
Or it is real and they're hiding it. Or it's none of it's real and they've got the whole thing backwards.
So hey,
Well,
I brought this up before,
honest
but I just
mistake.
so in the future, right? In 2027 to 2028, I prognosticate a phenomena that's going to happen with the sun because I've been looking at the sun, observing it. So from March 17th, 2027, right? That will be the beginning of the year. In 2027 will be March 17th for me, for the calendar that I'm on. The following year, it will be March 22nd. And the sundial, the shadow mark, March 17th, there's a beginning of the year marker, and it doesn't change. It's a static marker on my sundial, right? The shadow will be March 17th, 2027, and then the following year, the shadow will mark that same marker, but it's going to be March 22nd. How do you account for that? So,
I don't know. Is there a leap year involved, or
listen, forget. Yeah, it's not even about a leap year. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is such a crazy phenomena that some of the Hebrews have noticed that nobody's talking about, and it can't be explained with the heliocentric model. It can be, but it would require the Earth to be moving, or to accelerate 7 days. But it's not.
so what are you saying? Is the sun going to disappear for a week or something?
No, what I'm saying is that there's an anomaly in the luminaries that can't be easily rationalized. Like, you can't easily explain it away with either model. There's something going on beyond our awareness, beyond our senses, our calculations. And you brought up something earlier, Snacks. You said resonant. What'd you say? What'd you call it? That NVIDIA has. Anyways,
Yo, what?
you brought up you said a word, and I don't know what the definition
It's
of
probably
it
word
was.
salad.
You said it's like something about visual and like NVIDIA and then resonance.
Oh, neural resonance field.
Neural resonance field.
Yeah, NERF. And I know you're a fan of not things being called nerf, but it's like photogrammetry on AI steroids, and it basically does ray tracing elements through it, so it sort of has much more high precision than standard photogrammetry is able to yield.
So
that also
I didn't know it.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know what that meant, but I kind of just had an idea in my head, because like apparently, the scriptures talk about the sun going into its chamber every so often. It goes into its chamber, whatever the hell that means, right? Because we know that there's no chamber that I can see that the sun goes into, right? And that the sun goes through its gates, but there's no gates that you can perceivably see. So what gates are you talking about, Enoch? You know what I'm saying? And there are phenomena that just can't be explained. Like this phenomena, this might be when the sun goes into its chamber, recharges, and then heads out again. But there seems to be a time dilation between our realm and the realm that the luminaries are in. There's a slight time dilation. And Mario Brothers or Pac-Man, how you can go through the right of the screen and then pop out the left side.
Yeah.
Or Smash Brothers.
The field might have some type of orthogonal jumping point. Maybe the toroidal can be at some sort of access point at a certain time where angularly it's possible for it to like make a leap somewhere or something, do something.
Something like that.
Like there's internal reflections and everything, really. Yeah. So it's like are the portholes, post holes, post holes, apostles? Are they all referencing the decans or the deacons or the 10 degrees per something that we're looking at here that gets us to the 108 nautical mile per 200 kilometer ratiotic fucking correlation? Yeah. Mic drop.
So not to change the subject, guys. Are you guys done?
Yeah.
Now, I missed a lot of this yesterday, so I don't want to say anything. But you guys heard Brian with the Dell thing?
No, man.
Anyone?
Explain it.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, you guys didn't hear that? Okay.
I seen Brian get muted, but I don't know what happened.
Something about Dell and the Earth going upward, some stuff like that. I missed it. So, anyways, I want to talk to Brian about that
They'll
before.
be talking that for a while now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's old Flat Earth Society.
It appears that way, yeah. This is Flat Earth Society stuff. Yeah, well said, Don.
It's great that Dell's just saying it all again, having fun with it, I guess.
Well, I didn't hear exactly what he said, so I wanna hear it from Brian before I say anything. Like I found that a little strange, to say the least. But yeah.
You know how much Mel loves Dell. Mel sort of tried to promote this to me in messages as well after hearing Dell.
Yeah. Part of my understanding is not to disagree with people who may or may not have knuckle tattoos.
But isn't that an Einsteinian thing? Like the Earth going up, things not falling down?
Well, you need an infinite space above you, don't you, to carry on accelerating into. So, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, and what's accelerating? Which part is accelerating?
Oh, everything. The Earth and us. And the sky and the atmosphere.
So only one part of the Earth is accelerating?
No, the whole Earth that you know of, the whole flat Earth model is going upwards at 9.8 meters per second into infinite space.
And how about the people on the bottom?
Oh, I think that's still a
There's
mystery.
no bottom.
No, that's
There's
still
no
a
bottom.
mystery.
So it's accelerating upwards? But how about the people on the other side of the said globe? See, we got a problem here.
No, this is flat Earth.
Unless, of course, it's accelerating on both sides, like the boys were telling us last time.
I see. It's a flat Earth. That is a flat Earth still.
So we got acceleration everywhere?
The whole flat Earth model is going upwards at 9.8 meters per second, and that's why things fall to the ground when you drop them.
Okay. Now we have one guy on the north of your imaginary sphere, and we got another guy on the south of your imaginary sphere. Hold on. Don't trip. Don't trip, Don. So both people jump at the same time. So I want these guys to explain, these Brians, the Dells, and all these guys, what happens when these both people jump at the same time.
You can't ask them to explain their conception of a flat Earth by asking them to explain it on a globe Earth, can you?
That's your model, Don.
No.
I don't know where you're at. That's your
why
model.
Are you questioning
them, no?
Why are you questioning my model by starting with asking about their model?
Well, what's your model? What happens in your model?
The whole Earth is infinitely falling in a spiral through the void.
The whole Earth is infinitely falling. So what happens if people on either side jump?
Oh, jumping's normal on my model. It's all normal.
So do they fall to the Earth as it's falling, or what happens?
They fall to the Earth, even if the Earth is accelerating towards them as they're in the air.
Yeah, but how could you have two people antipodal and your ball falling in one direction and the same thing happening to both people? How do you see that?
Oh my God, it's 2023 and you're forgetting gravity again. What's up with you?
Yeah, but you got a ball falling in one direction. So you have the bottom.
It's also
Hold
attracting.
on. Don't trip, bro.
Sorry.
Don't trip. One at a time.
I don't
You
strong,
have a
man.
ball. You have a ball falling in one direction. You got the person on the bottom, which is getting attracted to the ball. But how about the person on the top? By your logic, wouldn't he be going against the ball the other way?
Everyone's attracted to the center while the ball falls through space with the people jumping on it.
Wow, some kind of magic there.
Yeah, we call it God.
Yeah.
It's just what we observe. I know it's insane. I know you can't wrap your head around it, but that's what we observe.
Yeah, it appears that we've gotten to a point of this conversation when it's just getting more ridiculous by the moment. Like, it's unbelievable.
So what do you think about Dell's accelerating upwards for Earth? Are you ruling that out?
Of course. Yeah. That's Einsteinian nonsense.
So you're sticking with density and buoyancy?
No, I'm sticking with reality. The Earth ain't moving.
Oh, the reason things fall.
Sorry?
What's the reason things fall on a flat Earth for you?
They're heavier than the air and they fall. It's very simple.
Density and buoyancy.
Call it what you like. Definitely the Earth is not moving up. You can rule that one out.
How do you know that it's not?
How do I know? Do you think I wouldn't know if I was in an elevator and the elevator was moving up? You think I wouldn't know that?
If your whole building's moving up, your whole reality.
How long has the Earth been moving up? Because it would be noticeable even against the background of space.
Forever for them.
Forever. All the stars, the whole dome, everything's going up 9.8 meters per second. Forever.
So everything in existence is moving up?
Yeah. In Dell's flat Earth society model.
I mean, that's a pretty cool idea, but is there any evidence for that? Like, that's really cool idea,
says
though.
The evidence is things falling.
It's not a cool idea, bro, because if everything is up, falling, right? If the cause of down is things going up, think of my antipodal example. If you have one guy on top and one guy on the bottom, do you understand now the problem
that
here?
shit. Yeah.
You would have to have an expanding balloon Earth for this fantasy to
it's expanding upwards.
For all. You got to understand, for all. It's expanding upwards for all. Do you understand the implications of that?
It's not expanding. It's just accelerating.
That means it would have to be a balloon.
No.
Expanding. Yeah,
you're trying to apply heliocentric Einsteinian theory to Dell's Flat Earth Society meme, and it's not going to work because they're not the same. They don't include the same things or ideas.
How can you have expanding Earth upwards and have...
It's not expanding in the Flat Earth Society model. It's accelerating.
It's going up.
Expanding.
It's going up, right?
Yeah. Changing the word
okay,
from
so you have a ball
to expanding.
Try not to interrupt me. I know it's tough, Don. So you have a ball.
Try not to lie. I know it's impossible.
You can't do it, can you, right? So you have a ball. You have a person on top of the ball. It's expanding. When he jumps, he's not going down. The ball is expanding towards him, moving up towards him. That's the model. Now I say to you, the guy on the bottom, this is you interrupting again. Now the guy on the bottom,
I'm out.
I know you can't help it. Now the guy on the bottom, as he jumps, what happens? See, it's over. Game over right there for that.
Game over because you're chatting shit. So I ain't got a response to your bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about, which person's beliefs you're talking about, who you're straw manning. You've got no idea.
You see, you're just double talking, going crazy. This is the this event horizon. When I bring you to that point, you just don't know what to say because
Earth is expanding outwards.
Hold on, let's have a decent conversation.
Why is he saying Earth's expanding outwards, Lion? No one's ever claimed that. He's
No,
made that
yeah.
up.
You're being a little antagonistic to Don, but
No, it's not
Don,
antagonistic.
but
He's
you
making
just.
shit up.
But do you believe that, or are you talking about somebody else? Are you still manning somebody else?
Listen, he claimed first he's talking about flat Earth society, Dell's idea that the Earth's accelerating upwards. Next, he's in the same sentence, same conversation. Instead of saying, and now I'm talking about this, he's strawmanning heliocentrism and claiming people claim Earth is expanding outwards towards our feet, which no one's ever claimed in any model.
No, I'm showing you the
absolute
ridiculousness of the
bullshit.
claim of the Earth moving upwards. I'm showing you the ridiculous. You just can't see it.
Now he's jumped back to the flat Earth society meme to strawman that.
So you can't talk with Don. It's just useless. The people understand what I'm talking about. If you have upward acceleration and not the thing falling downwards on your ball, if you don't realize the implications of that, I can't help you, because you put somebody antipodal and it just goes away. You kill your own model.
Yeah, I don't see how that would happen. Like, if a guy would jump, he would have to have enough energy and force to actually accelerate backwards. You know what I'm saying? While everything else is going upwards, and then at the same time, he would get sucked back up to the Earth.
No, but think about this, right?
That's exactly what
they
gravity
say,
does.
bro, think about this. They say when you jump, you're not falling down, right? It's the Earth going up, meeting you.
No, they don't say that.
Right? So now.
No, not right. Wrong.
I'm not talking to you, Don. Take a break.
You're just talking shit to nobody.
Take a break. I'm not talking to you. So that's their model, right? Now,
no,
how to counter that is, and you see Don getting triggered. He won't let me get this out.
That's their model, because that's not anyone's
Do we
model.
have to mute you, Don, for me to talk?
Yes.
We have to mute you?
You're not away, though, are you?
Can I get a sentence out without you interrupting me?
Try and be honest.
Okay, so in their model, when you jump, the Earth goes up to meet you, right?
No.
Yeah. No.
Okay, what's your model?
It's about reference frames, Odysee. The Earth's not literally rising to you. It's just about your reference frame, and it looks like from your reference frame, it looks like the ground's coming towards you. From the Earth's reference frame, it's just about that's what Zanuck, man. It just confuses the whole thing. We don't even have to talk about that kind of stuff, that Einsteinian relativity with talking about gravity. It's just just confuses the matter.
About it.
Well, it's confusing, and this is an example. You're saying that the ground is actually moving up towards you. That's not what relativity says.
Yes, that's exactly what it says. That's why you don't want to hear it, bro.
Well,
that's exactly what it says.
To be fair, there was a recent study, I think it was 2022, published in 2022, where their latest advancements in astronomy is entertaining that idea. Now, I'd have to source it, but that is something that they're entertaining in the most frontier of science right now.
Yeah, that's their model, bro. Not frontier.
They're dancing with it right now.
Now they're talking about relativity the way that we're discussing it here. That's not a thing. They're not saying what SE is saying. That would mean that the Earth is expanding in all directions, and that's not what relativity says.
Of course, they can't say that because it's ridiculous and stupid.
It is.
That's why I say it like that, to show the regular people the implications of that. You can't have the ground going up against you and you not falling and it not happening on the other side. Your whole thing falls apart, bro. It's ridiculous. It's not even funny anymore. There's no way around this. There's no argument against this. That's your model. Your model says when you jump, the Earth rises up.
No, it's more detailed.
Yes.
You're missing out half of the whole point.
It's because of the expansion, right?
It's not.
It's just that from your reference frame, the person falling, it looks like the ground is coming up to meet you.
Looks like it, but it's not. So what's actually
right?
Happening? So what's actually happening?
It's not.
You're falling.
You're falling. Yes.
So why say that? Why say that it looks like they're going up?
Exactly. Why I say that?
Exactly. Why do you say it?
I don't.
But your model does.
I argue against Zanuck saying that. That just confuses the issue.
Okay, good on you.
Wow, Zanuck actually said that. Wow.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
They're
I've actually had a
arguing.
conversation with. Yeah, so just quickly, I've actually had a conversation with him personally about this, and that is exactly what he says.
Yeah.
So, and he even justified it. He said, because I asked him this question, this is where this question was born. If I have an apple on the North Pole and an apple on the South Pole, and I drop both apples, is the Earth moving in both directions to meet both apples? And he said, oh, I don't know. And then he said, no, the forces balance out, which is not analogous to the situation at all.
Absolutely. I even made a meme about it. It was so funny.
It is what it is, man. You know, some guy thinks that the Earth is centered. Some guy doesn't. But no, I heard another crazy one this week that the moon is man-made. That was the first. I mean,
yeah, that's the second time I've heard that. And I wonder if Blatek didn't get that from Aussie Jesus or whatever his name is now.
I don't know, man.
Well, wasn't the moon made by giants who dug out the what's that trench called in the States?
Mariana
Trench. Grand Canyon.
The Grand Canyon. Yeah.
I've heard that as well, that the moon is a space station left here by reptilian overlords to monitor us. Some of the shit I've heard.
That's insane. I think that's coming from
like
David
the Death
Icke.
Star. Yeah, from him too. But there was someone else who literally told me that the moon is hollow and it's actually an abandoned space station from like the Watchers or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Some Star Wars shit.
Yeah.
I believe that's possible.
Yeah, everybody makes up like religious stories, scientific stories. They're all made up. None of them.
Just like Flat Earth.
Any proof.
Just like Flat Earth.
The Hebrews got the truth, bro.
No, the Hebrews got everybody psychoanalyzed. The Hebrews got you in their back pocket, bro. Sorry. They are the man. If you want to talk about who the man is here on this realm, it's the Hebrews, bro.
That's the Yahudi. But now listen,
they got
for real,
everybody jumping. Yep.
There's a lot of crazy theories out there. You gotta have discernment. And
well, look around you. Look around you. Look at the Middle East. Look at the most powerful country in the world. Look around you. Look what's going on. I mean, you can say stuff, but then you look what's going around, right? There's one people that are controlling everybody. It's fucking beautiful how they do it, man. And it's open in your face. And they have people backing them up in here every day. It's fascinating to watch, man. It blows my mind. Just like the ballers. Same thing. No proof, but fervent belief. It's amazing how the psyche is and how the psyche is controlled by people. Blows my mind.
I feel exactly the same about you and your flat earth.
Yeah. The ability of people to get influenced by other people is astonishing. Republicans, Democrats, woke, straight, gay, all these divisions, all this is by design. All by design. They're playing us like a fiddle.
You know, I believe the moon is a light source. I don't think it's solid. I don't think it's a rock. Observably, though, it's deceptive. Because if, people talk about, what do your senses tell you about the Earth? Do you feel like you're moving? I don't think that's a good way to determine reality because our senses will fail us, have failed us. Like you guys already talk about refraction, mirages, things seem to, illusions. You know, there's so many. If you go on YouTube, there's so many like different videos that show you like illusions that you're like, wow, like that's crazy. Because our eyes are very deceptive, and the way our mind has been programmed, it can alter reality. You can see things that aren't there. You know, perspective is really just it's an abstraction of our senses that trying to understand reality. So I always say like, well, you really can't trust your senses. So that's why the scientists, well, that's why we got these meters. We got these tools that let us measure and observe. But those tools they're prone to error. There's certain percent of error to all tools. So like the moon observably looks like a rock. It has craters on it. How can you not believe it's a rock, right? So I actually have to go against my senses because of other circumstantial experiments that show that the moon isn't a rock and that, you know, it's transparent. You can see, there's times where you can see through it. I've seen it ripple, right? There's certain things that are unexplained in the heliocentric model. What are these craters? We were talking about this the other day, and Apocryphon was here. He said that if the moon was getting hit for millions of years, right, these craters seem to be perpendicular to the moon's surface, straight up and down, and you don't have any skid marks. There's no craters that look like they slid across the moon. And apparently, if you can leave a footprint on the moon, right, from the moon landing, then you could technically leave a skid mark for millions of years, and there's not one skid mark, not one. Plus, the Earth's in the way of the moon, so these comets that are hitting the moon have to go past the Earth and then hit it on its face because it's tidally locked to the Earth. The moon's tidally locked to the Earth, and it's facing us. Somehow, these comets are going around the Earth and hitting the moon's surface that faces us perpendicular. So, what the heck is going on? Like, you start questioning your reality and your sanity. Frankly, I think some people are questioning their sanity. Am I crazy for thinking these things? But yeah, go on.
No, bro, that's an old argument. I'm surprised when Apocryphon brought it up the other day. Not too many people heard of this.
Yeah,
That's
I've
an
never
old
heard of
argument. Yeah, the moon, the craters.
that. Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a couple of days now.
It's anomalous even on the globe model where
Yeah,
all craters,
it can
where
be.
the craters came from and what time period. There is 384,000 kilometers between the Earth and the Moon on the model, which would leave enough space for some meteors to hit.
Yeah, there's
No
only
chance. No chance.
like 2 degrees. Yeah, 2 degrees is are the 2 out of 360 degrees is all that it would have to miss Earth and strike the moon nearly vertical.
No chance that could happen. No chance in
Okay.
our orbital mechanics can a rock be coming in, being captured by the gravity of one planet, and then redirect itself in a direct 90 to the other planet. It's impossible. Cannot happen. Forget about it.
You don't understand the history of the solar system, I'm afraid.
Yeah. The problem with you guys is we understand it. Maybe sometimes better than you guys do.
Rocks hitting other rocks is totally easily possible in the history of the solar system if you looked into it.
Okay, but Don, listen. The moon apparently came after the creation of the Earth, according to your theory, right? Because some exoplanet or some planet crashed into the Earth, and then the chunks of it morphed together, and then now we have the moon.
That's one theory, but the Earth could have flown in. The moon could have been a moon from a different thing. Could have been in a different order. The moon could be much older.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if the moon was older than the Earth, theoretically speaking, maybe these craters came before the creation of the Earth, where there was no shielding for the moon. Then maybe, you know, that theory actually might work out. But the current consensus is that the moon came after.
But you're assuming the Earth could shield the moon from meteors, but why would
Well, no, I understand there's a possibility for meteors to get through. There's an opening big enough. But I'm talking about every single crater, bro. Go count the craters on the moon and then come back to me.
Imagine the solar system, but full of meteors as well as balls. Yeah? Scattered across, spinning round.
Every single crater on the moon, whatever the moon is, every single crater is almost like a perfect circle. There's no skid marks anywhere. Never mind the face that can't be hit. That's a dead ringer, right? But even on the other side, even all around the moon, there's no skid marks. It's as if every one of those supposed meteors hit dead on a 90. That's impossible.
No, it's not impossible.
Impossible. Yep.
No. The model says it's totally possible.
No, it can't be. Your model is random. Random events happen. It cannot be, bro.
Random.
Think about it.
See, I'm
Get
okay
off your
with
troll game and think about it. It's
Everything has a
impossible.
cause. It's not random.
I'm okay not knowing. You know what I mean? Why can't you just say, "Oh, I just don't know"?
You said
know?
there's no skid mark, but there is huge stretch marks from water damage or water or crusts cracking.
I mean,
That's a different issue.
Huge stretch marks showing
it's a different issue.
It has like defects, what looked like to be defects, right, across the surface, like big ones. Like, but again, it does look like what do they call it? Volcanic rock. What's that rock called? Not magma, but there's another word. But it does look like that, bro. It has like a similarity. But it has, I don't know, man. It's more exotic too than just rock. It produces its own light, dude. Like, it's definitely not reflecting sunlight.
Look, it's a religion. It's a religion just like any other religion. It has its tenets, it has its beliefs, it has its things. The only thing is that the religious people admit that it's faith-based, and you can respect that, whereas the Globers, no, this is fact. But we can't prove anything.
Nonsense.
It's too good. You need faith for the Big Bang. You need faith for the distance of all the stuff they tell you. You need faith for the composition. You need faith for gravity. I mean, it's all faith-based. You need faith for dark energy, dark matter. I could go on and on and on.
You can call it understanding if you like, instead of faith.
No, that's faith. When you understand it, you know it's bull. So that's the only thing left is faith.
What?
Well, look, Don, you were convinced. A man convinced you that you could take time, a concept, space, the stuff in between you and me, combine it, and make a fabric. Right?
No, I don't believe that. And I've told you many times I don't believe that.
That's your model, bro. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not.
What you say my model is. That is not my model.
You can't be a Catholic and not believe in the resurrection, for example. So it doesn't matter what you say, bro. Doesn't matter.
You're an idiot. A fucking idiot. Brain dead. Completely brain dead.
There it is. There it is.
Nah, he was trolling.
That's what happens when logic is introduced.
All right, Don, don't get triggered, Don. He's just messing with you.
Well, I can get over
it. They can't handle reality when reality is put to them.
I'd like to discuss why he does it and how he enjoys such a thing. And should he get therapy or not?
What did I say that was wrong, Don? What triggered you exactly?
Everything you've said since you've come in VC has been dishonest. Everything. Every single word.
Yeah, this is why we can't take you serious, Don.
Why would I say that? Why would I say that if it wasn't true?
Every single word I said was wrong and dishonest, okay?
You're dishonest even when you're right. And it's sickening.
You know what they say? When in a conversation the ad homs start, right? Then one party automatically loses. Guess who that party is today, Don?
Ad homs like pretending I have to agree with Einstein's mental theories. Ad homs like that.
No, it's your model. I'm telling you what your model is now.
That's your ad hom. Fuck you.
You're too angry, Don. You're an angry man. I didn't insult you once. I wasn't mad at you or derogatory towards you. It's just you can't handle the message. You can't handle the truth.
You are one of the most insulting people in this server.
Thank you. But notice you don't have an argument. You're just insulting me. You have no comeback from what I said, and that's very
My
telling.
argument is, I don't believe Einstein. Why would you pretend I do again? That's my answer.
So you don't believe in the Big Bang model? Then we're in agreement. We could be buddies.
I didn't say that.
So you agree with the Big Bang model, but you disagree with Einstein.
Every sentence is a straw man.
Okay, so which part of the model do you believe in so I could know so I won't strawman you?
It's gravity and the universe.
So the only part of the model you believe in is gravity and the universe?
Also other bits, but as in not space-time bending.
Well, that is gravity. That's the current model of gravity.
No.
Yes.
You can be wrong.
That is the current model, Don. I mean, you can fight it, right?
Pretend you're being clever and be wrong. That's your choice.
Well, let's ask another baller who's in here.
Other ballers can believe in Einstein, can't they? That'll be fair. But I wouldn't.
Anybody want to back up Don here? Any baller?
I don't like talking Einstein when we're talking about simple Newtonian physics. I think we could leave him out as if he didn't exist, and we could still do our things.
That's where the dichotomy comes in, right? The dialetheism. You think that you can pick and yeah, you just said it.
No, not dialetheism. I don't have dialetheism. I'm just saying I think we should leave Einstein out of the Earth-shaped conversation.
Okay, so that is that because it's not a bad word. All it means is you believe in two truths.
That is not what it means. That is not what it means.
And you,
sorry.
Sorry?
Even that's wrong. Sorry.
Well, no, it's not because I can prove it to you. You believe in
read it properly.
Newton and you believe in Einstein, right?
You have not read your favorite word properly.
Left lane, what do you say?
No, I don't say that Einstein and Newton are contradictory. They're the same thing. One of them is how it works, or one of them is what it is, and the other one is how it works. But the Einsteinian is way more complicated and unnecessary to talk about regarding the solar system.
We've been through this before, Left Lane. You know they're totally different things.
No,
you
they're
know
not.
That, though. You know one is relative, and you know the other one is instantaneous. Yes, they are.
They're not different things. They're the same thing.
They can be more different. One is mass, attracting mass. The other one is the fabric of space-time. Time and space combined to make a fabric which bends reality.
Bullshit.
I mean, nothing could be further. One claims if the sun were to extinguish now, the earth would move away immediately. That's Newtonian. And the other one says that if the sun were to extinguish now, we would still feel the gravitational effects of the gravitational well for 8 minutes. So nothing could be further apart than those two theories. Sorry, guys. I mean, that's what it is. I know it's tough, Left Lane. I know it's tough to accept.
It's not tough. I just completely disagree with what you're saying, and I don't want to hammer it. I mean, it's kind of been through it, and at some point, you just kind of relinquish the argument.
Yeah, but left lane, that's really not an answer because had you had do you not have like a counter argument to what I said? Like you can say, ST, no, you're wrong. Our model doesn't say that. But you seem to be agreeing with me in those two differences, right?
No, I
No?
vehemently disagree with what you're saying regarding Einstein and Newton and Einsteinian physics and Newtonian physics. They're the same thing. One is just extremely more complicated than the other.
Yeah, but you heard the sun scenario that I made.
Like we could solve. Yeah, that. I mean,
was I wrong?
That would be the difference in just using one or the other. It doesn't make any difference which one you use. If the sun disappeared, the entire solar system would fall apart, and that's just the way that would work. Whether it took 8 minutes or it did it instantaneous, it would fall apart. They both say that. But I mean, you could try to calculate some simple thing that you could do with it, like M1 times M2 over the R squared thing. You could start out with Einstein's field equations or whatever and work through it, and like on the 10th page you would end up with M1 M2 over R squared. It all works down to the same thing.
You see, you're going to go to mathematics, right? You're going to say, okay, they both, one translates into the other, but that doesn't matter. You can't make a square fit into a round circle, right? You can try to mathematically explain it, but in reality, they're two totally different things in physical reality. One is instantaneous and one is relative. There's no way around that, bro. They're totally different theories. One is matter attracting matter, actual physical matter attracting other physical matter. The other one is a fantasy of space and time combined to make a fabric. Like, not even in a Peter Pan movie would you believe such a thing. Me, anyways. Well, maybe in a Peter Pan movie, right? But in reality, how could you believe that?
Space hasn't combined with time to make a fabric. You're not even straw manning it properly.
You don't even know you're... Don, you should stay out of this conversation, bro. Seriously.
I was here before you, bro.
Yeah, but at least Left Lane is making coherent arguments. You're not.
You haven't disputed anything.
If you were to be intellectually honest, you can't agree with what I said. It's not me that's saying it, right? I mean, I'm saying it, but I'm repeating what the model says, the difference between the two models. And not only that, the Einsteinian model is wrong as well. So it's like you're in a pot of wrong, trying to decipher the universe.
That makes you a worm in the dirt, and you haven't even seen the universe yet. That's your position.
Well, I'm a worm, just like you are. Yeah, definitely.
We're looking at it and can't figure it out. You haven't even seen it.
No, we all look out, and some of us say, wow, this is amazing. I don't know what that is. And other people like you believe other people that have looked out and say, yeah, this is this, and that.
See, I'm gonna point out something right there. Is where you're constantly saying, and you believe, and this is what you think, and you believe. That's incorrect. You should not do that. You should display what your ideas are and how they contradict, the common belief and things like that. But you keep casting dispersion on other people with your statements, and that is extremely triggering.
Very insulting.
Okay,
very
fair
rude,
enough. I should say
therapy.
then your model says this because you get triggered because you know I'm right. You know that you have to believe this, but you don't want to believe it. But you want to believe in the model. That's why you get triggered.
Get therapy.
Right, Left Lane? things I say that trigger you goes against your beliefs, but you know what I say is true according to your
No,
model. That's what
no,
triggers you. Yeah.
no. I disagree. I do not know what you say is true. I think a lot of what you say is misunderstanding and maybe intentional misrepresenting it to make it sound ridiculous. Kinda. You're like dramatizing it or something.
Okay, give me an example. Today I talked about Newtonian, Einsteinian, and the sun and the earth. Tell me where I got your model wrong in those two things that I said today. Go on.
Well, for me, Newtonian physics is represented by mass attracting mass, and it's very easy to use Newtonian physics to describe what's going on within the solar system. It's just the masses and relative to one another and motion. And then Einsteinian, they talk about the space time, which the way I understand it is simply describing motion within a 3-dimensional reference frame with regard to the fourth dimension of time, and that's basically it in a nutshell. But
Isn't that what I said?
I don't
Isn't
know.
that exactly what I said? But not in those exact words, but isn't that exactly how I explained the two theories?
No, didn't. No, didn't. I didn't extrapolate that information from what you were saying.
Okay. Is Einsteinian gravity the combination of space and time, which makes a fabric, which when a mass goes to it, gets like deforms that space? Is that the correct explanation of gravity from Einstein?
See, the fabric part, I think, is just an attempt to convey the idea of what space time is, but it's not a fabric. There's no fabric out there. There's
Do
not
they
a
explain it that
material.
way? Do they
And it's
explain
not.
it that way?
Yeah, they use that to make a visual representation, but that they're not saying that this is a fabric, and space time is a fabric.
Yes, they are.
But,
Yes, that's exactly what they're saying, Left Lane.
okay.
They're saying that space-time in your model combines to make a fabric. Yes, that is exactly what they're saying. And they're saying matter displaces that fabric as to make something going straight curve. That's your model, brother. Now I
But
understand it
imagine,
triggered you, but I mean,
imagine. No, it don't trigger me. You're just not saying it correctly. But imagine that fabric and the image that they portray, they picture with the gravity well. But imagine that repeating in the full circumference of the planet that it's representing, and in all directions, all the time, instantaneous, everywhere, all the time. It's not a fabric anymore. It's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to visualize. That's what space-time is.
so you have a theory that's impossible to visualize, impossible to explain, but yet you want me to buy it. You want us to believe it and to think that's normal.
No, that's up to you. See, that's where I always draw my little lines, and you're absolutely free to represent your understandings the way you do, and that's okay. But I've got to. No, I mean, I've always disqualify myself as a physicist or any level of intellectual within physics, but I kind of understand it a little bit, but I understand it enough to know that it's very confusing, and we shouldn't talk about Einsteinian physics with regard to the shape of the Earth because it is confusing and it muddies the water and it prevents conclusion.
Well, that's not productive. Taking the current understanding of gravity and putting it aside and going to the 1600 version of it. I mean, you want us to go from 2.0 to 1.0? That doesn't make sense.
If it works. Yeah.
So then get rid of 2.0 then.
I wouldn't say get rid of it. We just don't have to talk about it with regard to the shape of the Earth, because Newtonian physics works just fine.
Listen to the statement you just said, bro. Let's not talk about the current understanding of gravity. Let's talk about the old understanding of gravity, because it makes more sense.
Yeah, because it's not swept under the rug. I see it's still utilized in engineering and by astronomers. They use it in calculating orbits. NASA uses Newtonian physics. I mean, it's something that is utilized and used. It still works. We just don't use Einstein unless we have to, and that's where you get into fucking galactic scale, galaxy rotation, and it's rotating faster than, or it's rotating at such a rate that it should fall apart, but something's holding it together, and that's something that is holding it together that we can't see. We call dark matter, and boy, that's a triggering word, dark matter. Ha 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 ha. I think that's non-productive conversation.
Bro, listen to what you just said, right? You said Newtonian gravity works up to a point, right? Then you said, well, when we look out there and we go out into the stars and stuff, well, that's when we use Einsteinian, right? But then you also said that Einsteinian gravity doesn't work. And we had to come up with this thing called dark matter.
See, here we go. We're going into the weeds. Here we go into the weeds. Everybody hold hands. Here we go into the weeds.
It's not in the weeds, bro. It's your model. Like, Left Lane, I don't even have to try, right? I don't even have to try to debate with you. I don't even have to prepare anything. Like, I'm sitting on my kitchen table now. I just finished the coffee. This is not difficult, bro. Your model destroys itself.
No,
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I disagree.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think I gave a pretty accurate description of what happens to the conversation when it is complicated by unnecessary facts and reality that we can talk about Newtonian physics with regard to the shape of the Earth and the solar system, all the way out to Pluto, maybe the Oort cloud, and so we can keep it within that part of the conversation. We don't have to talk about space time and relativity and all that. It's not necessary. Well, relativity with regard to motion, we do need to talk about because it's reference frame dependent. There is no absolute motion. If you say something's moving, it's got to be discussed within, relation to what, like my speed across the ground. We can't just say my speed is 75 miles an hour. It's within relation to the surface of the Earth, so you have to use relativity to a degree.
No, you don't. I agree with your first part. We can explain everything using kinematics, right? We don't need no freaking Einsteinian. And you said it yourself. You want to ditch Einsteinian, and you don't want to talk about dark matter, because they're nonsense, right?
Well, as long as if you're going to use kinematics to discuss motion, you're going to use gravity, because little a in the kinematic equation is the acceleration due to gravity.
No, you can use the drop that you see what you guys talk and just put it on kinematics. You don't need no gravity at all. Why would you need gravity? You don't need to use that word at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what little a is in the equation.
You understand what I'm saying, though, right? Like, the motions can be explained kinematically, and you yourself, you don't want to go to Einsteinian, because you know what you're going to have to say then. You're going to have to say fabrics, bending, time and space combining, brothers aging slower than others, all this crazy stuff, which, of course, you don't want to get into. Dark matter, because it's like you can be made a fool of. Really?
No, I'm saying we don't have to go to Einstein. I'm not saying we have to go to Einstein. No, I'm saying we don't have to go to Einstein. We can use M1 times M2 over the radius squared.
The reason we don't want to go into Einstein is because you know nothing about it, SE. So all you can do is make it up and straw man.
No, what I'm showing here, and I think successfully, is you guys are agreeing with me how the Einsteinian cosmological model is nonsense, and you guys want to stick to a more coherent mass attracting mass. That's what you're doing now. You want to put Einstein under the bus. It's exactly what you're doing.
What do you want to do? Put him on a pedestal or under the bus?
No, I think we got to start from scratch. Both theories are
Okay.
wrong, observably wrong.
You
So
want us to believe
we gotta
your idea
restart
now.
this. We gotta rethink this.
So let's talk about your fucking mental model. Yeah?
Maybe you should take a break, Don, have a coffee or something. You sound triggered.
1 kilometer ice wall that you have to believe in because it's your model. Where's the evidence of that?
I was just arguing against that, if you remember.
The sun as a plasma ball that you have to believe in because it's your model. Where's your evidence of that? What about the flurspective and the mirror layer that you have to believe in because it's your model?
What are you going down the list? Do you have a list in front of you,
Where's
Don?
the evidence of that in the lab?
It's nice how you're changing the subject. But I really want to hear from Brian. Brian, if you're out there, bro, come on in. I want some clarity on this Earth moving upward stuff.
How about the massive mountain in the middle of the North Pole that you have to believe in because it's your model? Where's the evidence for that?
Massive mountain? I don't believe there's a massive mountain.
Yes, you do. It's your model. You have to believe it.
I don't have a model. See how free I am? It's you
it's
guys
your
that
model,
are
bro.
chained.
That's what they say about it. That's your model.
You see, if you don't have a model, you're free. You're a free man. You still have that ball and chain. You got to let it go,
You
Don.
believe in a huge North Pole mountain because it's part of your model. You have to. And it's
Go
falling
get
apart.
a metal cutter and saw off the ball and chain. You'll
I
feel
don't
much
even have
better,
to
Don. I
prepare for
promise.
this. I'm just sitting on my desk drinking a cup of coffee, and I can tear your model to pieces.
Don't steal my lines, Don.
It's falling apart, bro. None of it sticks together. You can't explain what the moon is. None of it fits together. You can't even measure oceans are flat. You've got nothing. It's completely falling apart.
Obviously, this is going nowhere. If anybody wants to bring up a topic.
Lots of flat earthers are giving up on the flat earth name because it's completely falling apart.
It was never flat Earth. It was never flat Earth versus globe Earth to begin with. That's what they tried to make it into. You know, it's just that we're non-believers. That's all it is. We're non-believers, and you're trying to make us believers again. That's all it is.
SE is trying.
That's good, bro. Non-believers. I like that.
Believers.
I want a shirt that tells
me you're
non-believer.
agnostic. You have no idea what Earth is. That tells me.
Well, you don't either.
I do. I claim to.
You think you.
Yeah. Well, you can think other people are wrong all you like, but I still know it.
You can say that. Just don't tell my kids that.
I act like it's a globe. I live on it like it's a globe. You won't be able to change that.
You can believe whatever you want. I can non-believe whatever I want. It's kind of hard though. I feel like sympathetic towards, well, maybe not towards you as much because you realize it's not a ball and you just argue for that side. But there's people that are going to be affected.
I know it's a ball. What do you mean I realize it's not a ball?
Come on,
what are you talking about?
You've been in this discussion since 24. You telling me you have no common sense?
Why are you pretending I believe something different to what I've told you?
I'm pretending. I'm saying I'm giving you credit. I'm giving you, like, I think you have more common sense than me.
Well, I've decided you think it's a ball, and you're just deluding yourself and hiding it deep inside. You've locked it away. Your true knowledge that it's actually a ball. You've locked it away so you can pretend that you're smart online.
Where would that true knowledge?
New model.
Where would that experience come from that would give me that instinct?
Doesn't matter. I know you're a glober inside.
Well, what would cause that?
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're not stupid.
Yeah, but what would cause that inner feeling that it's a ball?
Just hidden the truth.
What gives you that? What gives you that instinct that it's a ball?
What gives you the instinct it's not?
Common sense. And on my common sense.
Use your answers.
Yeah, my common sense and anything that I sense tells me I'm on a stationary plane. That's the same with you, in fact. That's you have to admit that. So I mean, we got that in common, right? So you do have your common senses. You're just not using your common sense to say there's no way it's a fucking ball.
Why all the other
Right.
planets? Balls.
Several different directions.
Why
Do you
all
know
the
how
other
they?
planets
Do you know
balls?
how? You know how they use the vector math? You know the whole thing with that. We looked into that whole part of it, like all the different speeds and different directions, all like into one motion. You buy that? Does that work for you? The math?
Yeah, of course. Relativity is
Oh,
one big
vector
spiral.
math works.
Well, I'm not saying the math doesn't work. I'm just saying that it wouldn't be one motion like that. You can make it seem like that with math.
Well,
But it's
I mean,
not
the
one
thing
motion.
about the vector
Several different
math
directions.
is like as he talks about Earth moving in 11 different vectors. You can't have one item moving 11 different ways. That's kind of nonsense.
Well, if it's in something else that's moving, it's moving in different ways. It's in the universe, it's in the solar system, and the solar system is moving within the galaxy. So then you can count those as separate motions. It's also being dragged by the sun, which has its own motion, its own direction, and it's spinning on its axis, which is totally different than its orbit. So you got all these different directions and different speeds, and you want to just make it one smooth thing. Like it's not so smooth that you do.
You
It
want
seems
to
like
just
it's stationary.
decide it's all different motions, but it's not. It's one.
No, it actually is. The vector
No.
math makes you believe it's one motion.
No.
I can maybe imagine like the orbit and the sun motion, kind of like seeming like you're turning in a car and you could be going left around a curve, and so you're kind of technically going in two different directions. You could call it one direction. That I can kind of stretch my mind to think that it might be sort of believable, sort of. That you might think that's okay, just that as like those two motions as one. But then you add in like the million miles per hour or whatever the universe is supposed to be doing, and then the
You don't
spin,
understand scale, bro.
axis,
You got
the
no
spin on
idea
the
what you're talking
axis is
about.
really what fucks it up for you. You think about it. Like Kosho came up with the pool ball analogy the other day. He said, well, when you hit the pool ball, it may go different directions, but it's actually just one direction.
Yes.
But the pool, if you put spin on that pool ball, it could be moving along the pool table and spinning in totally separate direction because you put a little English on it, right?
Different
Those are two
directions.
separate
And the
motions.
pool table could be moving, and the room could
Yeah.
be moving, and the ground
Right.
underneath the room could be moving. I mean, if you can't understand that, I mean, yeah.
Come on.
And what?
You
And
call
you're
it one
saying
motion.
you're saying a germ on the pool ball would feel that?
Well, you got not only that, but they're different speeds and different directions, Don.
What you're
It's like
saying, the
it's
pool
not like
ball
you're
would feel
adding
the
5
pain.
onto 5, making it 10. You're adding like a 5 onto a million and
But
saying,
what's
oh,
your
it's a million
claim?
and 5. It's one thing.
What's your claim? The pool ball would break into pieces?
No, of course not. What I'm talking
What's
about.
your claim about the pool ball if everything's
But
moving?
there's separate directions, and if you a change in direction, you would feel, as well as any
Yes, that's it.
acceleration,
So
which is included,
if there was a germ
and
on the
different
pool
speeds.
ball and it was spinning and the tail was moving, a germ would realize that it's moving and feel it, right? That's your claim.
I'm not a germ, but if a germ had my brain, yeah, it would.
Okay. Garbage.
Why is that garbage? I mean, you don't think so? Or you just want to
The
believe
model
it?
says we wouldn't feel it. We'd be fine. That's what the model says.
If you were the size of an ant on a pool ball, and you were going two different directions, you would totally feel it. Yeah. Let alone millions of miles per hour in separate directions. Math doesn't make you not feel it. Math makes you think it's one movement, or it makes you believe it's one movement. But it doesn't really work out that way if you think about it at all. Like, I mean, how this discussion went past like a month. I was surprised it was like still going in 2018 when I realized it. I'm like, oh shit, this came out by 2018. Everyone's gonna know because most people have common sense. I didn't think about the cognitive dissonance and people not being curious enough to want to know. I didn't think about that.
But why are most people globals then?
Hey, so left lane, how do you call it one motion? The pool ball spinning, you put English on it, right? So that's the turn of the axis of the spin of the Earth, and it's spinning as it's moving along the table. How can you call that one motion?
I mean, you can describe it all and sum it up to a vector of the cue ball. But the thing is,
that doesn't
and
make
what
one motion. literally.
If we're
Just
talking
because you can
about,
vector math it doesn't make it literally one motion. It's literally more
well,
than one motion.
but if we're talking about the things that we should feel, right? The motions that we should feel.
Separate direction. Yeah.
You say which is the greatest motion that we should feel, and that's the daily rotation of the Earth, because that's happens once per day. The orbit is once every 365 days.
Right, but once per day
trek
is still
across.
1,000 miles an hour. I mean, you think
But we don't feel speed though. We don't feel speed. We feel acceleration, and the acceleration calculates to like 0.03 meters per second squared due to Earth's rotation. So, I mean, that's below the threshold of the human's ability to detect.
You admit that's two different directions, though, right? The spinning is not the same direction as the orbit. It's not the same motion.
Yeah,
right?
you can break it all down. Yeah, you could talk about Earth rotating and orbiting and
what's actually
put them all
happening.
together.
Two different motions, right? There would be two separate motions which you would feel, because it wouldn't be one motion. The vector
I don't
math
know. I would have to study into that, but like I said, the way that I would do it, and I'm not completely ignorant to physics. I did take college level physics, one class of physics.
I'm not talking about physics. I'm talking about common sense, bro. Two motions.
Well, physics. We're talking about physics. The physics of the rotation and the acceleration. It's all physics.
But just think about it on a common sense level. If you think about it as literally happening, you would think, well, I'm spinning and I'm going 67,000 miles an hour around the sun, and the sun's moving 500,000. You would think, like, without thinking about the physics of the vector math, just on a common sense level, you might guess that you would feel that, right?
Now, the common sense, then the way that I understand my common sense and the way I understand the physics is, I would pick the most significant motion that I should possibly think I could feel and calculate that, and then I've determined that no, it's not enough for me to feel, so I'm not worried about the rest of it. And yeah, we should not feel the motion of the Earth in any of its vectors.
You see, that's perplexing to me, bro, because you're a truck driver. You understand, and I respect truck drivers a lot. Like, I've seen them park in some places. I wouldn't even contemplate. It would take me maybe 10 years to learn how to do that. Okay? I've seen these guys back up into spots that, forget about it. There's no way the average person can do that. They have a skill that's unsurpassed, right? You know about speed. You know about weight. You know about acceleration, deceleration with weight more than the average person, right? Left lane? So you should understand this, bro. Someone convinced you you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, bro. Think about that.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't feel speed.
We're going in all different directions, bro. We're going in all different vectors, all different directions. Even the orbit is not circular like you're saying. Even our orbit accelerates and decelerates. You know all that.
Yeah, it happens over a 6-month period, though, and so that is not a great acceleration that I should feel.
Yeah, we've been through this before. I know. There's no way you guys can see it. So I mean, I'm not even gonna try. And you're a truck driver, bro. You're a truck driver. You know about this stuff more than the average Joe. The way you guys drive and the way you guys park is truly phenomenal. It's like it has to be compared to like a pilot or something. Not anybody can do what you do. You know angles, you know this more than the average Joe. So that surprises me a lot, Left Lane.
I did fly this week too.
Yeah, and you're a freaking pilot on top of it. So come on, man.
Hey, Left Lane. Please admit that the effect is caused by the rotation of the Earth being separate from the plane, right? Like it rotates out from underneath the plane, which is what causes the Coriolis effect, right? You realize that? Like you would deviate, because if you went straight, the Earth would be spinning underneath you, left to right, as you went like south towards the equator.
No.
No? Okay, well then
I
you don't know
mean,
what the Toyota looks like.
yeah, we
What causes
talk
it?
about that a lot, but where I was flying, I did fly a little bit north to south. I flew mostly east to west, and I mean, I was going over such a short distance that it isn't even an issue.
But you know that the Earth moves separately sideways underneath the plane as
No,
the
it
plane's
doesn't.
traveling directly south without deviating. Well, it doesn't.
No,
No, you're right. It doesn't because it's stationary. But if it was a spinning
no,
ball, it would
no.
do that, just
No,
like
in
the
our model,
platform
it
does.
doesn't. In our model, it doesn't
Actually, it
because the
does.
atmosphere moves
Actually,
with the Earth.
it does. Actually,
Yeah.
it should.
Yeah, it's a tall order for you guys, man. It really is. I would hate to be a baller and have to explain all this stuff. I couldn't do it.
We don't have to explain any of it. You can just be wrong. We find you triggering when you misrepresent it, so we try and correct you. You chose to play
I
a
know you
word
guys get
game.
triggered a lot. I know, like a lot. Yeah.
You chose to play a word game, and you picked the side that has to lie, and that's your own fault.
Except you can't show one instance where I lied.
No, you know every time you do it.
I triple dare you. Show me where I lied.
I hear in your voice that you know you're doing it.
So instant lying. When I flap my jaws, I'm lying.
Nearly every day for the last 4 years.
All
Hours
right.
as well. Hours non-stop as well. You do it. It's really high frequency of dishonesty.
Non-stop lying. Wow.
And if I spot it, just think about the really smart people. How easy they spot it.
How can I live with myself lying all the time?
That's why I ask myself, how will you end up doing this? Will it affect you spiritually, mentally, physically, or all three?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would your mum be proud? Have you ever thought of that?
My mom? Yeah.
Yeah. If she heard you for 3 hours during one day, the amount of times you lie, and she could tell in your voice like I can, would she be proud of you?
If my mom was here, I don't think you'd like it, bro.
I know the answer is no. She would not be proud of you.
I don't think
She would be
if anybody's
very,
mom was
very
here,
ashamed.
you wouldn't like it. How about if your mom was here?
Very, very ashamed.
What would your mom think after she heard you swearing at me and for no good reason
What
while
she
I'm
would
talking
say
to you
is,
nicely?
why do you waste time talking to liars? That's what she would say.
Wouldn't your mom say, "Why are you talking like that? Disrespectful to somebody that's clearly having a good conversation with you." That's what your mom would say. Haven't I raised you better, son?
You're really thinking about it. What about your dad? If your dad heard you lie this much, what the fuck? What would he think?
Yeah, let's just change the topic, Don. You're just trolling. Anybody else have a topic? Obviously, they don't have a rebuttal to what I said. Obviously, they're just gonna resort to ad hom. So, yep.
Let's say you needed a new date and you played her 4 hours of you lying first. How would that go down?
So when pressed upon their gravity and about their Earth going upwards, this is what they resort to. Absolutely just ad homs and absolute no argument at all. Well, left lane tried, so it's mostly done.
Only flat Earth society says Earth's going upwards.
I would love to talk to Dell or Brian right now.
I got a little confused yesterday. They were having a good discussion. Everyone was having a good discussion about relative density and buoyancy and gravity. And a couple months ago, or about a month ago, discussion was really raging about whether the Earth was accelerating upwards at that rate, 9.8 meters per second squared. And it seemed like yesterday during that discussion about relative density and gravity and stuff, the heliocentrists were kind of poo-pooing the idea that the Earth was accelerating upwards. And for months, it seemed like we were arguing, the heliocentrists were arguing for the upward acceleration of the Earth. So what is it? Is the Earth accelerating upward or not?
No.
Definitely not. No.
See, that's what I was talking about in trying to describe two people falling antipodal. If you're falling to the ground, from your reference frame, it looks like the ground's coming at you. If there was someone on the other side of the Earth, it would look like the ground was coming at him. That's not what's happening. I mean, now Xanic will say, oh, yes, that is what's happening. No, the ground is not accelerating upwards towards you. That is not what's happening. You're both falling. Simple as that. But it brings into the conversation that, oh, they say, and like as he's saying, you say that Earth has to be expanding, blah, blah, blah. That's not what it says. And I wish that we could leave that part out of the conversation. It's confusing.
You see, just that statement alone is just wrong, bro. How can you leave something out of the conversation that's part of your model?
Because you're taking the information and turning it into the Earth is expanding, and that's not what that says.
Well, you can't have it both ways, bro. Either the ground accelerates towards you, or it doesn't, or the object falls down. Which one is it?
It's just what it looks like from the person's falling reference frame. It's just what it looks like. It's not actually what's happening.
Now that ain't good enough, bro. You can't just say that's what it looks like and it's not actually happening. We're talking about what's actually happening in reality. You can't just and say.
I could do just as simple as I'm going down the road. I mean, I know I'm moving. I know I'm traveling across the surface, but I see a sign getting closer to this sign. And from my reference frame, it looks like that sign is coming at me. But the reality is that I'm moving towards it. And from the sign, if there was a camera on the sign watching me, I'm moving towards the sign. So it's just that reference frame thing is sort of confusing.
Yeah, but irregardless, I understand that. Irregardless, though, we know which is happening. We know if the truck is moving towards the sign or if the sign is moving towards the truck.
There you go.
We know that, right?
Go.
In reality?
There you go. So if you have two people falling antipodal to one another, you understand that it's the people falling towards the Earth, right?
Yeah, but you can't have it both ways, bro.
We don't have it both ways. It doesn't. Yes, that description doesn't say that the Earth is expanding towards both people. We're saying to each individual, that's what that looks like. It doesn't say that the Earth is actually expanding.
Yeah, but you can't have just looks like and then extrapolate it to the reality of when you drop something, you're not falling, it's going up. You can't do that. You can't make two statements. That's dialetheism. Right there. You understand that, right? Left flame?
No, I don't. No, I don't understand that. It confuses the conversation.
No, it's clear cut. You have a ball. You think you live on a sphere on a ball. And you say when you jump, that the Earth moves up.
Nope.
So,
Nope.
what do you mean no?
Do not. I do not say that. I do not say that.
So you fall towards the Earth when you jump up?
Yep.
So you're going against the Einsteinian model?
Nope.
No.
Because when I jump, if I could jump high enough, I had to jump significant height. As I'm coming back down, it looks to me like the ground's coming at me.
Looks to, you see, this is where the misunderstanding comes in.
Yeah, but I don't. It's not a contradiction, though, Essie. It's what it looks like from my perspective as I'm falling. It looks like the ground's coming up to meet me.
Yeah, it looks like, so it's not actually happening.
Correct.
Okay, so then where does this Earth accelerating upwards comes into?
I don't know. I don't know why Zanuck did that. Zanuck did that intentionally. He came in and he talks about relativity with regard to things falling to the surface of the Earth, and it really did muddy the waters.
Yeah, but that's your model.
Would you agree that if left lane, would you agree that if people are falling towards the Earth on opposite sides of the Earth, that they're still just falling towards the Earth, and that means they're stationary? That's the problem.
Yeah, I understand that two people falling antipodal to one another on the spherical Earth, that the Earth is not expanding.
The only way that'd be possible is
two
if
people are falling.
No. Saying it's not expanding is the straw man. It would have to be expanding if it works the way that Einstein says.
No.
Well, yeah, because otherwise it's stationary. They can't both be falling from the opposite side and just be falling towards the Earth if it wasn't stationary.
It's getting worse. You're getting worse, guys.
That's what the model says. I mean, we're not agreeing with the model.
That's what your feeble brain told you in a pipe
Okay, you
dream.
explain it, Don. What's the official explanation?
Earth isn't expanding. Not like
no one's saying it's expanding. We're saying for it to work the way that Einstein says, or Zanuck says, or whoever, the model. If the model says it's this way, then it would have to be expanding because you have to be going towards Alice and Bob from both sides.
Alice and Bob.
But it can't be doing that, so it's not expanding. You're right. It's stationary, and it's not a ball.
Wow, oh my God. Every other word.
Well, what's your explanation? What's the official explanation?
Every other word is a lie.
What's the official explanation, Don? Clear it up for us.
For what? Which bit are you confused about?
I'm not confused about anything. I just wondered what your official model says, because I think that's what Zanuck was saying. Was the official model says it's moving upwards in both directions.
My model isn't official.
Oh, you don't have an official model.
I can tell you about the official model.
Well, then why would anybody be confused? There's no official model. They can just say whatever they want. It's not official, right? The model doesn't work. It just works however you want.
What do you want? A new world flat Earth religion where you make it official?
I don't care about official. I'm just wondering what you guys believe.
Why do you keep saying it? Why do you need my model to be official if you don't care about official?
I think the model is bull.
The answer is no. That's not expanding. It doesn't suggest it should.
Right, so it has to be stationary.
No.
Okay, how does it move up towards both people then?
Doesn't.
So it's stationary.
No.
Okay, so how does it move? How do both people move towards the ball if it's not stationary?
They fall towards each side.
And then if they're still falling at the same rate, same distance apart from the ball, how could it be stationary? How could it not be stationary?
The whole thing's moving, isn't it?
Why did stationary come from?
It's moving. Well, if they're both a given distance away from the ball, right, and they're falling straight down towards it, how could the ball be moving?
You're so dumb. Super dumb.
They're moving along with the ball.
Combined.
I mean, I didn't know about this claim until Zanuck brought it up myself. But that's interesting. The way he describes it, the way that Einstein says it has to happen is expanding, or not expanding, but somehow going both directions at the same time.
No.
Why do you think Zanuck says that? Is he mistaken?
Zanuck is very autistic.
Stanek says that on purpose.
Oh, give it up on
No,
purpose.
he does. He does. He does.
He knows what
He
the
likes.
model
He
behind
likes.
it.
He likes to bring in
He has to contradict himself. He does.
very complicated concepts to the conversation that
What do you think
that create
he doesn't know what he's talking about?
controversy. No, it creates controversy.
So how it works a different way? How does it work for you guys?
So he's trolling.
Sorta, yeah.
Yeah.
I just Googled and asked, is the Earth accelerating upward according to Einsteinian relativity? And the first that I got was a GitHub. It says the relativistic point of view would be that the space around the Earth is compressing. The atoms of the Earth resist the compression. This means that the surface of the Earth is constantly accelerating upwards. And then there's another one here. There's one from Stack Exchange. General relativity, gravity is not a force. Well, that one doesn't really answer the question. One from Reddit. According to the general relativity, Earth is accelerating in all directions, yet it is not expanding. Can someone please explain this? And in Quora, it says, why in general relativity are we accelerating upwards? So first three hits say the Earth is accelerating upwards in all directions.
In the relativistic point of view.
Yes.
So you guys don't agree with... You guys don't
within
agree with relativity?
Within the relativistic view, if you're standing on the surface of the Earth and you have weight, right? You can stand on a scale and you can measure your weight. Then that is your acceleration that it's measuring, and that's it from relativistic views, and it's very confusing and complicated and difficult to talk about. And I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that it is very complicated to discuss, and we can't draw any conclusions from it. Not within this community, not within us. I'm limited. I'm limited. We're all limited in here about these very complicated, in-depth relativistic ideas and this is one of them that sounds unintuitive and incorrect. But
totally. Like a lot of other things.
Yeah.
So how do you explain it? I mean, it has to be one explanation. You can't just whatever explanation works for you. You don't have to worry about that part of it. But why do you stay away? Aren't you curious to figure out if you're right or not?
Well, I do understand the idea of the accelerator in the surface of the Earth that is accelerating upwards at all places due to the force that's acting upon it, pulling it towards the center. But it sounds like that the Earth is expanding, and that doesn't. That's not what it says. No, it doesn't.
How does it go upwards in all directions without expanding? Just explain it. Plain words.
Because it's a balanced force. It's being pulled towards the middle, but the density of the stuff beneath it prevents it from moving to the center. But that's not to say it's not accelerating upward. It's just to say that it's not moving. It's in a balanced state, like you standing on the surface. You are accelerating, but you're not moving. That's because there's a force acting upon you.
Balanced state means stationary?
Yeah, you're standing still on the surface relative to the surface.
Yeah, you're standing still on a stationary surface. Okay, you're getting it.
No, you're throwing that in there. I didn't say that.
Well, you said a balanced state. What do you mean by balanced state? If it's moving directions at the same time, how could it be a balanced state?
Well, think about the egg,
not expanding.
Like the egg that's suspended in the salt water, and it's in the middle. It's found a hydrostatic equilibrium point where there is a force pulling on it. Once it's pulling on it, towards the bottom of the glass, but it's in a state of equilibrium with the with its medium, so it's in the middle, and that's a buoyant force holding it there.
Yeah, so the Earth is at least stationary. You got that part.
Nope, didn't say the Earth
Oh,
was
the egg's
stationary.
moving. Thought the egg was in a state of equilibrium with the medium that it's in, not moving at all.
But you keep throwing that Earth is stationary thing. That doesn't fit
Okay. So you're saying
conversation.
the egg is moving? You're saying the egg is moving?
No.
Oh, okay. The egg's stationary. So that's your analogy. So the Earth is stationary.
No, you're drawing conclusions that.
Well, why'd you use the egg stationary as an example? Meaning to say that the Earth is stationary.
Like I could have that glass in my hand with that egg in equilibrium floating in that water, and I don't have to talk about the fact that I'm in a truck going down the road. We're just talking about the buoyant force and the egg in the solution, right?
Oh, okay. So you're saying the solar system.
Well, I mean, it could still be moving relative to its surroundings. It's doing whatever the surface is doing, but it's stationary relative to the surface. But that's not to say what the surface is doing.
So it is moving in both directions, literally, at the same time.
I see. No, that's not it.
Well, you can't have it both ways, like I was saying.
Not having it both ways.
Well, you're saying it's stationary and moving.
That's the core tenet of the Baal religion. They have to have dualism. That's part of the model.
And then say it totally makes sense to contradict yourself. Same sentence.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah,
it does. I totally agree. Yeah, it does. It makes sense to contradict yourself. That's how our model works.
I told you, bro. They have dualism in their model. It's part of the model.
That's not a model. That's a contradiction.
Yes. Yes, you heard him say it. Yes. In order for you to believe in the Baal model, you have to have dialetheism. You have to have two truths. It's just, there's no way around that. A straight line has to bend. Horizontal cannot be level. You know?
Yeah. Left lane. Can you see what I put in the chat there? That pic? I just put it right in the chat. You see it?
right, man. I was looking at the skid marks on the moon.
You see that with the skid marks from being out of sync with the moon's rotation? Is that what you're talking about? Skid marks caused by the lunar lander skidding across it?
No, from glancing blows of meteorite.
Oh, okay. Well, look, did you see where I put the Hadley cells? It's like a little diagram of all the different directions that the atmosphere is blowing in, right? You see that? There's like several different directions as you move up and down the northern hemisphere there. How is it that you're saying that the atmosphere is moving the plane in one direction? If that's what's going on.
Oh, that's talking about the Coriolis effect. And
yeah, I'm talking about these are the winds. These are the winds.
Yeah, at the equator, you have the warm, moist air that warm, moist air that rises. It moves northward about 30 degrees, and then it comes back down to the Earth as rain, and then it travels back to the equator, and that does that like every 30 degrees up to the North Pole. And the Coriolis effect causes the Coriolis effect causes those systems to rotate, and that's where we get the jet streams.
Why is it that you're saying the atmosphere is so consistent if we got winds and
winds? I'm not sure what you're asking. Winds are due to
how do you separate the winds from the atmosphere?
The winds are in the atmosphere.
Right. So what's pushing the plane? The winds are pushing the plane. The winds push the plane. How does the atmosphere push the plane without the wind?
Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah, and talking about Coriolis effects, we worry more about crosswinds and headwinds and tailwinds than we do. And it could be any of the four situations. you know,
Yeah,
from
but
300.
you don't worry about Coriolis. You never worry about
No,
Coriolis. You don't have
no,
to worry at all.
because if the atmosphere were in lockstep and there were no winds, there was no weather, we do have the atmosphere. It's in lockstep rotation with the Earth. It would only equate to like a very slight crosswind as we travel north to south. Such a light effect that we probably wouldn't even realize that we were trimming the plane to follow that path.
Right. I'm asking how is that? How is it? If you started at the North Pole with a plane, by the time you got to the equator, you'd be 1,000 miles faster sideways than you started out with.
Well, tangential speed.
How would you not notice? How would you not notice?
I mean, why would you?
Because it's 1,000 miles an hour faster sideways than the momentum you start off with.
Yeah, but it's all in the system. It's all doing that together. It's not a big deal. You started out at 45 degrees and you're moving at 750 mile an hour tangential speed, and you're moving into the area of increased tangential velocity gradually, and it's just something you don't pick up.
Well, yeah, that's what you have to think. That's how you have to think about it. But you'd think that an increase of 1,000 sideways, notice that you'd plane, right?
Well, like I said,
the plane's not made to do.
Like I said, it's very gradual. It's a very gradual thing. It's not like you're instantly moving from 750 to 1,000.
So it's kind of magic, isn't it? Like it's so gradual you don't notice it. Magical atmosphere.
Not magic. Nothing magic about it.
Well, it's so subtle that you would think it'd have to be. Well, when you fly against the atmosphere, how are you going backwards with the atmosphere? Against.
I don't understand what you mean flying against the atmosphere.
If you were flying like zero, like as the equator at the North Pole and west southwest towards the equator, right? So now you're flying against the atmosphere, right? So you're going to lose your, like say you start at 500 because you're going the opposite direction of your east started with.
Right? Yeah, the only thing you're
mile conserved momentum that can by flying west. But then if you go towards the equator, you have to go backwards faster.
You're not losing your momentum and tangential velocity necessarily. The only thing that changes the momentum of the plane is the engine.
I'm saying that being in sync with the Earth would be really important, because otherwise you'd be like trying to land on a moving Earth plus the winds that are moving you in relation.
Well, since the plane is dependent on the atmosphere to fly, and it's sort of at the mercy of the atmosphere. It's going to do what the atmosphere does. So if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, so is the plane.
Can't you fly against the atmosphere, though? Against the spin of the Earth?
Do I?
You can fly against the spin. You can fly west. If you're flying west, you're flying against the spin of the Earth, which is
in the lockstep bit on purpose again.
It's not lockstep, by the way. Even it doesn't matter. It's not lockstep. It's fluid dynamics, so it would already be out of sync.
Okay.
But the point is, if you're flying west, you're not flying east. You're not flying east. You're not going with the atmosphere. You're going into the atmosphere. Right.
Well, where I fly out of, we primarily have westerly winds that blow out of the west. So they're actually in a super rotation situation with
you can fly west,
with regard to the surface. Yeah, I can take off. That's what I do. I always fly west to go to my practice area.
You're flying
then I turn
into
around
the
and
atmosphere.
fly back east. Then I turn around and fly back east to get back home.
Right. So you're flying against the atmosphere, right?
Not really. No. I'm flying against the atmosphere all the time, or the plane wouldn't fly.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're not flying in the atmosphere. I'm saying that you're flying against the rotation, the opposite direction of the rotation.
Yeah, if I'm flying due west, I'm flying against the rotation of the Earth. Which
right. So then how are you rotating with the Earth? How are you still rotating with the Earth perfectly in sync with the Earth when you're flying in the opposite direction?
Because the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth.
Yeah, but you're flying against the atmosphere, into it.
Yeah, flying into the atmosphere both ways, east or west, doesn't matter.
Right. Well, it should matter, because one way you're flying against the spin, and the other way you're flying with the spin.
My movement in my airplane is in relation to the surface of the Earth,
Which you always treat
whether I
as
fly
stationary.
north, south, east. Yeah, basically you don't have to consider Earth's rotation because the atmosphere rotates with the Earth.
Yeah, but if you're going against it, you wouldn't be rotating with the same. You wouldn't be in sync with it.
Yeah, but you're missing the connection of the way it works. You're trying to separate reference frames.
Well, no, it is separate
like with
reference
the
frames.
plane. No, it isn't. It
Oh,
is
no
not.
wonder. You think it's one reference. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Get it.
yeah, it is.
So no, the
It
reason
is.
there's a Coriolis effect is because they're separate. But that's just what Coriolis effect. If there was one, that's what it would be. But there isn't one. So you're right. It is one. It is one reference frame. You're right. But the only way it could be one reference frame is spinning because projectiles like a bullet's in a separate reference frame. That's why there's a Coriolis effect. Any projectile, including a plane, would be subject to the Coriolis effect, which requires two reference frames. Sorry, that's just the definition.
No. The two separate reference frames. If you wanted to see the projectile's straight line motion, you would have to be in the atmosphere or outside the atmosphere from a reference frame outside the rotating frame. Because we're all in the rotating frame, we see the deviation, and that's all there is to that. It doesn't require two separate reference frames to occur. It requires two separate frames to observe different effects.
The Coriolis effect is an observation. That is just an effect. You're right about that. But there is a deviation, right, caused by this Coriolis, in quotes, effect that causes the bullet to be off target, correct?
Yeah, that's
literally off target.
Coriolis. It's off target.
They call it off target because it's not rotating with Earth is rotating underneath it.
Due to the bullet traveling in its frame independent of the Earth's surface.
Velocity. Yeah. It started at
conservation of momentum. Yep.
It started with a lower conservation, higher, and it's flying towards a latitude that's going to be spinning either faster or slower. So either left or right, depending on where it started from. That's what the Coriolis effect is, and it's a Coriolis deviation effect. The effect's a visual one, like you're talking about the illusion of it curving, right? But if it's still going straight, in quotes, because it's still going over the curve of the ball if it goes far enough. But the whole idea is the Earth moves separately from the bullet, which is what causes the deviation. You get that? That's two reference frames. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're correct in that.
Okay, so the plane's in a separate reference.
But see, if we're going to talk about bullets, we don't need to talk about planes. If we're going to talk about planes, we don't need to talk about bullets.
Projectile. Do I have to post a definition for you? Any projectile.
Plane is not a projectile. Plane has its own power source, and it has control surfaces. We can make corrections. We can maintain our path. Even with a pretty stiff crosswind, we could still crab and put the plane in an attitude that it will follow our projected path. Yes.
Yeah. So, but you're still talking about Coriolis effect as if it affects the plane to some degree, even though you say the winds are.
Yeah, but you can't talk about planes, powered vehicles with controlled surfaces versus a bullet. They're different.
I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying that they're still affected. Why you talk about Coriolis, regardless.
Okay, so we talked about the plane, and I've explained how this is not a big deal for the airplane. We can correct for it. So
even if it's not a big deal, it's still a separate reference frame. You can call it not a big deal, but the reason you talk about it at all is because it's a separate reference frame. You just don't get it. It's
not a separate reference frame. No, the plane is not necessarily in a separate reference frame from the surface of the Earth.
You guys kind of went off on the Coriolis effect. A little while ago, we were talking about gravity, upward acceleration, and stuff like that. found an interesting thing online. It's from indico.cern. I don't know if that is involved with that CERN thing going on in Europe. It asks the question, it's a PDF, it asks the question, what keeps us stuck to the earth? It goes on, it says, what makes a rod bend? Why does an apple fall? Why do objects have weight? The common answer to this question is gravity, a mysterious force that pulls things towards the ground. In this force model, objects fall because there is one force acting on them, gravity. And objects have weight because there are two forces acting on them, gravity and normal. I don't know what normal means. What force is normal? Anyway, it goes on. How confident are you with this explanation? Do you question any part of your model? Then it quotes Isaac Newton. It says that Newton said, and I quote, that one body may act upon another at a distance through vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. And it goes on. Newton revolutionized the world when he showed that the laws of motion that worked here on the earth described the motion of the moon and the planets correctly. He could not explain how gravity actually worked, but he could predict the orbits of the planets, and that was a tremendous feat. However, it was a temporary success because as observations improved, it became clear that his law did not correctly predict the orbits. Something was wrong. Let's go back to the original question. Is there another way that we can explain weight, bending, and free fall? The alternative answer to these questions is acceleration. Easy if we imagine being in a rocket ship deep in space. Not so easy for behavior here on Earth. In this acceleration model, there is no force of gravity acting on them. Objects fall because the ground rushes up and hits them. Objects have weight because the ground is pushing up as it accelerates. There is no force of gravity. How does this model sit with you? What problem do you have with it? Then it goes on to quote Einstein. It says, Einstein said, I was sitting in a chair at the patent office in Bern, and all of a sudden a thought occurred to me. If a person falls freely, he will not feel his own weight. I was startled. Simple thought made a deep impression on me. It impelled me towards the theory of gravitation. Then it asks a question, how can the surface of the Earth be accelerating up without moving up?
Yeah. F equals ma says it takes a force to accelerate something. So if he's saying the ground's accelerating up, it sounds like he's made a bigger problem than he's solved.
So things falling according to Newtonian, or are we accelerating upward according to Einstein?
No, my point is, if something's accelerating, definitionally in physics, a force is doing that. Right? If a mass, the ground, we know we can dig up parts of it, we know it's got mass. If a mass is accelerating, it requires a force to do that. That's F equals ma. So if he feels he's solving the problem of why is a force doing it by just going, it's not a force, it's just acceleration, he hasn't learned, like that's step one in physics. Day one of physics class is F equals ma. What do these letters mean? How does this equation balance out? How do we use it in reality? And he's gone, no force, but still mass accelerating. Huh?
So Einstein's wrong?
No, the guy who's writing that nonsense is wrong.
I think he's bridging. He's trying to bridge Newtonian into Einsteinian physics. Sort of is what I think he's doing. And this sounds just like what Zanuck is describing, talking about the ground accelerating upwards towards you and being antipodal and making it sound like the Earth is expanding and all that stuff. So Harry, do you think that the guy that he's reading, who is that you're reading from?
To me, it sounded like a crackpot, like if not a flat earther, then somebody akin to one trying to redefine physics.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be somebody very, some big boffin brain trying to break it down simply and getting so simple that it sounds silly to me. But it just, if he's saying a force, what force? The ground is just accelerating upwards. It's like, well, that's step one. Physics is knowing that for a mass to accelerate, we define the thing that makes masses accelerate as force.
Well, this PDF that I had was from CERN, CERN, https indicocern.ch. I don't know who they are. It sounds like it's somehow involved with. Is that involved with CERN? You think?
So give me the thing again. https://
Here it is. https://indico.cern.ch. Summary explanation PDF.
Let me see. I'm just opening it up now. CERN-related clubs, conferences and workshops, Indico. I can't quite tell. It sounds like it's for managing complex conferences, workshops, and meetings. But it certainly doesn't look like. Maybe it is. Hang on. CERN-related clubs, associations, and forums. It just can't quite tell. It's got like a schedule for stuff. It does look vaguely. I can't see anything specifically referring to it, but it's got all this stuff about CERN, so it could be related to the particle accelerator CERN. But it's certainly not the place I'd be like. It looks like this is like as it says, for managing complex conferences, workshops, and meetings. It doesn't sound like it's a where I'd publish a paper. If I had anything to do with CERN, I wouldn't be like next to the listing that shows we're having a barbecue next Thursday, being like, by the way, I'm disproving gravity. But it could be.
You think they talk about mystery force though? You use CERN to do that, but CERN designed the internet too.
Yeah, designed, wasn't it? HTTP? No, IP addresses, didn't they? Isn't that the bit they invented? Yeah, it seems that mostly this is like, I can see they've got e-learning where you'd book a training workshop, you can create events, do room bookings there. It just looks like it's something, I'm guessing Indico is a site that does this like an outsourced sort of event management software. And this is CERN's version of that. They're using Indico to do their e-learning modules and barbecues and stuff. Oh, and their experiments too. Australian meetings for Bell 2. Cherenkov telescope array. What's the name of the person who wrote it? That would help us.
I don't know. I was just going by what it. I don't know any further.
You can share the link.
Wrote it or whatever.
The guy not giving his name on the paper. I shared the link. Okay, I'll check there. Where's the link?
What's that now?
Where was the link to it? Did you say you shared the link?
I gave you the link, didn't I? You looked it up?
Yeah, to the website. Yeah, I'm just wondering if you've got like the link to the PDF or something, so I can try and find the guy's name.
I don't have any. I just had the PDF. I don't know what the guy's name is that wrote it.
Well, he didn't have his name on the PDF.
Let me go see. It was more an organization had written it, but let me see if I can find it for you. Yeah, it doesn't give a name on this PDF. At the bottom it says Parameter Institute for Theoretical Physics. Parameter
Which institute?
Whatever. Parameter, Perimeter Institute, PI. Yeah, Parameter Institute for Theoretical Physics. Doesn't give a name though, you know.
That's weird, right? So I found your PI based research institute in Waterloo, Canada.
So, but you're saying Barrel Rider found something that's like maybe related to like the picnic section, the non-science portion of this.
Yeah, that's what indico.cern.ch leads to, is like, I presume if you're a CERN employee, that's where you book everything from barbecues to classroom training, workshops and stuff.
Party, yeah. You think they?
So Perimeter Institute does do stuff about gravity. They've got stuff about strong gravity, quantum gravity, all sorts of different pages. Yeah, this bit doesn't sound like they're really people who doubt the current model of gravity, like this I've just found on their page. Gaining a deeper understanding of gravity, Albert Einstein provided the know-how needed for GPS. And by pondering space and time, he unexpectedly discovered that matter is a concentrated form of energy, which led to our understanding of how fusion fuels stars like our sun. Today, we explore ways that fusion might solve the world's energy problems and reduce human impact on the environment. Sounds all very normie science.
Does that sound more sciencey to you?
Well, all of it sounds, the stuff Barrel Rider read out and this stuff all sounds like not science, just somebody sort of trying to communicate to the public. But what I mean is that what they're describing sounds like basically not the normie view of what gravity is. That it affects, like particularly the stuff about Einstein and the dilation effect of things traveling at relativistic speeds.
Well, if it's CERN, then aren't they still presumably looking for a gravitational emanation to be found in the form of a material molecule of some sort?
It's a good point, actually. What have they got to do with CERN? Why are the Perimeter Institute posting something on CERN's, barbecue board? Right, so they do have something to do with CERN. They've, for some reason, on their page, got a picture of them doing the Large Hadron Collider Olympics.
That's just like some Special Olympic stuff. They're trying to teach they're trying to teach gravity. It's probably like, yeah, these kids don't understand it or whatever. Gotcha. Try to communicate to the laymen and lay people.
Why am I not on their Wi-Fi? I'm in the city where they filmed a lot of the scenes for Game of Thrones.
Where is that, Eggs?
Dubrovnik in Croatia.
Ah.
It probably also literally happened there. No, I'm just joking. Game of Thrones is
I
based on
still
true
don't know
story.
anything. When the dragons came. Yeah, I don't know anything about its history.
Next stop, the vineyards of Italy.
Yep. Yeah, I'm vaguely considering catching a ferry across rather than doing the rest of the Adriatic coast.
What does that mean?
Would this be the beginning of grow season for the grapes?
Oh, you got me there. I don't know.
Well, it'd be perfect timing to catch it at harvest and sample the grapes.
Mm. Tasty, tasty treats.
Next time you should just like jet ski across everything.
Yeah, put skis and on the front and paddle wheel on the back, and then be like, no more cheating by taking container ships. I'm riding to Indonesia.
Yeah, of course. There's cheating going on all over the place here. You got to do it by llama next time. Did you get to ride on like an elephant or any shit like that?
When I was first in India, I did, because I did a big South Indian movie, and then I was like traveling through South India, and somebody spotted me, and was like, "Oh my god, get him!" Because like some politician was doing a big like event trying to drum up support, and so he sat me on top of an elephant, and we did this like 2-hour thing through the streets before he gave some speeches that I couldn't understand.
Are you a famous Bollywood actor?
No, I'm very far from famous.
You got sweet dance moves? You can sing and stuff? You're dope. Finger cymbals and shit.
Yeah, I was paid to stop dancing, if that tells you anything about my my sick moves.
I, for some reason, really like listening to Bollywood music, even though I have not a fucking clue what they're saying.
It's all very fun and like celebratory. But yeah, I don't really like. I speak Hindi okay, but in movies and films, I can only usually pick up words here and there because I speak a sort of fancier, weirder way than people ordinarily talk in the street.
Mm-hmm. And sometime in like the late '90s, a friend of mine suggested the album Bombay the Hard Way, breakbeat remixes of like classic Indian soundtracks and shit. And some of it was like pretty. I was like, man, this is pretty hard. I like it.
Angra.
Hmm?
Who said they can speak Indian?
What?
Who said they can speak Hindi?
Hmm.
Did someone here say they can speak Hindi?
No.
I can. Eggshells.
Oh, right. I know one term. What is
Yeah,
this
I can
phrase?
speak Hindi reasonably well.
What does humko tumse pyar hai mean?
Humko tumse pyar hai is like is a slang way of saying I love you. But it's funny because you're saying humko, which is we love you, but people often do that in like slang. They'll refer to themselves as we or us.
Yeah.
Where'd you learn that? To pick up some Indian girls?
I watch Bollywood movies, and yes, I've been with a few Indian and girls from there. Yeah, and but yeah, I watch a lot of Bollywood movies. I like them. Amir Khan is one of my favorite actors.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen Three
He's
Idiots?
good. I like him. No.
That's a brilliant movie. You need to watch that.
I know. It's like the beats are all offbeat to like American music, and the lyrics and stuff like that feel like they're almost like backwards. I mean, you gotta love it. It's a very foreign type sounding music to I think the American ear, and then have no idea what they're saying. Yeah, but they're saying it like so importantly too. So that's kind of like that's awesome. Sometimes I like listening to Polish like techno music. It just comes in on the radio, and I'm like, all right. Yeah. my music choices. I don't know.
Well, I was hearing yesterday. I didn't know that about you. But I was hearing you and Issa talking that you're quite an accomplished musician, saxophonist.
Not so often anymore, really, but often enough. Yeah, I saxophone pretty. Yeah, I play a saxophone. I do. I tocar el saxofono. Yeah.
Saxophone is one of my favorite instruments. I think it sounds so soulful. The saxophone. I don't know. Just it's just.
It's like really close to the human voice in a lot of different ways. It's like a complicated instrument to play, but it's only one note at a time. So big up to all the chordal instruments out there. As people be learning all kinds of math for that. Wait. But because I can only play one note at a time, it's pretty much I can only make one mistake at a time. So it's I think slightly easier to play a monophonic instrument. Yeah, it's really fun. It's really challenging. Just improv generally, and then to play with lineups where it's not traditionally that I have nothing to reference. I'm like, okay, it's just me and a some guy studied like Turkish drumming or some shit. You know what I mean? And he's playing all kinds of non-standard patterns, and I'm like, I just have to like respond and react to what is being done, and I just really like getting into that zone because it's like I couldn't even be like I'm not smart enough to think it out. It's just but I'm fast enough to react to it. So that's the fun challenge.
That seems like such a skill doing improv music.
It's like it might be, yeah. I don't know. Maybe to some people it's been helpful. But yeah, it's yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't understand what's happening with the audio right now.
I think it's just quiet.
Yeah. Anyway, my hands are pretty much doing most of the decision making. They're kind of being steered by my ears, which are listening to the sounds. And the most I can take myself out of the process, the better. Like only just to try to focus on the moment of forming notes is all I try to focus on. Because the second I start to say, "Ah, that sounded pretty good," then I'll fuck up. You know what I mean? It's like don't look down, kind of shit. I don't know. You gotta stay within that on the razor's edge of that moment to really like get the good shit. Otherwise, you're kind of just flexing somehow. You have to. I don't know. It's like risking something about fucking up kind of keeps you tighter. And I don't know, man. It's like it's an interesting thing to try to get better at doing over time. So I don't know. Plus, I can't hear my ears ringing while I'm playing, so I like it. It's a good time to relax for me.
Oh, you got tinnitus, do you?
Yeah, I got that shit pretty good actually. Yeah.
Oh man, I've started worrying I'm going to get it, and it sounds like it sucks.
Only if you like if you imagine like what silence is like, You know, some people can, and some people don't need to. Some people are like, oh, that's quiet. I hear complete silence. And if you like that kind of thing, you know, fine, whatever. But I like it. It's great. It's always at the same tone. You know, it's reliable.
You can tune your instruments to it.
I think it's helping my music actually. Yeah. Like everything I hear is in reference to that tone. It's like the fundamental tone that I hear. Only like so how I can't whistle it. But it's like and then just project it out like it sounds like a hearing test. Yeah, that's about where it is. That's helpful. I think that might even be A440, but you know, like I'll be bothered to check it, right? Anyway. Don't stand too close to the cymbals sometimes, right? I don't know. Whatever. It's fun, but there's like you just approach rhythms. It's like, you know, you could try and fucking bother with all the notes and shit like that. But yeah, I think you just have to deal with like basics on the improvs. You know, just start with basics and get more detailed as it goes. Because I don't know, if you try to approach with too much specificity, you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose it. You gotta hold on loosely and don't let go. This is the most important. Most important.
It's like like my motorbike. You death grip it, you wobble. Let go altogether, you crash.
It's a profound statement. Works in a lot of the ways.
Yes, I often think. I mean, I'm sure it would be the same for music, but I don't know much about it. But particularly after spending so many hours on the road, I keep coming to so many metaphors about motorcycling, and I'm like, this is just life. This isn't just riding. This is a mental, like, say again?
Living.
Yeah.
The road is your dharma.
Oh. Like being, like one of the main ones that struck me years ago is how you got to focus on what you want. I think it'd be probably the same with music, probably the same with driving trucks, where if you're looking at the problem, if you're like thinking about something going wrong, you're not in flow and you'll make things wrong. Or like being conflict with people, like somebody cuts you off and you can stop there and just stand there and shout at them, but you're still not getting to where you want to go, and you're just increasing the chance that like your day gets shittier. Or not holding on too tight, but challenging yourself.
Life is a highway, baby. But also like anticipating when shit's not going to go how you think it's going to go. That's a pretty good skill too. For
Absolutely.
improv, you're going to fuck up, or something else is going to fuck up, but you have to be ready to react to when that moment happens and not get yourself off center, I guess.
Yeah, what were you going to say, Left Lane?
No, that goes with what he just said. You know, anticipating somebody else fucking up, being ready for it, and keeping yourself on center. That applies even to what I'm doing out here driving this truck. I do that a lot. And then what you said about you could sit there and scream at them, or you could just, go on about your day. And yeah, I can relate to all that. It's kind of strange, isn't it? And I guess Snacks is talking about his music and playing improv, and you're talking about riding a motorcycle, and I can apply all that to other things, even flying the airplane as well. You know, it's don't get bogged down in the mess,
Yeah.
and keep your goal in mind, and don't worry about the consequences that aren't there. Just roll on, get it done, and be ready for it if it happens.
It also, it's kind of like a safety measure. When you're concentrating on truck driving or riding a bike, you're not wasting time or hurting people. You're just driving or just riding. Having something to
Yeah,
do
you're not doing.
stops the idle hands. You don't really procrastinate, do you? Because you're sort of in a half flow state, doing the thing.
Yeah, fully in flow. Absolutely. Like I was noticing it. I got stuck on a trail in Albania 2 days ago, where it was like just the road into a riverbed and had been destroyed, and it was really difficult, like to be riding a fully laden bike over it. And at the beginning of the day, when I could stay in flow and just focus, it was really easy. And the interesting thing that I was noticing about that is, like, when it's in flow, it's almost giving you energy. Like, my heart rate will be up at like 150 or something on my watch. I'm still like, no, I'm loving this. This is awesome. But then as I start to feel exhaustion and the day is wearing on and I'm starting to worry, like, am I going to make it over the other side of the mountain before night falls because it's going to get cold up here and all of that? When that mental noise comes in, then suddenly I'm not riding as well. And then I was like crashing constantly. And it is really exhausting. And the other thing I noticed is if you put in a bit of energy, you're like on top of things. It's kind of, it reminds me of what you were just saying, snacks. Like you sort of, you're not, you're kind of expecting things to go wrong, but you're being assertive about it. So like, the back wheel sliding out is like, no, it's cool. I want it to do that. We'll ride the slide. But then when you're getting exhausted, you're like fighting the bars and you're wrestling it this way and that. And it is so exhausting. It takes so much more energy. If you don't put a little bit in, it takes so much more out.
Yeah, that's good. I'm surprised that this was such a universal idea.
Yeah, I've got a friend. This is a pretty relevant story, and I've talked about just not worrying, being able to anticipate what the other guy's going to do. But I'm not worried about what they're going to do, but I'm going to be ready for them if they fuck up. But I'd be talking with him on the phone. He's also a pilot, and he drives a big truck, or he did. And I could be talking to him, and he would go silent. And I come to understand what he's doing. He's focusing on somebody that's doing something that he doesn't like. And he's like, "Look at this stupid son of a bitch! What the hell's wrong with you, you cunt?" And I'm like, "God dang, Sean, chill the fuck out, man." But he was constantly on edge like that. And yesterday they found him dead on his couch from a heart attack. And he's fine.
Oh, man.
Just
Sorry, man.
anxiety.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I noticed when I climbed a few fells on my holiday that you have to keep telling yourself that it's fun in moments where it's hard work and your legs are tired and you want to stop. You're saying, no, this is fun, keep going. Otherwise, you might convince yourself, oh, this isn't worth it. I'll just stay here and then walk down.
Yeah, like things move at like tempos sometimes too, like where sometimes like shit's really like choppy and you need to adjust quickly, and sometimes that's not the case and things are actually pretty smooth. I guess, yeah, so it's a weird type of thing to kind of get familiar with, like but it's just, I guess really the reason that they all kind of are similar is because they're all happening in time, and like we have to, you know, use our response system to, you know, stay ahead of it or understand when, you know, things are slowing down. We need to kind of pull back or surge ahead, you know, whatever. But you could probably use this with sailing or whatever. You know what I mean? Anything that's kind of occurring in time, you know. That's
when I fly my drone, a lot of it's hard to get into the flow states, and you feel it click in. So you can fly 3 batteries, and between each move, you're having to plan and think, now I'm going to do this little flip, now I'm going to do that little flop. But when you're in the flow state, that goes out the window, and each thing is just the beginning to the next thing or the end of the last thing. And then you're like, yeah, this is great. I'm not thinking, I'm just flying.
Yes, I've often wondered that about FPV drone flying, because when I watch people do those like really insane ones through, you know, through an abandoned factory or something, I'm like, there is no way this guy is not in flow. Like the moment he's not in flow, he's picking up pieces of his drone to take home and rebuild it.
Yeah, that is it. Or you just stop and ruin the footage with hesitation.
Yeah, if it helps you, one of the ones I learned ages ago was to do stream of consciousness talking. So, like, you're not in a flow state while you're talking, because you're doing them 2 things: you're talking, you're flying. Or for me, you're riding. But it helps me get back into it if I notice I've been riding for 40 minutes now and I haven't been thinking about what I'm doing. I'll be like, all right, turn coming up, bit of gravel, squirt the throttle on the gravel, lean off, look for the next turn, change up a gear, front brake, a little bit of rear, you know, and I'll just say that to myself as I'm doing it. And then I can feel like my mind go, yep, got it now.
I do the same with music. So, right, first I'm limiting the snare, then I'm EQing it, and then I'm doing this, this, and this, and I'll make the little order and I'll do it. I'll explain it to myself. So I'm not making stupid decisions. I'm just doing what I want to do instead. It's reminding me of some Zen sayings.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a tremendous difference in like if you listen to like every saxophone player, from like the avant-garde noise guys all the way to the most like tastiest radio tunes. You know what I mean? Like, there's a wide variety, like how you can approach just it's the activity of sound. You know what I mean? That's pretty interesting if you just start with the most, I don't know, just kind of like destroy your idea of like what it means to be a musician or a performer or anything, and then rebuild from there. I think it's been a while to build back, I guess, but probably like, I don't know, about like mid I don't know, 2005 or something like that. I started to just really sort of reevaluate the concept of what I was doing, because I was hitting like all these stylistic dead ends trying to be stylistically pleasing to a certain kind of sound, and it leads you to just sort of be stale and shitty. and a fucking meme of your shit. So trying to stay fresh. It's like you gotta, I guess, realize that you have to please the audience, but you also, in a way, have to kind of piss them off to some degree.
I shock people to keep them interested. I found one of the sayings: before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop water, chop wood and carry water. Do the same thing.
Yep. Yeah. Love that quote.
It's a
But like you can hear like things like if I know that the drummer's off, it's probably because the bass player and the drummer aren't hearing each other enough, and that's not like locked in enough. So I don't know. An array of problems can occur from that not being together. So like you're not ready to kind of surf that chaos if it approaches you. But it's just kind of like the conditions of general conditions.
I found the original quote: "My supernatural power and marvelous activity, drawing water and chopping wood." Layman Pang.
Yeah, it's out of like some Buddhism right there.
It doesn't matter how enlightened you are, you've still got to do your chores, haven't you?
That's true. Yeah. Once you become totally enlightened, there's still tomorrow and after that moment.
Yeah.
Or if you really found total enlightenment, then you'll always just be enlightened, chopping wood and carrying water, and it'll be fine. But if you didn't find true enlightenment, well, you're still searching for it. Continue to rinse and repeat the others. Yeah, man.
Don't understand, eat your food and go to sleep.
But you don't know if you're truly enlightened until you're chopping wood and carrying water and you feel enlightened. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, bitch. That's the sauce right there. Anything in the news lately? We just like pretty much we just don't care about mainstream media anymore, I guess.
Boris Johnson has been facing pressure amidst COVID party rule break activity, and he's stepped down, but he wants to get back in.
Wow. Trump facing historic indictments, still going to run. That's like a type of advertising dollar you can't even buy. It's amazing. The spectacle of it all, amazing. It's gonna be beautiful. Boris gets back in, Trump gets back in. This old boys run. Is that gonna happen?
Yes, it will be
Stay
beautiful.
tuned to find out. Somebody trying to talk? Okay. Sure.
I just got a photo from my girlfriend of the dog in the garden. I said, "Oh, have you done the gardening?" She said, "No, I used the iPhone app to remove some of the weeds for the photo." She's virtually weeding the garden for the photograph after the fact.
Hey Don, we were talking about the Vajra earlier in the week.
Are we?
I guess it's like a weapon, but it's not really a weapon. It's like a spiritual thing later on. But it's like that several pointed sort of a hand weapon. It's like a, I guess it's like a sai sort of, but with prongs sort of.
What's it for?
Vajra. 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 Right. Something like that. But anyway, it's just interesting. Like later on, there, all the prongs get pointed in, so they're just like kind of like a weight, you know. But that's kind of interesting to think about, like just moving that around. Like you can sort of like if you're holding weight, it like allows you to like have more the ability to plant, I guess, which then impacts your ability to like use force off of that, like to kick something, or you could like manipulate it so that you're kind of pulling in at the last second with like some weight in your arm and then kicking at the same time, if you know what I'm saying, like where you're kind of transferring that down your kinetic chain.
Spike on a string thing.
Huh?
Not the ninja weapon, the spike on a string.
It's not ninja weapon, but I'm just saying like you could have like a fighting style where you're just holding some weight, you know, where you don't actually punch somebody like with brass knuckles, but you utilize the weight to do all kinds of.
Yeah, that's what reminded me of the
like you'd have more
spike on a
force.
string.
Like if you were fighting, like you would be like as if you were heavier if you kicked something. I forget it.
I'm sorry, I know nothing about it.
I picked up these parts of a cuckoo clock. I didn't want the actual clock, but brass weights are there, and they're like they must be something like 5 pounds a piece or something. But they're like evenly weighted cylinders, and it's just interesting to kind of move them around like weights. I'm just trying to like I don't know if I can loosen my back up, but whatever. It's just interesting. The form of it is a little bit different than dumbbells. You know, like the distribution of mass is such that it's like it's not linear. But if something is linear, like in a consistent density, you know, like it tends to go in that straight line a little easier, and you can kind of move with it a little bit differently. You know what I'm saying? Or no, like a sword's linear. It's different than like an axe. Axe got like it's off. You know, it's got like an off balance kind of situation to it, or you know, whatever, man. Just kind of like where did all these like martial arts come from? You know, all the kung fu style shit. It's like
Or I think from fighting. And I think that like to keep themselves in shape and stuff, they train techniques, because like Taekwondo, for example, which comes from Korea, what used to happen was when they used to fight back in the days, say if their weapons broke or they lost their weapons, they would just use Taekwondo. They would fight, well, Hapkido rather, and that's how they started then training it. I think that's how we started to begin with, from combat, because it's called martial arts, isn't it?
Right. Which, I don't know, it just takes some amount of time to learn like where those lines of force are and stuff, and then how the skeleton is and how the. I don't know.
Do you do martial arts? Because I've done
No.
martial arts since I was a little kid. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. That's why I
No.
mentioned Taekwondo as well. Another one. Muay Thai.
I heard him.
Muay Thai, Thai boxing.
That's from
That's
Bloodsport.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that originated on the battlefield. That was like a combat thing that originated on the battlefield, and then that's why it's so brutal. If you've seen it, they use their knees and elbows and everything. It's designed to inflict maximum amount of damage on your opponent with the least amount of blows. Kill them basically.
Right.
And then some of them, some martial arts have probably just developed just as sports, for entertainment. Like for example, you have I don't know, boxing, stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you can just practice punching things and eventually like learn how to like, snap your hand in quite the right way is to not like hurt yourself, but like inflict the maximum amount of transfer of kinetic and
Yeah, of
force.
course you can, but
just
martial arts is a lot more than that.
On the jawbone or something. Yeah. Right.
Martial arts, bro, my brother, is so much more than that, because martial arts, more than anything, is teaching yourself the discipline not to use force as much as possible. You get me? And then
I'm just saying, at arriving at technique that is effective, like there's only
Yeah, of
one way
course.
to really test it. So, but everybody else
Yeah,
like is
do it,
learning from
repeat.
some kind of master. That's all I'm saying. Like
like
technique is-
sorry, bro. Go on.
Yeah. You go.
Another martial art I know that like has its origins on like the battlefield is wrestling. I know the Greeks used to do wrestling and stuff, to train as well for the battlefield. And they obviously did it for sportsmanship as well. But I think a lot of the martial arts, like from the beginning, have their roots in combat.
Yeah. But like combat has certain kinds of approaches, right? But like I think that the Oriental martial arts kind of have it's a little more advanced because of the lines of motion. I think are more incorporated into a set of motions that's like kind of practiced and like honed in on. And then
Yeah, of course. That's why you have things like kata in karate, which kata means pattern, and then you have in taekwondo, it's called pumse in Korean. That's like when you do patterns. You know what I mean? You've seen it.
Yeah. And like even in basketball, there's like a counter to every kind of motion you could do, sort of like. So there's all this kind of shit. It's a lot of shit to like just develop. So I'm sure it takes really like a long time to.
Well, do you know where a lot of this comes from? Like, you see in Kung Fu, for example, they do these things, these patterns, and they move like, in these weird ways. And, like where this comes from, why they practice this, it's to practice it into your muscle memory so that when you fight and say someone punches, you can dodge them in all these awkward ways. Have you seen a film called Ip Man?
Yeah, I've never actually watched it, but I know of it.
Ip Man is based on a true story. Now, the guy who it's based on was Bruce Lee's sensei, the guy who taught Bruce Lee. Now this guy, and the funny thing is, he was an opium addict as well. And in the end, he actually had to close his martial arts school because he smoked up all the money. And they also say that contributed a lot to the way he fights. He looked a bit drunk as well when he fought. But anyways, this guy, bro, you've seen these kung fu movies where like one guy goes in one place and he beats up like 30 people. This guy, apparently, he was actually like that. And he was, just like you said, he was just an opium addict, and he just started fighting because he needed money, and he just practiced himself. Just like you said, he didn't go to any school, anything like that. And then he became like, the greatest
And this is
master
like,
ever.
I mean, I can tie this back to like even jazz and stuff too. It's just so really like the innovators to something have to do what they have to do. They are born to be
Yes.
innovators.
You have to be a bit crazy as well, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly like something you necessarily want, but I mean, if you have to try like a different strategy about things.
Well, that's why they say there's a fine line between crazy and genius. The thing is, though, this guy, bro, he's fucking one of my heroes, Ip Man. He got quite old as well, but he was one of those, bro. He could go into a place and just, whoop everyone's ass. And there's a scene in the first movie, I think it is, where he goes into this place and he challenges all the masters in there. And I think there's like 5 or 6 of them. And he beats up like, I think 50, 60 people. Now, this apparently happened in real life. Like I said, and that's the reason why Bruce Lee sought him out and wanted to be trained by him. In the end of sorry, I'm almost done. In the end of the first movie, even you'll see like the little kid comes and he's like, "I'm Bruce Lee. I want you to teach me." Like they put it even in the movie.
That's cool. Yeah, because there's that thing that Bruce Lee does aside from kick everybody's asses. Is that eventually somebody comes around that they hurt Bruce Lee, and then he notices that he's bleeding, and then he looks at his own blood and he says, "You made me bleed my own blood," and then he's like, "You know what I mean? You're fucked now, pal." And that drama, the drama of all of that, I think is a psychological advantage to the battle itself. Even making the other person convinced that like you're now fully enraged, you're at like 3,000 times power now. Like, ooh, watch out.
I love fighting, me. I'm not gonna lie. I love fighting. I always have. Not just like martial arts. I just love fighting. As long as it's clean and stuff. Do you get me? I don't like when I've gotten a couple of fights, man. I've been stabbed a couple of times, bro. People pull out knives and stuff. But like otherwise, I like fighting. There's something poetic about it. You feel I've never felt more alive than after I've had a fight. And whether I win or lose doesn't actually matter. As long as I try.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, I've had a lot of fights, and as many times as I've whooped someone's ass, I've got my ass whooped as well. For example, I've got a broken nose from getting headbutted. But I don't know. There's something. I think we men, we need something to like release, that inner anger that we have. Because you have to remember, bro. Like, it wasn't that long ago that, like me and you, for example, we wouldn't have gone to the shop to get our food. We would have been out killing stuff. You get me? So we have this instinct and in us, and I think we need an outlet for it. That's why I think martial arts is a very good thing.
Yeah, I think I'm just built different. I got perfect reflexes, so you know what I mean. I get like into the point where that's gonna happen. I'm snatching throats out. You know what I mean? Like I don't even want that, and you don't want that either. Let's just like agree to disagree.
To be honest, bro, I get very, very aggressive as well, bro. Like I'm, if I have a fight, because bro, the thing with me is I'm quite tall, but I'm not like built big. Do you get me? I'm quite a skinny guy. Like I'm a pothead, so but I'm strong. So a lot of people, they like, underestimate me with the, because like I said, because I'm not big. And the thing is that a lot of the fights I've had, I'm always against bigger guys. And I know most times if I let this guy get up, I'm fucked. So, if person is bigger than me, I'll just run, drop him with a fly kick, and I'll stomp on your head. I don't give a shit.
Or you actually never fought a guy because every time you tried, you got lost in his eyes.
Got what? What did you say?
Every time there's intense eye contact, you're about to have a fight. It just turns into romance. Lost in his eyes.
The thing is, like, I don't know. Maybe it's a genetic thing.
Just cry it away.
Maybe it's in my, because on my dad's side, we're like a military family. I don't know. Maybe it's in my blood. The thing is, though, it's a different thing because, like, like our people, like my dad's people, people have been trying to kill us for thousands of years, a long time. And the reason we're still here is because, we haven't let them. And
because they're actively you're like a Jason Bourne.
No.
Jason Bourne life.
He's currently on the run.
No. The thing is, though, let me tell you, what kind of culture we come from. When I was like 6 or 7, I was a little kid. My dad told me, he said, my son, he said, if you have a choice between losing your life or losing your honor, he said, you choose your honor, like preserve your honor. He said, because if you lose your honor, he said, don't come home. It's I don't know how to explain it. Like in our culture, if you lose your honor, that's worse than death. You get me? You'll be shunned forever. And losing your honor is, say for example, you run, you're a coward. If you do that, you might as well, there's no point going back home. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
I know it doesn't to you. I know it doesn't because you come from a different
But what if
perspective.
you're going up against IP Man? You're not going to beat him, so you run. Sun Tzu, when your opponent is superior, run. Do not fight.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But put it this way: like our freedom fighters used to always carry one extra bullet with them. Always, that one extra bullet was for themselves. So what I'm trying to say is, if they were backed up against the wall, that's just the kind of mentality. Then you kill yourself.
What IP Man carry? Punch to the face, a kick to the throat.
Yeah, I'll pass on that last one. You don't mind? Thank you.
No, I know it sounds mad, but like like our people are a bit special. Like I can tell you where I come from. My father's Kurdish. He's Kurdish. So if you read up about the Kurdish people, then you know what kind of people we are.
Is there Kurdish like Irish?
Yeah, kind of like, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Well, yeah. To be honest, actually, it's funny that you say that because I always used to call Irish white Kurds because they are the same.
Y'all make cottage cheese.
Selfies, Elasma.
Yo.
How many selfies have you taken today?
None. I don't take selfies.
You're not Kurdish then, sorry, bro.
Oh no, I'm not one of them. I know what you mean. No, I'm not one of them, bro. I'm not one of them. No, you're talking about the mangy ones, the ones from back home, the back homers, bro, with the fucking greasy hair and shit. Nah, fuck that, and skinny jeans. Nah, bro. Are you from South London, bro?
I'm not from South London, but I currently live in South London.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, there's a lot of things there, a lot of Kurds there, man.
No, I know Kurds from Kurdistan.
Which ones though? From where? Because most of them down there are from Turkey.
Oh, northern Iraq is where I've.
Yeah. That's where we're from. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, man.
You ever seen those videos where like you got cats taking on grizzly bears, like a regular house cat?
No, but I can imagine. Actually, I've seen house cats and stuff. Yeah, and the grizzly bear runs away. Yeah.
So like no, like sometimes you, even if it seems impossible, if you take a stand, you never know. You know.
Bro,
But if you always run away because you lack faith, you never know what you're
I'm gonna tell
capable
you a
of.
funny story. I was at home once, and I was outside smoking at my mum's house, and the neighbor came over, the lady who lived next door, and she said,
Back here, in the bathroom. It wouldn't be out there. Look in the bathroom.
hot
Look
micing or something.
around. See a brush? Look in the drawers. The one to the left.
Well, in
There
the
you
event
go.
of ejection, hot mic time is to be put into the hot mic room at the eject button.
I just moved into the
Hey,
hot mic room, but he came back already.
I know
You
there's
good
a
now?
foam up in the shower bar.
Oh my god.
All the way to the right.
Bruh.
check it out.
How? I just moved into the hot mic room and he came right back. Yo, wait, why are my commands not working? I moved into the hot mic room, he's not moving. Guys, what's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're hot mic, Jeremy.
Yeah, we hear you. I just
Max,
moved
you
him.
son of a bitch.
I just muted him. I mean, sorry.
Why can't I move? Why can't I move him?
I don't know. Try leaving and coming back.
Move to hot mic. Alright, I'm gonna have to send a message to Gio about this. Anyways, carry on. What were we talking about? You're living that John Wick life? Has it trying to kill you all the time, or did we move on from that?
No, I was telling just a funny story. I was just at my mum's house once outside smoking, and the neighbor came over, the lady, and she goes, she was started shouting and huffing and puffing. I'm like, what's going on? She goes, your fucking cat attacked my dog. My mum has a black cat, a male cat, and he's called Mo, and he had gone and attacked the German Shepherd. It was a 9-10-month-old German Shepherd puppy, a female one, and he'd attacked the dog. And I said to her, I said, well, what do you want me to do? Do you want me I don't know. I don't know. We didn't we didn't get along well with them neighbors, but yeah, it was quite funny. My mum's cat is like the alpha male in the neighborhood. Have you guys noticed something about cats? Like house cats, they don't like us. They almost look down on us humans, or is it just me who's got that impression?
If they don't like us, why does my cat try to sleep with me every night?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is it's not you who owns the cat. It's kind of the cat who owns you almost. Do you get me?
No shit, I'm like a doorman for cats out this bitch. You know how many times I let cats go in and out the house all day?
There you
all
go.
I do.
How many cats do you?
They just meow at me when they want food.
How many cats have you got?
4.
Male,
Only by
female,
mistake.
male or female, or mixed?
Mixed.
Mm. You know, cats, they are very smart. I stayed in my mum's house for 2-3 months because I had to give up my old flat, and until the new flat got ready, it was getting renovated. It was like 3 months, so I stayed in my mum's instead of renting something. And I used to play with that cat all the time, and you know, that little kitten. So what happened was his mum had 2 kittens, him and a sibling, but the mum got hit by a car, like ran over by a car and died. when he was two weeks old, and the other one died. So my mum had to buy like special milk and stuff, you know, from like the vet and feed it through a bottle. So that cat has never like known other cats. Like he grew up around humans, so he is very human. Like for example, say 10, 11 at night, when my mum goes to bed, he'll sit on the stairs and he'll wait for her because he won't go to bed alone without her. And then he'll go and then he'll sleep with her.
Give me a pit bull or a German Shepherd and a cat, and we'll see which one's smarter.
I've had a pit bull and a German
Cats
Shepherd.
are literally like retarded when it comes to like a German Shepherd or a pit bull or something.
Well, yeah, German Shepherd, fine. I had a German Shepherd myself. Yeah, fine, fair enough. But the thing is it because the cat's retarded, or just because the cat doesn't want to like do tricks and stuff like the dog wants to do? Because I've seen cats do some funny shit, bro.
What if you get reincarnated as cats and then you go back to live with your peoples?
You know what? I wouldn't mind being a cat. Honestly, I don't think I'd mind.
Dog, I hate cats, bro. I do.
Pretty sick, man. Cats are sick, man. Their body is like perfectly adapted. No, athletic.
Cats are disgusting, dude.
Yeah, I know. I don't like them myself. Like, I don't like to have them myself. You know, all this praise, I'm heaping on them. I don't like them myself. But the thing is, like, I used to think dogs are smarter than cats. But the thing is, what's made me rethink that is, I used to have a German Shepherd, right? And he used to be in the garden. I used to have him tied up on, like, a chain. And there used to be a cat coming every single day. And he used to sit, the fence used to be, like, 2 meters high. And because of the way the chain was, my shepherd Rocky, he couldn't jump up and get the cat, and the cat would sit there with his paw and just tease him, like tease him like that. And Rocky would go crazy, would bark. And one day I thought, you know what? No problem. Fuck this. Yeah, I'm gonna let him go and see what happens. So I took him off the chain when the cat came. He jumped up, grabbed the cat, threw it up, grabbed it, and like ripped it apart. Okay, now man, he killed it. And yeah, I got so scared, I thought, shit, they're gonna come and take my dog. So I just took the cat quickly, put it in the bag, and chucked it in the bin. But what I'm trying to say is that the moral of the story is, are cats really that dumb? Because just because they don't want to do tricks and stuff like dogs do, like, doesn't mean
How are you
they're
gonna
dumb.
tell that story and then ask if the cat's dumb? You just fucking got mangled by the dog.
Well, how are you gonna tell that story and then say the moral of the story? It says like, I don't know.
No, because you missed the whole thing where the cat used to come for days and days and tease my dog. This used to go on for 2-3 weeks, bro, before this incident happened. He used to come and tease it all the time, tease it, sit there with his paw and tease my dog. And he obviously knew the dog couldn't get to him. And then that one day,
because the dog got to him.
Yeah, he did get him eventually. Yeah.
Because he's fucking
Actually,
stupid.
okay, fair enough. I give you that. Maybe not smarter than a shepherd, because my shepherd, yeah, I suppose, yeah, maybe not smarter, because my shepherd was very smart.
Dude, dogs can find drugs on people. What do cats even do?
Just chill. They just do them.
Like a German Shepherd could defend your house. It could protect your loved ones. It could find drugs.
You know, cats.
There's so much shit dogs can do. What does a cat do? Kill mice?
It finds your favorite shit and then it pisses on it, or
yes, yeah, that's the thing. But that's what I'm saying with cats. It finds your favorite shit and then it pisses on it. Yeah, because it doesn't like us. That's what I'm saying. That's an intelligent act.
I don't know, man. They like us, but the reason I don't like cats, bro, it's because they shit and piss in their little sandbox, and people think they're clean because they groom themselves, but really, they walk around your cabinets where your plates are, your dishes are, like next to your sink, your kitchen table. Dogs aren't allowed to be like German shepherds aren't going to be walking around your cabinets near your plates and cups and stuff. Cats will. They'll go all around your plates and cups after they just took a nasty shit, right? And people perceivably look at them like they're clean because they're constantly looking at themselves, but they're really not. And they carry all these kind of parasites like the toxoplasma shit that infects women, newborn babies, pregnant women.
Yeah,
And
I've
that
actually heard
toxoplasma
cats
shit's
have
pretty
this
nasty,
thing
bro.
that I've heard that cats have this thing that probably most humans have at this point now. Some
Yeah.
kind of parasite or something there.
Yeah, man, it's pretty nasty stuff. It can rewire like your brain a little bit to be more horny and stuff like that, like from what I've heard. Feral cats are a bigger problem than feral dogs in America, from my understanding. I got bit by a feral cat when I was little. And since we didn't catch it and kill it to see if it had rabies, I had to go through rabies regimen for like a month and a half. These long ass needles, bro. It was purple too. Whatever they had inside it was like a neon purple. It was crazy.
Hey, Lion.
What's up, man?
You think the Portuguese have anything to do with ports?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I know in Spanish, portugués. Portu doesn't really mean port.
No.
But I mean, maybe.
Transport.
Portu, puerto. I mean, it's kind of close, but I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Maybe in
Which port?
Portuguese it could mean, because I don't know Portuguese. It could be Porto could be port in Portuguese. You'd have to ask.
But so if you think that there could be some relation between port and Porto, right? Then
Yep.
does geese have anything to do with geese?
Geese?
Yeah.
Oh my. Well, yeah, it's funny because etymology people try to break it down like that.
It's stupid, right?
It's very stupid.
What do you think? Like, because they do navigate places, right? So like, it would be easy to just copy off them in a way. Like, and then the idea of like chevron patterns. You know what I mean? They're kind of like these V formations.
Yeah.
And they're kind of found in that area too. So I don't know. Just a thought. Oh, and then the chevron gas. Whatever. But it's probably not related.
You never know. There could be connections,
I don't know.
symbolism and stuff.
I was looking at some interesting geometries and making like off-center wheels for like gearing or mechanisms and shit like that. And it's like you could very much, I think, utilize like the yin and yang model, the geometry and the spacing of that, like to do some kind of pretty basic gear stuff right from there. So it's interesting, man. I don't know.
I've seen some crazy gears being developed, like crazy abstract gears and gear ratios using 3D printers. They're printing out these crazy gears that I think would almost be impossible to just fabricate without a 3D printer.
Yeah, like the brain gear. That's what it's called. It's like a print in place, like, I don't know, 10 gear thing with like a crank and it all goes together. But that stuff's like been traditionally pretty difficult to do. But I think nowadays it's actually a lot easier. So that's kind of good stuff. Only took 10 years.
I remember I had a gallery of like a bunch of different gears, what they were called. Like they had cylindrical ones. You see, I'm gonna have to find it.
Helical gear is pretty cool. They have a chevron gear as well. They're actually pretty famous. They 3D print really well, and they've got a lot of structural power.
Richard Gere.
Yeah.
Who was it that said they had cats? Someone has a lot of cats.
No comprendo.
You gotta speak slur speech. Somebody said they had cats. Like they asked them, are they boys or girls? I mean, male or female. What was that?
I don't remember.
So does anybody know if animals are also going transgender, leaving their gender, going to another gender, or is that just the human?
Your mic is messing up. I think he said, "Are animals transgender?" or something like that.
Yeah, I think he's talking about animal transgenderism. Probably what he's concerned about. like so many people today.
Well, yes, I would say yes. There's animals that show, attraction to even opposite species. Obviously we see dogs humping chickens.
Do you think that they've actually
Roosters.
shown like that like because they like a female chicken will just start having eggs sometimes spontaneously, but they don't actually hatch into chickens.
Yeah, they're not
Or do they?
fertilized. No.
Right. So
They'll
but they claim
even
that,
if you don't have a rooster, the chickens will still lay eggs.
but and so crocodiles do this too, and they claim that a crocodile there's like a spontaneous crocodile that occurred. Do you believe that? Because the Smithsonian is the one that's reporting this. I'm just like, Dr. Suss.
It's theoretically possible asexual reproduction from a reptile, but I haven't seen it.
I don't know. Maybe somebody's got some info on that.
But yeah, nature's pretty crazy. Like I've seen dogs hump roosters, and I've seen animals, rape other animals. But that doesn't justify the transgender movement. You know what I mean? Just because you might see something in nature, or like how seahorses give birth, the male gives birth. Somehow, even though the female is the one who gets like pregnant, somehow she transfers the baby over to the male, and then the male carries the baby. Some weird stuff.
Yeah.
I think even primates have shown some stuff like that. Like if two chimpanzees are giving each other fellatio, right?
Talking about bonobo monkeys.
I don't know, man. Listen. I forget which primate it was. It might
My
be the
question
bonobo.
was,
The bonobo monkey is
my
especially
question
interesting.
was trans. Are the animals going trans? Are they losing their gender and going to the gender? Like humans? Yes or no?
Say no.
Are you sure now?
Animals going trans, like on the weekends.
That a thing?
You talking about tranimals?
Yes.
You're
Tranimals.
talking tranimals. More than meets the eye. Yeah, I'm a woman.
And I don't mean a monkey putting on a dress. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a monkey looking at the other gender.
I don't know about trans, but I have heard that animals can be like gay. I've heard that there's like animals can form like long-lasting gay relationships for life, like sheep and stuff.
I believe it.
Yeah, I saw a relationship with a goose and a capybara. That was crazy.
But you know what? I saw something the other day that I thought was pretty weird. You can see this on YouTube as well. It's a cat who.
We lost you.
Well, just to fill in, I saw a cat standing up on YouTube peeing. It was pretty weird.
I think that there's cat hybrids, but I don't want to get into it right now.
You guys ever try to go to the bathroom in a litter box?
Your point?
No.
I'm just saying, because, they're going to be going around putting them in the school classrooms or the school bathrooms, I mean. So.
In case your daughter Is a cat or your son thinks they're a cat?
I don't know, bro. Your mic's like really bad, Godric.
Let me try to reset.
You're never going to be a famous MC with this microphone.
Yeah. Sound way better than you did a couple days ago, Godric.
His voice does, yeah. His microphone is 300% worse, though.
He goes next.
Like run DM Godric. Just how we go.
I posted a link. The origin and growth of astronomy as viewed from an Indian context. I know you like the Indians.
Yeah. Big fan of the Vedics. You know, we're talking about the Genghis Khan stuff, but they didn't even really say that way. They would have said Genghis Khan, which is like related to Chen, or the Chinese, if you will. The Chen are like a... Oh, anyway, it's a whole rabbit hole.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. How much I'm doing now? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you a little better.
Thank you. I had thyroid surgery Monday, so that was ordeal. That's going to.
Yeah, it's your microphone though. It wasn't your voice. Your voice sounds fine.
Okay, what about now?
It's better. It just sounds like muffled, but yeah, it's better.
I was asking, is there transgender? Is that okay? Is that a topic? That was serious. I wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know why you're lying to him, bro. It sounds like shit.
Am I that bad?
Yeah, man, it sounds bad, but I mean, I can understand you. But it sounds like a slight bit clearer. Maybe.
Godric, just cough up the few bucks and go get a new microphone, bro.
I'm gonna switch to my computer and see if you be honest with me. If you hear different.
Listen, dude, I'll be honest with you. Your voice is a little funny to begin with, and then you mix that with a bad microphone, and it's just, dude, it's really hard to make out what you're saying, bro. I love you, dude. Don't get me wrong. Just being straight with you, dude.
Don't quit
That was the
commenting.
first time. That was the first time Dice Low was ever straight up.
What was that, Jeremy?
That was the first time you were ever straight.
I don't know, bro. You like roboted halfway through that. Did anybody hear it?
Not really.
Going back to the conversation about whether things are accelerating upward or being forced down, gravity. It's an interesting article in researchgate.net, and they are talking about this subject. They're using an accelerometer. It says, we now ask the question, what would an accelerometer read if it was attached to a falling object? Students may be aware that an object in free fall is weightless. The mass and the frame of the accelerometer are falling at the same rate. Mass remains in the center. Students can imagine reading their weight as shown on a set of bathroom scales attached to the bottom of their feet whilst they are falling. There would be very little contact between the scales and their feet, and the scales would read 0. Accelerometer attached to an object in free fall would read 0, suggesting there is no force acting on the object. Now we ask, what does this accelerometer read when it is sitting motionless on the ground? It would appear to display in image 5 in figure 1, the weight of the ball would compress the spring, and this would correspond to the reading of of 9.8 meters per second squared upward, although it remains on the ground. In observing this, Newton may have come up with a very different theory. They're saying that accelerometer sitting on the ground is showing that the Earth is accelerating upward.
Yep, that's what it should be. Because like when people say gravity's a force, somebody's corrected me and said, well, it's actually technically an acceleration, which breaks my brain and doesn't make any sense. But yeah, that's what it should be doing.
That's what I'm watching a video on right now, a Ken Wheeler video about precisely that.
Zanuck,
I was sharing my
Zanuck was
screen.
right.
I don't know if you guys knew.
So Zanuck was right.
No.
No one's
I don't think he was right.
Well, I just mean that according to the accelerometer, like, okay, if you attach an accelerometer to something falling, get no force. So you would say that there's no force acting on it. The accelerometer would show that. Sitting on the ground, an accelerometer shows a force going upward. So that's what Zanuck was saying, whereas the other people, the other heliocentrists are saying that no, it's like Newton says, and that the force is gravity pulling the object down, even though the accelerometer doesn't show that.
So like I said, I'm playing a video on it, and he's actually going to quote Newton in the video, like probably a few seconds. So if you want to tune in and check it out, it'll explain it all very simply.
Oh, it's so silly, and I'm trying to watch your stream, but because it's at the top of my screen, it's like grayed out by the live stream. There we go.
Talk about the occult again. I think it's that's that time of day.
I don't mind, but
I need to inspire other people, don't I, to talk?
hell no.
I've just learned an interesting fact. Agent Flatcats, the friendly Berber Christian, is ex-military from the Middle East, and his group was called Semper Fidelia, always loyal, always faithful.
Marine Corps, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's just interesting for me. Because a lot of the Globers are ex-military. It fits a pattern.
I mean, when I was in the military, they had like recruitment for Mason lodges and stuff. I think it was the Blue Lodge. Sure. But you had a choice, if you wanted to join the Masons or go to church on Sunday or be a Buddhist or be whatever you wanted to be.
How would
the military offered it all.
How would they offer these things?
They have a recruiter that comes in, says like, hey, like
extracurricular activities.
Yeah, like basically they literally had like a Buddhist representative or a Hindu representative, a Christian representative, a Jewish representative, whatever, Mason representative, and they would come and recruit people.
That's right.
Because the military. Well, when I was in it, they were big about expressing freedom of religion. You know, as part of the Constitution, and they allowed people to pray.
I'll just send you the video, Barrel Rider.
They have military exemptions now for like if you have a religious reason to grow your beard out, or to wear a what's it called, a jihad.
I wonder if that's getting a hijab.
Hijab.
Wonder if that's getting out of control, allowing because
A
you
little
can
bit.
make up a lot of excuses, can't you, based on your religion?
Yeah, a little bit.
But it is nice that they're not all neo-Nazi looking. Some will have a beard.
Yeah, but it's funny because only like special ops is supposed to have beard.
I sent you the video, Barrel. I don't think we're gonna be able to watch it in here.
Oh, hey, if you're watching something, whatever, I'll shut up.
I had a thought last night. I was going to stream the Kabbalion some days, and then anyone can listen if they want.
Yeah, it was Don actually that came in who did that, but it's all. It's kind of hard to get people to watch a Ken Wheeler video anyway.
You can stream it.
All right, yeah, because we were talking about gravity, and he was bringing up an interesting point that gravity is not a force; it's actually acceleration, in which I agree with. So I wanted to stream something because he quotes Sir Isaac Newton in this video, which was right on point with what Barrel Rider was talking about to begin with.
Oh, he's gone. In this Walter Russell drawing about magnetics, he puts gravitation and radiation in opposition to each other. And to me, it looks like along the lines of explosion and implosion, contraction and expansion, something like that. Can you mute your mic, Axials?
We're living in an amazing time. The whole third degree is online, and you can also find most of the degrees up to 5 as well online. Anyone can read it. Child could read it.
I stopped the video. What's the problem, Don?
No problem. I'm saying it's amazing. occult is being de-occulted. The 3rd degree up to the 5th degree of Freemasonry is all online to read for anyone.
All right. Does anybody care to go further into the video, or are you guys pretty smoked on that?
I'm really sorry, man. I didn't watch it.
I got to be honest. I'm not really following it. Does he do experiments and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, he does a ton of shit. He does stuff that nobody else has done before, like first time ever seen experiments and shit.
How come I've never seen him do an experiment? Just sitting in front of an Apple Mac every time I've ever seen him.
He's a singular-looking chap, isn't he?
He's very unique.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess once you lived in LA for long enough, you don't really like judge people too much on their looks because you've seen so many different types of looking people. It's just like whatever.
Right.
What is he saying that you like, though, that you relate to or whatever?
What is he saying? What is he saying that I like?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
He's saying how simple nature really is and how man like tends to overcomplicate things. And when they do that, they get like really far away from understanding, like actually having a clairvoyant understanding upon the matter. So, yeah. He's basically, you know, providing the grand unified theory where science today is contrary to that, being that they're like subdividing fields against natural order. And yeah. So I think it's I think it's going to revolutionize technology and understanding once science actually catches up to what's being said here and addressed based
But
on
was he
fact
peer
instead of
reviewed?
fallacy.
Was he peer reviewed though?
Yeah, I mean, you said he
was
does
that-
experiments. You said there were some experiments that he's done that no one. I would really like. I'm really interested in seeing that. I had never seen him do an experiment.
Yeah, you could.
He does
simply
experiments all
just
the
go
time.
on-
Cool. Sounds exciting.
Okay.
So you can just go on YouTube and type in his channel name and then just type, first time ever seen, and it'll pop up a bunch of stuff. He works with gallium a lot. He's done a lot of shit with gallium.
Has anyone seen Jerry recently?
No, I
What's
heard
that?
he went back to the globe.
No.
It's getting rough out here for the ballers, man. You guys are a dying breed.
We are, yeah. There's
Are we?
anyone
Well,
left.
I've had
multiple
and I-
defections back to the globe.
Yeah, I don't want to name any names, and I wouldn't expose anyone at all. But I've received a couple of direct messages over the last month, one last week, that
Yeah, me
that
too.
had appreciated.
What about?
Well,
I've
they
received
appreciated my
5,000 messages. What does that mean?
they appreciated my information, the way I represent and keep it simple and act respectful, and that I help them make their decision to leave the flat Earth argument and go back to believing Earth is a planet.
Oh man, I've never heard so much BS, man. Can I get some screenshots, man?
Well done.
No, I'm not going to dox him.
That's not real life, dude.
I can
People
send you a screen. I can send you screenshots provided you're not asking for usernames. Because
Yeah, of course. I
some
don't
of
care
some
about
of the significant part of the discussion that I've been having with the two different people I've been talking to is how terribly they recognise that other defecting flat earthers get treated to their face and behind their back.
Okay, so in reality, if you want to show someone that's actually done the research and then come to the conclusion the Earth's flat, and then you two convince them it's a ball, I'd love to see that. I don't even fathom that being a reality in any way.
I mean, we will end up in the no true Scotsman fallacy, but I mean, both of these people, when I met them, they were arguing for the flat Earth.
How so? Like they said that they think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, they used to be in these rooms arguing that they think the Earth is flat, and then have since messaged and been like, I no longer think that. Here we go.
Okay.
Let me just chop it up.
So
Let me
what was
just
their
chop it up
evidence
so
that
you
the
don't
Earth
see
is
the name.
flat when they thought the Earth was flat? What was their evidence?
Well, at the moment, that it's not so much about their evidence for changing their mind. It's the evidence that they exist and they've changed their mind.
Well, this is specifically what we say, right? Someone that actually understands the evidence and then has to reluctantly accept that the Earth is not a globe. If they can actually articulate the true evidence that it's not a globe and understand it, and then leave the globe, they don't just go back to the globe. I can assure you, not by coming in here. So that's yeah, you can have someone. There are tons of people that like hear flat Earth, see it's kind of interesting, see someone do a poor job defending the globe, and they're like, oh man, maybe it's flat. But like when someone can articulate specifics like radio transmissions over 40 megahertz can't reflect off the ionosphere but go 2,700 miles when the curvature of the Earth should block it at 150 miles, thus showing horizontal propagation. And we use line of sight microwaves at the 300 gigahertz, blah, blah, blah. When they can give very specific physical evidence as to why the Earth is not a globe, you rarely see them defect. We probably have like a 99% retention rate. Right, so like if anyone has to deny that flat Earth, once someone's truly a flat earther, they have a 99% retention rate. I think that's weird. Like it's pretty obvious whether you think the Earth is flat or a globe, that the globe has way less of a retention rate than flat Earth does.
So you mentioned the radio waves. Is there an actual radio wave experiment that was done that was like had the hypothesis that would include flat Earth versus globe Earth or anything like that?
Oh man, what is that? No, people send. See, that's the no true Scotsman fallacy argument. Like I just specifically explained what I'm saying. Like, just listen. So, the point is, it doesn't matter if the person that sent the radio transmission is a flat earther or not. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that's why they sent it. That doesn't matter. Okay, it's just physical evidence. Like I'm actually in the process of looking for houses in Florida. I'm about to move to Florida, seemingly the west side of Florida, and I'm going to do the test specifically, and it's going to be recorded in 4K, and we're going to send radio transmissions to Louisiana, and we're going to show that there's that in the skip some people receive it, but that's not actually required. If someone sends a radio transmission that's over 100 megahertz, according to the official model and its claim, it says that megahertz or radio waves over 40 megahertz would penetrate the ionosphere. So we can't say it bounces off the ionosphere then if it's 100 megahertz and it goes 2,700 miles. These are just the world records. So I don't care if they thought the Earth was flat. I don't care if that's why they sent the radio transmission. None of that matters. It's about the physical evidence.
I posted the
I get a bunch of
screenshot
nut
sufficiently
nowadays.
anonymized.
Can we agree that ballers are a dying breed? Can you guys just concede that like clearly flat Earth has a higher retention rate than the globe?
I don't see much evidence for that. I don't see flat Earth growing. I see some people defecting from it. Like I've been around the argument for now 2-3 years, and like new ones come on board. Like Noah's come on board since then. And like when we were first around, he came in and he wasn't a flat earther, and now it sounds like he is. So there's some that sound like they're joining, but it seems fairly static to me. Like what would convince me is if the rooms were growing, if it was like there was gems and geos, but the new ones were popping up all the time, and these ones had more and more people in them. If they were holding live events, and tens of thousands of people were turning up. But if anything, it looks like compared to the way I heard about it, like back in sort of like 2014, like 2013, 2014, after it really sort of kicked off in 2012, it sounds like on aggregate, it's far smaller than it used to be.
Okay, so but this is just weird that you say stuff like this. Like, I don't understand. Like, so they did a survey in 2022, and they got like 11% of the people in America saying that the Earth's flat. Obviously, it's just a survey, but that's a lot of people. Sam Tripoli just came out and said the Earth is flat. King Los is collabing with P. Diddy saying the Earth is flat. You have incredibly big platforms saying the Earth is flat. I received hundreds and hundreds of messages saying that they just found out that the Earth is flat, and that's just me.
Bad boy, baby.
That's despite suppression too.
It's like weird though that you guys don't realize it. Like it's a very interesting psychological point, right? It's like you guys have to watch this phenomenon unfold and convince yourselves it's not unfolding. Like, you can fully believe the Earth's a globe without denying that flat Earth is growing. Sam Tripoli just came out as a flat earther. He's going to set up a debate, ideally between me and Neil deGrasse Tyson on his podcast.
But that's the problem.
Fitz
Like,
about to host the flat Earth. Go ahead.
I've heard of P. Diddy. Who's this guy you're talking about?
King Los is a famous rapper.
Oh yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it wouldn't
He's
surprise
like
me
arguably one of the best
rappers and musicians join. There's also that guy, the comedian. He joined a few years back. What was his name? He was like semi-famous, and everybody tried to cancel him. He was quite famous. He was in like movies and stuff. Owen Benjamin, that's the one. Yeah.
You got Owen Benjamin, Sam Tripoli. You have Jim Brewer, right? Nowadays, you can't be a comedian unless you're Jim Brewer. And nowadays, you can't be a comedian. He was in what's the movie with Dave Chappelle where they smoke lots of weed? Dazed and Confused or whatever.
Oh my god, his is the worst comedy. Yes, I've seen his comedy. It is so bad. I'm so glad.
Okay, cool, dude. So you can't be a comedian now if you're not politically correct. Like, you literally have to say there's 72 genders. You have to announce yourself with pronouns. Like, you can't even really talk about race anymore. The staples of comedy in America for decades are no longer even allowed. So if someone is a mainstream comedian, of course they can't say the Earth's flat. They have to say, take your boosters and I'm he, him. You know, like, who cares? Like, the point is, bro, it is clearly growing. It is clearly growing, dude. There are podcasts with millions and millions of subscribers that are now talking about flat Earth. They're having flat earthers on. And not even to talk about flat Earth, they're just flat earthers everywhere. So it is for sure growing. If you have to convince yourself it's not growing and it's actually getting smaller, that's kind of...
You give me bits that Satanism's growing as well as flat Earth.
I haven't kept up with Satanism. I don't know. Probably.
I'll give you flat Earth growing a bit. It's catching on to different people, different crowds.
Yeah, it could well be growing. I guess what I mean is like growing at a growing rate. Like, because to me, like, some people joining, some people leaving is one thing. Like, maybe there's more people that believe it, but it doesn't seem like sort of on the cusp of taking over. It's not appreciably growing from my perspective.
Well, how do you take over? Have you ever like truly thought about this? So we're like heavily censored, and then this is one of those examples of the things that the ballers just lie about. They say you're not censored.
Oh, come on, man. Let's just have a reasonable conversation without getting into that.
Okay, I'm not even saying you're lying. I'm just saying flat Earth is censored, and it's very weird to say it's not censored. Censored means suppressed. If you type in like Wits It, Gets It, and a name of my video, you literally get Professor Dave not talking about me at all. Okay? Flat Earth is censored and suppressed.
I think it would be nuts to say it's not censored and suppressed. Like, I think almost every glober in this debate, I'd struggle to come across one that doesn't agree with that. You can see it by searching in YouTube results or listening to people in the chat rooms, in these rooms, talk about how many hits they're getting on videos or how they get shadow banned. You can type in flat Earth exactly as you say, and you'll be sent to counter flat Earth things. There's text at the bottom of the screen, and companies like Google / YouTube, same company, talk about it openly.
Yeah,
talk openly about how now they combat misinformation.
But why are you saying you've never heard ballers in here say that? Like, the vast majority of the frequent ballers in here specifically say that. Like, you, Kosho, maybe a couple others will admit
Say
it's
what?
censored. Like, I've had a conversation with Left Lane back and forth for an hour about how it's not censored. Because it can still be found. As if censored means it has to be wiped from the face of the earth, or it's not censored. So anyway, dude, it's cool. We can agree with that. But my main point here is,
Okay. That's a different
my,
point. Like, yeah, it depends how you use the word censored. Like, yeah, to me, like, the modern term is like, yeah, suppressed or deprioritized or something, whereas a strict interpretation of censored is the government will not let you say these words. Like, you know, in Germany, I think you cannot have the book Mein Kampf. It is censored, which is like government doesn't allow it, which is different to this platform has chosen to deliberately deprioritize this content, and the effect is
but I mean that's just different
you
levels
can
of
find it, but
censorship,
it's
right?
difficult.
Don't you agree? It's just different degrees. Yeah, because like, if you look up the definition of censorship, it literally has the word suppressed in there. Like that's the actual definition of it. So, but it doesn't matter. Like my main point here was to think that it's just going to, like, we're going to wake up tomorrow and it's going to be all over the place and it's all over the news. That's impossible because it's censored, right? Like we have to actually come up with a tactical way to glitch out the matrix for that to happen. Dude, there was just now half of America. There was half of America outraged about what was going on with the jabs. And that still was censored. People still couldn't even figure that out. There are still people today that seem to not know that. There are lawsuits everywhere. There are millions of people that have gone into the streets, that have made videos, that have protested. And it was so censored that you can easily not know that. You can easily not know that over half of America after the 3 years, even the people that participated are now like, what's going on? You guys lied to us. You tricked us, blah, blah, blah. So when something is actively censored, it's a totally different interpretation of the numbers. I mean, this is the benefit of censorship.
Right.
But wait,
so what you're saying then is it's go on, sorry.
Yeah, I searched Witsy Gets It, and I got your channel, and the first two videos on screen there are your videos. And it looks like Tim also did a search on Google, and it brings up your stuff. So
that's
I'm not sure
convenient
what
because
you're
I was
talking about
literally
there.
live streaming last week and did the same thing on stream for thousands of people, and that didn't happen. So whatever, what's the video under the first two videos?
Yours, relatively speaking, and schooling Globers.
And then what?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't scroll down. That's all that my
Well,
page holds.
so yeah, I've heard this before, and I've even searched myself before and like gotten my channel pop up. So it's like weird. It's not even consistent, but it is objective that you can search my name and you don't get anything to do with me other than hit pieces. I did it live last week on camera for everyone. I did it live. So I'm definitely not saying you're lying because I've seen my channel pop up before. But the point is, like, if you type in, first off, you just type in the word flat earth, obviously you're only getting hit pieces. Only getting hit pieces. Right? And look right there. So it says, and this is because you guys have watched my videos. This is why you guys are seeing me.
That's
is because
why,
you've
yes.
actually watched my videos. Look at the one right below it, dude. It's the most famous hit piece on me. Right? So if you type in Witsy Gets It and you go to a different channel, if you have a different YouTube channel that you have never watched my videos, type it in. Because obviously on my YouTube, I'll even occasionally get suggested a live stream from a flat earther because I watch them all the time. Right? So like they'll tell me when Karen B streams. But if you haven't already, that's because they know if you've already been watching flat earth videos for years, you've already made it past the censorship.
Austin, I just logged out and I got the same result.
I do still think though.
I logged out of
still think-
YouTube and I did the same search and I got the same result.
Okay. I don't know how that's true. I did this live last week on my YouTube channel.
I believe you, Austin, but I just logged out and I got the same result as if I was logged in. And you can
They
also
could have
see.
adjusted. They literally could have saw your live stream and adjusted it. I mean, like the algorithm's always changing.
And they
Wait, watch this.
and
I'll
they
do it
twiddle
right
and
now.
they twiddle these things all the time, deliberately. Like sometimes, I'm sure, possibly for dodgy reasons, but for different users, for different regions. Like there's a guy who's done a study on this where he like gets brand new computers and puts them on different VPNs and will like log in to some accounts and not log in on others. And he's like, it is such an incredible crapshoot as to what shows up when you search certain terms. Because it's deliberately not, it's basically A/B. I think some of it could be basically A/B testing, where they go, we're just going to randomly feed people different results to see what the short and long term results are.
Right, there's a screenshot right there. But that's funny, dude.
I think it does happen.
Toby's is
Penguin
number
breaks
4. I thought that was cool.
nice.
I was like the fourth one I found. After it's like your 2, I hit Peace, Penguin's awesome video, and then another hit Priest, and then actual stuff.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
as you
but
can
like,
see, he also scrolled down a bit. So
Yeah.
he got
I
the
remember
same
last
result.
December.
He got Witch's
I was
link to his page, and then 2 videos from Witches, and then the rest.
Yeah, I did, and I signed
okay,
that
yeah,
too.
but he was literally just saying like, look, there's Penguin's videos up there. I don't know why it's big, but anyway, like just what he just said is clearly the truth. I mean, the evidence shows that it's not even like a consistent, rigid algorithm, because sometimes you get different results, right? Like it's whatever.
Yep.
But the point is, we all know it's. Here's the deal, dude. If I type in aliens, I get a bunch of people telling me how real aliens are. Okay. If I type in flat Earth, you get 15 straight pages of people making fun of flat Earth and strawmanning it. So
when you're saying it's growing, so when you're saying it's growing, I'm guessing your interpretation is it's growing, but at a quite a slow pace due to the suppression.
Well, I think it's not growing as fast as it could without suppression. I think that's even debatable. That's why they came out and suppressed, admittedly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that it's hard. What I'm really saying is it's hard to actually get an accurate depiction of the growth, right? That's what I'm really saying. Because like if you go to TikTok and you look up like hashtag flat Earth, it has billions of views. So like it's hard to get a true depiction of it. Just like it's hard to get a true depiction of how many people were speaking out against the jabs. It's very hard to know that number, and that's half the battle. If you can make it look like there's not that many people that agree with this, and it's just some fringe group of conspiracy theorists, well, then that accomplishes the goal, right? So, like, I'm not even claiming numbers because I think it's like impossible to know the numbers. I think that what that one group did when they went and surveyed people is a decent way to do it, because if 11%
I'm not sure
of people
about
say
that.
theirs, well, yeah, I agree, it's not perfect
Because
either. Surveys are not
people
perfect.
give some, and people give silly answers sometimes. Like I forget there was one, I forget what even the question was, but it's used as a thing in psychology and statistics to be like, this is why self-reported surveys are ridiculous. And it was like, there was just a really dumb answer in a survey somewhere, and everybody just kept obviously selecting it for the lulz. Presumably, it could have been a whole bunch of other reasons. It's the same as like, where they try, I'm not sure if they did this around the world, but in Australia, they kept trying to get Jedi made a religion, such that the Bureau of Statistics came out just before the last census and were like, if anybody puts down Jedi, we're deleting that result. We're just, it's bullshit. We don't want to know about made up, like fake religions. And we're like, well, you made up, but it's, I think it's interesting. It's certainly interesting, but I'm just not sure there's, like I said, there's evidence I would expect to see if it's flat Earth. I guess if they were getting recruited on TikTok and stuff, maybe they just don't know about the Discords and they're just staying in little TikTok rabbit holes, maybe.
Well, yeah, because TikTok now has live debates. So, like, when I have a whole bunch of people that are, they have credentials and stuff like that, and I guess they debate flat Earth all the time on TikTok, like PhD physicists and stuff, because it's a good way to get popular. So people that would never be listened to because they're boring, they get views, right? Because they do TikTok debates. But when I asked them to come on YouTube, they refuse. They're like, no. Like, so yeah, I think that's a big part of it. is people that are on TikTok, they stay on TikTok. They're like, well, TikTok has everything Discord has, but better, and it's less censored.
Yeah.
Which I guess, yeah, I don't know. But so like, it's all I'm saying is this situation we're in makes it hard to determine numbers.
But that makes it also then hard to determine it's growing.
That's
I
for
would
sure.
think
You
But
know, it's a
that's
really
why.
bad
That's
year
why.
for Globers.
For sure. But why I
Yeah.
invoked. That's why I invoked the big names coming out. Because logically speaking, if Sam Tripoli has millions of people that watch him, he just officially came out of the flat Earth closet. Okay, I mean that's inevitably going to increase numbers. Now there's people that watch his channel that are like, oh wow, he's a flat earther, right? Can we all agree on that? If really famous people come out and say the Earth is flat, obviously flat Earth numbers are going to grow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, also, what is his name? Milo Yiannopoulos. There's some recordings of him floating around saying he's a flat earther.
Yep. Yeah, he's a flat earther. Yeah, he posted in his Telegram officially that he's a flat earther, and it's one of the most profound truths you can never discover. Yeah.
Pray away the gay and you pray away the globe as well.
Yeah. But like all I'm really saying though, dude, is I know from like, and I know some people can call BS on this, and that's fair enough, but I talk to people behind the scenes as well. There are some really big names like actors and stuff that you guys would all know immediately that are flat earthers. I'm talking like have even had flat earthers over to their house, but specifically say, do not tell anyone, please do not tell anyone. Like I will lose everything. And basically, like this guy was explaining, he's like, my lifestyle is way too expensive, right? Like, I've created a lifestyle that's daily expenses are way too expensive, and like, I can't lose everything. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's like, I will be in serious trouble. I will like literally lose all that I own. So there's a lot of that happens as well, and that honestly is crazy because Jaron and I talk about this a lot. Jaron and I know a lot of famous people that are flat earthers, but we can't say it. I also know, and we could, but that's like just dishonorable. I know a lot of physicists. I know people like actual quote unquote scientists, right, that are flat earthers, but they're like, they can't say it. So, and like, so now I'm in this position where I say stuff like that, and then people could just say I'm lying, and they could just say prove it, and they get to like act like I'm lying, but
that's a common thing, or you like can't speak out about the mainstream because then your whole livelihood is threatened. So,
which I think is
that's
pretty
not
shit
even
with flat Earth. Like, I get why people are clutching at pearls about the bug, and albeit I think many people have changed their mind about that in hindsight. But with flat Earth, I'm like, come on, what's the risk? What's the harm? Like, provided they're not like, I would be concerned if they were passenger pilots or something like that. But yeah, if it's an actor, I'm like, let them say it. But I think it's more about human nature than any controllers. Human nature, for some reason, we just cannot abide people holding wildly different views. It gets our dissonance up.
Someone in the chat, guy's okay, guy incognito, he just blamed flat earth on the Russians as a Russian hack. A cool theory.
What's that? Is this a non-flat earther saying flat earth is taken off because of Russia?
Russian hack to inspire disinformation, which continued into anti-wax information. But the point is that Russia wants to destabilize other people, and they've got huge troll farms or whatever.
It wouldn't surprise me, even if like whether it comes from the top or you've got these trolls who are spending like 6 hours of their day paid to do whatever they've got to do, and then they just keep fucking around after work. I could easily see there being benefit, like enjoyment in it if you're a troll, and benefit in it.
I know it happens, and it's organized, but I can't blame flat Earth phenomenon on that. No way.
No. I think all you could say is
there is a slight chance that it was accelerated particularly during the early bits where it was, it was just all, well, not just, but significantly algorithm fed, that they were, knowingly putting pressure on the algorithm to promote it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's pretty simple why Flat Earth got so popular on YouTube, and it's because of viewer retention. Like, if you can, like, that's why I have people reach out to me with, like, really generous advertisement offers, even though I only have 23,000 subs and I'm, like, super censored. I'm not, like, a really popular channel or anything. But I literally had a gaming company. It's like, they made a video game called Stray, and they reached out to me and offered me $10,000 for a 1-minute ad. And I turned it down.
Jesus, that's a nice motorbike right there. You get a good ass bike for 10 grand.
That's in retrospect, I honestly almost regret turning it down, but I don't really like video games, and I didn't know it was in the video game, and I'm like real particular what I promote. But anyway, my point is just like, so when I ask these places, why would you want to advertise on my channel, right? Because I'm like perplexed. Like, you could spend $10,000 and you could go to a huge channel, right? And they said it's because of the analytics. Like the duration, the average viewer duration of your channel is in the top 1 percentile. Meaning that, like, when people click on, they watch longer.
That's admitted. That was my brother told me about this. He was reading into the to this guy who was essentially one of the whistleblowers that started this whole thing from YouTube, where he's like, I helped design the algorithm. I'm sort of retelling a story secondhand. I'm trying to make that clear that I'm going to get bits wrong. But basically, the story as I remember it is he worked on the algorithm, and he's like, he said he turned back to his bosses after it had been doing its thing for a few months, and he's like, this is sending people down conspiracy rabbit holes because we, like, the algorithm will just do whatever we tell it to, so we have to be really deliberate about what we tell it to do. And one of the things we had it doing for a few months was just whatever keeps people on site for longer. So rather than just they liked that video and they clicked on the next one, like, if that person, like, as a result of being fed down this algorithm rabbit hole, spends now 8 hours per day on the site, that's really good for us, for business. So promote that content. So what the algorithm started doing was going, anything that's anti-establishment, anti-news will keep people on the website because it will make them scoff and not want to even watch, Fox News or something like that, because that's all controlled disinfo. And so it's sort of, it creates in their mind the only place they're getting the real news is from your platform. And he said he started feeling really guilty about that, told them the problem with it, and they were like, oh, no, it sounds like it's good for business. So he quit and went whistleblower.
Or like something else they told me, it's about engagement as well. So, like, the live chat engagement and stuff like that. So, and like the likes, or also they said like when people leave and come back. So it's like the return value, meaning, like, say I stream for 3 hours, like, who sits there for 3 hours, but they come back to it, right? Like, as opposed to the average videos, if you start watching it, you think you're like, oh, I'm out of here. You don't go back. So anyway, I just find it very interesting, but we know why, right? But we know why Flat Earth is like that, because it's the same reason that there are Globers still in here. Flat Earth is a very captivating discussion. It doesn't really matter where you land in terms of conclusion. It's a captivating discussion because it covers, like, so many different subjects.
We're not here for captivation.
Huh?
We're not here for captivation.
I don't think that's a word. Is that a word? Maybe it is a word. I don't know. Well, why are you here then?
Captivation, yeah, it's definitely a word.
I thought you said captive vision.
They ask you why you dressed up as Bill Nye the Science Guy in front of Mount Rushmore.
So you're here because of some, like, personal interest in me. That's weird.
I'm very interested in you, Witsit. Very interested.
Yeah, almost all.
That's kind of shitty.
Worthless. Everything he says is stupid. He really shouldn't even be allowed to speak. Anyway,
I just want to say Mount Rushmore was weird, intense, but it was also how I got to know Witsit. So it's quite entertaining.
I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, sorry, just quickly, was that paid NASA shield not eyeing? I mean, the whole point being made there is that people are captivated and that they're returning because of that captivation. So here we have someone who keeps returning and is claiming that they're not captivated by the discussion. It is quite ironic.
I said I'm
Yeah,
here.
I mean-
I said I'm here for Witsit. I didn't say I was here for the conversation.
Yeah, that's kind of gay. Man.
Yeah, I think it's like it's also. I remember when I was into being a 9/11 truther, like I barely got any fucking sleep. Like I was like, I've got to stay up. I've got to find this. I've got to tell more people. I've got to like. You feel like you're on a. Well, I felt like I was on some like almost like a sort of biblical quest. So I just happily watch videos. I'd find myself being like, I've already seen this video and it's 2 hours long, but I'll still watch it again. Like I still notice it now, and I often like, joke with people or take the piss out of them or complain when somebody's like, I'll post a video for you to watch. And you're like, okay. And it's like 2 fucking hours. You're like, I'm not watching that. This should be making a simple point we can do mid conversation. Who watches a 2-hour video? But it's like, yeah, if you're fully captivated, you'll watch that.
Yeah, I was on the panel with Bro Sanchez with you.
Yeah, I remember, bro. So, but like this is what I'm saying, right? Like the reason Flat Earth is so captivating is because even if you believe the Earth's a globe, it makes you reconsider so many things that you didn't know, and you end up learning. So there's no doubt that any honest baller would have to admit that once they got involved with Flat Earth, that they started learning things.
Oh yeah,
They did.
absolutely. That's one of the things I love about it.
I don't know about learning. I would say we just more or less remembered what we learned in sixth grade.
No,
Oh
well,
man, you learn a lot of shit in 6th grade, man. I hadn't heard of half of these things.
Yeah, of course. Like that's what it is. Like even if you hear about Flat Earth and you're like, well, let me just go prove the Earth's the globe, it requires you start to like learn things that you kind of previously took for granted or thought you understood, but you realize, oh, there's way more to this that I didn't know. Right? Like someone can think like mass attracts mass, and they understand gravity pulls you down to a ball, but then they get into Flat Earth and they hear people say, well, that's not even what it currently is. And there's a difference in this and this and this and blah blah blah. Where then now they start to go and looking more into gravity. Like I know for a fact that many of the ballers here, they listen to say SE comes up with, he's like, did you guys hear that this is what they're saying in space now? And then the ballers immediately go research it, right? Or so it's like
One
that's
I
the
had the
reason
other
it's
day
captivating.
that's still doing my head in is is that they reckon they're looking back. They're using the James Webb to look sort of essentially back in time to 14 billion years where there's already a fully formed galaxy. I'm like, I haven't read properly into that as to like what are their explanations for that, but it's like it's already you're seeing something older than the start of the 13.5 billion year old universe, and it's fully formed, which takes billions of years by itself. It does. It proposes really good questions. Like I would say most flat Earth questions are pretty good questions. Like some of them aren't. Like the other day, who was saying like, "Oh, you wouldn't enjoy motorcycling if the Earth were a ball because you'd always be going uphill." Like some of them are dumb, but most of them, at least initially, are pretty good questions.
Yeah, but they're questions coming from not understanding more than not believing.
Well, you say that, but what always happens, almost every time, the flat earther has a better understanding. Like I could prove this lifetime right now with you with about every subject I bring up. And like, I'm not even trying to personally attack you. I'm just saying that like flat earthers have to diligently research things. And oftentimes Globers assume that they already know an answer to things, something that they truly don't.
Yeah, wait,
So-
this is your job. This is what you do. Okay, so if you weren't better than me, you would have a problem. Okay,
Oh, that's fine, but I'm just explaining this stuff.
Yeah, it's obnoxious. I understand why now. Why the conversation is taking this
thank you.
course.
I'm trying to keep it cool.
I don't know why you're
I'm
so
not
kind
being
of like.
disrespectful. I ain't swearing.
You're not. How are you? You're
You're
not.
coming in with a bit of fire there, mate. Yeah. What's going on? Did somebody shit in your cornflakes?
Well, I'm bringing heat, but I'm trying to keep it respectful, man. I'm not trying to disrespect nobody here. I'm just having a conversation.
You're the worst.
I'm trying not to be, man. I really am. I'm trying not to be, dude.
No, you're not. You threatened to like take down the server the other day. You were like, "It's gonna get ban me. I'm gonna report this every day until you guys go away." And now you're here, like, "What's up, guys? What's going on?"
Because it's all about business with me. Exactly, it's business. There's no hard feelings. You guys thought
Don't take you seriously because it's only business.
Yeah.
What's business?
Well, business is, you know what I'm saying? If you're gonna try to show me some power, show me some kind of aggression, show me how you have power, I'm just gonna have to show you that there's more power.
Nah, but this is what I'm saying, bro.
I don't.
Like
That's
you,
not
you don't
business.
really know what you believe, man. It's all good, right? Because you could be wrong or right. You could be correct and be ignorant. Like just because the path in which you took to get to your conclusion is completely fallacious and ignorant, it doesn't actually mean that your conclusion's wrong. But one thing I think
Yeah,
any honest person can assess this situation and come to the understanding of is that majority of people think there is a globe. They don't even know the actual critique of it yet. Like I had a debate on Modern Day Debate last night that proved that once again. That's just how it usually
I
goes.
watched it. I watched you beat up Malachi, dude. You beat him up, and that's what I'm saying. You guys don't know. I'm not like the other people. I can, you know, what I'm saying I'm not a glober or a flat earther. I'm not anybody. I watched you beat that guy Malachi up. He was out of his place. He looked like a fucking. He should have been at a fucking frat party drinking keg beer. He didn't look like he should have been debating you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like just because that guy is so ignorant, it doesn't mean the Earth's not a ball, right? That's all I'm saying. But I think that people do kind of get they have like illusory confidence in what they consider science. And this is one of the main problems. Is like people don't realize that science is so much more complex than that, and we're constantly just discovering what we were wrong about. That's what science actually is.
Yeah, for sure. Science is never. You know, it's always been. That's the whole point of science, to prove it wrong. You know, science isn't trying to like prove itself right. It's trying to prove itself wrong. That's how you come up with the conclusions. But my whole thing is, what do you say to the people who've actually done these experiments and they come to the conclusion that the Earth is a ball?
That's what's up. I mean, when you say done these experiments, that's very vague. But the main problem is that people just dismiss evidence, right? Like that's what the dude was last night saying. Is like you bring up this stuff and you call it evidence, but no, it's not evidence for flat Earth. It's just interesting, and we may need to figure out the answer. So, like, okay, then you're not even capable of. You're basically saying the globe is unfalsifiable, right? So, like, when I use a mirror and I stick it on the ground, and everyone in this room can do this for like $10. You can take a mirror, put it on the ground at the beach, have someone stand on the other side of the water, whatever it is, and you can see the mirror flash. There should be, say, a 20-something mile should be 100 feet of hump in between you and the other person. You can put them on the ground and you can see it. Now, this is what's interesting about that, though. The military uses mirror flashes to help determine their location discreetly, right? So, like, if you're, say, 100 miles away on a mountain, the military will use a mirror flash so I can know where you are, but no one else can know where you are, meaning that they can't tap the line of communication because it's not audible, and no one can see your mirror flash unless they're in a direct line of sight with you. So I can see you flashing the light, but the person over to the left can't see it because it requires a direct line of sight to the reflective surface. That's why the military uses it. So when I do that over the water, when you see the flash, it's because you have a direct line of sight to that mirror. It's the only way you can see it. That's literally why the military uses it, because people that don't have a line of sight can't see it. So it's able to, you have to have a huge flash, that someone can see from miles away, but no one else can see it. So
What is the military doing?
Mirrors to sort of signal for rescue craft. I thought they use those like light shutterbox things to communicate between ships, don't they, in Morse code?
The military has a specific program that they use. Like, say they can't use radio comms or something. They'll locate their fellow man with a mirror flash.
Can I come back with that? If that's the case, then why are lighthouses high up in the air?
What does that have to do with anything, dude?
Hold on. Don't digress and don't.
You just changed the subject. You're talking about digressing.
No, we're talking about mirrors on the beach. They said lay flat, you can see the reflection. If that's the
And you
case,
brought up lighthouses.
okay, what's it? You know, listen, you're not fooling me. I know, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a
If
non
that's the case,
sequitur. It's
if that's the
irrelevant.
case, no, it's very relevant. It's the same thing. Why
It's
wouldn't
not the
lighthouses?
same thing.
Then why wouldn't lighthouses be built perpendicular to the ground?
They're not the same thing, dude. A mirror flash is not the same as a lighthouse shooting lights out.
You're talking about
Did
seeing
you
a
really
mirror.
just ask why a light
You're talking about
built
seeing. Hold on,
He
hold
just
on.
wants to hear himself talk.
Me and Witcher are talking. I'm talking about. You said that you can see the mirror flash from miles and miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you said, and I'm saying is that's not true because that's why we build lighthouses in the air. Okay, so you can see the flash off the mirror from the. You have to have elevated. You're not going to
You
see
don't.
it on the ground. The proof.
You
The
don't
proof
even
is
know
that.
how mirror.
The
You don't even know
proof
how mirror
lighthouses
flashes work.
exist. That's my proof. Yes, I do
You
know
know,
how mirror
there's.
flashes.
It's not analogous. They're totally different things. Okay, and to use a mirror flash, you have to tilt it back and forth to get the right angle from the sunlight. And as you go through the day, that angle changes. So you're asking, why don't they have people like live in the lighthouse and move a mirror 24/7? What a great point. They're different
Oh,
things.
that's not what I'm saying. It
I
doesn't.
mean,
I'm
no,
saying it
lighthouses
doesn't.
are used at night. He's not talking about. He's not
Exactly.
talking about using mirrors in a lighthouse. He's saying if the principle is lights can flash for this significant distance, even if they're down at the beach level, why would you elevate this light source?
Don't obscure the light.
Yeah,
Whoever that was,
elevate light
thank you,
source.
brother.
I mean,
Okay.
literally just so things don't obscure the light. A simple answer, done.
Yeah, like even a
Yep.
boat, even like water that starts to get like kind of rough,
I
even
know
more
that.
thick Atmos conditions at the bottom. No, none of that was
Bumpy
curvature of the earth,
water.
by the way. Yeah,
No,
but see,
you
there
want
you
to know
go.
why?
Right now
You
we're
want to
back
know
to the
why?
crux.
You want to know why? It's so they can see it a couple miles before when they're coming out from a distance where you can't see the shore. I mean, these are things are all explainable on a globe Earth.
No, dude, we see the lighthouse way further than the globe predicts.
I live by giant lakes, man, the biggest lakes on the planet.
Dude, I went to Key West and I saw a lighthouse way further than the globe predicts. Okay, your explanation is that it refracted around the globe.
Did you
That's what
explain that? Did you explain that to yourself, or did you just say,
you-
"Wow"?
I know what the globe's explanation is. It's like
No, what's your explanation?
I could teach my 5-month-old what the globe explanation is, and
No,
she
but
could come in
I don't
here.
want to know
She
the
could
globe. I
come
want
in
to know the
here
flat Earth
and
explanation.
calm down, dude. She could
The
come in
5-month-old?
here. She could come in here and debate just like you guys. Literally, she can't speak yet. So let's just say in half
I
a
want to
year.
know. I want to know what your explanation is, not the globe explanation. I want to know what
I'm
your
just making a point here real fast, and you show up. So, like, if I taught Aaliyah the word refraction, and I'm like, every time someone brings up evidence of flat Earth, all you have to say is refraction. She could literally come in here at 1 or 1.5 years old
It's irrelevant,
and
man.
debate just like you. You don't listen to anything that's said. You just say refraction back. So,
It's
like, I don't.
irrelevant. You're totally avoiding the question. Totally. How did you
No.
explain it yourself?
What that I saw the lighthouse way further than the globe predicts because the Earth's not a globe.
I know, but how did? Oh my God! How did you know? First of all, that was further than the globe predicted. Did you have a rangefinder?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay. I took the distance to the lighthouse to be true. Right. It's actually an observer point at Key West. It's so funny. There's a
Yeah.
point in Key
I've been
West
to
that
Key
is
West. I've
actually
been to Key West.
it's
I've
an
been to Key
actual
West.
observer location. Right.
Yep,
This
I've
is
been
right
there.
by they have like a park with pickleball and stuff. We were playing pickleball like 6 a.m. We walked over to the pier, and there's literally an observer position that's like on occasion you can see the lighthouse from this far away.
How far is lighthouse?
I can't remember.
Okay,
But
so you don't remember now.
I
That's
don't
what I'm
remember.
saying.
No, it's been
Come
like
on,
3
Witcher.
years, dude.
Well,
I don't care what you think, bro. This is
no,
all a
I really,
diversion
no, I
away
really know
from
you
my
don't.
point.
I really
This
know
is
you don't because
this
I
is
watch a lot of your
this,
videos and I
do
know
all
there's
the
no one's ever
do
going
all
to say to you.
do all the flat earthers realize what happened, right? Obviously, what happened was they don't like the fact that I just pointed out you can't say refraction with mirror flashes, and I said specifically why. So he immediately ran away to something else. Let's talk about lighthouse.
No, I was
this guy's
talking about
terrible.
reflection.
You
I
shouldn't
was
even
talking about
waste time on
reflection.
him.
Because can any other baller explain to me? Like my point is very simple, right? In order to see the mirror flash, you have to have a direct line of sight with it. No one else that doesn't have a direct line of sight can see it. That's why the military uses it. Okay.
But what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. You say it like it means so it has some kind of meaning that is like either disproving globe or proving flat. It doesn't. It's meaningless.
It can't be refraction bending the light around the globe, because then you wouldn't have the direct line of sight and other people would be able to see it.
I don't know about this idea that other people can't see it. Like you flash a mirror in a direction, but like I don't think it's exactly like covert.
Well, that's what the military says. I can give you the documents in a sec. Aaliyah's fed up with you guys.
I just want to know what Witsit says. I don't want to know.
Can you say refraction? Can you say refraction?
She sounds just like you guys, to be honest.
Can you say refraction?
That's sad, man. I feel bad, dude.
Why? My daughter's gorgeous and incredibly smart. Don't feel bad.
I wish her the best, man. I have children myself, dude. But you should let her choose whether she wants to think what she wants to think.
Yeah, of course I will. Yeah.
Very curious about that.
Let the little creature that can't feed itself decide what's right and wrong. That makes sense.
But I'm going to let her decide what she thinks when she gets old enough. I'm just going to teach her how to think that way.
I got a lot of crazy conspiracies. You know, I believe 9/11 and shit. You know, I have questions about the moon landing and shit, but I don't teach my son that shit.
That's right. I'm not going to tell my daughter a conspiracy theory that people landed on the moon. That's crazy. Why would I teach her that?
Cool.
I thought you were going to teach her how to think, not what to think.
That's what I just said. I'm not going to teach her some crazy conspiracy theory about how men walked on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to teach her that it's a crazy conspiracy theory that men walked on the moon?
No. When she gets old enough, if she hears about it or I decide to bring it up to her, I'll just let her decide. I'll say, look, the government says they went and walked on the moon. You know how you see the moon in the sky? The government says they walked on that people walked on that. And that they then destroyed the technology that got them there and they still can't go back.
Well, Witsit, I hate to break the news to you, man, but by the time she's your age or even my age, we're going to have people living in
You've been saying that for decades, dude.
This guy's bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
He's not worth anyone's time.
Hey, commercial space travel is going to be available in the next 10 to 15 years.
But they said that in 1970.
Your whole cult is going to die eventually.
They said that in 1970. You
Well,
say
yeah,
every
it's been 10 to 15 years away.
Just leave and wait for the death.
They're like grown children, dude. It's like, bruh, how do you guys lack such self-awareness? You don't realize that every single year, stop interrupting me, every single year that Flat Earth has started, we've had people running around saying, commercial space flights are about to exist in 2 years. We're going to go to the moon commercially and this whole thing's going to die. And then you're like, oh, wait, sorry, it got pushed back again. It got pushed back again. It always gets pushed back. I just had a conversation with someone that's supposed to go to space in 2025. I'm like, buddy, I promise you're not going to space. It's going to get pushed back.
Why is he supposed to go there?
When he says go to space, it's like one of those not really go to the moon thing. But there is a commercial one that's supposed to go to the moon this year. And Jaron started up like there's a third party website that holds bets, and he's like, okay, let's bet and see if they're actually going to go to the moon in 2023. None of the ballers would take it. One dude bet $500 and already backed out of it.
Oh no, I'd easily bet against them going there. It's a bad bet. Even though I think we can go to the moon, it doesn't mean any individual project is likely to get there because the odds are against it. Most individual projects like that fail.
It's not mass commercial. It's not
the
mass
reason they fail is because it's not possible, dude.
Yeah.
There's
you
no mass.
You can't go to a make-believe location.
Well, there's no mass commercial.
Cool. That's just reasserting your belief. We get that you believe that.
Wait, whose belief is it? I didn't invoke my belief. I addressed your belief. You think it's made of rock?
I'm saying there's no mass.
Chico? Have you been there?
As of yet, but there
looks physical to me.
William Shatner.
Oh, okay. So because the bubble looks physical, therefore it is physical. Yeah.
Many people have been to space.
Because the duck on the ocean way out over there looks like a bag of cheese, therefore it is a bag of cheese. Because some guy said so.
What are you talking about?
It's the same absurdity. Get the fix your mind on what's being said and understand the point. Just because you say it looks like something, it doesn't mean anything.
I'm struggling to
like the painting looks like something. But what is it? It's a 2D representation that someone decided to put together. Just because
Yeah,
it
the
looks
painting
like
looks
what
like
you
a
think it
painting.
looks
If I
like
see it.
doesn't make it so. Is the point?
Yeah.
What's so
Well, some
hard
people
to
trust their
understand?
some people trust their senses, you know, and some people have reason to doubt their senses.
Yeah, but since when is your eye? Hold on. Since when is your eye the sense that determines whether something is solid or not?
Oh, ballers trust their senses now.
I
That's
mean,
crazy.
it's a significant one. Like
Yeah.
I spend pretty much every day
Okay, so
riding my motorbike
when you
now.
judge the
I used to
sturdiness
use
of
my
it,
eyes to presume
when you judge the
physicality
sturdiness
the
of a
tree.
chair
Hey,
that you're
wait,
Come on, y'all be
moderation,
talking over
moderation.
each other.
Yeah, exactly. Elijah, you can't interrupt him. Exos, don't interrupt him, please. Everyone just calm down. Stop interrupting. That's like insane to listen to.
fair
Your
enough.
senses can be tricked.
Sure, they can.
Well, that's your entire belief, is that everything that we think that we observe via our senses is actually a trick. It's all an illusion. So why would a baller ever utter the
That's
words?
not true.
Some people. It is true. You claim that even though it looks like the sun's moving in the sky, actually it's sitting still and I'm falling backwards, but can't tell.
The sun does not look like it's moving in the sun.
How is that an illusion?
Oh my god.
Well, it's an illusion.
That's
It's
not
an
an illusion to
illusion
me.
that it's an illusion that the sun's moving relative to us stationary, when in fact the opposite's true. That's what you believe.
But I mean, like, you could spin around on your feet. I mean, what is an illusion? The whole world is spinning around me. I mean, it's not really an illusion.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not a good example, Witsit.
Wow,
A better one is
dude.
just going
I think you
refraction,
people
being
are
able to see
just
it beyond the
dense.
horizon.
that's just silly, though. I mean,
No, what's silly is that you don't comprehend basic logic. You're that dude.
right? I don't understand basic logic.
Yeah,
right.
Arma, shut up. Listen carefully. So
shut
there's
up.
a famous book called Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. Do you know who wrote it?
Who?
Who cares?
Stephen Hawking. And do you know what
You're
it's
avoiding
about?
the conversation again.
What?
All you do is avoid the topic of flat Earth. You never talk about
Buddy,
flat
Rob
Earth.
Noxious, I'm going to ban you from here if you keep doing that. Okay, Arma, this is the thing, right? Stubbornly Persistent Illusion is about the Earth looking like it's in the center and it's just an illusion. Okay? And like whether or not the sun moves around the Earth or vice versa, it looks like the sun moves around us, but it's just an illusion. That's what the whole entire idea is. It's built upon
Not
all
an
of Einstein's.
illusion.
Well, hold on. just
Oh,
because
so
you-
you go. Oh, left lane and Arma are smarter than Stephen Hawking, the
Well,
hero
hold
of their
on, first
model.
off, well, hold on. First off, okay, that's a fallacy. Just because we disagree with Stephen Hawking doesn't mean we're smarter than him or some shit, or we think we're smarter than him. Second off, all right, just because someone says, "Oh, this thing looks like an illusion," whatever, right? I mean, it doesn't necessarily make it true, because I've seen plenty of videos where they do like time lapses, whatever, where you got the nighttime sky. You have literally the what do you call it? What is it called? The Milky Way, whatever, and it looks like the entire like sky is shifting, all right, which it is, all right. Not like but the point is, it looks more like we're the thing that's rotating, right? I don't know if you ever seen those videos though, but no way in hell does it look like the sky is rotating. Come on.
Dude, see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
where they lock on the Milky Way and then have the surface of the Earth do
it would be
it.
a
double
No,
shot
there's
of
better
copium
examples.
right there, man.
It would be
Okay,
an
so
illusion.
There's better examples of an illusion.
This is why flat Earth is in fact
I
growing.
thought we were letting people finish.
I know. I just waited till it got quiet. So this is why flat Earth is in fact growing. It's because the globe proponents do stuff like this. They just blatantly lie about their position. The globe model
lying.
says.
Come on, Victor. You
Oh
can
my
do better than
God,
that.
lying.
dude!
Stop
like,
calling us liars.
or what, left lane?
Yeah,
What happens
just-
when you don't get to talk for a day?
Why
You don't
don't
get to
you
just
stop
interrupt
lying?
me. So stop
Come on,
interrupting me.
man.
Stop
Just
interrupting me.
pathetic, Victor.
Stop interrupting
Stop
me.
calling
Stop
us
interrupting me.
liars.
Stop interrupting me.
Yeah.
Stop interrupting me. Okay, so the fact is, the globe claims it looks like the stuff in the sky is moving, but actually it's us moving, and it just looks like that. It's just an illusion.
No, they
Okay.
don't.
Oh my God.
No.
Well, let me talk next after you're done with Sip, because I have another thing I want to bring up. Go ahead.
You guys you have to misrepresent the actual position, which speaks volumes.
Okay.
But the position is the thing we're holding. So what you're in the practice of doing right now is saying the bull says this. I don't think that's an illusion. An illusion would be like seeing an oil rig or a sunset where it isn't, where like it looks like X, but it actually isn't X. Whereas what you're talking about is an argument between two senses, where it's like either thing could explain that. And that's just typically not the way most people use an illusion, which is why the three ballers who you do have here are saying, no, that's not my view. And you're going, no, you've got to agree with this view that I'm putting in your mouth. Otherwise, I'm going to shout at you, call you liars, and then threaten to mute you. It's pathetic.
No, I only
You're
threatened to
better than
mute you. I only threatened to mute you because you all three interrupted me in the middle of my sentence because you're emotional
Because you're
children.
calling us liars.
There he is again. There he is again interrupting me. So the definition of illusion is something that is misperceived.
Okay.
Do we have to post the definition of illusion? It must be because flat earthers are remedial that we have to define basic terms to have conversations. It's definitely that flat earthers are remedial, though.
All right. Can I real fast bring up something? Okay, so let me even if I grant you right that it's an illusion, right? What the sun is doing or what the sky is doing on the ball Earth, I can say the same thing for the flat Earth, especially for the flat Earth, because what I see up there does not match what I would expect to see on the flat Earth at all. All right, and if you want to disagree with that, go ahead. All right, I mean, make yourself
How
look a fool.
so?
All right.
Elaborate.
Armor. You're only
The
tough on
sun
the
doesn't
internet, right?
change.
Like this is what's wrong with this environment. You guys can you think like that. Like you can talk like people are so stupid and stuff like that, but only on the internet. You would never do this in real life.
What is your point? This is a discussing
This is
chat.
such
Every
a
single
non-point,
time
Richard.
I go to speak,
When are your
you
balls gonna
people
drop? Your voice is too
interrupt
high,
me.
Armor.
Every single time that I go to speak, you guys interrupt me. So
But this
Arma
is just a non-point.
Oh my
You're
god, dude!
you're just complaining that somebody's speaking on the internet. You're not addressing the point. You're just going, "Oh, you wouldn't do this in real life." It's pathetic, man. It's beyond pathetic.
Okay, Mr. I got boosted and defended says other people are pathetic. So this is the
What's this
reality.
got to do with anything?
Stop
What is that got to do with
interrupting me.
anything?
Dude, this is the
It's
problem,
fucking
right?
insane, man.
Okay, if you disagree with what people are saying, that's okay, but you don't have to interrupt every single time they speak. Okay, you don't get to interrupt 5 words in and then say you're not making a point that I like. Well, I didn't make my point, you dumbass, because you're interrupting it.
Okay,
so stop interrupting.
Make a point.
Can we, let's move on. Okay, so
let's move on now. No, let's move on. Arm wants to talk now. So
why are you so triggered? I'm just trying to have a conversation
because people keep on interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, apparently Armor's got a pretty good point, or y'all are trying to avoid that conversation.
Wait.
Very good point.
Hey, Eggshells, where you at now with all the, that wasn't even relevant. They didn't say anything. Okay, so here's the definition of illusion. Here's the definition of illusion that grown men on the internet are lying about. Oh, you're calling me a liar. Yeah, you're lying. That's right. So the thing that is or is likely to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses. Okay, when I stand still and I look at something moving, it looks like it's perceived by the senses to be that I'm standing still and something's moving relative to me standing still. The globe claims, sure, it looks like that, but because of relativity, that's just an illusion. Actually, we're moving and it's standing still. That's why the book is titled A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion about this very subject.
All right, so even if I grant you that, right, southern star trails are still an illusion on the flat Earth. Don't even disagree with that, right? Any normal person would tell you that does not make any sense on a flat Earth. So
see, this is what all ballers do.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Are you going to address it? Are you going to address it? What's it?
We went through this Armor.
It's very hard to address.
It's an illusion. I don't care if you explain it or not. It's still an illusion.
So this is what all ballers always do. As soon as their point is refuted, they literally just ignore it and then bring something else up every single time.
This is relevant to the discussion. He's granting that you could call that an illusion, and then saying there are bigger issues. If illusion is the issue, then there are bigger problems in flat Earth, and then he raised one. This is absolutely on track with it. He didn't call you remedial. He didn't do any of that nonsense you're doing. He just went straight back to the discussion. Now you're complaining about
it.
So
Arma,
yeah,
you
good
were
question.
wrong.
How do you distinguish it? That's a good point.
Arma,
so let's continue with the discussion with it.
Shut up.
When was I wrong? Hold on. How am I wrong?
Okay, so you said it wasn't an illusion, and now you said you're going to grant it to me. I don't need you to grant shit. That's some dishonest tactic to pretend like you're actually conceding you're wrong, but you're not. So were you wrong when you said it wasn't an illusion, yes or no?
Well, first off, I said, let's actually clear it up. I said, even if I grant you it, right? Second off, right, I still disagree with this whole illusion thing, all right? Because frankly, all right, I already showed you that if I spin around in circles, whatever, the world appears to rotate around me. I don't think that's an illusion, all right? I just think that's just what happens when you rotate in 3D space.
Okay, see Eggshells,
Yeah.
that's why I didn't just move on, because what you guys do is once you're refuted, you say stuff like, well, even if I were to grant you that, no, you're going to actually draw it out to the conclusion and be intellectually honest. I just read the definition of illusion.
It is intellectually honest.
It's not wrong.
No, that's an illusion of reasonableness that Arma's trying to project.
What?
No, because the point is
I think
The
it's
point
very
is,
simple.
some people would call it an illusion and some people wouldn't. To me, I would only generally call something an illusion if it is visual and it is arguing with the visual sense. So every illusion I can think of are like optical illusions where it's like these lines are actually straight and all I've got is the visual information and the visual information appears to show me bent lines, but they're actually straight. So that's where I reserve the word illusion.
It doesn't matter
If we
what
want to
you.
stick to width, if we want to stick to width, I'm sorry. Are we playing the game where people finish or not?
Yeah, you paused. That's why 2 people jumped in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was literally waiting.
No, I think your dissonance
Yeah,
got the better of
you can't breathe in the middle
Um,
of your sentences, dude. You just have to speak.
So anyway, we'll just finish if you
Okay.
want to, or I'm going to go ahead.
I would like to, if that's okay.
And then can I go
So-
afterwards after crypto? After crypto?
Yeah, I mean, I just try to throw back to your point, Armour, because I think it would advance the conversation rather than doing all this meta shit. It's not what the 3 people present would call an illusion, although there are some things on the globe that are illusions, like sunsets and things being seen around a refracted, refracted images appearing. All Armour's done is raise a really good one, which is that there are southern star trails. There appears to be a central point in the sky that's due south of everybody on Earth, particularly observable if you're south of the equator, around which the stars rotate. That to me is a bigger challenge. If we're saying we've got these problems of illusions, and we grant you for the sake of conversation, okay, fine, that the sun appears to be going around us when our claim is we're going around it, and grant and go, okay, if I accept that's a problem, which of these 2 problems is bigger? That's not pretending to be reasonable. I think that's a reasonable way to advance the conversation.
I guess crypto's going to go. Yeah.
So first of all, I completely reject that conclusion, eggshells, because actually Armour said that when he's seen the Milky Way galaxy appears to shift, right? So, I mean, I'm assuming that he's then saying that therefore that's based on the movement of the Earth and not the movement of the sky. But of course, that's what's in contention. So he's using the thing that's in contention as evidence for his position, which doesn't make any sense. But also, the original point which that was addressing, which wasn't addressing really because it's a red herring from the point, is that the intellectual authority, or one of the intellectual authorities, holds position A and you guys hold position B, and that there's a conflict there. That was the original point that's been completely missed.
Well,
About whether something's an illusion or not.
Yeah, because dude,
that's the point I keep getting at. Somebody might call it that. The 3 people present just aren't using the term in the same way, but I think all 3 of us are like, yeah, I get why somebody would call it an illusion. I personally wouldn't, but if we want to call it an illusion so that the conversation can advance, so we can talk about the illusions in the flat Earth, then I'm happy to do that.
Of course,
but as Left Lane pointed out, it seems like we're kind of doing our darndest to not get to that next step in the conversation.
No, here's what's actually happening, right?
I was supposed to say third. I was supposed to come after crypto. What is happening here, guys?
Just quickly, I don't think you can call Stephen Hawking somebody, right? As you did in your statement. Well, because he's a little bit more significant than somebody in your...
Is he nobody?
That's a false dichotomy. So...
Well, I mean, it's A or not A. It's either somebody or nobody.
No, well, that's what...
He's somebody.
So
this is weird. Let's just have the conversation then. Fine, call it an illusion.
Throwing fallacies halfway through my sentence, and I won't have to address them. So he's clearly not just somebody. He's also clearly not nobody. What he is a very significant figure, intellectually speaking, in the globe paradigm. I don't know if you disagree with that or not, but I feel like you're massively downplaying his influence by calling him somebody.
Well, this is just sophistry.
I wasn't even aware we were talking about. It's just to me, it's irrelevant.
Let me just make the
question is about definition of words, for which Stephen Hawking is not the arbiter. It's a collective thing.
Okay, so I offered the actual definition of the word. Okay, when you say 3 people here don't think it's defined like that, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The reason that you guys don't want to define it like that is because to say that the globe claims that things are an illusion, you don't like how that sounds. You want to portray it as if the globe is definitively matching reality as from what we observe. Right, so that's why you do that, and then you say, "Well, we want to move over to flat Earth."
Come on, guys.
Every single time that I'm speaking, you 3 people interrupt me every time.
Well, I'm interrupting because I was supposed to go next, and you guys keep fucking taking my spot.
You get Arma.
Arma, you'll be up next. You guys are gonna have to chill out. Left lane, eggs, and
Yeah.
whoever the third guy is.
Well, if Witsit
What?
will quit putting words and thoughts in my brain and misrepresenting the way that I think, then I'll be quiet. But as long as you continue to misrepresent me and my thoughts, I'm gonna bark.
Okay, and then you're going to be
But
muted.
that still
How
doesn't
about
give you
that?
the right to interrupt him. Let him finish his point, and then you can address that after. Thank you.
This is the point. So, for example, it looks like we're in the center of the universe. According to the official globe Earth model, it just appears that we're in the middle of the universe, but we're not. It's just an illusion, okay? Because everywhere you are in the universe is going to look like it's in the center, even though none of those places are actually in the center. It looks like it's in the center. This is a textbook illusion.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. That one's fine. I think but go on.
Well, it's the same thing. Okay. So whenever we see something and it looks one way, but actually it's the opposite way or another way, that's the definition of illusion. Okay. That's why it's called stubbornly persistent illusion. And it's specifically talking about this. He uses this title because it comes from a phrase that Einstein uses. This entire book is forwards of Einstein, except for the forward he wrote. Everything else is just different things that Einstein wrote. And it's because Einstein said, right, that if the sun moves around the earth or the earth moves around the sun, they're equally valid, right? And it's just a stubbornly persistent illusion that the sun moves around us, which is what started this whole conversation. It's directly tied to whether or not we're in the center of the universe. They're the same points. Therefore, they're both illusions. For you to say, oh, well, the sun one's not an illusion, but the us in the center is an illusion, means you don't even understand the context.
Okay, am I allowed to go now? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Please respond.
Yeah, it's your
first
turn,
to
Arma.
address Crypto's point, because he made a point a while back about what was it, like the sky moving or something, and saying, oh well, that why should we assume it's us moving and not the sky, whatever. Well, the thing is, right, when more or less everything in the sky is moving uniformly, right? Usually that happens when the person is rotating, right? So if I spin on my feet, right, everything around me is rotating, right? That makes sense because I'm the one that's rotating. Therefore, it's only logical for me to assume that everything else only appears to be moving around me because I'm the one thing that's rotating, right? So yeah, that makes sense for when I time lapse the sky, whatever, and you're able to see like the Milky Way, whatever, and everything is moving uniformly with it, whatever, right? It's logical to think we're the ones rotating. Now the second point. Now what was the other thing? Because I had so many points, but everyone just kept fucking talking.
Oh my god.
No, there was another. Seriously, you guys just kept on going. I had another fucking point though. I'm just trying to remember.
You never have had a
Does it begin with whatever?
No, it was something else though.
When was it that you had a point, bro?
Shit.
Because
okay. How about this though? Okay, so I will say this though. I will admit that perhaps the daytime, right? Because there's no stars, there's no there's nothing to really go, no reference point, whatever, right? Just seeing the sky, moving the sky. Yes, one could assume that that it's just the sun that's moving, or at least at the very least it's the sun that's going around, all right? Like it's going above and then below the the earth, whatever, right? I will agree to that. But I do think once again context is important though, because once again if we time lapse it though, right, where we have the exposure, what is it, down, or I think it's exposure, or is it up? We have the exposure up, whatever, right? We could see the entire sky just like shifting, all of it just uniformly, right? At that point, I don't think it's an illusion anymore. At that point, it's pretty obvious that, or at the very least, it's pretty, convincing that we're the ones that rotate. We're the ones that are rotating, right? But yes, without the context, it may look like the sun is moving. So I will give you that.
Okay, so no, what you just said is ridiculous. Dude. You're saying that since the stuff in the sky moves uniformly, that proves it's not moving.
Never said proves.
Okay, yeah. Then you jump in to interrupt with the semantical diversion of the word proof, which is what you guys always do. Although good thing. There now, Red Shells is interrupting again. You guys are all now. Arma's interrupting again.
I'm correcting you because you said proved. I never said proved. I said it's convincing.
Bro,
I literally said convincing.
Bro, why is this allowed? I'm gonna vote that you guys get banned because what you're showing, and now you're gonna be like, oh, Austin wants to flex his out the word. No, fucking hell. You learn a new phrase, left lane. So the problem is that you guys keep interrupting, right? It's not fair. We just let Arma ramble incoherently without interrupting. As soon as now you're interrupting again.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, bro. Have a little bit of character, guys. Come on.
But when I interrupted the first time, I was correcting him though. He said I was saying it proved something. I never said prove.
But like
I said correct him if he said something wrong. I said convincing.
Can I just have a test?
It looks like Go ahead.
Can I just have a test? Witsit just then was just saying that the Globers aren't allowed to
Yo,
speak.
just let
They're not
Witsit
allowed
finish his
to.
point. Guys, I'm not playing. Let Witsit
So there
finish
we
his
go.
point.
Demonstrated. Is
Jesus
the
Christ.
simple
Can you
thing
guys
is
hear me?
Witsit. I was already
Exactly.
talking.
I can hear you, bro.
I don't care if
I
you
was in
already
the middle of.
talking. I'm modding. You're muted. Go ahead, Witsit. Finish your thing up. Please don't interrupt, guys. Let's all go one at a time.
Okay, so if we just use good faith, obviously it's a colloquial use of the word prove. So to just immediately divert away to the thing we've heard 4,000 times about how you can't prove anything is just a waste of time. It's a colloquial use of the word prove. Okay, so you're claiming that somehow that's exclusive evidence that it's in fact us moving and not the sky. It makes literally no sense. It means you fundamentally don't understand your model, which is why you're in here defending it, because you don't understand it. So objectively, what your model claims is that they're identical, that there's a kinematic equivalence, and that anything that's observed of how things move in relation to the Earth, that it is kinematically identical, okay, equivalent in validity if it's the sky moving or us moving. It's identical, according to your own model. They say it looks like everything's moving around us, but that's just an illusion. That's your official model, and if you have to
That's not the
deny
official
it,
model.
it
That's
speaks
Stephen
volumes.
Hawking.
No, that's Einstein. That's relativity, which is
No,
what
you're
your model
citing
uses.
Stephen Hawking now. That's the new book you found. I saw you post a picture of it.
Yeah, that's the book that I have. I took a picture on my couch, and it's literally, I already explained, it's the scientific works of Albert Einstein compiled by Stephen Hawking.
Not the
So
whole model.
All right.
dude, it uses relativity. That's what the model is built upon.
That's one of the models. Our model.
No, that is the model.
Yeah, but the point Dawn's raising is important. Like, it's not. I don't think any of us feel that we can hold you to what Ken Wheeler says, or that Witsit's bound by what Dyslow says. But it kind of feels like you're demanding that we use exactly the same words and stick to exactly the same definitions as somebody else who just happens to think the same thing about the shape of the Earth. If he calls it an illusion and we go, I don't really see it that way, there are other examples of illusions, it just seems really strange to demand that we continue to use a word in a way that we're like, no, and then still be freaking out about it after we're like, okay, fine, call it that, then let's move on.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what people say or call it. It has nothing to do with Einstein and Hawking specific. It doesn't matter what they say. It's what is necessitated for your position. How do you not understand this? If based on the observations that we have, we get
to choose our own positions. You don't get to hang us with
Oh
Einstein's.
my God, dude.
Einstein's pipe
Please
dreams.
don't interrupt.
Dude, so based on the observations that we have, if you're going to claim the Earth is moving around the sun and that we're in a heliocentric model in an ever-expanding universe, okay, based on the observations, you have to claim that there's a kinematic equivalence because all the observations look like we're in the center, which means if you're claiming we're not in the center, your model has to include an explanation that says this is why it looks like we're in the center, even though we're not. This is a fact.
I don't think there is a kinematic equivalence. I think that the fact that bodies are orbiting and they change their position, they change their proximity to Earth, their angular size is larger in a way that comports with them going around the sun, means to me the two aren't kinematically equivalent. So if somebody, whether it be Einstein or my dad or you, said that they're kinematically equivalent, doesn't mean I have to agree with that. The only thing I need to agree with and be consistent with is what I say.
Okay, well,
real quick, Don, I muted you because you were interrupting. So if you were wondering why, carry on, guys. Go ahead.
If all observations make it look like the Earth in the center, but you're claiming a model that says the Earth's not in the center, you're going to have to invoke an explanation that includes the observations being that we look like we're in the center. Okay, this is so remedial. What I'm saying is, like, the fact you guys have to deny this speaks volumes.
But that's what I just responded to with it. It doesn't look like we're in the center. It doesn't, to me, look like we're in the center because it appears that Ganymede orbits Jupiter. it doesn't look like it's orbiting Earth. It looks like Mars and Venus and Jupiter and all of the planets are orbiting the sun. It looks like the moon, our moon, is only around us, and other planets have their moons that appear to be around them. So if you're saying somebody else who shares my worldview thinks that those two are equivalent, that's great. I don't. I think
Dude.
whoever said that is wrong and ridiculous. And
Dude.
so I don't need to agree with that in order to hold my worldview.
Eggshells, what you just said is like saying that the sun's not in the center of the solar system because other planets have moons go around it. It's the same exact argument. So I can just say, oh, well, then the sun's not in the center of the solar system. Yes, it is. Objectively, it is. Why are you interrupting me again? So he just said,
You interrupted me. You just said, dude. No, let's be clear with you. This is an interjection. You started saying dude repeatedly while I was still talking. I just let it go because it's fine to interrupt, but let's not be one-sided about it, okay?
That's not true. You stopped speaking and then I responded.
Play the tape.
Do you want to bet $5 grand? I'm so tired of the line.
Sure,
It's such
yeah,
a waste of
okay.
time.
You got $5 grand now. Let's go for it.
Yeah, $5
Can
grand.
I ask you a question to a few of the globers who are involved in this? Don't you think it would be incredibly embarrassing for Stephen Hawking to have made this claim if it's so easily disproven by online Discord globers?
Made what claim?
What claim is that, Crypto?
The equivalent the whole discussion is based on.
Hilarious.
Dude,
Careful,
Kosho, I
because
swear
I've been saying several times. The quote is simply from Einstein. The book is about Einstein. Einstein's quote was about time, not anything to do with it being an illusion that makes it look like the sky is rotating or we're rotating.
Okay, not true.
What?
Not
Really?
True. It's not true.
It's 1,000% true, man.
No, it's not. So actually, in the context of where that came from, he's literally talking about the kinematic equivalent. Hey, Kosho, is there a kinematic equivalence?
So here's the quote.
Yeah,
People
ignore
like
the
us,
question.
I'm not ignoring what you said, Witsit. I'm responding to what you said. If you ask the question at the end of what you said, I'll get to that. Respond to the first thing you said. The quote is actually, people like us who believe in physics know that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Time and that's just somebody else using their quote, but yeah, that's the end of his quote.
Yeah, okay, I just explained that it's in the context of explaining the kinematic equivalence. It's literally in the context of explaining the kinematic equivalence, and relativity's explanation is that time dilates and matter contracts, thus we have a kinematic equivalence. So in the context, it's talking, hey, you can huff and puff all you want to because you're ignorant of your own position, but it's a waste of time. This conversation should take less than 30 seconds. When I have a PhD astronomer on my channel, you know what they never do? What you guys just did for 10 minutes. Never, ever, ever, ever would an actual astronomer or astrophysicist deny that there's a kinematic equivalence. This is like something you learn your first year in astrophysics. If you don't understand that there's a kinematic equivalence in the heliocentric and geocentric position, you don't even understand your model. This is just a fact.
Well, either you misquoted or one of you two, between Kosho and Witsit, one of you two misquoted the illusion. So which one misquoted the illusion?
I didn't misquote anything.
Let's get to the bottom of it.
I never misquoted anything. I explained that the reason that they call it a stubbornly persistent illusion is because you can't tell the difference. That's what Einstein's talking about in context. And if anyone wants to take a bet, I'll actually take the time to go read the whole thing in context, and then you guys will shut up. And this is what happens every time. It's in the context. The reason he says that the time is an illusion is because time has to dilate and only be relative to each observer relative to reference frame because there's a kinematic equivalence. He's explaining the equivalence principle and the covariance principle within the kinematic equivalence of relativity. That's the context of the quote.
So what I understand is that bit about, because I've heard physicists talk about it before, is that we believe that there is a past, present, and future, and we use time in our equations, but that physics still works. All of the equations and everything still work if you run the clock backwards. If you say, actually, that cue ball hit the pool cue and pushed the person's arm back, all of the stuff still works in that format. So if somebody's using words like, if somebody's using words like kinematic equivalence, but they're talking about it in a temporal way, that to me is different to going the Earth, because it sounds like when you're saying kinematic equivalence, you're saying it is as valid to say that everything revolves around the Earth as it is that the Earth revolves around the sun. I'd be astounded if it's a second one, and I'm with Left Lane. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so I'll just have to repeat it again. Can you guys actually listen to what I'm saying?
No,
So
just get the quote.
Oh my God. So what he's saying is he's discussing how we think that time is linear, okay? We think that time is linear based on our perception, but that's a stubbornly persistent illusion. Time is actually simply relative to the observer and his reference frame, okay? This is him explaining relativistic equivalence. That's literally what he's explaining. Do you understand?
It doesn't. It just doesn't sound at all like what you're saying. It doesn't sound at all like it's saying that. Therefore, the suggestion that the Earth is at the center of our solar system or the universe versus the sun is. I'm not getting that. If he's talking about past, present, and future, that's a totally separate deal for what masses are revolving around what mass.
No, it's not a totally separate deal, eggshells. The whole explanation from relativity that there's a kinematic equivalent is that time dilates, okay, and that motion is only relative, right, and that matter contracts. This is the fundamental postulates of relativity that explain the equivalent. He's explaining that to us, which he built upon Henri Poincaré or whatever, which he said it is not us who impose, or it is not the universe that imposes space and time on us, but rather it is us who impose space and time on it because it's convenient. Okay, that's where he got relativity from. That's where he got space-time from. He literally builds upon Henri Poincaré, and he's explaining in context that we may think that time is linear, as in absolute in one way, and that there's past, present, future. But in fact, that's just an illusion, okay? Because there is no absolutes, because everything is relative to the reference frame of the observer. Thus, it is equally valid to say that the sun moves around the Earth or the Earth moves around the sun, that it's merely a decision of coordinate system preference, that they are equivalent kinematically.
I agree up until, well, I agree with the bits I understand up until you get to the last bit where you're saying, therefore, this thing that applies in other areas of physics in space and time, therefore applies to this particular thing when it comes to geocentrism. If you can show me anybody sensible saying anything close to that last conclusion, I will eat my hat.
I will literally just show you Einstein's quote saying it. Dude, Einstein literally says, I'm almost verbatim quoting him here, that it appears, after all, that the struggle so violent in the day of Copernicus was actually rather meaningless because it's just a coordinate system decision, and whether the sun moves around the Earth or the Earth moves around the sun is equally valid.
Right,
that's what.
But that's not like the point I keep raising is it's not just about the sun and the Earth. It's about the behavior of Venus and Mars and Jupiter and Jupiter's moons.
Oh my God, you don't understand it. Dude.
Then you can still choose which coordinate system you want to use, because every object exists in every coordinate system, unless you make a finite one for some inexplicable reason. It's about whether they're still equivalent, whether these two things still explain the available data in a meaningful and sensible way.
Okay,
this sounds like epic cherry picking.
No, that's what Kosho just did, actually. And
really? Okay, hold on, sir, because I wasn't going to embarrass you. Okay, don't bring me up like that. Einstein made this quote just before he died. When his friend died, he sent a letter to his friend's family about about death. This is basically just poetry in a way to console the family of his dude that died. He wasn't talking about the planets or space or anything. And Hawkins used it for the title of his book because Einstein made this quote because like a poetry of how he perceives time. But it literally wasn't in a scientific paper. It was in a letter he sent to this dude's family.
Okay, have you ever actually read the book that you're talking about?
No, I've not read that book. No.
So all you have to do is read 2 pages of the book to know that you're wrong. The reason he used the phrase,
You want to bet $1 million? What's it? You want to bet $1 million on that wrong?
Yeah, $1 million of what's in the front of Hawking's book, absolutely. So you told me why you just said why he used the title of it is literally because of the kinematic equivalence. He explains this in the first 2 pages of the book.
I'm saying where the quote comes from, dude. It comes from
Oh,
Einstein.
Yeah.
He's using the quote that Einstein used. Einstein used that quote in Consoling His Friend. Hawking's using it in a way to because it's a nice phrase. It sounds nice. He can use it for
That's
whatever he
right.
wants to use it for. But it
He's
doesn't matter. Einstein wasn't claiming that it's seeing the sky move is an illusion.
Okay. Einstein point blank says there's a kinematic equivalence. That's what relativity says. That's why you avoided that question, because you heard the other ballers in here deny the kinematic equivalence. And instead of being like, no, you guys are wrong, our model does claim a kinematic equivalence, you avoided it. I brought up stubbornly persistent illusion. No, it's objective. Hey, Coach, is there a kinematic equivalence? Yes or no?
No.
Really?
Just like eggshells made the point I've been making, which is when you include all things, like Kepler's third law, for instance, and the movement of the other planets, you can see that Earth follows that the same ratio. It's actually built off Earth's ratio. If you use 1 AU in 1 year, you get Kepler's third law with the movement of the other planets. That tells you that if the other planets are orbiting the sun, that means we're also orbiting the sun.
No, you can satisfy all of Kepler's law with the geocentric Earth. The fact you don't know that is weird to me, because I know
Go for it.
Oh, okay, a neotectonic system satisfies all of Kepler's laws.
Go for it. Show me how it satisfies Kepler's third law.
Okay, and that's what's so funny is that you're in here denying the kinematic equivalence of relativity. It's super weird. Okay, and this is what's even funnier is Eggshell's refutation of it is that moons go around other planets as if the Earth can't be in the center with everything moving around it because moons go around planets. So applying the same logic, the sun can't be in the center of the solar system because moons go around planets. That's stupid.
It's not stupid if you realize that the moons of Jupiter all follow Kepler's third law with the same ratio. That's because they're all orbiting Jupiter. And if you notice that the same trend is true about all the planets in the sun, including the Earth, they follow Kepler's third law in regards to the sun.
It's just Kepler's laws are just ratios. That's all they are. Okay, so it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a ratio.
It does.
Okay.
If that ratio is identical for all of the Jovian moons, that means that all the Jovian moons have a relationship, which of course they do. We can see that they're all orbiting Jupiter. If the Earth and the other planets have all the same ratio, that means that they're all doing the same thing, orbiting the same object.
If you just beg the question that the Earth's doing the same thing, it proves that the Earth's doing the same thing. Very profound. So in reality, okay, you can satisfy all of Kepler's laws with a neotectonic system. This is a fact.
That's what we're waiting for.
Okay, yeah, I'll give it to you in a second. So this is what's weird to me, right? Is the fundamental, this is the whole truth, this is the truth of the situation, is that the heliocentric model and geocentric model had different predictions. Okay, the heliocentric model is like, we have no special position. When it was first proposed, they assumed the sun was the center of everything that exists. Right, so Newton, Copernicus, Kepler, they all said that the sun was the center of the entire universe, and most of them actually said they worship the sun, which is how they knew it was in the center. Now, when we move forward in time, we're like, oh, the sun's not the center of the whole universe; it's just the center of our solar system. So now we have two different predictions from the heliocentric and geocentric position. The Earth being insignificant in position. Thus, when we look out at great distances, everything should be moving all over the place. We should have red and blue shift everywhere. It shouldn't have any direct relation to the Earth. Distant galaxies shouldn't care at all what's going on with the Earth. Now, when we looked out, we saw that everything, including distant galaxies, moved specifically in relation to the Earth, seemingly completing a circuit once a year. So that doesn't make any sense within the previous heliocentric position. So then the heliocentric model was changed to say, okay, it looks like we're in the center even with distant galaxies, but that's just an illusion. We're not in the center, and in fact, everywhere in the universe would look like it's in the center, even though there is no center. This is what happened. Now, if you look at Einstein's relativity, he specifically points out this kinematic equivalence, saying that first in relativity, he proposed special relativity to debunk the idea that the Earth is stationary with Michelson-Morley. And he says that light is absolute in all reference frames for all observers. He says there is no absolute reference frame, that all motion is relative, but that nothing is still, but you can't bring up motion that's relative to something else, blah, blah, blah. Then by the time we get to 1915, he brings up general relativity saying, oh, turns out geocentrism is equally valid. This is a fundamental tenet of the current model. Because of the observations, we cannot explain the observations of space
if we assume the Earth is moving around the sun unless we invoke a kinematic equivalence. It's the only way to explain it. I know that was a lot, but why just believe it, right? Don't misrepresent it.
I think I've got a question. Would you say flat Earth and globe Earth are kinematically equivalent?
No, like, I mean, for one, the actual globe model says that the Earth moves, so that can't be kinematically equivalent.
Maybe I don't know what that means, or maybe you're using it wrong. I'm not sure.
Well, okay, you can say if you apply relativity that there's a kinematic equivalence between a stationary and a moving Earth, but it's not in relation to a shape. So kinematics is just how bodies move in relation to each other.
Okay.
But yeah, but this is what I'm saying, dude. It's like I get frustrated because it's like, bruh, just believe in it, but you don't have to like misrepresent it. This is a basic tenet of the model. This is just objective.
I don't mind being wrong. I like to be shown when I'm wrong, though, especially if I'm being claimed to be wrong. And I happen to have done Kepler's laws, third law, with the planets and with the 4 Jovian moons. So I'm willing to see if there's some way to make that work in a geocentric model, or the neo-Tychonic, especially, because that's the one specifically that I was comparing it to. And to me, it doesn't make any sense at all. Because you said the ratios are there's a distinct ratio for each set of relationships, and so, and, in the case of the Earth, the solar system, they simply use the astronomical unit and the year, and you get the exact same relationship. The square of the period and the cube of the same major axis. It's the same for all the planets around the sun. So that to me says that they're doing the same thing. But yeah, if there's something that shows that works in the neo-Tychonic system, that would show that there definitely is an equivalency.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I'm actually like texting Robertson Jones right now because I want to get his 2 papers about geocentrism. It's not his, it's Varshini, I think is his name.
Yeah, I remember you brought those up, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get them right now, but
I appreciate it. Sorry for getting hot before, but because I really am interested. I remember you brought that up, and it sounded you brought it up like in passing, and you said you didn't know where to get it from because you saw it in like a video that he had or something like that. So yeah, that'd be interesting.
yeah, I mean, I asked him about it on my show, and he mentioned who it was, which is, I think it's Varshini. I don't remember, but anyway, I'm about to text him and get them. I don't know if he has both of them. I'm assuming that I think he's like good friends with them personally, so I think he's got both the papers. But anyway, it's like if you don't have a neo-Tychonic system, then you're correct. You can't satisfy Kepler's laws with just the initial Tycho Brahe system or with Ptolemy's system, right? But a neo-Tychonic system does. Okay, and
just so I'm not confusing anything, I just want to make clear: the neo-Tychonic system is one where the Earth is still the center, but the Sun is orbiting the Earth, and the rest of the solar system is just behave like it looks like it's still orbiting the Sun, but the Sun is orbiting the Earth. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the one that we're talking about, right? Because neo just means new, but yeah. And so like then there's another thing that I was talking about is like people were like, oh well, Ptolemy's system was so much more complicated and all this stuff, and it had to have so many elliptic cycles or whatever, epicycles. And in reality, Kepler had 48, and the Ptolemaic system had 40. So actually, Kepler had to invoke more epicycles to make it work. So anyway, I'll get the papers, but my point is that on a fundamental level, I know damn well that you know that there's a kinematic equivalence, and I guess if you want to invoke a specific law of Kepler to show why it worked, that's cool. I'll try to get the math, but the general principle of the equivalence is like a fundamental tenet of relativity. It's called the equivalence principle. You have the equivalence principle and the covariance principle, right? So it's like, I don't know. I just find it weird, but I'll find
Well, I
the paper.
mean, I understand the equivalence principle to be meaning something different, though.
Well, as applied to the motions of the bodies, it's going to bring you to a kinematic and dynamic equivalence.
I reckon flat Earth and globe Earth are kinematically equivalent.
For the sky, they certainly are. Right?
Yeah, I was
That's how
gonna say,
can
Don, they're talking about the
calculate
sky.
that. Yep.
So, Einstein's equivalence principle for a uniform gravitational field states that the motion of an object in an inertial reference frame is indistinguishable from the motion of the object in the absence of this field, but with respect to a suitable uniformly accelerated reference frame.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as it pertains to the motion of the bodies, I mean, that's going to give you a kinematic and dynamic equivalence.
Yeah, I thought that was just talking about, simple words, the difference between an accelerating frame and a frame that's stationary in a gravitational field.
Yeah, the kinematic equivalence of the inertial and accelerative frames. So I'm gonna. Let me type. We're correct. Hey, Zanuck, is there a kinematic equivalence?
Yes, it was a kinematic equivalent.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get this paper that shows Kepler's laws.
Zanuck pulling through.
But I'll just keep posting quotes that confirm what it's saying.
Guys, I got a question regarding experiments with the shape of the Earth. If you don't mind, I'm not trying to change the subject. It may be still on the same subject, but just an experiment I was thinking about the other day. Can I ask a question? Okay, I'm gonna probably go ahead and ask.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because no one's talking.
Yeah. So to prove this once and for all, whether it's got a curve or there's no curve. So not really the shape, but just to prove whether there's a curve or no curve. All the optical experiments always get naysayed, saying nah, or refraction or this and that. So, hypothetically speaking, if we had a perfectly straight metal pole and it goes on for 3 miles, and you put it over a body of water, and there's no deviation in the water, or it doesn't cut through the water, would you say that's definitively that proves that there's a curve or there's no curve? Would you say yes or no to that?
I guess that would be definitive, but I mean, not to be that guy, but I mean that's sort of already been speculated already, like this long structure, showing deviation or whatever. But I mean, it's very impractical though. Like building that thing would be pretty tough because you need a lot of precision and whatnot.
No, fair enough. So I'm just making sure that I'm on the right track with having something physical going at a distance like that. Okay, so I was thinking now last night or the night before, with fishing line, for instance, fishing line's not heavy, so it shouldn't have a dip. For instance, if you had a long cable and you stretch one end to the other end, there's going to be a dip because of that weight, and I don't think that we're going to get a strong enough cable, or there's a strong enough winch equipment to pull this cable taunt enough that it dead straight. But fishing line should work over say 2 or 3 miles. If you put one end across a lake and the other end, and you take a boat and you see if that ever does cross that water, if you do it at 3 or 4 inches above the water, that should work perfectly fine. If it touches the water, or if it cuts, or at least if it doesn't touch the water, then I'm sure that we can say that this is there's no curvature. If it cuts through that water, there's curvature. Would you agree that should work?
Why would you hold it above the water when the weight of it would be making it droop?
But a fishing line shouldn't. If you
Yeah.
that fishing line,
You can't make fishing line 2 miles long not droop.
There's sag factor. There's not any chords. There's an equation for this that the amount of tension that would be required to pull it dead straight would well exceed the breaking strength of the cable.
Yeah, it wouldn't take very long for that to happen.
On fishing line as well, because for instance,
Yes.
I buy fishing line.
Why would you just have it? Why wouldn't you just have it neutrally buoyant and floating on the water? That'd be the easiest way, like Jace is doing right now.
I don't understand that one. Neutrally
Put
buoyant.
it on the water. It'll all float. It'll have the equal force all the way across it. It'll be neutrally buoyant, just staying right at the surface. And then you apply tension to it, and if it drops down to provide the sagitta, that would be dropping down over, I don't know, a few miles, maybe 3 feet or something.
Yeah, something like that. Perfect. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be doing. I already bought a couple kilometers of fishing line or woven line, and they're going to be doing.
Wait, they're actually doing that?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. So I didn't think that the fishing line would have much sag in it. So I'm surprised that you guys said there would be sag.
It doesn't seem like when you have a spool of line, only a couple hundred feet is a few ounces, but you stretch it over a couple miles, it's going to be pretty heavy.
The reason why I
Might
thought
be
that is
50 pounds or
because-
something. And so you got 50 pounds in the middle on the string. It's going to have a huge sag to it.
Yeah, I was just thinking. For instance, I bass fish, so we buy like 5.5 kg line in 600-meter rolls, and that roll itself is not too heavy. And I was thinking you buy a couple of rolls. It's not that much weight. But yeah, if you guys say that there's an equation for sag, then yeah. But what you guys are saying now would be great to actually see, because I would love to see this discussion have a fixed like yes or no, and I think that's one way to do it.
The easiest way to just look at mountains. Draw
I
lines,
don't know,
straight
it's
lines to
optical.
mountains. That aren't that far away, 100 miles away, mountains. Would that be easiest? That's the easiest thing I noticed.
I don't know. It's optical, so there's refraction involved. So that's
Well,
what I'm
what's-
saying. Something physical.
Well, if it's refraction, then you should see some change over time in different conditions, but yet we don't. We're talking about a major angular change. We're talking about 3,000 or 4,000 feet of a mountain that's missing.
No, but you can't see that far because there's atmosphere between you. So
No, of course you can see that. I can see, look at my mountain. I can see 60 miles away today. See a mountaintop on a clear day, easy. And if I
yeah, on a
zoom
clear
in,
day. On a clear day.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We want to use a clear day. We don't want to use a shitty day. We want to use a clear day. We can look at that mountain 100 miles away, not a problem. I've seen Mount Diablo from Squaw Valley, which is about quite close to 200 miles away.
Yeah, I've zoomed into the V&A waterfront to basically the jetties from 100. I think it's 100 kilometers or 90 kilometers away, which is also interesting.
So all you have to do is look at it, get a theodolite or some way to measure an angle to it, and see if the height of the object above the surface, elevation-wise, comports with the angle. And if it doesn't, then you got something wrong, and you can say, "Oh, well, it's refraction." Well, then do test and figure out what the refraction value is by looking at other objects that are not at that same height.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring in the refraction into this because that's just going to be a non-ended discussion again. So that's why I asked the physical thing.
Well, it's interesting. These mountains that are below where they should be, based on the angle and the distance and the elevation, never change. They're always going to be. They're not like some days above and some days below. And not to mention the fact we know how refraction works. It's understood quite well that when you have light traveling through a differential medium and has a certain angle of incidence, it will always bend down to the denser medium, which means it looms things up. So if something's below where it should be, that's opposite to how refraction works. So that's another way to very definitively show what the object we live on looks like.
Well, real quick, just on the last topic. So, Zanuck, you agree there's a kinematic equivalence because these guys were debating it and denying it for quite some time. So you're against some of the other globe guys in here.
Well, I think it's all about context. The kinematic equivalence only says, as Witz had illuminated, that we can look at things from different reference frames and see the same type of relationship in motion. So if I'm sitting around on the ground looking at a train go by, it looks like it's going by. But if I'm on a train looking at me, it looks like I'm going by. That, in the most simplistic form, is what the kinematic equivalence means. So we're talking about.
Yeah. So between geocentrism and heliocentrism, they're equivalent. The coordinate systems are equivalent.
Well, they're not directly equivalent. They're relational. I mean, they're definitely there's transforms that you would use to describe one
That's what
from the other.
kinematic equivalence means, though. The actual position.
Well, it has two meanings. It's not exactly the same because the motion from one versus the other are going to be different. Accelerated frame looking at something inertial versus inertial looking at something accelerated is different. They are equivalent, but they're not the same. But they call that a kinematic equivalence because it's how you equate two different things together. Like if I say have an equation that has different type of variables and equals another equation which has different variables, they're not the same, but the relationship is the same. They're equal as far as mathematically. Make sense?
Yep. Yeah. I just wanted. I heard you say that at the end there. I mean, we can stay on do another topic or whatever if this one's kind of
like race cars have
been talked out. But I just because you came in at the end there and said that, so I just wanted to.
Oh, I think it's one of the most important topics of all, though.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Because it's so misrepresented.
No, but what Zanik just said is true. You can look at anything from any reference frame, and calling them equivalent would really be downplaying what you're doing. You're just looking like if you're talking about looking at it from any frame, can you do that like equivalently, equally? Like sure, you could do that, but can you say that they're both equally valid models for the system of objects that we're talking about? And the answer is no, because if you're using Kepler's third law, then the sun is obviously the center of mass. It's the thing that everything's orbiting around. You can look at it from any place in the solar system, and then treat that as the center for your observation. But then to call those things equal is not really accurate because it's a solar system. It's a solar system because the sun's the center.
Well, I can send you the paper by Luca Popov, Newtonian Machine Analysis of the Neo-Tychonian Model of Planetary Motion. So that's one of the papers. I'm asking Robertson Jens for the other one that got denied. But real fast, like Fred Hoyle right here, we can take either the Earth or the Sun or any other point for that matter as the center of the solar system. This is certainly so for the purely kinematical problem of describing the planetary motions. It is also possible to take any point as a center even in dynamics, although recognition of this freedom of choice had to await. Yo, what's wrong? Had to await the present century, and that's Fred Hoyle. And then, I'll drop the paper in a second.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like famous astronomers and physicists and people who all disagree with Discord guys. So I don't know. Do you guys want to consolidate, or do you want to disagree with all the main?
So do you guys want to try listening to the last couple things I just said and Zanik just said? Because it's like you guys want to hear one thing and not pay attention to what was said. Because the dude that Witsit just read said that you can pick any point in the solar system, meaning any random spot, and you can describe it from there. That's true. But to say that that's equal in equally valid to claim that that's like when we say the solar system, we're talking about the system that the planets orbit around, and they're obviously orbiting around the sun. So there's just two different things.
I like racing analogies are kind of cool because you have the Viper and the 920 and the 911. So one's a little car, one's a big car, and they get a horsepower to weight ratio equivalence by adding weight to the Porsche, so it weighs, and the power ratio is exactly the same as the Viper. Now they are now equivalent in the race, but they're not the same. Porsche with the 300 horsepower, is not the same as the Viper with the 500 horsepower. But
dude,
they can be equivalent by weighting. So we're talking about equivalence, not by the same, not meaning the same.
Okay, it specifically says planetary motion. It says for planetary motion. Just like this other paper I just told you, which I will send it to you, by Luca Popov, which is Newtonian Machine Analysis of the Neo-Tychonian Model of Planetary Motions. To say it's like, oh, you're just saying over here. No, it's about planetary motions, the equivalence of the planetary motion.
To be fair, it is a bit on. I didn't know the Neo-Tychonian Neo whatever model is, but I've since heard somebody say it's describing exactly the same motion of the planets, i.e., around the sun, but it's just putting the Earth at the center. If that's the case, sure, but that seems like you're going, well, we've created a way of looking at it that is absolutely loopy, where it's centered on the Earth, but centered all the rest of the stuff around the sun, then you've created an equivalent model and then go, look how equivalent it is. And that then seems to some sense of the claim. Then I would say it's not about whether it's chemically equivalent, it's whether it makes any sense. So this giant object is rotating around this little object, also these other objects rotating around it. So before I thought you were saying like the heliocentric model is in everything revolves around the Earth. No, that wouldn't be kinematic.
No, it's
somebody's did a model that tries to play with the solar. Okay, you go.
well, no, you're lagging and broke up, man. Chill out. Go ahead.
No, if somebody made a model to map the planetary motions as they are, and then gone, this is mapping the planetary motions as they are, sure, there's nothing surprising about that. It's no longer a question of whether it's kinematically equivalent, it's a question of does it make any sense to do it that way?
Okay, so now we're invoking like some subjective parameter of if it makes sense to eggshells, but in reality, the point is that there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. And if you have the center of mass of the Earth, then yes, the objects would move around the sun, but that would all move around the Earth, and the angular momentum dynamically of the cosmos would make it all move around the Earth. Okay, so what he breaks down in the Newtonian-Machian analysis of the Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motion. But we're just showing all these people right here. Here's Julian Barber. Thus, even now, they're 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves. Okay, and we're showing the kinematic and dynamic equivalence from like hostile witnesses at the top level, and they've actually shown you the methods and mechanisms and math in which this is the case. Okay, so if you want to get into the subjective, which one makes more sense? Well, I would say that it makes more sense that everything looks like the Earth's in the center because it's in the center. Okay, so.
Okay. Well, what if you use like real like information, like I don't know why they're even moving in the first place, and take a look at any of their barycenters. Like all of the barycenters are either inside of the sun or in Jupiter's case, like right outside of the sun. But none of the barycenters of any of these bodies are anywhere near the Earth. The Earth's barycenter with the sun is inside of the sun. So I mean, it's interesting that you can pick any point as your reference point and then describe everything's movement from that, which is how we make observations on Earth, anyways. But at the same time, there's no. It's not accurate to say that it's equal to a heliocentric solar system when it's clear that the objects are orbiting the sun, even the Earth.
No, now you're saying as to why it happens. Your own model to this day in 2023 can't explain why they move around each other. They literally can't. And when you say determine like the barycenter, like how'd you do that? So if the Earth is at the center of mass, right? If you place the center of mass of the cosmos at the Earth, everything moves around it, and then everything can move around the sun while it moves around it. And you can show a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. If you can show a dynamic equivalence, then that means the whole why they move around is equivalent. When it comes to specifics of exactly why or what's going on that causes it, your model can't even come up with a mathematically viable answer, much less a scientifically viable one. So it comes back down to this point. If our parameters are subjectively what makes more sense, okay, let's decide which one makes more sense. Everything looks like it's moving around the Earth because everything's moving around the Earth, or because it's just an illusion and it's going to look like that no matter where you are. There is no center, but everywhere looks like the center. Okay.
Yeah, but you can say something, right?
No,
the sense. You wish it was true, but it doesn't make it true. Yeah. We know why the object's orbiting the sun. It's not like a mystery.
That
was a pointless statement because we could just flip the same exact thing on you in a mirror, and just because you say it, it's not true. See, using statements that can just be flipped back and forth.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing, dude. I'm
garbage statements because they don't actually support your side of the argument.
Your interruption is not warranted. Yeah, so the hundreds of years of observations, explanations, and understandings of gravity, orbits, how they're all, you can explain them all the orbits with Kepler's laws, right? And any of the anomalous ones with Einstein's relativity. But regardless, this isn't. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. What's else?
Sorry,
you weren't really finished. By the way, Noah didn't interrupt. You were clipping him.
A big delay. I just wanted to throw in an important one.
Yeah, you're delayed.
Is
You kind of interrupted
that
Kosher, but I don't know.
it's
Either
small
Kosher
things
finished. No,
orbiting
right.
big things. Right, I'll rejoin.
Oh yeah, but that's the point about the Berry centers. We know how orbits work. We know where the Berry center is located because we know that two objects. It's not that one object's being attracted to another object; they're being attracted together, and you can, due to how you math define how that relationship is, you can pinpoint the center of mass between the two objects, and yeah. So Berry centers. It's not like a mystery or anything like that. So it's silly to say that. It's not something that both sides can just say. One side is claiming that it's not understood, and the other side is thinking that's a silly statement.
Well, that's not really kinematics, though. Getting into like physics and the claims of gravity and these assumptions is not the same. So you're kind of talking about like another add-on ad hoc thing to try to reinforce the position that of something about heliocentrism that's exclusive, but those are based on assumptions. The kinematic equivalence was the original discussion and the dynamic.
Yeah, right.
You were saying.
So, and that's why I use Kepler's third law. There's a kinematic equation that describes how the movement of the bodies. But that kinematic equation is based off the principle that they're all orbiting the same body, the same massive body. So, if that assumption is true, I mean, if you can use that equation, then that assumption is correct. So,
I mean, here's the thing:
they're all orbiting the sun.
Let's say that there was a huge surge of physical tests that are done around the Earth, validating the lack of curvature. All over all continents, physical. Linking a little bit back to what Beerman was saying, like nothing that's optical or anything like that. Physical tests, demonstrations. Like basically like monument demonstration sites that you could go to and physically validate. Meaning the curvature has absolutely been shown to be non-existent. To then go back and look at these planetary motions and all of this, they would be able, humans as it were, be able to go back and say, oh, okay, well, geocentrism already was the case before, and there's these equivalences already in the coordinate systems. So it would not be difficult to go back and be like, all right, we just need to restructure this. It is, it's not heliocentric, we're not on a globe, etc. And there would be definitely a lot of processes that would have to be gone through, but there's nothing about heliocentrism that would isolate it, from being able to somehow explain anything that's occurring that can't be explained with geocentrism.
Yeah, that would render all Kepler's laws a coincidence. But sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. Yeah. Whatever needs to be thrown out gets thrown out. The point is that if, like I said, if tomorrow the absolute lack of curvature was absolutely validated, we're not all, we'd easily be able to go back, back, quote unquote, but be able to go to geocentrism and quickly pick up from where we left off before this heliocentric nightmare was created.
I think I would have to come to the conclusion that somebody is playing a video in the sky, making it look like smaller bodies orbit bigger bodies. Because that's the whole root problem with the kinematic equivalence, which it says is subjective, and maybe it is, but to me, physics would say if you have a big, heavy object hit a small object, the smaller object is going to be affected more. It's going to move more. If we see that up in the sky, and then we go, well, that whole system is being thrown out, I'd be like, well, somebody's doing a good job to make it look like everything's rotating around the sun.
That's the whole point, though. There is nothing that isolates that everything's going around a sun.
Yes, there is.
Okay, what do you have that isolates that things are all moving around the sun?
That's the center of their orbit. Except for the moons that center their orbit around the orbit is centered around the Barry center, I'm sorry. But their orbit is roughly centered around the most massive object in proportion to their distance from it. And Kepler's law, at least to my understanding, will give you the period of that. You can tell how fast it's going.
That only happens after you make the geometric transform into an assumed heliocentric system and then beg the question and reinforce it with that concept. Because if you remove all of that and put it, do it on a geocentric, there's no problems with the coordinates lining up in terms of being geocentric.
But that's the bit that needs to be shown, because as it is, it's weeks and weeks of this is kinematically equivalent, but no showing of like, here's what those the flip side of those equations would look like.
Because you can put anything at the center.
Revolving around the Earth.
You could make a whole theory with Mars at the center. You could put Jupiter at the center. You could put any of them at the center geometrically.
That's kind of sounds to me like what Kosho's point is, but logically to go, these things are revolving around it when it has a smaller mass and the other things are orbiting it with the mass and period that you would expect, the distance and period that you would expect. It's sort of just doing mental gymnastics.
No, it's only whenever, dude, I've tried to explain this multiple times. So if you say you use Newtonian mechanics, Newton assumed that the sun was in the center of the entire universe. So he only applied it to the solar system. And then he assumed that space was fixed and absolute. If you apply it and extend either relativity or Newtonian mechanics out to all the universe, and it's moving around the Earth, then that strongly overpowers the presence of the bigger mass of the sun. This is why I don't know why it keeps getting ignored. I have a vacuum.
I don't think it would. I think that if things are very, 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 very far away and roughly evenly spread all around us in, all of the different points on a sphere, then it's not going to overpower anything. It's going to be a tiny little bit of background noise with this one giant signal in the middle that is the sun, so that's doing most of the pulling. But if you've got maths to show these things, cool. Then we'll have something we can talk about.
He keeps on talking about the momentum of the entire universe having an effect on the Earth. That he mentions it. And I still don't know what he means by that.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit like gravity.
Well, it's absolutely only related to gravity. Whenever Einstein had this idea, or he was, which he didn't hold this idea for very long, he was talking about it in his idea of general relativity. And he was enamored with Mach's principle for like a brief amount of time. And he later, moved away from it, especially because people showed that it's impossible. But yeah, he was talking about it in reference to his idea of general relativity and the mass of the other objects in the universe having an effect on Earth.
Yeah.
All right, so Kosho, but
this again would be. Go on, sorry, Gio.
Well, I was just gonna say. Okay, well, I'll go. I guess if you're okay, if like day one, I'm gonna day one and day two. Let's say on day one, absolute validation of lack of curvature is confirmed. Multiple places all over the world. What do you do on day two? Do you sit here and just still try to push heliocentrism because it's gone at that point? So
we can run hypotheticals all day, dude.
Yeah,
I'll tell you right now, if that hypothetical came true, I have to start over. I would have to start over with it. I would have to start over, Gio. I would have to start over and learn everything again because everything I know is wrong. But that's fine. But Gio, that you can ask that. It's silly hypothetical to bring up because the same's true about anything being true tomorrow. If I found out that all men were women and there's no men in the world, I'm the only guy, I would just have to restart my whole way of thinking because everything I knew my whole life was wrong.
Right, but my point is that in terms of the sky, there's no conflicts with it being understood over a planar surface and over a geocentric type Earth system.
Yes,
there's no conflicts with that. It's been done since the dawn of time, and celestial navigation and all the components of the sky have already been utilized in that fashion. Heliocentrism came along as an alternative idea, and it's been pushed and forced and all the rest of what they've done with that. But the point is with it being equivalent is that there's no conflicts with it being understood as being a sky clock above an Earth's surface.
But that's only a belief that is to be demonstrated with rhetoric, with just saying it again and again and again and again, or Whitsitt saying it again and again. If there's this equivalence, you can just redo these laws. You can show then how, like, do the sort of reverse engineering of the celestial navigation. You could start this hypothetical today, right? Just imagine that's already happened, and then go right. We now got to go back and show how celestial navigation works, or why these bodies stay roughly equidistant from the sun but get wildly different in their distance from Earth when they're clearly rotating around the Earth. You can start that today.
Well, we're talking about the planetary
noticed-
motions, though. We're talking about the planetary motions in particular.
That's what I'm saying. Planetary motion. You can predict what's happened and then go, now I need to explain why Mars is sometimes right next door and sometimes barely even visible. It gets far closer and far further away. If these things are equivalent and they're not rotating around the sun, why does it look like it is? But it's noticeable that all it is claimed that it's equivalent, and then when pressed to show how it works, it's just rhetoric.
Here's a PDF full of the equivalent translation and the formulas if you want to go through it, Eggs. Here you go. And then you can read it and show me how it doesn't work. And then we can continue, right?
Sure, I'm taking a look. Globular. By means of transformation of a geometric planet to a spherical coordinate system.
This is insane. It's impossible. You just want it says you can call. I mean, listen. Me and Eggshells are two people in here. Yeah, me and Eggshells have both done celestial navigation. I'm not sure if anybody else in here has, so I can only speak for me and him. I know by experience. I know by experience that there's no way to do. Listen, dude. Just shut the fuck up. I don't want to start fucking talking to people like this, dude. But shut your fucking mouth, okay? That's simple.
Baby.
Yeah, that's not really a way to respond. Hold on, Noah, I'm muting you because you're interrupting. I don't know why you're doing that. Please don't do that, Kosho. But responding like that is not productive, man. I mean,
yeah, that was really.
I don't need to be here right now, then, dude.
Wait, someone unmuted.
I don't need to be here right now. Then it's fine.
Yeah.
If Noah's gonna talk to people like that, and he's a mod here, right? So what the fuck, dude? But it was fine. You guys have a conversation.
Hold on, I told you I muted him. He unmuted himself, although he's staying on mute. I'll remove his mod role instantly if needed. He's chilled out. He interrupted you. Please, no, don't do that. Kosho, go ahead.
I let Eggshells did such a navigation. He can say what I was going to say because.
You could potentially do it. I'm starting to look at this math. You could potentially do it, but it would just take an insane coordinate transform that would basically just be the maths required to lay out. Could you even do it with no? Because you need every latitude, every longitude to be equidistant from one another based on their number. So you'd have to throw out lat and long. Yeah. It's interesting math.
It wouldn't even matter.
But
you can't do it because it's not a one-for-one transformation.
Well, Kosho, he posted this PDF.
Yeah,
I thought you were rebutting it, Kosho, but
he was just saying he didn't like it, and then he was very angry. Alan,
I was in the middle of talk. Yeah, exactly. I was in the middle of talking. I wasn't saying I didn't like it, and then I'm not going to start calling this person names, but
I just don't know why you reacted like that. I mean, he interrupted, but because I don't know why you did that.
Yeah, dude, he interrupted in the middle of what I was saying to insult me, and he did it continuously. So
I didn't insult you at
all. It's very, 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 very stressful when you're trying to say something and somebody comes in like that.
Nobody insulted you. I just pointed out that what you were saying nobody cares about. You were just
We do care. You're wrong.
You were just appealing. You were just appealing to some emotional factor. I said one fucking statement in the middle of what you said, and you freaked out and cried like a little kid. When just now, 3 people fucking came in the middle of my thing. Just now, 3 people came in the middle of my thing, and I didn't freak out and fucking scream and get all mad or whatever. And it is true. What you were saying, nobody cares about. You're not adding any value.
We do care about it. That's wrong.
I was wanting to hear what he said, actually.
Yeah, I don't know why you're declaring no one cares, Noah. I mean, he was trying to rebut. I mean, Shane just posted this, so he was trying to rebut this, I think, and he was trying to, make his point, I guess.
Yeah, I cared.
A bunch of Globers saying they cared because they're on some sort of teammate weird shit. But here's the essential meat of the argument. The meat of the argument came at the very end after he had done saying, "I did this before. You're dumb. You haven't done it. Why should we care?" Blah blah blah. And I'm just coming in to say we don't need that. We don't need that introduction. We don't need that introduction of him fucking telling us why we're wrong and he's right.
Anything, Noah?
He could just go straight to the argument. And as you can see, as I've been trying to make one point, that's about 8 Globers came in to say fucking different things the whole time. I did not freak out and cuss all of you out, but you guys seem to do the same when I make one little thing, one sentence in the middle of your thing. You freak the fuck out, but I just seen 8 people trying to interrupt me. So
it was like 2 or 3. It was not 8.
All right, but no. At the end of the day, man, like I mean, if anyone's in the middle of saying something, they should be able to finish what they're saying. So, I mean,
you're correct. You're correct, Gio. But it's kind of like a double standard. Like I say one sentence, they all freak the fuck out and gang up. When they're all saying shit throughout my entire fucking time, I'm trying to say something.
Yeah, and
what I said about Kosho was right. He started out, instead of just going straight to the facts and getting to the meat of the argument, he starts out with this long thing, muddying the waters, trying to drag us through the mud and show how he has some superior experience and we don't. It's bullshit. I mean, we could just go to the facts of the argument.
Get on with it.
All right.
I respect your opinion.
Hold on. Nobody, just at the end of the day, nobody should be interrupting other people. I muted those 2 people who were interrupting. I muted those people who were interrupting you, Noah, and I also muted you when you interrupted Kosho. Point is, we should really not have to mute anyone, ideally. If you didn't like what Kosho was saying, fair enough. You could have waited till he was done and responded. It's just not fair because no one wants to be interrupted in the middle of what they're saying. So that's the bottom line.
I apologize, Kosho, for interrupting you.
Yeah, well, I respect what you had to say, but if I had to say anything more about it, it wouldn't be nice. Anyway, to satisfy Arma and whoever else was curious, I'm only saying that there's people in this room who've done celestial navigation, and there's people who haven't. And you may be in a group of people who haven't. I don't know. Does not say anything about you, except for the fact that if you've done it, you would know that you can't. It doesn't work on a flat plane. The transformations you would have to make it's the same as transforming the surface of a sphere onto a AE map or a Mercator map. There's going to be things missing and things distorted, and it doesn't work anymore. So you can't use a celestial sphere and transform it 1-to-1 to a flat plane of any type. You're not going to be able to use it for the type of navigation that happens with celestial navigation.
So you're saying it can be done, it has been done, it's done all the time, but you don't like it and you don't think it works, or what?
No,
for the simple people out here who didn't understand what I just said, it cannot be done. You cannot transform it in a way that works, that you can use it with celestial navigation. It cannot be done.
Yeah, I think what this person's just attempting to do is do a coordinate transform. Not being able to go through this maths, I think. Yeah, everything Kosho said. It's just trying its darndest to turn something that is spherical into something flat. But the problem, as Kosho just raised, is if you end up with something like a Mercator or an A or something like that, as we find every time we try to do the map flat, you get problems. Like Mercator's going to put you in 2 places at once. The other problems you're going to have is like there's going to have to be some point at which, because all of your lower latitudes are getting longitudes are getting closer together, that there's gaps in it, like those old maps with something else. So that you can do a mathematical coordinate transform and still end up with a result is like this looks like a sort of mathematical wank. Does it make sense in reality? Has anybody ever used this to navigate? I'm going to side with Kosho. I don't think anybody's ever used this to navigate.
The whole argument, guys, started from how they were kinematically equivalent, and you guys all yip and hod and yay and nay. Like, so the only point we're trying to make is that you can transform these coordinates onto any coordinate plane. And now that you're equivocating over the globular longitudinal lat system present in all the transformations and all the products of all the maps, we could probably have a different conversation about celestial navigation, how that doesn't work because of the longitudinal latitude spheroidal system. But The only point from these is that you said it can't be transformed. We posted evidence that it can. Here's the mathematical equations, translating it, showing you how it can be done and what it means, where it's from, and the sources, and how they used to do it. So we should probably stop saying that it can't be done and that no one does it, right?
They've never done this.
I think it's actually, it is kind of similar. Whereas if you say we've got a neo-Tychonic model that centers the Earth, but then does weird sort of fanciful formulas to basically explain away the issue that everything is obviously rotating around the sun, and then you go, well, they're equivalent, then yes, you've done this weird transform to make this model equivalent to what we see. So is this equivalent to what we see? Yes. If this is basically the same thing, if you do an extraordinary coordinate transform that requires like oodles of maths that I can't understand to make a flat plane appear to look like a globe, sure. Does it work? Has anybody here like made it work? Because like doing cell nav is like, it's not easy, but it's fairly simple. Can we try and use this to make it work?
Of course not.
Exactly.
You said there's cases where things are in two places at once because there's no one-to-one relationship.
On which map would we plot it? On which correct flat Earth map would we plot the findings to find our true location?
Exactly.
And there's no. It's impossible to do.
Well, that's
I don't
why
think you could even do it
that
if
you
you
can't do it because all the various things you're saying in the math, and it's not that, right? It's because of the last thing I just said. That's why.
Right. That's a major issue, which is people do this and they have a map and they use maps and they get the right result. But even if I'm still quite confident you wouldn't be able to do it, we wouldn't be able to do it if you just went agnostic of the surface. Let's just create something of the right surface area, but just call all of the things coordinates. This is 0.001 and onwards on an X and Y, and I still think it would be nigh on impossible.
Yeah, well, if you took the sky, the celestial sphere, and you made a plastic ball out of it, a big plastic ball with all the stars on it, okay, and someone said, okay, I want you to map this to any flat surface, any flat planar surface. It could be any shape. It could have holes in it. It could have anything, and I want you to make it a 1-for-1 with relationship to the stars. It's impossible to do because it's a non-developable surface. I mean, you can't do a 1-for-1 relationship with a sphere and a flat surface. It's just not possible. So you can do it by making distortions, but then it's not useful for navigation at that point because you're not using a realistic. You're not using the actual thing that you're viewing. So there's no possible way to do it.
So we're
starting. Hang on. I think I've misunderstood this. I think I've led us all up the garden path. I'm sorry. I think this is actually going. Could we take a lat long coordinate system and do it in a rectangular coordinate system that is X, Y, and Z? Essentially, you're just recreating the sphere in 3D. I'm not sure about it. I'm still trying to read through, but it might be saying it's recreating a sphere in 3D space and then plotting your position on that. But I don't know. Who made this? We just need to talk to them.
Alan put this together, but it's from some other guy that he was talking to. He just put it together last night, I think.
Yeah, I think the issue is, as Kosho puts it, is you're not going to get 1-to-1. You won't get a. You could end up with coordinates, but the numbers will be all bunched up here and missing some places, or you'll have to have things in multiple places. You won't be able to get a thing where you go, I shoot my location here, and I move 1 nautical mile, and I shoot my location again, and that should equal the same distance each time on this new surface. That I will bet cash is not going to work.
Dude, it's rectangular coordinate systems can be specified using spherical coordinates, direction and distance, or rectangular coordinates, projections on 3 axes. The rectangular coordinate system are right-handed with the x-axis directed towards the equinox, the y-axis pointing to 90 degrees east, and the z-axis positive to the north. And it says the origin of all coordinates can be based on different reference points: observer top-centric, center of the Earth geocentric, center of the sun heliocentric, or center of mass of the solar system barycentric. This is identical. That's what was the whole point of bringing this up, is that they're kinematically equivalent.
But I mean, this is not kinematics. It's that you can create something that tries to explain something else. Like, sure, if you create it that way and then go, look, this thing that I've tried to make like that other thing,
is equivalent because that was the purpose with which I designed it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is useful or equal. Like useful or equal would be people who navigate using the stars see this and go, oh, fuck yeah, I'll navigate that way. That'll get me to more accurate locations. Or but to be like, hey, we can do these pages of maths in order to turn the ball into something flat. I don't know. That's not the way I'd use the word equivalent, but I'm not using it in a mathematical sense.
Yeah, the thing is, dude, we don't have the current map of the Earth, so we have ones that are given to us, in terms of, we were all born into this kind of globe system, most of us 30, 40, 50 years old, etc. So we were born into this. Now, if you believe the globe thing and think that's the case, then okay. But if you're considering that there is another scenario going on, in this case, the ancient concept from the dawn of time that the Earth has a planar foundation and the sky is above. What I'm saying is that I don't know of anyone that has the exact map. So to be able to say, hey, I can do celestial navigation and I have the correct map of the Earth, that's what you're looking for, to say how can it be done on a planar surface?
Exactly.
But if we don't have that, then the best we could do is, I think about like that game Minesweeper, where you start clicking and you open up an area and open up another area. That's what we'd have to do. We'd have to go out and actually map the Earth ourselves. Like instead of just going off of government issued, coordinate systems like the WGS-84 and then trying to link it to celestial navigation and making all these ad hoc things and saying, look, it proves it. Look, it begs the question and reinforces what I'm already being told about the very small sections of Earth that I'm navigating on. And look, it matches. Oh my God, Earth must be a globe. That's just not sufficient for the whole scenario of what's going on here.
That's why I say you could do this with a blank sheet of paper and not care about whether you're mapping China or America or ocean or land. You could just do this with a blank sheet of paper and a calculator and a better mathematician than me. And as I'm saying, I'm quite confident you'll end up with people having to be in multiple locations or a massive, massive distortion. I think both, actually. The more I try to do it in my head, you'll have people in multiple locations at once, and traveling a nautical mile in one system will yield vast distances or tiny distances in the other one. And that has you go, why, when we map it to flat, do distances become non-linear? If it's equivalent, why is it so non-equivalent?
Because you're using a false map to begin with.
That's what I'm saying. Delete the map.
One possibility. I mean, what I would say, dude, the only way to do this that I can think of, unless somebody hands you a planar Earth map and says, boom, here it is, and you could go check that, you could go validate it. The only other way to do it is to either use the globe map and use a sextant and do enough sextant measurements like thoroughly to compare it to the globe and see if there's discrepancies. Or the other way, which I think is really from the ground up, is to use a sextant, take an enormous amount of readings, all in large areas, and build the circles of equal altitude and the GPs yourself on the ground, like actually mapping it. Like, okay, here's the GP, and build those circles of equal altitude, and then you would see how those circles of equal altitude how those coordinates are laying out over large distances of land after you map it yourself, and you're actually mapping it to the physical soil yourself. And those circles of equal altitude are either going to be coplanar or they're going to have, the globe curvature in them. And that would be apparent, but that would still be a pretty big project. Like, again, that's not just sort of ad hocing, like taking a couple sightings and linking it to a globe concept, anything like that. That would actually be mapping it, from the ground up, like kind of like that game Minesweeper, where you're literally, you do one GP, another one, and do that, physically. It's like, we literally kind of, in a sense, would need to start over from the ground up, because we're in this current system where these sort of governmental powers that be, whatever you want to call them, have kind of done this, in my opinion, this huge takeover, and they've kind of presented the Earth to us the minute we came out of the birth canal, rather than, having it done in a way that's like independently verifiable and something that we would be able to actually verify. And it's a huge project to do. So I'm just saying we need to like start from the ground up to like validate this. And any other form of like ad hocing it to the current globe, I don't think is being fully sufficient to get to the root of this.
That's why I'm saying it. You can do this agnostic to the surface. So because the problem I think with that you're talking about, it sounds exciting, but it also sounds to me like when I'm coaching somebody and they don't want to actually make a change in their life, and so they hide that change behind another change they've got to make, and then something else has to happen until it's too big and too difficult to get started. Whereas what I'm saying you can do straight away is go, I'll just shoot a tiny area of the ground, and whether I'm using latitude or longitude or whatever, use this maths, if we think this maths is right, and go, do I still get the same distances of movement if I just move 1 nautical mile on the Earth? And it doesn't matter if you're in Arizona or in a bay or anywhere. You just go, am I getting sensible numbers? Because the scale should be, if I'm moving 5 millimeters on the map, it doesn't matter which direction I'm going, where I am, 5 millimeters should equal a mile. And I'm very confident, I bet cash, that is not what will happen with this system, which would make it not equivalent.
You're talking about the 1 degree per 69 miles, just doing 1 degree of movement, getting 69, and then just assuming that you're on a sphere from that?
No. I'm saying if we think this formula or this sort of long bits of text do actually show how you can do a coordinate transform that makes CellNav work, then just do it on paper. But what you should get, particularly if the surface is flat, is any distance you walk, right, on a 1 to 2500 or whatever it is scale map, east, west, north, south are all the same distance. Right, that's the way scales work. Where in coordinate transforms, scales are thrown out of the window, or coordinate transforms between shapes, scales have to be thrown out of the window.
Yeah, and if the Earth is flat, it's not clear to me how you would even calculate a circle of equal altitude for celestial navigation.
Yeah, wouldn't be circular. It wouldn't have a radius.
No, it could, but I'm saying you'd have to know the altitude of the star in order to do trigonometry.
No, dude.
No, you wouldn't. It would be the same exact thing, Matthew, except you're mapping to a planar surface. So let me ask you a question, Matthew, since you're into math, right? So if you're doing celestial navigation and you're taking into account drop over distance, when you're talking about the celestial object, how are you doing that for the surface? Because we know that is a perspective change, right?
Yeah,
so
if you're doing
sphere is merely based on perspective. So how are you making an application of a spherical surface within your calculations on celestial navigation?
On celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use triangles. It assumes that the light is from a star is parallel, and so the difference in elevation of a star is merely this difference in tilt of the ground for celestial navigation.
So
whereas if the Earth is flat, you'd have to use trigonometry and triangles.
So why are stars and celestial objects the only thing that in the world that we've ever experienced that don't actually follow any type of rules of perspective? Because if we're saying that because they're too far away,
right?
Perspective has no change when they move away from us.
If you from different places on the Earth, the difference in location on Earth is tiny compared to the difference in position between us and the stars.
So we just say that they're so far away that we just don't take that into account.
Right.
We still call it a celestial sphere, but when we make our measurements based off a celestial sphere that doesn't actually exist, then we want to make an application of that sphere to directly below our feet. But that's only because there's been a claim with no actual empirical evidence that these objects are outside of what we would consider someplace that would still have any relevance to their movement being affected by our perspective as an individual observer.
Right. You see the same constellations no matter where you are on Earth. So obviously moving around the Earth doesn't change what we see in the sky, and so that's why we assume that it's far away. And then there's other techniques too.
We do see a change, right? Because as we move, the stars make a movement of going down towards the horizon as we move further away from them.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the shape of the constellations; they don't change. So we know that we're looking at the same kind of thing no matter where on Earth we were at, but just different angles.
What do you mean?
I mean, for example, if you're standing at the North Pole and you look straight up and you see Polaris, it's because it's directly above the North Pole. But if you're standing somewhere else on Earth,
Has anybody done that? Do you know anybody that's done that? Actually taken that measurement?
Probably the people who visited the North Pole did, but I don't know.
Right. So that's probably we have no actual idea or empirical evidence of what we would consider a North Pole.
Wait, are you seriously saying that Polaris isn't over the North Pole?
I have no idea. I'm assuming that wherever Polaris would be at a zenith is what we would consider the North Pole, right?
Well, it's
and what
close.
we would use as the zero for our grid system. But do you know of anybody that's actually garnered that measurement?
I think there's ways to simply, like, unless we're going to start going distance
I'm going to say
warps,
correct. We can deduce that, right? Like it makes logical sense. But I was just asking if anybody's actually known of somebody to take the zenith of Polaris
from the North Pole or just generally? Because I mean, if you know where you are, your latitude's going to equal roughly where Polaris is in the sky.
Not just generally, right? You can't just generally be in a position where Polaris is at its zenith directly above you. You can't just.
Yes, I can, because I can reason that if it's at 30 degrees for three different people,
I'm not
then they're
talking about reasoning.
30
I'm not talking about reasoning. We don't need to go into 15 minutes of you talking about how you can reason where that would be geographically located. I'm just asking you if anybody has done that or if you know of anybody that's done that. We don't need to get into some semantical NLP shit for 30 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
so I
just
will
a silly
admit,
standard.
I will admit that nobody has ever, nobody that I know of has ever like gone to the North Pole and looked up and seen the North Star directly above them. But also, nobody's ever been to Mount Kalish, one of the tallest unclimbed mountains, to prove that there's snow on top of there instead of like Swiss cheese. So, I'm gonna assume there's snow up there.
Wait, okay, there's a problem with that, in that people go up to the top of mountains all the time.
They do, but not this one.
Wait, I thought there was going to be some sort of freak out when people interrupt by Kosho. So people go to the top of mountains and see snow all the time. The problem with claiming that you went to the moon is nobody goes to the moons ever except for small teams of Masons.
We're not talking about going to the moon, we're talking about going to the pole.
Yeah, what the fuck?
North Pole.
I think you heard Swiss cheese.
Listen, you got to listen
Yeah, sorry,
kind of
the Swiss
participate in the
cheese
conversation.
fucking
You guys
fucked me
throw
up.
'em up.
Yeah, the Swiss cheese fucked me up. But sorry, I meant the poles. Nobody ever goes to the poles.
Right, but people look at the stars from all over the Earth, all over other different places in the Earth, and so I would assume that if they go to the North Pole, it would work about the same.
The North Pole stars be the same?
No, when you look at the altitude of Polaris anywhere on Earth, the altitude above the horizon determines your latitude. So I assume the same thing would happen at the North Pole.
Yeah, but the latitude is literally just that, though. Like to say my angle to Polaris determines my latitude is like saying my latitude determines my latitude. They're the same thing.
Right.
So that was a pointless statement. There's no need to say it.
Yeah, so I think it's like irrational to say that that the Polaris, if you go to the North Pole, that you wouldn't see Polaris straight above you.
But that's what the North Pole is delineated by, right? So when you go to the North Pole, how would you be determining that other than Polaris being at your zenith or some sort of magnetic indication? Which would you think would actually get you there most accurately?
The geographic North Pole would be indicated by Polaris being directly above you, almost. The magnetic North Pole is somewhere completely different.
You say almost. I don't know why I would say
Yeah,
almost.
Polaris isn't directly overhead. It's not at 90. It's not at an elevation.
Okay.
Of 90. It's
So,
at 89.
so like Gio was saying, we were talking about proof through map making, right? Indicating how we can determine all of this if we wanted to start from square one. For me, if that was the case, we wanted to start from square one to build something. And people can agree or disagree with me, but wouldn't we want to try to start from a central starting point? Most realistically, that being one of the alleged poles, probably most specifically the North Pole, because we have a star that's very prevalent, which seems to be directly at the center of a rotation, has a very, 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 very small celestial rotation. Would you agree that maybe mapping from there outward would be the best approach?
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to do it. Yep.
Right.
Or just
And so the hardest issues that come into play, right, when we're talking about any of this is the wild inaccuracies, not wild, but the inaccuracies you can get when trying to plot distances over water and or over like air, right? So it seems to be boots on the ground, pretty easy to kind of accurately map and gauge distances, but the oceans seem to be very, I don't want to say difficult, but more difficult to accurately map distances because you're heavily reliant upon your compass as well. And as we know, magnetic declination all over the place is only a declination to a presumed coordinate system. I think a good thing to try to do if people actually wanted to do this, if there was some sort of concerted effort, maybe people coming together instead of constantly just being divided day by day, would be to try to figure out how we can map a consistent magnetic relationship, which would make sense because it seems like a magnetic field should be just a clean geometric shape. This should be well defined, at least in my opinion. That should probably be the case. And I think if we can map based on those assumptions, we'd probably come up with a fairly accurate map that would probably be easily consistent or understandable within a planar type way.
Yeah, you're right about being hard. You said the ocean, versus boots on the ground, and on the North Pole there's ice sheets, and so it's on the ocean, but you could stand there, but those ice sheets move, so yeah, it's complicated. But I would say I would define the North Pole as the point on Earth under which the rotation of the stars is directly above you. So it's almost where Polaris is, but Polaris's right ascension is what 89.25 or something. It's not exactly 90.
Yeah, and I would say, since it apparently seems to be just open ocean, possibility of frozen water, but allegedly just open ocean at what we would consider the North Pole, be pretty difficult to claim a stake there, right? I mean,
right.
Maybe drop a buoy or something like that.
Yeah,
the Russians did.
And then
they planted stakes at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay,
there.
Cool. So we would have to probably try to figure out areas of equal latitude to really try to map to that from known terra firma.
Yeah, but couldn't you do that on land? You wouldn't have to actually go to the North Pole. Like you can figure out which way north is on land fairly easily. And then you could also define a latitude and then, figure out where you are based on the time.
Yeah, I mean, I would just want to do it to ensure if we're mapping, I would want to determine exactly how we would have a magnetic difference, because any magnetic difference that we're going to need to use for navigation, because you do have to be able to navigate by the stars, and particularly with a compass to really understand how your navigation is going to be either needing to be corrected because of a magnetic situation, or needing to be corrected due to a observational anomaly. Because you want to use two of those systems, right?
I think the magnetic would just get confusing because it's not going to be pointing the right direction. But I think, yeah, doing it somewhere on a latitude.
That's the point, is trying to establish what is the right direction. Because you can look at like an azimuthal equidistant map, and you can say magnetic declination, and the reason for this looking all crazy is because the map is incorrect, meaning the geographical placement of these things isn't correct.
But that doesn't explain why that can be variable, because that would make sense if it never moved, but it moves all the time. It's constantly moving.
Yeah, I would say just ignore magnetism. Ignore ignore compasses. Ignore magnetism.
Yeah, because it's sometimes in some places on Earth it does. The magnetic declination is 0 or close to it. So at different times it will fluctuate, and in different places it'll fluctuate. It doesn't seem like it's a useful thing to include in this.
But then, okay, then make a map not using north, south, east, or west. Can you do that?
No, you still use north-south. You just don't use magnetic north and south. That's what we're saying.
I don't
Especially
think
because
you
got better
get
systems
it.
now.
Because I think what we would consider these anomalies, I mean, unless you guys have an explanation as to why what we experience on Earth is completely different than anything else that we've experienced, which is a magnetic field that isn't geometrically symmetrical.
I think it is still roughly symmetrical, isn't it?
It's like a bar magnet going through a sphere, right? North pole, south pole. These things should be geometrically symmetrical, because that's what we see within
I thought
magnetism.
north and south were still opposed, but it's also fluid, right? It's talking about molten fluid metal, so I would expect a kind of fluidy pole, but it's still. I mean, if the thing's about trying to find what's due north and what the
You're starting
latitudes
from
are.
a false assumption. So you think molten material is what is the cause of the magnetic field? Do you have a citation
It
for
could
that?
be. I just don't. It could be. I think it sounds to me like a good explanation. It's one I've heard before. I don't
before you
understand its
go down,
relevance
like,
to.
if you want to
I'm
get
trying to
into
bring us
like
back to the.
speculation, just try to act like it's speculation instead of trying to convince people in the conversation that you're coming off some sort of understanding. That's just speculation.
This is why
Just speculating.
This is why we should ignore magnetism and ignore the
Exactly.
magnetic north and south. Just do the true north and south. Go from there.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great as long as you can see the sky.
Yeah, anywhere on
In order to rule it out, you would have to be able to define it. Denying it is not defining.
Yeah, anywhere on land you can figure out where the north and south, where directly north and south is.
And you could do that anywhere with the sun. Like if you had like a magic marker or chalk or something, and you had everybody on the planet or just everybody participating at their given location on any given day, like take a completely vertical stick and measure the direction it's pointed when it's the shortest, the shadow's the shortest length, you're going to consistently get the direction of north and south, depending on which hemisphere you're on.
That's an assumption that south is antipodal from north.
No,
And
it's
it's
saying
definitionally so.
if you're north of the equator, the shortest shadow will point directly north. If you're south of the equator, the shortest shadow would point directly south.
And if you're anywhere in the tropics, if you're anywhere between the tropics,
equinox.
if you're anywhere in between the tropics as well, you can actually confirm that direct north is directly north from south, because the sun will go from being north of you to south of you, and you can take measurements of both times and see that they're directly opposite.
Right.
Why is it that
Glovy's
the
trying to
compass
make the
doesn't
test
work in the
easy.
south?
Sorry, go ahead, Dicelo.
Why is it that the compass doesn't work in the South Pole? It just spins around.
The South Pole?
Yeah, if you were to directly go magnetic South Pole, why is it that it doesn't accurately point north?
Why? I mean, that's exactly what I'd expect it to do. I haven't been there, I haven't tested it, but I would speculate, yeah, it would spin or do really weird stuff right on top of that because it would be struggling to align with any magnetic flux lines.
It'll do the same thing on
So
the North
going-
Pole.
Yeah, they'd be going in every direction from there, surely. Everywhere from the magnetic South Pole would be magnetic North.
I think it is true that you need different compasses in both hemispheres because who was it that was pointing it out? SE or something like that. He actually made a good point on which way the compass would point if it was doing the same thing in both hemispheres. Like if you had a compass that points to the North Pole, it's going to work a lot. It's not going to work as well in the southern hemisphere, especially as you go further and further south, because it's not. I'll post a GIF so it makes more sense, but and also the poles aren't antipodal to each other. They make like the magnetic pole makes almost like a banana shape.
It's actually S curved, but yeah.
So do you think people would be able to support the properly mapping of this, specifically in the only place that we know we can allegedly have terra firma below our feet, which would be the alleged South Pole and the rough center of Antarctica, the Antarctic continent? Do you think that that would be something that would be reasonable for a large group of people to start from the alleged South Pole and traverse their way outwards? You know, a team of 6 different teams starting from a central point, which has been allegedly established via the zenith of what would be considered the celestial rotation, the south celestial rotation, and moving outward from that point, starting with a mapping of that continent. Do you guys think that would be the best? And also trying to figure out compass declination.
So you're asking if we think it's possible? I would say yes, it's definitely possible. It's never going to be done because
I'm not asking if it's possible. I understand that it would be possible. Could be possible. Do you think that that would be the best place to start, as opposed to the north?
I think it's probably better to start, you know, in the middle latitudes where you're not dealing with the cold. So you don't have to start at the North Pole or the South Pole. You can start anywhere and just sort of fan out and map from starting any point.
Yeah, that's why I said it before. I wasn't broken. I would start at your 100 or something.
Yeah, so you're breaking up. Is it just me?
Sorry, it's not going to food. It's safer. I think that going across the South Pole, well, admirable.
Does anyone else understand what he just said?
No, he's breaking up.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
it's really bad eggshells. Like I got literally none of that.
Yeah, so as far as it stands now, like it seems to be the overwhelming consensus would be that if there is some sort of deviation, if we don't try to take into account any type of magnetics, if we're talking strictly about geographically based on celestial objects, the deviation seems to be in contention in the far southern hemisphere. So is that where you guys think we should move in that direction? And like I said, it's pretty inaccurate over the water, so there's not a lot of continents there to really.
Yeah,
get a
one
good
thing you could
estimate.
do is just figure out how wide Australia is. That would be pretty.
Do you think we could start from like the 60th south parallel and go southward? Would that be our best bet? Because that seems to be within contention.
Anything south of the 60 is going to be pretty cold and hard to inaccessible. Why not just do something like Australia?
You don't want to go any further south than Australia. I mean, that's Matthew. That you realize that's what's in contention here is things south of 60. But you say now let's just go to Australia. Start there.
Well,
and then what?
I think
We move our
everything
way
south
back
of
forward where we don't really
south of
have
the
much of
equator.
an issue or a contention.
No, anything south of the equator is in contention. Like the latitude of Sydney, Australia, is about the same as the latitude of Los Angeles, California. And
Most everything south of Australia is water.
There's not a big continent down there. There's not a big continent.
Antarctica. Yeah, Antarctica.
Water until you get down there.
Well, isn't that kind of the idea though? Is we need to figure those distances.
Yes, that would be hard. It'd be easier to do Australia. Is all I'm saying.
Sounds like a timeline for the more difficult option.
But what you're saying is, yeah, it would be easy to do all of this stuff that we don't necessarily have. I mean, there's contentions, I guess you could say, with the distances between the three major continents that are north of Antarctica in the southern hemisphere, right? Like accurate distances between Australia, New Zealand, and South America, right? These islands that we have over in the Pacific, there seems to be the problem you're dealing with. Like I said, it's still going to come down to compass heading. You have magnetic declination issues down there, which can be hidden within mapping as far as where specifically these locations actually reside in relation to one another, right?
Well, yeah. So that's why I was suggesting doing something at populated centers. So, for example, you could measure the distance between Sydney and Perth. Those are big cities in Australia in the southern hemisphere that are in contention, and see if you come up with 2,000 miles, and then go figure out distances between Los Angeles and Jacksonville, for example.
What if we took something like the 70th south and then intersects? What is the
say that again?
Gap?
The 70th what?
70th south latitude.
70th, okay.
If we started from what if that's all water, right? And we should be able to easily navigate strictly by the stars and compasses and stay on what we would consider that equal latitude. If we placed drop permanent buoys in the water every 100 miles throughout that whole entire latitude, that would probably be a way that we could get an accurate distance of what we consider that parallel to be.
Sure, that would be a way to do it. Although that sounds cold and expensive and you have to go through Drake's Passage, what if we just went to Sydney in Australia where I can go get a Starbucks coffee?
Because there is some contention there.
Yeah, there is.
Because I know there.
I
don't know if you guys have seen videos of the French sailor that has come out who's done these races that you guys like to refer to as evidence for something, and he's like, "Hey, this is the anomalies that we're seeing in the south. This is how I think they're hiding it through magnetic declination and through the changing of time within the time zones. So between your timing, the time you're needing to use, your time corrections, and your compass headings, that's why it takes much longer to go around what should be a shorter distance, like almost 3 or 4 times longer than it takes for them to get down from Europe to the 60th south parallel to start spinning around."
Sure, that's why we could ignore magnetism altogether.
Like we would need to drop some permanent things there in order for us to measure too. To say, yes, this matches what we expect to see on a 70th or a 65 south within a globe.
It just sounds like you're trying to make it difficult. It sounds like you're trying to just make the bar so high that nobody's going to get over it. And it sounds like Matthew's trying to make it accessible.
No, I'm just trying to go to where the contention would be. Because you guys can say, well, we could just do it here, there, anywhere else. And I'm like, well, our contention is in this area. And you're just saying, well, it's going to be too cold there. It's only water. We can't do it here, but that's the place we need to do it.
You can do it there, but you're talking about, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars for an expedition and a ship and parkers, and nobody's really going to go. That's the main problem I think that Matthew's raising, where mathematically you can test fairly simply as an individual with a car. Does the same distance equal a greater distance in longitude? Am I crossing more longitude? So you can test the borders. This is what I suggested to another guy. Test the borders of Australia, that you're satisfied that they're perfectly 90 degrees, and then notice that despite having square borders, the bottoms of the states are closer together than the tops of the states. The tops of the states are splaying apart, and the bottoms of the states are squeezing together, even though they're all like American states, north, south, east, west. There are simple things you can do on land.
Right, and the globe says that the 34th parallel south.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's the 34th parallel south, like through Sydney, and the 34th parallel north, like through Los Angeles. That the latitudes should be, I mean, the distances should be about the same for, you know, 1 hour of longitude difference along the same latitude. Whereas if you have an AE map, then it should be wider the farther you get from the North Pole. So something like that would be something you could test on land.
Right. And Eggshells is saying, yeah, well, we can just know that these are wider here than they are there, but they're squares. But no, that's just how you're overlaying your coordinate system over what you're mapping on the terrain.
I don't know what I'm telling you.
That's all that is.
What I'm telling you is you can create these right angles yourself. You don't have to trust the state borders.
I'm not saying trust the system. The thing is, you're not taking into account that there is no actual confirmed evidence of this shortening or widening on this hypothetical square that you're using in a coordinate system. You'd have to physically measure that, right? And when we do geodetic surveying, there's things that come into play that would allow for, no matter what observation you're making, for there to appear to be slight spherical excess due to perspective. So either way, where is the geodetic survey of Australia that has been done in recent times, or that you could do yourself without having to actually implement any type of spherical assumption into it? Do you have one of those? You say you can do it, we can do it. You can just do this. You can just make this measurement. And you always try to like skate over what the details of that would be and try to paint it as something that like, we can do this. We do this every day. You can do it in your backyard, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But have you done any of this?
We're trying to make it easier and more accessible for you. Have I done it? No, I've not yet heard any flat Earth argument or evidence that is compelling enough for me to put that kind of effort into. I'm quite confident it is the case. We're just trying to lower.
What do you think Australia looks like? How can we map that out? Would we need to have it in like a 3-dimensional shape? And can you provide evidence that you can give me a model of Australia that is going to be completely accurate with measurements? Do you have an accurate map?
Yeah, the Northwest territory is wider at the top than it is at the bottom, even though it's rectangular in shape.
Wider,
right angle.
So because this continent is a specific shape, therefore globe?
Yes.
No.
Because Florida has, a wider portion at the top than it does at the bottom, therefore not globe?
No, we're talking about the human-made boundaries of the northwestern territory of Australia.
That's what I'm saying is the theoretic lines, the imaginary lines that you have placed on it based on the already assumed spherical assumption.
No,
I'm saying, have you done
they're
anything
straight north and south
outside of that? Because those lines don't exist. They're not. Can you go touch those lines that you're talking about, Matthew?
Oh, but you can determine if you're on the line.
Kind of.
Sure.
You can. They
latitude
put in
and longitude.
Yeah, they put in big big cement blocks with plaques on them. And what I'm suggesting is essentially that you interrogate those lines and go, are they really north and south? And the way you could do that, go to the state borders and wait for sunset and see if it lines up with the south celestial pole. You'll be doing it with your celestial things as well. Or
Sure.
I mean, you can tap north and south in a whole bunch of different ways.
And
you
none
could
of
go
that
to any
maps to a sphere. The only way that you can try to accurately figure out what's taking place on some sort of map that you guys think that we have would be something like Google Earth or GPS. And we're starting to prove that GPS will actually change ratios within the same views. So say you're viewing from, this square is a half of a mile on your GPS. They're actually changing the ratio aspect that you're looking at so that it can be mapped onto a globe, but it's just distorted to be able to do that. There is no actual physical evidence of
What are
this
you talking
taking
about?
place.
That's just not true.
That is true.
I don't know.
He's talking about maps. He's talking about if you use Google Maps and you go to different size, different regions at the same scale, the key will actually change, or legend will change size. But that's not true about what the GPS is doing. This is
Further
true
north
about
you go and the
maps.
further south you go, this takes place. There's
but
aspect ratio changes. But hey, I got to
You-
jump in the pool, so I will talk with you all later.
Sounds good.
I was gonna say you're not gonna like this, but so maybe I won't say because you're leaving. But that fact you just brought up is actually globe evidence, but it's not about.
What is it talking about?
I don't
The
want.
tiling?
If you so go to Google Maps and look at say United States and start from Mexico or something, and don't change the scale, like don't zoom in or zoom out, and just scroll north. As you scroll north, the legend is going to change because because of the fact that it's a distortion of the actual layout. It's a globe actually, but it's showing on a flat screen. So the scale, the size scale, the scaling changes for that reason. So
Right.
it's like I said, it's evidence of a globe, but
Yeah, so
relative
that's
to
why
your
I think the easiest thing that somebody could actually do would be to go to Sydney and Perth, two different people, and then see what the difference of solar noon is between those two places. Then do the same thing in like Los Angeles and Jacksonville, and you can clearly see that continental US is wider than continental Australia.
Yeah, subsolar point. I think. But yeah, it's interesting. The tests that globers throw out are like, get a pencil. And the tests that flat earthers are like, right, once I've got $1 billion and a warship.
actually me and Jeremy, well, because Jeremy likes to take credit for it and stuff, but I want to give him the idea. And he says curved water brought it up years ago, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to take the credit for it right now, just because I did Inception, like instill this idea in his head. But anyways, about measuring the tropics and the equator. So I made this like this GIF or whatever of actually how you would do it. Like it does like a red Solo cup and a toilet paper roll thing. And if you were actually on the tropics during the solstice or the equator during the equinox, at two positions relatively close to each other, you could measure the time difference between the subsolar points and the distance between them, and just multiply that out for the rest of the day, and get the size of those latitudes.
Well, I mean,
I like that.
I have my own kind of like idea, like literally a while back. But I guess it kind of needs like someone from Australia to kind of figure it out. So I was looking at like the maps, whatever Google Maps or whatever it is, right? And I noticed, okay, Australia has roughly like 3 time zones, right? And I was like thinking to myself, okay, so that's 3 time zones, whatever. I started doing some math, and I realized that Australia is only like roughly around what, like 2,000, I think roughly around 2,500 miles across or some shit. So I started working out some math, and basically with the time zones and whatnot, I realized this: if you were to make a circle of Australia, right? Like if you just took Australia and made an entire circle with it on the flat Earth, that circle would be roughly like, I think it was like 20,000 miles or so in circumference or some shit like that. Which obviously is a little weird on a flat Earth because you can get a very similar size circle in the northern hemisphere, right? So the fact that you can get a small circle outside, like there's no way you could place this. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I mean,
that was
I
the
don't
whole
know.
point of Jeremy's test. Like I got the numbers down, but Jeremy's test was simple as you're describing, which is just to compare the three circles, and if because they're obviously concentric circles. Like there's inner circles and outer circles. So
Yeah.
if the middle circle is bigger than the outer circle, that's a geometric impossibility on a plane.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's that the middle one being bigger than the outer one. Yeah. That isn't at that point. Yeah. That's weird. Yeah.
That was Jeremy's whole test. Yeah.
It was like turning the surface area of Australia into a circle, and then going, could you fit that circle in the northern hemisphere? Is that the truth?
No, he was talking. No, he was saying basically the same thing I was just showing with the red solo cups. That like if you take the width of Australia using time zones, whether it's the sun or whatever, you just take the width of it and you multiply that out for the rest of the day. So let's say you got 2 hours. Australia is exactly 2 hours wide or something. Then you multiply that out, by 12 times whatever the width of Australia is, and you get the size of that latitude. Is what Armored are saying.
Yeah. My only issue though is because I don't really know Australia. I thought I could have sworn like everyone's like on like the one side of Australia. Like, is there like
And my family.
But
My family, no, really, my family lives on the west side of Australia.
Oh, nice. But hold on, but real fast. But is there? I mean, is it because I know it's a lot of it's desert. Are there like cities and whatnot like on the other side as well? Like I don't really know.
That's what I'm saying. And most people live on the east side of Australia. My family lives on the west side, though. So there's a city over there, yeah, Perth.
Okay, nice. So then this is possible then with people in Australia. The Australians will debunk the flat Earth. I'm telling you, I said it since day one. Fucking the Australians, they're the saviors. Yep.
It's meant to be the most geographically isolated city on Earth. Like
Perth is? You were breaking up a little bit, but you said Perth is the most geographically isolated? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but yeah, we got you. Just that. While you guys were talking though, because these ideas are all the same concept, just in different ways. But the way I was thinking of was using stars, because there's a select few stars that are within. Like a declination of a star doesn't change, so it'll travel at the same latitude around in a circle every night. If it does change at all, it'll be so tiny that it's not worth even describing. But yeah, so you take any star that's in the United States or any star that's over Australia, and there's just so happens there's like I got like 3 or 4 of each, and take any of those stars or all of those stars and just measure the subsolar point or the GP, 4 minutes apart. So you just measure where it is at one point and then measure where it is 4 minutes. And whatever distance you get, you just multiply that by 360. Or not 4 minutes apart, but 3 minutes, 56 seconds. It doesn't matter. But then you multiply that by 360, and that'll give you the size of that latitude. And you can do that over and over so you get consistent numbers.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think a test like that would kind of show the same thing you're trying to show with the Antarctica thing. It's just trying to map the Earth, the size of the different regions of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing though. I feel like even without the multiplying, although I guess multiplying, my whole thing multiplying and then getting the circle, whatever, kind of makes it more concrete. Like even without that though, it's still weird though that like you would think there would be less time zones in Australia, right? Because you would think the farther out you go on the flat Earth, the larger the time zones get, right? Like that's just kind of how it would work, kind of, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like how would that work otherwise? Like it doesn't really.
That's just the thing. It just doesn't work. None of it works.
Yeah, I'm like trying to. It's just broken in so many ways. But like, yeah, I guess if if we would just imagine the time zones would get bigger and therefore less time zones, but Australia has roughly like 3 time zones and whatnot, and it's just if you actually try to map this out and whatnot, like where you would expect the sun, or where you would expect the next time zone would be off of Australia, whatever, if it's like the flat Earth or whatever. And I don't know, it's really fucking weird. So they have to kind of maybe figure that out or something.
That's what Jeremy's test was. like this way where you had to do the subsolar point, so it had to be on the tropics and it had to be on the equinox, and someone had to be at those positions. But my test, like, because I was trying to actually get it done practically, and you can actually use any day of the year and just use the local solar noon, which is just when at that point the shadow of of their stick that's vertical from the sun is the smallest. And yeah, so just so you could make the same measurement on any given day in Australia or in the North Pole, I mean in North Hemisphere. You can do it on the same day. So so yeah, like like if you're trying to measure how wide Australia is time zone wise, just following the local solar noon would tell you that.
Yeah, I think I mean, this is obvious, but I think the sky just doesn't work on the flat Earth, and I get that's sort of the whole argument, like the globe versus flat, whatever. Whereas like, like flat earthers use the ground or whatever, and then we use the sky and whatnot. But like, if you think about it, though, one sort of almost deals with like, and this is not me trying to be mean or insulting or rude or whatever, but like one almost deals with like magic, right? Because with the ground, right, you're saying, okay, sure, the sky is doing something different, something different that we don't even know what the fuck it does. While with the globe model, it's like everything we know about perspective, how things works, with the sky, whatever. So it's just, that's.
It's a clever deception.
No, no. I'm saying, I don't know. But all I'm saying is that with the flat Earth side, there's a lot of, I don't know. This for me personally, I just feel the fact that you guys believe that the sky is doing something crazily different, whatever. It's just for me, there's just no way I could go to that side because of that. Because there's just that's, and don't get me wrong, it could be the case, but it's just such a wild, like claim or whatever. It's like it's just at that point it's just philosophy or some shit. Like I don't know.
Well,
that's
you're
not
the
really.
one.
Yeah, I don't think it's good.
Wait, real quick. I'll be quick, Gio. You're the one with the wild claim. All I do is I go outside and I see dirt. Okay, I can step on dirt. I can walk on dirt. Dirt can be made up into a mountain and walked on. That's the earth. Oh, look, there's the ocean. The ocean has a level. I can use that level to accurately make straight lines horizontally. Horizon. Something when I look and I see the sea and sky meet. The sky, the thing above me. That's all I see. You then say, sky. Oh, well, it's curving around me. The stars are curving around me, and they actually come to meet below my feet, below the earth. You imagine the earth is actually the earth under your feet. You don't just look at the dirt of it. You imagine that it coalesces into a ball through a force you can't even see. You're the one with the wild claim, sir, not me.
I mean, in terms of like geometrically, the globe works. The flat Earth, though, is just. I mean, come on, that sky, the sky on the flat Earth is an illusion, right? Just a call back from earlier, right? Because two assholes are coming at me. But yeah, no, the sky is a fucking illusion on the flat Earth. It's ridiculous. But all right, I mean, to each their own, though, right? That's how my opinion, your opinion. I just think it's the sky's magical on the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's not a claim or a comeback to anything really at all. If I look up in the air and I see the sky, and I see stars in the sky, that's one thing. Now, for you to say, I look up at the skies and I see the stars, and I'm just then going to believe that they go all around me in all directions and beneath my feet, you're going into the realm of imagination. You're going farther and farther away from reality.
Not as imaginary as the sky on the flat Earth, though. I mean, that once again, that's an illusion. That shit doesn't make any sense. At least the globe Earth, it geometrically works. You could geometrically get it to work.
So when I look outside my car window right now, am I seeing an illusion?
On the flat Earth, it would have to be on the flat Earth.
Wait. When I look out on a flat Earth in reality, when I look out my window right now, I'm talking to you in reality.
We need
when
context.
I look out my window, is the sky not there? Am I seeing something that's an illusion?
We need context.
The sky not there.
Hold on, we need context for an illusion, all right? Because it's only an illusion if there's a certain context given, right? So
I'm in my car and I'm driving, and there's mountains and buildings around me, and the ocean a bit further.
Depends on what the context. It depends what the illusion is, though. What is the illusion? I'm saying the illusion. I'm saying I'm saying specifically, right? Like if you want to say something else, fine. But I'm saying specifically on a flat Earth, right, with the sky rotating above, whatever, right, and then you got the southern star trails and whatnot. I'm saying geometrically that doesn't work. That is an illusion. That is magical, whatever. That does not work on a flat Earth. That specifically. I don't know about your whole thing. I'm saying specifically what I'm saying is an illusion.
I don't know what you keep mentioning a flat Earth, because this road has a bit of bumps on it. I don't know why you're mentioning the southern star trails, because right now it's actually light out. I don't see any stars, because I was talking about reality, but
yeah, that's why context is important. As I was saying specifically, yeah.
It doesn't seem to be an illusion to me. You seem to invoke something that is not really the case right now, and you seem to call it an illusion with no real support to it.
Fine. Then specifically, the southern star trails is an illusion on the flat Earth.
Okay, so you want to talk about the southern star trails? You want to talk about the fact that I look at stars and they move? Which part of that is an illusion?
Okay, so the southern star trails, the fact that they have a center point of rotation, the fact that it's opposite to the north rotation, right? That has to be an illusion for that to somehow work on the flat Earth. It just geometrically does not make any sense. You could not get that to physically exist.
Wait, how do you know what's opposite? Oh my goodness!
Because what is it? I believe it's counterclockwise in the north and then clockwise in the south, whatever. That's opposite.
Yep.
Okay, so from what I'm saying is that you go to one point on the Earth and you look at the star trails clockwise. You go to another point on the Earth and they're counterclockwise. What's your point? Where's the illusion?
The illusion. It's okay. It's more magic, all right, than whatever. But I mean, the point I'm trying to get at, maybe I'm using that word loosely. The point is, it's does not work. That's my main point. All right, whether it's actually an illusion, whether it's magic, I'm just saying it does not work geometrically. You can't get that to physically. You can't like build something, and then get that to work where it spins in the opposite direction by just going far enough.
But can I not physically go somewhere and see the stars spinning above me? How is that an illusion? How is that not working physically?
Okay, once again, that's what I'm saying. Let's go away from the word illusion because my main point is that it just doesn't work. That's my main point.
That was your whole point. Your whole point was that the flat Earth, when you look at the sky, is an illusion. And upon me asking a question, you then said, "No, the sky is
okay. Fine.
There.
It's fine.
Actually,
It's
the southern star trail." So you're really, sir, you need to work on making your points.
All right.
So we're communicating, right? So the meaning that you have in your mind has to then go to my mind. And if you say the sky is an illusion, because we're using the English language, I would look up in the sky and think, and what am I seeing? Is it not there?
Okay.
Then you say southern star trails.
Fine. Okay.
And I want to say that that it's not the sky, it's the southern star trails, and it's not an illusion. So your whole original point, you're now backtracking on it. You need to make a more clear point. Sir.
Okay, well, no, I'm not saying. Okay, hold on. Okay, I pulled up the definition of illusion just so I'm 100% precise on this, right? It's a thing that is or is likely to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses, right? So, yeah, the fact that we have the stars, the southern star trails, rotating in the opposite direction, right? If we're assuming, right, that the surface is flat and we have this thing above us that's rotating, right? There's no way it could rotate in the opposite direction by moving far enough out on that flat plane. All right, that goes against what we would expect. All right, that's I guess in a sense that would be if it's somehow that the Earth is flat, right, but the sky is also rotating in one way, but also somehow rotating in the opposite direction. That would be like an illusion. That would be just not what we would expect normally.
Okay,
all right?
Wait. Have you ever seen two gears next to each other, and how
Yeah.
one rotates one way and the other rotates the opposite way?
Yes.
So you're saying two things next to each other can't rotate in opposite directions, yet I can put in real life two gears beside each other and have them rotate in opposite directions.
Yes, with that specific example, that works. But okay, when it comes to when you have, and I hate that I keep doing the same argument. I've done this argument 1,000 times, but the fact that you have the same gear though seen by three people on three different continents with looking at different directions, that's where the paradox or the illusion, whatever the fuck you want to call it, comes in because it just does not work. All right, it's the same gear. All right, three different locations with different directions.
No one can hear you.
Whoever's.
Yeah, eggshells are kind of muffled there.
Your mic went out, Noah. Your mic got muffled.
That's eggshells.
Oh, that was eggshell?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was eggshells. he came in to say something, but nobody could hear him. Wait, so basically, so your problem isn't that we see southern star trails spinning, it's that we see them from different continents or something. See, here's the problem, dude, is that your original claim is now in the trash.
No, it's still the same claim. It's just it's multi-layered though. But go on.
We're at a whole new claim, and I'm trying to figure out what your whole new claim is, but it just keeps on changing. Like, you need to set the goalposts and not shift them, sir.
I'm not shifting. It's the same claim. It's just it's multi-layered, right? Because the idea is that my claim assumes, right, that there's one sky, there's one rotation, right? There's this one thing that's rotating above us, all right? Now, the idea is that, yeah, because the idea is that you have hold on, you have the three continents, right? They're all seeing the same stars, all right? They're also seeing the same, or the same gear, right? If we're gonna use our analogy, right? My argument, assumes that it's just the one thing that's rotating, and if you go out far enough, you suddenly see it rotate in the opposite direction. Because I've heard flat earthers, say it that way plenty of times, which is really weird. So I apologize if it seems I'm moving the goalpost. It's the same claim. It's just I was just kind of giving you bits and pieces of it, right? It's technically the same thing. I just have an idea that I have in my head, and I haven't quite shared the full thing with you. So I do apologize.
So I'm gonna try and Steelman, or however, re-describe back to you what you said to words to see if I understood what you're trying to say. You're saying, so you mentioned exclusively 3 different continents.
Yes.
People looking at the southern star trails, and so you're saying, basically, it's the same constellation moving in the same counterclockwise, same constellation, same counterclockwise movement.
I think it's clockwise. I think in the south, right? Isn't it clockwise?
3 continents, correct? So you're saying because people can look from 3 different continents at the same object and it's in a different direction, that somehow proves that the Earth is a globe? Why do
you guys keep jumping to proving this? I never said it proved anything. I was just saying that the fucking sky doesn't fucking make sense 3-dimensionally. That's all. You guys keep doing that. I'll make an argument, and you guys think I'm trying to prove the globe or some shit. I'm not doing that. Stop fucking putting words in my mouth. Jeez. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to prove the globe.
We don't need the emotional outburst.
No, because it's just every time. Winston did it earlier too. He says, "Oh, you're trying to you."
It's 2 men discussing. Are we not 2 men discussing?
Yes, it's fine, but it's
get emotional. You're not my girlfriend.
Okay, sure, whatever. But
let's just keep it. Let's calm down.
All right. Well, you told me to call you out, or at least or at the very least he said Steelman, but whatever.
Dude, I'm trying to fucking actually get to the meat of the argument, not be emotional. I'm trying to actually get the value, the actual information, real quick.
All right, well, get it right then. All right, get my argument right.
So, in your hypothetical situation, there's 3 people on 3 different continents looking at the same constellation, which is spinning counterclockwise. You've described the scenario. Where are you going? What's the point of the scenario?
Hold on, which way do stars rotate in the south? I'm pretty sure it's clockwise when they rotate in the southern hemisphere.
Clockwise. The answer, if my mic's working, the answer you need to answer, Noah, is: do you think there is a south celestial pole? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, because Noah has me right now where I have to sort of, because I mean, I do have to sort of keep a concise argument, whatever. Because I'm sort of moving, or at least it seems I'm moving, whatever. I do have the main thing is that from what I've heard, it is just the sky rotating above us, right? If it's a sphere or something that's rotating, somehow above us, that doesn't make any sense either. If we're inside the sphere, maybe, but then it's still weird how we're able to see the rest of the sphere and whatnot. So from my understanding, it's just the sky that's rotating. Maybe it's one giant piece or something. I have no fucking idea. I don't think any flat earther does.
We're talking about stars. What I said was 3. You brought it up. I was repeating it back to you. What I said was we have 3 people on 3 continents looking at the same constellation, which is a group of stars. So we're talking about stars.
Yes.
Remember, you said the sky, but then you changed the southern star trail. So we're not talking about the sky anymore. You gave up that point.
Oh,
so
when I said sky, I meant the star.
Now we're talking about the southern star trails and 3 people on 3 continents looking at it. Now, see, we have a scenario, but what's the point of the scenario? What's your statement? What's your point? What's your claim?
So I get his point. It's very clear to me. Is my mind?
Yeah, it's a pretty simple point.
Yeah, we don't. No, but I asked
Yep,
Arma.
we can hear you, JS.
His point
Right, but that's why I wanted to ask you this question, so it can make it clear where we're going. The question is there a South Celestial Pole? If your answer is yes, then Armour's point's defeated because he's saying that appears to be an illusion. If your answer is no, then his point is proven because there is an illusion of a South Celestial Pole. So is there a South Celestial Pole, yes or no, Noah?
Listen, what? That is completely off the base. It's a red herring.
We're talking about the South Celestial Pole.
Arma stated a scenario.
Please answer the question.
This is what Arma stated. No, it's not me answer your off basis question. I don't need to answer your off basis question. When we were discussing something, you came in with your off basis question. You should have been on topic. I don't have to answer off topic shit. I stay on topic.
We're talking about the South Celestial Pole.
The topic was Arma made a claim. Then he made a new claim. Well, he didn't even finish his claim. He just claimed 3 people
You're being
on 3
punished,
continents.
man. Just answer the question.
People on 3 continents look at the southern star trails. That's all he
South
said.
Celestial
I
Pole.
would like Arma to finish his statement.
Okay.
Okay. So I would just suggest, Armour, you ask him that question because that will resolve whether you're talking about an illusion or not.
That's not a statement, though.
Okay.
He was making a statement, and I need him to finish the statement so we can discuss the statement. If it's just you asking off-basis questions, it's really just a distraction, dishonest debate technique. Or you just
No, we're talking about the South Celestial Pole. This is dishonest. We're talking about the South Celestial Pole, and you're just continually doing this weird argumentative thing you've turned into since you became a flat earther.
Eggs, you're kind of
irrelevant to the conversation.
You're kind of butting in.
Let's let Armbar and Noah finish this up.
Yeah, get Eggs out of there. Get Armbar and yeah.
Keep calling him.
Shut up for a little while.
All right, so I mean, I was essentially alluding to that. Yeah, the southern, southern pointer, southern, what is it called, celestial pole, whatever, right? Because the idea is that if it's the same gear, right? Because you're saying, oh, what if the sky's just like 2 gears, right? You have the north, southern, the north star trails, whatever, which would be the 1 gear. Then you have the southern star trails, which is the 2nd gear, right? I was saying, well, what happens if you have that same gear in 3 different locations, right? So I was alluding to this sort of southern celestial pole, whatever. Like, is it the same center point of rotation for all 3 locations, right? If so, I don't know how that works, like, at all. Like, you can't really get that to work geometrically. You would have to break a lot of shit for that. If it isn't, I don't even know how you would go about like proving that they're different, because we still see the same 3 stars in each one of those, in those 3 different continents, whatever. So, what is your stance? Like, do you think it's 3 different gears, or do you think it's the same gear in for 3 different 3 different continents? What do you think?
So, we have the southern star trails, and we have 3 people on 3 different continents looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
And you made the claim that it doesn't make sense and doesn't work geometrically. You would need to demonstrate that claim, I guess, because from all I can tell is we got 3 guys on 3 continents looking at the same object, and it seems to be all fine and dandy to me.
Okay, well, maybe I should draw a picture or something. Let me get my drawing tablet out. Right. Yeah, maybe I should draw it out for you. But I mean, the short of it is, though, that they're 3 different locations. They're more or less on the outer part of this circle, more or less. And the fact that they're seeing this, their center point of rotation, or their own gear or whatever, even though it's the same gear, because we see the exact same stars. The flat Earth. I mean, basically, whether it's a circle or not, we know that they are on the outer parts, though, right? Because we know we have a north, and we have a south, right? And we know the North Pole would have to be the center point. So everything outwards from that would be an outer part, So I mean, that you literally can't argue on that. That literally is how it works. But all right. So let me just real fast pull up my tablet. But anyway, the fact that they're 3 different locations, whatever, they're also all looking south too, right? They're all looking south, all right. But once again, on a circle, though, if you have, or like on a plate or whatever, if you have like 3 P's on the outer parts of that plate or whatever, right? From and you have someone in the center to look at each P, they have to look in a different direction, right? So think about it that way. If you have 3 people, 3 different locations looking south, all right, they're all looking in three different locations, whatever, right? So that doesn't really work.
Define so.
Let me just draw a picture, all right? Because I mean, I don't think words are, I'm not the best with words, all right? Let me draw a picture out real fast. I do apologize. I'm not the best at arguing.
This kind of went from you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the short of it. Oh, yeah, who was saying that? Yeah, who was talking?
Well, I was just going to say, it kind of seems like this has gone from you saying, "Oh, this can't work on a flat surface," and on with that, to a little bit like, "Well, I don't really know how it is working." Sounds like kind of where you've gone with it.
I mean, it's all the main point of my argument was that it just does not work. It's magical. In order for you to really get it to work, it would have to be magical, whatever, or an illusion of sorts. It does work, but see, it's very complicated. Whatever. So in a way, it would be like an illusion. So that was my main point. Whatever.
Let me ask you this: could you have a big room, where you have stars on the ceiling, and you have like a North Star and like the Polaris, and you have stars moving that way, and then you could walk over to the corner of the room, and you would see a southern rotation that would look like that with those stars. And then you'd move to another corner of the room, and you would see another southern rotation that looks like those stars, etc. All four corners, all on a planar floor.
Maybe if the southern rotations are separate, but
yes, that's what I'm talking about.
But I don't think this.
Because on the Earth, anytime you get close to one of those southern regions, that southern area comes into view. And if you leave that region, then it goes out of view and the north one comes in. If you go to another southern region, you'll see that southern region stars. So I'm just going off of not some huge explanation of how it's working. I'm just saying on that very basic level, you get close to the north, you're going to see that thing. You get close to one of those south, you're going to see those stars. How it's all working is a deeper question, but just the fact of observation of it, there's nothing about that conflicts with the Earth having a planar foundation to it.
I mean, if you have it situated in such a way, maybe you can get that to work. But I mean, there would still be like evidence though, because you would see like perhaps like as you're going south, maybe like if you're somewhere between, I don't know, like Africa and Australia, I don't know, maybe like you have like a trip, from one place to the other, you would see like maybe like a gap or something between the two southern, gears, like to kind of, go back to Noah's, analogy, whatever. We would see these two, circles, these two southern circles, whatever, stars, whatever, just sort of like meeting at, it would. I just don't see how that would really work, though. There would be evidence for that, and also the fact that they're identical too is a little weird too. They're all identical.
So to summarize the claim, people from different continents see the same stars, therefore flat Earth can't work. It's a really bad claim, a really bad argument.
No, I didn't say.
Hold on.
I didn't say flat Earth doesn't work. I said the sky on flat Earth at the very least doesn't work, or at least is magical,
right,
or an illusion, or an illusion.
There's nothing logically connecting. There's nothing logically connecting the claim to anything at all. There's no support for your evidence. You've just made up a scenario, and then made a claim, and then didn't show how they're related, or really prove or show anything about it. It's really nonsensical.
Well, here, I'll post this real fast.
I think I can explain to you better. Sorry, Armando.
What's up?
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Oh yeah.
Can I ask Armbar a question?
There would have to be infinitely. There has to be infinite amount of like self-rotation points for this to work. If you want to have same stars everywhere.
I mean, my main point was
people see the same stars from 3 different continents, therefore flat Earth can't work is a horrible argument.
That's not my argument. My whole argument was that the sky was an illusion.
It really isn't even an argument at all. It's just a
No.
claim. It's
No.
a fact. It's a fact.
No.
It's a fact. It's a fact. Wait, hold up. I'm almost done. Whoever this guy is who keeps fucking going through me. It's a fact that people can see this same constellation from 3 different continents. That is a fact. I agree with you. And then, on that fact, with no supporting evidence, no logical connection, there is a claim made. The claim being this doesn't work on a flat Earth. So you have a random claim and a random fact. It's not really an argument. It's just a sentence.
My argument was
the problem here is that they're looking in 3 different directions.
Really? What 3 different directions are they looking?
They're looking south, which on flat Earth are outside.
straw man. I didn't say anything about us outside being south.
Okay, is north the center?
No, north is a position underneath Polaris.
Yes, so that would be the center of the Earth. And the south.
No, that'd be North Pole, not the center of the Earth.
Yeah, so North Pole is where on the flat Earth? About in the center, right?
Straw man.
How is that a straw man? I asked you a question.
Yeah, I said no. I said the North Pole is where Polaris is above, not the center of
Yes,
the Earth.
but where is the North Pole on the flat Earth?
I don't know where the center of the Earth is, but I know that the
No, I
North
asked you
Pole
where is the
is
South Pole
geographically
and North
defined.
Pole
Yeah,
on the flat Earth.
The North Pole is geographically defined as an area underneath a star. The star's name is Polaris.
And where is Polaris? Above the North Pole?
No, because well, yes, by the definition of what the North Pole is, yeah, that is the position of the North Pole. The North Pole is
So
literally
North
defined.
Pole is under the
The North
star,
Pole
and
is
star is
literally
above the North Pole.
yes, the
Great.
North Pole.
That gave me a lot of
The North
knowledge.
Pole. All right, I'm gonna have to mute you if you fucking keep doing that. The North Pole is literally described as the position underneath Polaris. The geographic
Yeah,
position.
but he's asking you, man, where that is relative to everything else on the Earth, not like that it's under the North Pole and the North Pole is above it. We get that. We're asking where that location is relative to everything else on the Earth. Is it in the center?
Yeah, imagine looking at the Earth from up and you see the whole Earth. Where would the North Pole be on
Wait,
that Earth?
why would I be here to answer hypothetical questions?
Because that's my
If
whole
I
point.
mean,
The whole point about the stars is about where the North and South
you
is.
just asked me. You just asked me to imagine something and ask a question. I'm not here to speculate, sir. I'm here to talk about fact.
Well, can we just?
Is it really that hard for you to answer where the North Pole is?
They won't
It is
answer
something
anything.
magical.
Challenged on it.
I'm telling you where the North Pole is. Look up at the sky, see Polaris, the direction
where
to
is that
Polaris,
relative
the
to the Earth?
direction to the North Pole. That is, the North Pole is not a real thing. It is a term for the geographical position of Polaris.
Okay, you don't understand.
Yeah, but the point on the surface of the Earth, directly underneath the North Pole, where is that located relative to everything else on the surface of the Earth? That's what he's asking.
That's a ridiculous question. What do you think? I went, found Polaris, went underneath it, and then grabbed my tape measure and walked to everything else and
Okay,
measured
we
that?
don't
I
have
don't
to
know
be
why you would
that
ask that.
exact.
I don't know why you would even ask me that ridiculous question. Don't waste my time.
I'm not asking you for exact point of this North. I'm asking you the area of the North Pole. Where is it relative to the flat Earth? Where would it be? In the center, on the right side, on the left side? Where would it be? The general
So
location
what do
of
you
it.
mean? I don't know where it is in the more general point of things. I don't need to speculate. I'm here to talk about the
Okay,
facts.
so the whole point about the stars is if the North Pole is at the center.
Well,
the
that's a straw man, though.
facts
Nobody here claimed that the North Pole is the center of the universe. So that's a straw man.
The facts
That isn't
are
a straw
that
man. That's
there's
just what is needed for the point.
yeah, the facts are that there's a
That's not
location on the
needed at all.
surface of the Earth that's
That's not needed at all.
underneath. There's a location on the surface of the Earth that's underneath the North Pole, and either a flat plane or a flat disk or a flat triangle, right, dictates the geometry of where that location is relative to everything else on the surface of the Earth. And I think that's what he's getting at.
Does it? Does it? That sounds like a ridiculous claim to me.
I don't think that's true. That
Yeah,
North
exactly.
Pole,
These guys are just making claims.
The North Pole doesn't have to be at the center of the flat Earth. It's just
I didn't say that though. That's not what I said.
Yeah,
What did you
someone else
say?
said that, so we're not talking to you. If it doesn't
So let's
apply,
ask a
let it
better.
fly.
Let's
Let's get back
Yeah,
to
let's
but
just
you
ask a
just
better
said
question.
that's a ridiculous claim, and then you used that because you were talking directly to me. Then he used that it doesn't have to be at the center to support the notion that that was a ridiculous claim. And that's not what I was claiming.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, we're not. Listen, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. He wasn't responding to you, Jace, so you don't need to respond back to him. He was responding to this
Okay, so maybe
tactical cat guy. But I'm just gonna make the overall
let's
statement, and if you're if it doesn't apply, you don't need to argue it. Now, but the tactical flat or tactical whatever cat or whatever the fuck, it's a straw man. Nobody in this argument has yet claimed that the North Pole is the center of the universe. We don't need you to say that anymore because
I
I just
didn't say universe.
clarified
Okay.
that's not what we're saying. Even though we didn't say it in the
Okay.
first place, I'm now clarifying for you so you don't need to keep repeating it.
Okay, so when you're looking north on flat Earth, where are you looking?
Yeah, well, define north.
North, the direction north on the compass. Where would it be on the flat Earth? Where are you looking?
Oh, so now you're talking about magnetic north. Interesting. Because the definition of actual north is just this is the funny thing is you don't seem to understand that what north and what the North Pole means is all
Okay, you
about a
know, east,
star.
west,
It's
north,
all about a
south.
star. It's all about a star. Yeah, it's about a star. That's what the north is. It's defined by a star and where it's located.
I tried to clarify
God
it
damn.
before, right? The geographical location directly on the surface of the Earth, the geographical location directly below the North Pole. Where is that? That's what he's asking. He's not. I don't think he's talking about compasses and all this obfuscation. He's asking about the geographic location directly below Polaris. Where is that located?
Yeah, like
Well,
someone
that
would tell
depends
you
on where
look north.
that depends where you're located, right? So for
Yes, and where? Let's take
me,
3 observers.
hold up. It's 2 of you guys. Listen, for me, I'm facing south. So the north is behind me. For you, the north might be in front of you, or to your left or right. It's a direction to an area. What's the problem here?
Yes, so let's take 3 observers. Let's place them all around the flat Earth, and let's tell them to look north. All of them would be looking in different directions. And then, when they're pointed at the north, we can roughly know where that north would be. And it would be roughly at the center if your flat Earth map would be like, projection from the North Pole.
Well, no, it would not be at the center. It would be beneath the star because the definition of north is beneath that star. So if we're all going to look in the direction of that star, we're not going to be looking at the center of the universe. By definition, we're going to be looking at what that star is above. Do you not understand this?
I'm not asking you about
It's not
stars.
defined by the star. That's
Where
wrong.
would the people,
It's not defined by the star.
where would the people be looking when they are looking north? 3 people, for example,
All right,
somewhere in Europe. Where would they be looking?
wait. Tactical cats. If someone was going to tell me I'm wrong, instead of just shouting you're wrong, which is basically a claim with nothing behind it, how about you go in and support what you're saying?
Okay, Polaris is not on the North Celestial Pole, so therefore the North Geographic Pole cannot be directly underneath it. Pole debunked. Claim debunked. Do you want to try again? Or do you want to answer some questions? It's pathetic, man. Come on, just answer some questions. Do you think the North Pole has a physical location on
That
Earth?
explanation was pathetic.
Yeah, and actually that was targeted to the tactical cat. So I don't know what that was, eggshells, but you just kind of ended with an ad hom, and I think that was to the French cat guy.
This is fucking pathetic today, guys. Really. Like, you guys need to fucking...
The North Pole is not defined by being under Polaris.
All right, what's it defined by?
Polaris, it's at the central point of rotation, which Polaris is not at.
Polaris is not at the center of rotation?
No.
It's close,
That's
but
right.
not close, but not close enough. Yeah.
It's half a degree off.
0.6 or 0.7 of a degree off. So you'd
Okay,
be,
Okay, wait.
yeah,
I
like
understand.
40
I
odd
understand
nautical miles off.
Yeah, I understand. I guess you'd be correct about that. But that really doesn't actually take away from the main point at all.
It does, because you're saying it's defined by being under a star, and it's not defined by being under a star.
I'm in the middle of my fucking shit, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. You didn't even fucking hear my argument, and you just said it's not. You didn't
kiss
even
your
hear
mother with
the
that
argument.
mouth?
Can you please calm down with the cussing things?
Well, maybe eggshells
Oh, yeah,
is delayed. Maybe he's interrupting. I don't know, but go ahead, no.
Right, but that doesn't take away from the point. If the GP is 40 miles away or not away from directly where Polaris is above. We're still talking about the general area, the general fucking piece of land in the north. Now, you're more correct. Yeah, you're correct. It's not directly underneath Polaris or whatever. Although that, we'll see about that claim. It doesn't
It's a
take away
very
from
easy
the
one to
point that
test.
there's three people. Yeah, there's three people looking to the north, and it's still the same place. It's defined by that position, but it doesn't make it the center of the universe. Like, you're not really
I'm not
Nobody's
saying
saying it does.
anyone's
universe. I asked where
Nobody's
would
saying
that
it's the
area
center
be
of the
there?
universe. It was
Yeah, but
started with something simple, which is where south is. Now
Cats
we're in a
just
discussion about
claimed
where
that. That's
north
like the
is.
last thing he said.
I
So
didn't
no,
claim
you're
center of the universe. I claimed center of the
Nobody
earth. Listen to me,
exactly.
please.
You,
Three
Yeah,
you brought
so
the
observers
universe in
somewhere
there.
on the earth would be looking
listen.
north.
A bunch of stars,
Where would that be?
going around a point does not make it the center of the earth. You can correct me
Talking
on
about
what
stars, are you able to
exactly is
even
in the middle.
talk
What
No
about
one's
exactly is
saying
in the
it's the
middle,
center
or
of
if
the
it's the
earth.
universe
Just
or the
stop
earth?
saying that. It's not
He
so
just
stupid
said
when you
that.
say
He
it.
literally just said it's the center
No,
of
he's
the earth.
not. He made it. It's the center of the axis of rotation. It is the axis. It points to the axis of rotation.
Yeah, I'm telling you
No,
about the north.
you're mixing the
I'm
model.
not the
To the
star.
center
I'm
of a
not
bunch of
talking about
stars,
Polaris.
not the center of the earth. Tactical
But I'm
cats.
not talking
It's
about
not the center
Polaris
of
or
the earth,
anything.
then.
We're like way off from Arma's original point now. So.
Yeah, because these guys just keep fucking distracting. You're not actually ever going to the fucking point. You just keep
Well,
distracting
his
and
point
giving
was
bullshit explanations.
his point was extremely clear to me. I mean,
Yeah, and you've heard me make the same point.
It wasn't
You argued.
clear to you, but you imagined it was clear. Because all
Well-
I heard from Arma was that three people on three continents look at the same constellation, which is a fact.
But I think
and then he made a random claim.
Okay.
Don't work on the flat Earth. That's all I heard. Maybe
That's
you
not what he
imagined
said,
some
though.
other. Maybe you imagined some
That's
other
not what he
shit.
said.
But that is what he said.
No, it's not. And you said that to him, and he said, "No, that's not what I'm saying." But you've heard me make this argument, and you've in fact helped me make this argument before you turned flat Earth. So I think that we could shorten the conversation a lot by just inviting
You're not
you to go.
making an argument.
Why don't you do the best steel man you can, rather than just jumping in to go. You're not making an argument. Why don't you do the very best steel man you can for what you think we're saying is the problem with the South Celestial Pole?
Yeah, you're not saying anything. You've really made
I'm
no
inviting you
argument.
to say it.
Why would I make an argument? My whole point is that you haven't made an argument yet. Is that
To
you've been
demonstrate
beating
you
around the
can.
bush and wasting time. And not
let's
if you
make
had
this
demonstrate you
argument
can.
again.
if you had an argument, say it in what, under 4 sentences or less, you could just take the next
Sure.
30 seconds to clearly give out your argument, and then
Let's
we
do
could
this.
discuss it.
Yes, let's do
I
this.
could do that.
Easily.
Three people.
Easily. Yeah.
Yeah, you
on
got
Father.
4 sentences.
Any-
You guys come up with it, and let
4
me know when you're
sentences.
done with it, and we'll look at the 4. It could be 3, it could be 2. We're not gonna have it over 5 because this isn't fucking essay class.
Oh
But come
God,
up
man,
with 4
come on.
or less sentences to make your argument. Go ahead.
Okay, let's do this in 2.
Oh.
So listen now.
I was
3 people are on the flat Earth. They are looking at the South Celestial Pole. And they, on the flat Earth, assuming North is in the center of flat Earth, would be looking in 3 different directions
Okay,
outwards from
Showman.
the Earth.
It's not in the center of flat Earth.
I
Are you
I
interrupting,
still
or are you letting us
Already
speak?
is wrong. Your argument is already based on a straw man.
So
So you have to
then tell me,
reformulate it already.
I still
You
don't
need
think
to go
that.
reformulate it.
Are you
I
able
don't think
not
that
to
was
interrupt me?
Arma's point, though. Originally, even that,
Yes.
I
No.
don't think that was his original point.
No, his original point was just about that. Oh, he's here still.
Would you like to make an original argument, Arma? You
Yeah.
can have 4 sentences to make an argument.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick it apart.
Wow, you're
so
punished now.
try to make sure.
Okay, so I'll give you 5 words. All right, this is the shortest possible way I could put this argument into small, least amount of words. All right, southern stars are an illusion. That's literally it. All right, even with what Gio said earlier, right? If it's like different, different rotations, whatever, right? It's still an illusion though, because
You
it's
said
the
5
same.
words. You said 5 words for your argument.
Okay, southern stars are an illusion. All right, there you go.
Your argument was a claim with no support or evidence. So I don't. It's
Oh
you
my
just
God!
made a random
Why are
claim.
you
That's
such
all
a
you
punish
did.
now?
Hey,
All right,
You're such
guys.
a punish now, man.
All right.
Fucking hell.
I've been wanting to get in on this, but I don't want to interrupt. If you guys feel like you need to complete something, but I'm sharing my screen, and I wanted to, if you guys could give me like 60 seconds to kind of show something I wanted to show, but I don't want to interrupt if you guys feel like you need to complete.
No. I think it'd be good. Anything that can take us away from that car crash that was Noah.
Yeah, I don't need the insults. You haven't made an argument yet. You've given no value for it. So you're the car fan.
Cool, yeah.
Quiet.
And you've become a punish, and you've become an absolute punish of a human being.
And you've become a time waster and a babbler.
Yeah,
We don't need you to waste our time.
Yeah, I'm muting Eggshells at least for 10 minutes, man, or something. That's awful, dude. Come on, man. Well, I was going to move to something else, and then your final thing is just to throw ad homs. I mean, that's not even fair. So I think we should give Noah the chance to respond or finish his argument. Dude, that's just not even helpful, man. Go ahead, Noah.
Noah?
Or maybe he's finished.
Oh no!
I wanted to show. I wanted to present something. I wanted to present something. It's not cool for. Yeah, go ahead.
Mic to you. I just came in for that little bit to respond to Eggshells just randomly insulting me.
Well, hold on. Before you do your thing, well, I can't talk today. Before you do your thing, Gio, all right? I mean, whatever you're gonna show me, like, if it's what you were talking about earlier, that's still an illusion. The fact that we have 3 or 4 different, things of rotation, but all the same stars within them, that's still an illusion because it's tricking whoever sees those stars. They're gonna think it's the same stars and wherever. Like, okay, I see, in Australia, I see the same stars that are, in Africa, whatever, but they're technically a different set of stars that look the exact same. That's still an illusion. My point still stands. Like, my original point was that it is an illusion or it's magic or something. All right, but go ahead if you want. You could show, a little demonstration.
I mean, I'm not saying anything's an illusion, if that's what you're saying. I mean, the point is, like, you guys were going back. I wanted to show something. Eggshells wanted to get some last, bloody punch and just throw a bunch of insults. So anyways, we're going from there. So, all right. I just wanted to show this real quick so you can see my screen. Anyone who wants to look?
Yep.
All right. So this is just a very basic kind of layout. I'm not saying that these southern poles are even positioned in this exact place. This is just very general. I actually think that these southern things are off. So that's not significant. But what Tactical Cat, if he's still in here, yeah, I think he's in here. So anyone who wants to look at the screen, if you could look. All right. So we have, like, can I draw while my push to talk? Okay, it looks like I can. And I can, okay, that works. Anyways, all right. So from the general concept of the northern region, okay, it doesn't work for push to talk. Hold on, let me change my thing to voice activity. Okay. All right, should be good. You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to be able to draw without. Okay. So if we have the north region here, right? So anyone who is, like, in these regions and so on, in this layout, anywhere within that general region, let's just say, are going to see that north rotation. Now, let me undo those. Okay. Now, if you travel, again, these southern things, I'm not saying they're exactly lined up. So just ignore that they're in that sense, meaning they should be shifted a little bit. Nonetheless, the general idea is there. So if you were to travel this way and you're going this way and this way, at some point, at this midpoint here, the north one is going to be setting and going further and further away, down, on the horizon. And eventually it's going to completely set and not be visible. So if you have, like, a circle of, vision type thing, you can only see in a local region. So that north one is going to vanish at some point. And whatever sort of quadrant of the earth you're in, this southern field will start to be visible. So as you go here, as you get out here, you're going to start to see, those southern stars, and they're going to be rotating and rotating.
Yeah.
So, if Australia was a little bit closer to my drawings here, imagine, boom, you'd be seeing that. Okay. So we all agree that's the case. Now, if you do the same thing, if you're going to be in North America, same thing, draw your little circle. You got your midpoint line. I mean, none of this is to scale, but anyways, and you go south and you go to South America, you're going to see this thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. You're going to see a rotation. I'm not claiming it's an illusion. I'm just saying what we see is the rotation of those stars. And you can do this for all 4, over here, boom, over here, etc. So, and then here's the thing as well. What I wanted to add. Let me now I'll at least remove those. Okay. Now, if you're in this southern region, like, imagine this is a little closer to Australia, and if you start traveling this way, so you're going here, you're going here, you're going here. The same thing would occur, meaning you would have a circle here, you would have the midpoint, etc., And because of the distances, like these are all, the southern pole regions and the north are all roughly equal, in this general layout. So the same thing would happen here. As you go this way, again, you can't see the north at all because you're so far south. This southern one would set in this concept, and the northern one would start to rise, just like it does when you go from north to the south one over here in the 9 o'clock position. If you were to go from the 9 o'clock position down to the 6 o'clock position, that one would set and this one would rise.
So there's something. So there's something like the kind of like the equator. Like you have like the sort of like straight line start. You would kind of have something like that in between these two. Is what you're saying?
That would be the question. So what I'm proposing here in this concept is because, what would exist between them? You're saying, would it look like a straight path of stars? You're saying, like, would it look like? Is that what it? Yeah, that's a good question. But you're saying what would the intermediary be when the one's setting and the one's rising?
Yeah, because I know at the equator, you see both rotations. So I imagine it would be something similar with this as well, where you just have both rotations, both south rotations, whatever, but they're just opposite, in the sky from one another, I guess, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I'm not aware of any like clear documented footage of this deep South Pacific, South Atlantic, etc. that would be able. I have not seen it. If anyone has like something that they really think is solid, like someone that has like uninterrupted video footage or something like that, not just like some model from Stellarium, but something very, very solid to show what is in these deep southern regions. So I realize what I'm claiming right here is quite a dramatic claim to say that that one of these southern pole things would set and another one would rise. That is dramatic. But nonetheless, what I'm saying though is that the only way to do that would be to go in the deep south and actually see that occurring. Because if you were, what I think often happens on the Earth is that these guys fly somewhere up closer to the north or travel whatever, and then come down south. And if that was the case, then when you're coming north here, you would this one would start to fade, the southern one, and this northern one would come into view. But at some point, like the southern would be setting, etc. And if you make this path here, as you coming down to this one, like this is going to start to come into view again, but you're like transitioning between them. You know what I mean? And so so it's like this, Now, I only bring all this up to say, as you guys know, I've mentioned many times, my understanding of how this is functioning, and it goes back to like a lot of the ancient sacred texts, talk about the four corners of the earth and these cosmological maps and things that have been around since the dawn of time that show these, this, because I think at the North Pole, you have like 4 rivers and 4 islands, like the Mercator map. So you have that, like that cross, basically 4 rivers, 4 islands. And then you have the main continents. You have this whole string of continents, this whole string of continents, this whole one. And then there's sort of this one here, which I think there's missing land in the south, but nonetheless, you have this kind of, in general, you have, this kind of pattern of the 4 continents all kind of stretched out the way that the show is coming out from the center, like spokes of a wheel. So yeah, but this would solve what you guys are saying, because I also understand what you're saying, what Tactical Cat and what Armo is saying, meaning if you're standing here and you're looking this way, you're standing here, you're looking that way. Yeah. I realize what you guys are saying, like, oh, it doesn't work, because, and I agree in a way that it doesn't work with what you're saying. Like, in a way, I'm agreeing that there are conflicts with how it works, and people have come up with different ideas, within these discussions for a long time and trying to explain it. So I hear what you're saying, that you're seeing the same stars, but what I would say is that one thing is that you're assuming that they're the same stars. Now, on a globe, they have to be the exact same stars. Now, if there's 4, very similar looking star rotations in these 4 regions, one would think they're the exact same stars because they're, in a sense, like mirrors of each other. I don't mean they're actually mirrorly reflecting each other. I just mean sort of like if you have a room and you have 4 corners of the room, and if you have a little spiral that looks the same in each 4 corners, then they're going to look like they're the same. And I understand why that can be explained on a globe. It totally makes sense on a globe. I give you guys a full concession that it's fairly decent, well, at least full enough. There's other problems with it, but, on the globe in that sense, so yeah.
I want to make a point.
Okay.
Then if you make those arrows to every point in the south, and if the south stars are mirrored, like you said, don't have to be infinite amount of them, because you can have infinite arrows towards the south, and every arrow would point at the south star.
Well, Well,
So
I
it's
think
not only the 4 directions. You can even make 10 arrows pointing to the south, and all of them would be pointing towards the South Star.
yeah, but from my understanding, if to like maybe like not Steelman per se, but at least try to understand Geo's side, what he's saying is that, or at least from my understanding, is that yeah, sure, we make these observations, in Australia, South Africa, and South America, whatever. But in between though, we don't really have maybe much documentation or something. Like we don't really know per se, because he was saying that between these, from the looks of it, there's like 4 of these, and he's saying in between we don't really like maybe they kind of meet together, and whatnot. So I think he's saying like that there aren't like an infinite amount. There's just these 4, and every time we go to one of these, south continents, whatever, we're just seeing one of the 4.
Yeah, like you would only see the one that's in the region. Like if you were to kind of like I tried to make like black like a triangle. I don't know if black comes up easily to see, but like a triangle. So, but the thing is it's like once you get away from one, you're going to see one of the others. But can you see all 3 at once? I would say no. Like the sizes of meaning, if you were right here in the center, you wouldn't see all 3 because the distance is involved. Like you're only going to see any 2 at any one time. So it would be indistinguishable in a way from a globe explanation because you're only going to see the size of it. You're only going to see any 2 of them at any one time.
But what's the problem with this? If you were halfway,
sorry, go ahead.
If you were halfway from one, the start to the second, you would see. Let's say they're all circles. Like they have circles around them, like the north one. So when you're halfway from one to another, you would see the right side of the circle meeting left side of the circle, which shouldn't happen because 2 stars that are on the opposite ends of the circle would meet.
I didn't quite follow that. Sorry. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Imagine that every one of these south rotation points is a circle.
Okay.
So they end at one point, like the circle ends and the next one starts, right?
Yeah. Like what happens. I mean, we have the north and the south. And At the middle here, we see there's like the intersection. They're like the stars are all moving straight, basically. Mm-hmm. You can see like these sort of spirals. Yeah, exactly.
But you also see them in rotating in a circle, right? Because those stars moving upward direction, moving in a circle. But anyways, there are 2, they're intersecting in one way, appearing straight. But then if 2 circles meet and make a straight line, then 2 opposite ends will meet, meaning stars from the left side of the circle will meet with the stars that are on the right side of the circle, which should be impossible. There are no observations made of 2 stars on the opposite ends of that circle meeting.
Are you trying to say like this? Like if I were to make a spiral that goes like that or something? I didn't even make it very good.
Just draw 4 circles around those squares.
New vector 3.
Are you saying if you do that there, and then if you do this here, where you're boom? Okay, I'll leave it at that. Are you saying that like is what you're saying? Maybe I'll try to do a red thing here. Are you trying to say that there's a conflict with this area, these areas? Is that what you're saying?
No. Between 2 south rotation points, make under one of those spirals on another square that is next to that one at the bottom.
All right, so you're okay. So if I just do the same thing here, you're saying if I go spiral, I mean, one thing like with what I'm saying, what I'm saying is that I'm not aware of any solid evidence or documentation of somebody traveling in these deep southern oceans, and truly map, looking exactly at what the sky is. So I'm not necessarily making a claim of what occurs between the 2 these southern poles, in this way. So if that's what you're asking, like I'm not making that claim. And I also, if anyone has documentation of that's not just some model or some stellarium thing, I would be open to seeing that because okay. So anyways, is this what you're?
Yeah.
Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
So would we see the way that we see from the north to one of these south, like that thing? Are you saying would we see the same? That wouldn't work. What you're saying, because meaning this straight line. Let's see if I can make that line a different color, orange or something. that this
Get
line
one
would
color.
not be doing the same thing or whatever. It would not be straight stars there.
Get one color, for example blue, and draw a dot on the left side of the circle on the bottom one. That will represent one star.
Over here?
Yeah, and do the same on the upper one, but like, you know, with respect to where it is, so on the bottom technically.
Like here?
No, on the other circle, the other square.
Over here? Okay, what on the right, on the 3 o'clock? What position then? Like over here or something?
It should be probably down,
Yes.
right? Wait, right there.
Yes, but it should be down. It should be on the down.
Yeah, it should be 6 o'clock, I believe.
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, around this. So look, now look at the bottom one. So there is a blue star, and on the opposite end would, let's say, it will be a different star. Those two are on the opposite ends of the circle. And let's say you're on this orange line, then you can see both the orange star and both the blue star, which should be impossible because they're on the two different axes. And they will both rotate in different directions because they're on two different rotation points.
But you're assuming you could see both of them simultaneously?
So let's draw the star on the further line on this circle. Let's just assume this blue star will be further from the central rotation point. At some point, those two circles will have to meet with the orange line.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the question of what.
And if they are rotating at the same speed, then technically you should be able to see two blue stars at once.
Let me see. Actually, I don't know about that actually, because if they would be rotating in the same direction, it would be actually that goes without saying. Actually, it would be
Yeah,
clockwise.
so you know they
right?
would meet, and they would go into two different directions. They would rotate on two different circles. So you would see two blue stars getting close together, moving in two different circles, meeting together, and then going in two different directions on their circles.
Would they though? I mean, because I'm trying to think about that because if the blue star is up, let's say that it's 12 o'clock, right? The blue star is like basically facing north, right? Then the one to the right, okay, the bottom one would have it facing up. Then the one to the right, that one would have the blue star facing left. That's probably the closest they get is when it's facing north, I guess. They can't get any closer than that.
Okay, wait, I have to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my
get
thought.
up
I hear what you're saying, like in theory, I think, but I guess it would depend on what, like, the actual distances are. You know, what these southern
I have
oceans.
to get up and I have to draw it myself. So I'll be right back.
Yeah,
distances are, because the thing about these, like the way that these little north, south, east, west little compass things are placed on this map, like I said, I'm not even saying they're in the exact right spot, but the way that they're placed, they're kind of close. Like you see how this one's like literally like at the tip of South America. Obviously that's not where the southern rotation is. It's actually way, like if I were to put an arrow, it's like way down here, because when you're in the south you're looking vastly off here. So I mean, like that blue is not the best color, but maybe some other light green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of hard to see too, but
yeah, it's like I know, but I'm saying be like way out here, and this one's like way off the map. So I mean, we're talking about something that, if these green things, which are not very well drawn, but if the actual southern rotations things are way out there, then if you were to be just traveling at this very, very southern region, you know what I mean? Like it's not, the proportions are not as close as these are basically. So I think it could have to do with proportions. And yeah, I'm not claiming what is in. I totally understand with what I'm saying that because everyone has said this, and I agree. It's like, well, what's happening between them? What's happening between them? I totally understand, and that could be like at the moment an unknown, because like I said, I haven't seen any solid documentation that's absolutely verified and validated what's in these southern oceans. Even people that do circumnavigation, like we get into that whole discussion, but it's like they're coming up here and they're going down here, like. I don't know of anyone that's like going deep in those regions, so that's a whole question in and of itself, and whether you be far enough south to see this. And I understand what would debunk what I'm saying here with this whole thing is if you were to go, I'm going to clear all this out. If you were to go to if you were to like travel here this way, I think the yellow is a little easier to see. If you were to travel here and see this thing, this southern rotation here, and if you were to then like travel this way and you just still saw that thing the whole time, that's obviously what it would be on a globe. Like it would just be in your southern sky the entire way, all the way around. Like on Walter Bislin's model, when you take that little hemisphere thing and you just whip it all the way around, then that's what it would be at every position. If that's the case, then what I'm saying here would not be true. And of course, that fits a possible globe explanation. And I have to say, on this layout of the Earth, I know there's the ideas of like that it's all sort of perspective, but I think there's challenges with that for certain reasons in terms of like, because it's a very fixed, like the way the stars are moving is a very like fixed rotational center. And if it was only because of our field of view, like I would think like if you're over here, for example, and you're chilling and you're looking, north and south, like you would always see that southern rotation right here in your field of view. If it was only a perspective thing, you would always see it, like this little circle here, and that anywhere you go, you would see it. But instead, it's correlated to the actual position in the sky. Like that doesn't happen when you're in this position, but it does happen when you're in this position. You know what I mean? So if it's only field of view, it should happen on all those locations. Whereas the fact that it actually correlates with your longitude seems to match that it actually is something that is happening in the sky. Like it's actually like the coordinates are happening in the actual sky, and it is a very specific,
No, but if you actually watch it happen, Geo, it doesn't look like that at all. That's why there's a difference between the star trails and actually a equatorial mount. You know the difference between the two. You know why one makes circles and the other one doesn't?
Okay,
It's a
Gio,
perspective thing.
sorry to interrupt you guys. Look at my stream.
Do you hear what I said, Gio?
Well, I mean, I sort of did, but it's a slightly different topic.
It's really. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, let's see if we can maybe finish this first. If you want to maybe hold on to that, I got to figure out. Let me see. All right, I'm not viewing. I guess I can close mine out here because I think I kind of share the general, but maybe I'll leave it open just in case. But all right, Tactical Cat, I'm looking at yours now as well.
Wait, before you go, Tactical Cat, I just realized something. Technically speaking, those stars, even though the green would be to the left on the bottom one, and then to the right, the green should be on the bottom. If we're viewing these at the same time, though, technically, it would. I think it would be like an offset or something. It would actually be. I don't know how to word it exactly though, but it wouldn't be like this per se though. But go on though. I was thinking about it. Like.
Yeah. So Gio.
I mean, I will just say, like, I mean, I don't, I will just say too, just briefly that, like this concept, it's interesting because in this current, like since 2015, the Southern Star, in terms of this discussion of the Earth and everything, the Southern Stars have always been, might I even say, kind of a sore spot for folks saying that the Earth, using either the flat Earth term, planar, stationary, etc. It has been that. Even back in the day on like Bro Sanchez, like before Discord, Bro Sanchez used to do these big debates and, all these, P. Mars and Tim Osmond, all these guys would come in and like, they would usually drop the Southern Star thing and it would erupt and everyone would explode. So, I mean, it's kind of been like, whatever term you want to use, linchpin or whatever you want to say. And it has been a pretty strong thing for the globe in terms of the sky for the globe. And there have been different explanations of it. I used to think of it more that it was a perspective thing. Having to do with the fact that, like, okay, I'll just say this briefly if people are still looking at my screen. I used to think more before I for myself, I understood this quadrupole component of the sky. I used to think that it was more of a factor of like, okay, so you have all these stars rotating in circles here in the center. And then when you get to the outer ring, you have this outer ring, these stars going like this, right? Well, because they're on such a wide outer, like this, I'm just saying, this was my initial understanding of it. My initial thoughts, because of this wide field, because you can only see in your own, let's see if I can do a different color, I guess black or something. When you can only see in your own circle, because these are on this wider outside thing, kind of like the effect of like the edge of a dome or whatever it may be, that you're going to get this kind of counter pattern because these stars are, it's almost like the opposite. Like they're so widely stretching that due to perspective, like it all has to kind of fit in your perspective, that you're going to get this kind of opposite mirrored effect. And then there's even ideas of like the edge of a dome, or, you know, you guys have maybe seen some of those that kind of show that as well. So I used to think that, but then there's some other issues with that, but I'll kind of leave it there.
Hey, Gio, if from your model here, this quadrupole in the sky model, if each person can see about half of the celestial sky and you move them where you have them, the quadrupole celestial sky model and the Walter Bizone's perception-based model would be indistinguishable from each other.
That's interesting. Say more about that. What do you mean?
Like, so, you know, the old school P-brain model where he puts like the 4 observers and it has like the 4 quadrupoles on the map?
Yeah, like this kind of where you...
Yeah, kind of like what you're drawing, but like he does it like with the AE map and stars and makes it like pretty and puts like a dome over each observer. Yeah, that's like sort of illustrating what I thought, but what you're talking about with like the quadrupole. If there is like 4 distinct southern rotations, then the way that we see them would be indistinguishable from a person in the south seeing their personal dome move with them on those 4 scattered points. Because of the distance involved and how much you can see. If it is half of the sky, then where you put 4 of those observers would be indistinguishable if what we're saying with Bizone's model is true, right?
Yeah.
And also, there's that one that I think the Tomb of Illumination, someone sent it into him. Someone built like a paper model of the sky with all its cycles and they like draped it around each other, put it in the middle, so the one spins the other one, and you get like the corresponding southern constellations that they'd say. So I thought that was interesting too.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It would be indistinguishable if you can only see 2 of these. Like if the distances are set up that you can only see 2 of them at any one time. But the trick to it though would be, the difference would be though, is that like, let's say so I did those black circles, and then if I do like maybe a yellow one connecting these or whatever, that's not a very good circle. But the only thing with that, like if you were to connect these, and I'm wonder if you would agree with this. So if you were to do that, and then if you were to then travel here, you know what I mean? Like if you're seeing this southern thing, and as you literally were traveling, this one stays in your south, then it would not be the quadrupole, right?
Could have to be something else, yeah.
If this one stays, because in order for it to be the quadrupole, this one that you're in would have to like set, just like the north, just like Polaris sets when you move away from it. This would have to set in your sky, and then this would have to rise, and then there would be some intermediary stars here. So that's what would like technically debunk this, is a deep traveling in like the 60 degree or whatever, you know, south, or maybe you'd even have to be further south, I don't know, to be able to see that. Because what would happen on the globe is that, you know, if you know this one here at the 9 o'clock position or whatever, it would stay in your sky the whole time. And then what you've said, Shane, like in terms of the idea of the perspective thing, like that, it would also, yeah, there would have to be something else. Like there would have to be a perspective thing or something else happening if it didn't do, because I know what you mean. It would be indistinguishable, but if you traveled here, there would have to be a transition point.
Well, I think what would happen in the perspective-based model is you'd create like a new perspective-based bubble similar to the 4 you have drawn, but it would be like equidistant between the 2. So it'd be like symmetrically half of what you see. That's what I think happened. It's almost exactly what Bizone's model would show you if you swing that southern pole all around. And I think that's a cohesive model with P-Brain's model with the quadrupole, and I think it's like even cohesive with the model that you're outlining and drawing here. It's just like a matter of interpretation as to what you think the mechanism that is. And then if you compare the southern rotation to if it is exactly half of the Earth, then you would have to be exactly half away from the point to be able to see. And if you scatter them like you have on the north, south, east, west, like cardinal directions, if you scatter them, those 4 people would see like the entire circumference of the celestial sphere. That's what I'm trying to say. Like that would map the whole sky, and it would be exactly inverse to what we're showing.
Well, can I actually real fast screen share? Because I do have one issue with this quadrupole thing here. Let me real fast screen share this. Where is it? Paint.
I don't know, Shane, if you would mind maybe repeating that, because I got it, but it was, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I just wanted to, for myself, just so I could understand more fully what you're saying.
Yeah, I kind of lost it towards the end. So like, if you look at what you've drawn there, if you look at like the 4 cardinal directions, if you have an observer and each one of those where the compass is, and each observer can see about half of the celestial sky, like I've been arguing with the Bizon model, it's underscaled on the Bizon model, right? So it's not like that little circle that you were trying to draw. And it also answers the question as to why you don't see a southern rotation perspective based thing in the north because you're too close to the actual rotation to see it. You only see it when you're far enough away from the south, which means the observer has to be more or less on the 4 cardinal direction points in the south as you've drawn them to see the whole expanse of the sky. So if each person sees half of the celestial sky and the flat Earth sky rotates east to west above everyone, and that you're only seeing those like 4 perspective-induced personal grids over each of the 4 locations as P-Brain has drawn, then what you're showing would be identical to what P-Brain was modeling and identical to what I'm arguing the Bism model does.
Yeah. Yeah, although I don't know if P-Brain actually is saying that there's like 4 southern pole rotations. Like I think I've never heard him. I don't know that he's actually saying that there are 4 centers.
No, he's saying that's what it looks like, is my understanding, which is exactly what I was saying. But I think it's a good model of what you were drawing, right? I think if you just look at it for what it is.
That is interesting. Yeah, that they're actually indistinguishable. Exactly. Yeah, because P-Brain's laying that out, and he is on point with. It's awesome the way he lays that out with the link between the corpuscular and anticorpuscular, and the way that you see, the local region, and if you were to take the corpuscular and anticorpuscular and rotate them, like it's pretty amazing to think about, like in the section of the sky. So yeah, when he draws that, because exactly, like he has those good animations where it shows like like the salad bowl that's turned upside down, sort of your dome, and then as you kind of go from the one region to another. Like I'm gonna post this image in the chat, which I was showing last night, which is like a perfect exactly what we're talking about. So like I just posted it in the chat. So this kind of shows like 3 celestial sphere things. Now if you put like a planar Earth in the middle of those, one of them shows like 20 degrees north in Hawaii, and it shows the kind of tilt of the celestial sphere because you've got the sort of Polaris and at that angle, and then shows the one at the equator, shows the one in the southern, which is just like Walter Bislin's. Like if you take that little hemisphere thing, yeah, so like that's what we see, and that's like a tilted sphere, which is funny too. But that can happen on if you put a plane in the middle of those, like people saying, oh, how does it work on a plane? I mean, that thing I just posted literally shows it, like shows in a way how that can work on a plane. It's like you're just seeing that section of the sky, and and whether it's like the deeper components of like the electromagnetics and how the stars are actually tracking. But I mean, that shows like the 3 regions, north, south, and you can put a planar Earth in the middle of those. Now, it doesn't mean that there's stars under your feet. It would just be like a hemisphere, because obviously the Earth is underneath, so it's not claiming that. But it is showing how that kind of celestial sphere functions over a planar surface. And then if you were to extend that, like you were saying, P-Brain does, and so on, extend that to what I'm suggesting, like it would be indistinguishable, because you're only seeing, like, see how you can only see 2 of those poles on that little thing I just posted. Like you can see one of them, like either Sigma Octantis or Polaris, and the other one's indistinguishable. If you're right in between them, then you'll see just little bits of both of them or whatever, but you're never going to see more than those. So yeah, that would be indistinguishable. It's just any of the 2 that you're seeing.
Okay, Geo, sorry to interrupt you, but now this quadruple thing would only work for 4 observers, because none of them would be actually looking south, if south is the outer ring.
They're all looking south. They're just seeing one of...
Place 5 observers in the south hemisphere. 5, and point them towards the south. It doesn't matter where.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean, if there's like the north and then 4 outers, I mean, I will say it's very interesting looking into the ancient cosmologies. Like it's deep in these traditional texts.
Can you just draw?
Hold on. Let me just finish. I'm just saying. Well, let me just finish what I'm saying, and then I wanted to see if you could repeat what you're saying as well. I'm just saying that very deep in these ancient spiritual texts, in the Bible, in the Vedics, so many talk about the 4 corners of the earth. Like it's a very deep concept. And yes, I am correlating that with the stars as well. But I'm just saying that that's not that's a very deeply embedded concept within a cosmology. But sorry if that's a different topic as well. But I was just going to say that. But what were you saying? Because I guess what I was going to say is that if there's like this idea of the 1 in the center and 4 in the outer, like that, the cross, the north, south, east, west, the 4 rivers at the center. I mean, there's in the 4 huge continents coming out. They're all correlated. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, if there's 5, let's say, you're only seeing any 2 of them at any one time. So, but if you want to reclarify what you were saying.
Yeah, draw 5 dots, which will represent observers, and draw arrows from them to the direction of south.
Okay, like a dude here south, a dude here south. Is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
5 of them.
5. You want another one like here or something?
Yes, I want another.
Okay.
Yeah. So if then you have to have 5 south rotation points because they're all pointing in different directions, and they all would see the south rotation point.
That's what I'm saying. So what that would debunk, like I'll even put more of them. Yellow would have been a better.
Exactly. You have to have infinite amount of south rotation points for this to work.
Right.
Or it has to be an
But-
optical phenomenon, like we say. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I would actually agree with what you're saying in a way. Well, that's what I was saying before is like, I'll use maybe yellow here. If you were seeing this one, of course, it's going to be way out here, though. It's not going to be right here. But nonetheless, if you're seeing this one and you start traveling in the southern oceans, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're looking at this thing, you're seeing this Sigma Octantis and all that, and you're right there and you're looking at it. If you started traveling in the southern oceans, I said this before, if you're traveling like 60 degrees south, I agree. That thing would not stay in your view the whole time. Meaning it would set just like Polaris sets. For this quadrupole thing to be the case, that would have to set, and then another one would have to rise. So you would see it literally setting just like Polaris does, and as you get close to this one, you would see it rising. Now, depending on the distance, whether you'd be able to see 2 of them at once is a question, because you can see Polaris and parts of Sigma Octantis. There is some overlap there. Now, are these wide enough? But the thing is, this is on a much wider outer circle. So I don't know whether you would see both of them at once or whether one would set whatever you would be seeing in the sky at that point, whether you would see like stars that are moving equally or whatever that would look like. I'm not claiming that because that's what we would need to know. And then this one would start to rise. This one in the 6 o'clock position would then start to rise, but you wouldn't see them at necessarily at the same time. And you wouldn't be able to see any 3 of these main poles at the same time. So I agree with you. If you take this guy here, this one here, if he can be dead between these, and if there's an undifferentiated view of Sigma Octantis and the Southern Crux or whatever, if it's an undifferentiated view when you travel in the south, then this quadrupole concept would not be the case. It would be essentially debunked, and there would have to be. It doesn't mean Earth's a globe, because I realize that does fit with a globe. So, like I said, in a way, like, not that I have a need to concede or not concede, but in terms of the globe explanation, I understand why logically you guys are very, very strong on this and I don't want to say clinging in a rude way, but you're sticking to it, as it were. And I as much as I could concede, let's say, in general, on a globe, it would fit that, because you're looking at one central pole on the bottom of a sphere. I understand that. However, even if this is not even if one doesn't set and rise of these southern poles, and if you do see an undifferentiated southern region like that, that would mean that the quadrupole is debunked. But that does not mean that that this entire planar Earth and an AE map type layout, etc., is debunked. It doesn't necessarily mean that, because there could be there's other ways that, due to perspective, possibly like I said before, if you're looking at like if you're really looking at like the edge of a dome or like the outer realm, there could be an electromagnetic effect, could be a perspective effect. So there's other things. So it wouldn't really debunk the whole thing, what you're saying, but it would debunk this quadrupole layout, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna jump in. Personally, I don't think as neat as this quadrupole idea is, I don't think it has any real, like I don't think it really works, because at least in terms of like I'm screen sharing right now, but like in terms of like Australia, right? If you have the fact that it spans quite a distance, I think roughly around 2,500 miles, right? If you were to, for example, on one part of Australia and on the opposite part of Australia, both look south, right? The thing is, right, naturally you would expect maybe the over 2,500 miles for the the South Pole or the South Celestial Pole, whatever you want to call it, right? You would expect that to shift, right? Because you're traveling 2,500 miles. There is quite a distance away. So let's say, for example, on my picture here, I have this, the South Pole, maybe like right here or some shit, right? Obviously, 2 different directions, right? Here and here, right? But we have actual south facing in another direction, though, right? So there's a few ways you can maybe solve this, right? For one, it could be that using your compass when you look south, you're actually just looking in the direction of that that center point of rotation, right? That could maybe solve the issue. But now now everything else is fucked up. Now your east and your west are fucked up, right? Because east, west, north, they're all relative to south. So east and west would be pretty much perpendicular to that. All right, I'm using really ugly colors right now. And then north would be pointing in this direction. So I don't know how legit that is. I mean, granted, I haven't really tested for that, so maybe that is the case, whatever. But if assuming that only assumes that south is pointing to that center point. If it's not, then the issue becomes how come we don't see, the southern stars deviate from south? You have one or the other.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Maybe I didn't fully catch the end of that, but yeah, I wanted to respond to if you want to repeat the end part again, if you want when you respond. But let me just my response to the first part of what you said. I'm going to post. I often post this one. This is this Pierce quincuncial layout. I'm not saying this is exactly what the Earth is or anything like that. I'm just using it as a general thing. So can you see in the chat? I just posted it. So this shows this shows over like it's a general kind of AE map layout. The kind of 4 quadrants, etc. But you see how those longitude and latitude lines? You see how they kind of expand out to the equator region and then they contract in the 4 kind of corners.
Uh-huh.
That's like it is on a globe. So if you were to take this and print it out on your printer and you were to take a pair of scissors and you were going to cut out the southern oceans, the deep southern oceans, you could cut them out on a sheet of paper and then you could wrap this around a ball. You know what I mean? And it would all kind of, it would all fit in a way around a ball, meaning that these 4 kind of quadrants that have these longitude and latitude layouts would sort of wrap around because it's like it's getting smaller at the bottom of the sphere. Instead of these are getting smaller in the 4 quadrants on the outer 4 corners, as it were, in terms of the Earth in that sense. So my answer to the first thing you were saying is I hear what you're saying with this quadrupole idea, but the thing is, take a look at like South America, for example. See how if you're on the east side of South America, what is south? If the flux lines of the magnetic field actually do this, the way I'm showing here, or the way that this shows, if this is what the flux lines actually are, if you're on the east side of South America versus the west side, you see how south all focuses at one point?
On yours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what would solve the problem you were saying.
Right.
Because if actual south, like you're chilling with a compass on the east side of South America, when you look south, quote unquote, because I mean the Earth is massive. I mean it's hard to like get your bearings on all, you know what I mean, exactly like where you are, like in some ways, like you're not like able to. It's not like a room that you can just walk up to the north south. It's so massive that whatever region you're in. So you see what I mean? How that would still work?
Yeah, all right. That's pretty decent. I'll give you that. That's not bad.
But again, the transition, the biggest debunking of what I'm saying here would be the transition between the souths, in the deep southern oceans. But that's the like huge mystery, one of the huge mysteries on the Earth right now. It's like, what is really in the south? What are the distances in the south? Why are the time zones stretched out in the south? There's all these questions. The twilight difference in the north and south, the climate difference in the north and south. And, we led into this because we were also talking about the distance of the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn having to be different, on an AE map. And there's also these like, I have these maps from like the 1920s where they're saying this exact argument. They're saying that the Tropic of Capricorn is a longer distance to the Tropic of Cancer. And they're literally saying like, oh, for all you that believe the Earth's a globe, just go out in a sailboat and measure that and you'll see that they're not the same. So, I mean, it's not like a new argument. This has been going on for centuries. In terms of that. So I'm just saying that in my viewpoint, there's a huge empty gap of what really is in the South and especially the deep Southern oceans, so that's the thing. So, I mean, to debunk what I'm saying would require putting the keys together or getting further information or data or some way to travel there to get the, to understand that, which then unlocks the southern region of the Earth and, possibly GPS fluctuations, the distance fluctuations. I mean, that's the whole thing. On an AE map, that southern region is a massively longer distance. Then you're looking like Captain Cook that claims like 60,000 miles he was traveling, which is way more than it should be. So there's these like logs and claims that they were, that it was way longer. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that point to this. And ironically, that's the thing that we would need to solve to see, to really for the quadrupole to be the case.
Well, all right. That's what was the point I was going to make real fast? I was going to say one more thing. Oh yeah. So yeah, I do think that I will admit, like out of all the flat Earth maps, whatever, I do think like that, that square one you sent, whatever, where it's like split off into 4 areas, like 4 corners. I will admit that's pretty cool. And yeah, that's a good point. That this definitely like solves like that issue for the most part. But I still think, like, to bring this home though, I still think my original point that the southern stars are an illusion still stands. The fact that we have 4 different corners, whatever, 4 different, poles, but they all contain identical looking stars. That's still an illusion because it makes, because to a person on, the Earth, they look up and say, hey, look, those are the same stars, but they're really not. So
I hear you, but did you see that? I just Shane, did you see that one he just posted? I think it's the last one he posted. See that little animation? Now that shows several of them, but to see how the gears, how they all, he's got, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 6 of them. But you see how they all rotate like that?
Yeah.
And then that's pretty sweet how he did that, and it shows the one on the right with like the pea brain one.
That's pretty
so nice. And that's the way quadrupoles work too. Like a quadrupole magnetic field, you have like 4. I mean, I'm sure you've seen, I may have posted them at time, I can post a couple now, but I mean, like the actual flux lines of a quadrupole are very interesting to look at in terms of how they align with that concept, because like they all rotate, like they're all part and parcel, like the actual flux lines of a magnetic field. I don't even know if that's the best one I just posted, but they actually, like the actual way that electricity flows in a quadrupole is what I'm saying. Like the actual way that the electrical fields flow correlate with those kinds of like flux patterns. Like the way that they have their own. Let's see if I can post another one here. But if you look at like actual magnetic fields, like they have their own central nodal point, and then they're all interconnected, and they all rotate within, kind of like that one that Shane just posted. Like it's like a gear system that all sort of like fits within that, the 4 poles and then the center that are all interrelated. And it can even be shown, like Whitsit had posted, you see like this one. He had showed like where if you take these, like with quadrupoles, like that, for example, it's like, yeah, this is with ferrofluid. So like the way that ferrofluid actually flow, like you can make a quadrupole with ferrofluid, and it actually creates these like 4 quadrupolar structures that, and if you added like a rotation to those, like if there's like an ether rotational flux pattern within that, then it would potentially all move in like a massive quadrupole gear system. You know what else is interesting about it that Whitsit had showed? This is just an added thing, but like if you have a quadrupole like this, I'm posting these 2. Sorry for posting so many, but like it will float. So it's pretty interesting. Like at the north, like if you have a quadrupole, this will float in the center, and then you get like the magnetic mountain and Mount Meru, and it's just interesting that that's a factor as well.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Sorry for posting so many, but this one kind of shows a kind of quadrupole magnetic fields. So yeah, see, that kind of shows it there, where let's just say you have 4 of those rotations, like see how between them, see this shows between them, the lines are kind of straight. So, I mean, it's pretty similar perhaps to what we would see between going from the north to one of the south poles. Maybe it would be similar. You'd get kind of the straight line of stars, and then you'd have, just like this shows, you kind of have the same thing, the celestial sphere. It could be similar to the way it goes from the north to the south.
Pretty cool.
I'd like to ask a few questions.
Yeah, well, I've been talking a lot, so I mean, I can definitely step back a bit as well. But maybe just last thing, because I love these cosmological mandalas. They come from many different traditions, like the Vedics, etc. I'll just post one of them here. But I mean, they've been making these since the dawn of time. Like this, and these are like cosmological symbolizations they're like a map of the cosmos, and it's just fascinating to see how they have these like 4 corners and these 4 sort of rotational. That's just one I posted. There's several others. Some of them even have a very like North Pole looking thing in the center. That one kind of has the square. It's like the circle within a square. And that goes deep into a lot of like the 4 corners of the earth, but also the circle of the earth. Like that's in a lot of the spiritual traditions as well. So it's like deeply embedded in humanity's understanding of cosmology in that sense. So I'm not saying that's 100% proof that that's what it is. I'm just saying that it's pretty interesting. This is not necessarily some brand new idea. But yeah, go ahead, Barrel Rider.
I just wanted to ask some questions about it pertains to the same subject about what the heliocentric model says, and begin with, like, okay, according to the heliocentric model, the North Pole is directly under Polaris, and then if we go to the south, we have the Sigma Octantis star. And is that Sigma Octantis star directly above or directly antipodal to the North Star? Or is it off a little bit? You know, the Polaris isn't exactly north because you say it wobbles around as it as the stars rotate. Now, where is that Sigma Octantis directly antipodal to the North Star?
No, and they're both off, but the southern star is off a lot more.
Okay, so not directly antipodal. So now I've always heard this argument. I think this is what the globers say, is that on a globe, if one guy stood in Australia and another guy in South America, another guy in Africa, looked south, due south, maybe using a compass, they would see, even though they're in different spots on the Earth, they would see the Sigma Octantis directly south, or pretty much directly. I couldn't, since you're saying that it's not antipodal to the North Star, it's off a little bit, but they almost be looking directly south and all see Sigma Octantis. Is that true?
Well, the thing is, Sigma Octantis is not. I mean, has anyone validated?
I'm saying that where it's supposed to be, at least where it's supposed to be.
Okay, let's just say maybe the center of rotation. Let's say.
Right, center of rotation. I'm just saying you wouldn't be able to use rotation in this. You could just, you'd have to find that spot where Sigma Octantis is supposed to be, because, you know what I mean? So would three people standing on three different continents in the southern hemisphere looking almost directly due south see Sigma Octantis in the same spot in the sky? Is that what the globe claims?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of globers here. Aren't they? Why aren't they responding?
I don't know.
What I wanted to ask was.
Oh, sorry, I was blanking out. I'm like doing some other shit. What's up?
According to the globe model, if three people are standing on three different continents looking due south, they see the spot where Sigma Octantis is supposed to be located. They see that spot in the same spot in the sky from all three different locations on the globe. Is that a globe claim?
Say the last part. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not going to see it at the same time because it's not going to be nighttime at the same time. But I mean, if you're asking, like, if you go to Australia and you look in the southern sky, you're going to see what, the Southern Crux and Sigma Octantis, etc. If you then go over to South Africa and when it's nighttime there and you look south, you're also going to see Sigma Octantis and the Southern Crux. And if you go to South America and then it's nighttime there, is that what you're asking? Like, yes, like it's not simultaneous because it's not nighttime in all three of those locations at the same time. But when it's nighttime, there is some overlap actually as well in terms of day and night. But yeah, you will be yes, that is what you'll see in the southern sky in those southern regions. Yeah.
And then if you use stellarium, because of the night and day thing, with stellarium you can see where the star is without it being night or day. If you use stellarium and the three different people on three different continents look due south using stellarium, would they see Sigma Octantis spot where it should be in the sky at the same place at the same time? using stellarium according to the globe model?
The rotation would be different because they're at a different location on the globe.
Or different
I mean,
elevation on the flat Earth, right?
Would that the place where it's supposed to be in the same spot? I'm not talking about rotation. I'm talking about that star, Sigma Octantis.
Oh, I mean, more or less, I guess, roughly. Yeah, if they're same latitude, yeah.
Now, the next question, and I hear people challenge that and say, what evidence, has anyone ever taken the 3 people and done that? Is there any evidence to, well, I can't use the word prove, but evidence to show that that's the case. 3 people stood in 3 different continents, looked due south, and when they're looking due south, or when they're looking at Sigma, where Sigma Octantis should be, are they seeing the same spot in the sky? Is there any evidence of that?
Well, I'm thinking of what you're saying to validate that it is indeed the same sky. Is that what you're saying? For example, like on a globe, like this is an idea I've had, which I don't know how practical it is, but it would in theory prove this. Like, let's say you're in South America and you're looking south and you're looking at the Southern Cross and all of that. If you were to blast fireworks into the sky or a laser or something crazy like that, colored smoke or something, way up in the sky, then somebody over in South Africa or Australia should be able to see those fireworks or the laser or whatever it may be. Meaning you launch a laser out and then they can all, oh, yep, there it is. Or you put fireworks or smoke in the sky or whatever. That would potentially validate that it is actually the same sky, which of course, like that would actually potentially, like, I don't even know a way that could happen on an AE map at all. That gets, how could, that gets, I mean, unless there's some unbelievable mirroring effect or some kind of portal virtual reality. I don't even know, because on a globe, it would be the actual same sky. Because what I'm suggesting with the quadrupole thing is that they're the same stars. They look the same, kind of like 4 corners of a room that all look the same, but it's 4 different corners, but it's the same looking stars, so is that what you're alluding to? That, like, is there any way to validate that it is indeed the exact same sky? Not just that the stars look the same, but that it is the same sky. So do you see what I mean about if you launch fireworks into the sky or something, they should be able to see them, and other, all those locations should be able to see that if it really is the same sky?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I understand what the Globers are saying. Like, on a flat Earth, if people were on the different continents looking south, they would definitely not see the same sky unless you do, all those pictures that you showed, Geo, about, the flux lines bending and all that. Without that, you can understand why they would say that, you would not. It doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. Looking south, you'd never see the same stars because antipodal to one another, you're looking in absolutely different directions. But on the globe, they say that when you're looking south, people standing on different continents looking south will basically see the same thing when they look south because it's the same direction to all of them. You know what I mean? But what substantiates that claim? Is there any evidence to that claim? Has anyone took 3 people, put them on different continents, and then done that? It seems like it would be fairly easy to do. Doesn't sound like anything I'm.
No, I'm hearing what you're saying for sure, and I think I'm catching most of it. But I'm trying to maybe if you want to say it one more time, or maybe. Well, let me just post this real quick, and then if you want to, I just have to be honest that I'm maybe not fully understanding. It may just be me, or I didn't, or someone else wants to respond as well. But I was just going to say, if this helps at all, I was going to post this one. This just shows like a general AE map, and it shows like the stars laid out in a general sense. So like you have those like green stars in the middle, the blue ones in the middle, and then those red ones. But the thing is that those red ones are all like circling in the south. Like if you're in the south, like you don't see like these stars just like passing over, you know what I mean? Like it would if it was really just a disc like this. Like you'd have to take all those red ones and bunch them up and put them in a circle, put them in a circular rotation at each of those 4 rotations. So that's why like this basic thing doesn't necessarily work, which is why some of them might say, oh, that doesn't work, because the stars would all be, spread out like that. If you just take the that kind of layout. I don't know if that helps or not, but I was going to post that because that's the thing that has to be explained. So is there some kind of like perspective effect? Is there some part of the dome that's like reflecting them in that way where they're kind of being focused?
If they look just like that, and we had like a perspective bubble that you took with you that represented about half of that wherever you looked, and you went in the south, you would see perpetually those red stars circling around a pole that isn't there. Just based on what we see during the day and how the sun's light works and what we know, no?
Yeah, right. Like the one you posted above that. Yeah, exactly. If you have kind of a hemisphere, exactly. Like it has to map in your local region as well. Yeah. So like I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like just like on Walter Bislin's, like he basically has this. He has the disk of stars above and then your little hemispherical field of view. And they all kind of are mapped onto your hemispherical field of view. And of course, then the Globers say, oh, but you have to bend the light, but I don't necessarily think that because it's a perspective thing, like it's a massive, massive sky and you can only see a small part of it. So your perspective can't fit the whole sky. Like we don't have like Superman vision to where you can see, we're not in like God mode where you can just see it all. So it has to fit to your, region. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. That they would map on your own, like celestial spherical field of view.
Right. If you move like a observer based azimuthal grid representing half of the celestial sphere from position to position in the south, it would look exactly like we expect it to look, and it could mean that the stars are exactly as you arrayed them on the AE map, with the red ones on the outer edge being perpetually driven around a perspective induced rotation point because they're so far away from actual.
Right, the way that exactly, which is similar to the crepuscular ray concept as well. Yeah, it's kind of like the light is sort of wrapping and constellating, as it were, to your region. Yeah, in that way.
That's the only explanation I can come up with to meld all the current things that I believe about the Earth into like one cohesive that doesn't completely contradict itself.
I had another question about star rotation. On the Earth, we see two star rotations, one in the south and one in the north. And I've heard people say that they're moving in different direction, or they're spinning in different directions, or one's clockwise, one's anti-clockwise, or whatever. And what I don't understand is, and this is probably really stupid on my part, is why can't there be more than one star rotation on a flat Earth? I mean, couldn't we have 10 star rotations on a flat Earth? I mean, we have galaxies which they say are rotating way out. Even looking through telescopes and stuff, we see galaxies that are slowly rotating. Are they all rotating in the same direction? They are a star rotation, even though they're not close to the Earth. Why can't? Is there some law that, or something that I'm completely oblivious to, that says that we couldn't have more than one or two star rotations on a flat Earth? Why is that not possible? Can't we have 10?
Yep. I've always said that too. When people say it can't work over a flat Earth kind of thing, it's like, well, you could have anything. I mean, I've said this, like you could have a room, that has a flat floor, and you can look up and you could have anything on the ceiling. Yeah, you could have stars going in, like cars on a track. You could have them doing, absolutely. You could have them doing anything really, spinning in different ways. Yeah, vortexes, spirals. You could exactly. There's nothing that eliminates that. You could have anything above a planar surface for sure. Yeah, you could have 50 rotations if you wanted.
Or some kind of fluid with some crazy refraction effects, like, which would create very hard to calculate effects, or, calculate with exactness, There's so many possibilities when we can't actually be there to see what it is.
I personally think we should stop clinging to this AE model and constantly trying to defend it. It's like we have some sort of battleground over the AE map. The South Celestial Poles. There must be 6 South Celestial Poles on the outside of the South Pole, which is giant ice ring around us. Like, why are we battling over this model when we could back it up even more, I'd say, and have an even better, I guess, position to defend if we kind of get it off of that and just get it to the really bare bones of the argument.
Well, I'll just say this briefly. I mean, I don't think, I'm not saying the AE map, I'm not defending it or saying it is the case. Although, yes, I am talking about it as a general layout. But the thing in terms of what you're saying, though, it is complex, though, because like we see, like when you're in the north in Alaska, you see the 24-hour sun, like it literally circles you. So there's that. And then you have we have the equator, the equinoxes, the seasons, the way that the sun moves. So, I mean, do you have any other, okay, a general circle, looking at it from above, look like almost like a dartboard where it comes out from the center as a general concept with the general continents coming out. I mean, do you have any other concept of what it could be as a general layout? Anything else if it's planar, if the Earth is planar and could be close to fitting what we see? Like there's those square maps that kind of have like a warping sun, maybe like a Pac-Man sun.
This is the problem we run into with globers, is that falsification is independent of replacement. I don't need to come in here and show you a new map and a new layout of the continents to point out the problems in the AE map and to point out the fact that we should probably kind of distance ourselves from this thing in a way. But yeah,
I kind of agree with you there. One last point I wanted to make was, since there's no reason why we can't have two different star rotations on a flat plane, over a flat plane, and maybe even we could have 10 of them over a flat plane. Kind of, the globers are always making this claim that the two opposing star rotations prove that the Earth can't be flat, but that's not even valid, is it? Since there's no reason why we can't have two star rotations over a flat plane.
Right. I mean, in theory, even if you had an infinite plane, you could have, let's say like these are like nodal points. You could have there could be thousands of them. Like the idea of like outer ponds and things. Like for example, when you're in the north, you see Polaris, you see the rotation. Okay, you go south, you start seeing that rotation. What if you kept going south? Maybe you would get to the point where you're directly under that one, and there's more land and there's more whatever, and then maybe you would keep going and there would be another one, then there'd be another sun going around another one, and then another one. And what if you could only see two of them at any one time, and you're just going from point to point like a spider web?
Exactly.
But I think what they're trying to say, though, is that if there's one of these rotations in all four of those regions, if it's anything like the AE map, then it can't be one rotation, So like what I was suggesting, that there's actually four, that's why I think maybe Arma or others were like, okay, I'm not saying that they're saying that they're saying that they accept that as to what it is, but I don't know that they have a direct rebuttal other than what happens between them in the deep southern oceans, because I think that at least calms their mind to say, okay, well then if there's different ones, then that could work, because you know what I'm saying? Like if they're trying to say that there's one and it's at the bottom of the sphere, and the fact that we see that in all those areas, that's why they're saying it can't work, because of that.
Yeah. If the Earth is a globe, and we're always looking for that 24-hour sun in the south, and in the same vein, we might want to see a 24-hour no sun in the south, just like we have in the north. You get far enough north, and you can't see the sun for a while, and so the sky is fairly dark. There's a little bit of glow in the south if you look south. If you could take 3 ships or boats or whatever and put them in the deep South Ocean in an area that was in that zone where you couldn't see the sun 24 hours, all 3 of those ships looked directly south, It would be dark for all of them. Would you see Sigma Octantis in the same spot? I know it would be almost impossible and very expensive to try to do something like that, but yeah. Anyway.
Like, who's to say the sun even goes in a perfect circle like the equator is shown to be? Who fucking said that? Which one of us went around the entire equator and every day looked at where the sun was?
Wait, are you serious right now? The North fucking Pole. When you go to North Pole, you have the 24-hour shit. It goes around in a circle.
Is that a circle?
I mean,
Or is that an ellipse? Or is it a square? Or is it an oval? How do you know it's a circle?
I mean, that's the
Yeah, it
Mason
could
point,
be.
I guess. But I mean, okay, so it's still elliptical, and you know, that's good. That's good enough. Why you know, what's
Well, an ellipse is very different from a circle, right?
I mean, definitionally sure, but they could also be. It could be really close. You can have a circle. You can have an ellipse that's like practically a circle. You know, I mean, nothing's perfect. So
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is that you could definitely have an oval shaped sun route and you thinking it's a perfect circle, and then right off the bat, that means your whole AE map would be wrong. And that's just one thing. There's a lot of things about the AE map that we could bring up.
I mean, by how much is obviously always important. I mean, if it's only slightly elliptical, then you know, as compared to like you know a perfect circle, then might not change much. It really depends. We really have to kind of analyze
Yeah, but
what's being changed.
how do you know how wrong your answer is without having the right answer to compare it to?
You could always
Mr.
take. Well, you could
'Cause
take it to the.
you just said it matters how wrong we are, but you couldn't know how wrong you were unless you had the actual truth.
Well,
So
well, we could always.
there's like a kind of a begging the question in and of itself right there.
Well, what would change if we had an elliptical path instead of a circular path? Like, how much changes exactly?
Oh, you could the whole size of continents could be different.
Whole size of
The whole
continents.
size of oceans could be different. The
Yeah,
whole
but-
size of oceans could be different, and you could completely hide giant continents in them.
I
A
don't know
lot
about the.
different.
I don't know about the continents though. There's plenty of ways we can kind of like figure out the size of continents, just like you know, whether it be like flights or just you know, at the very least, you could do like you know, states or whatever. Like, oh, I drove across this state, or whatever. I know at least you know, and that can kind of add up. Like, okay, I know this state is roughly this wide. You keep doing the states, like in the United States, for example, you can add those all up, and we can have like a very like basic you know idea of how big the United States is, for example. Like it could be maybe between 3,000 and 4,000 you know miles, but it can't be any more any less than that because there's not enough room for it to be any smaller or any greater or any bigger, you know. So I don't know. So I don't know about the sun's path making the you know continents bigger or smaller. Really, I don't know if you know that doesn't really. That's kind of irrelevant.
Well, I understand with America, but I'm talking about other places.
Well, other places too. I'm pretty sure there's ways you can you know people driving from one area
You
to
don't even
another.
get to know about fucking genocides in China. Do you think you get to know the land layout of where they put everything?
I never said China. I'm just saying.
They fucking kill people, and you don't get to know about it. And you think that they're gonna give you all the data to their land and areas and stuff. And
Well,
that's just one country.
Yeah, one country. But I'm just saying there's other countries where you know they drive across. You know, you could drive across like a little area, or whatever, and be like, okay, I know how large that area is. And once again,
But you can't though. You can't though. Like you could for the states, but there are just places on this earth you're not able to go and see. Sorry.
Okay. Let me see if there's other ways we can kind of confirm this. Let me see.
Like I get it with the measuring America. I agree with you. We could go measure America. We probably could, but you and me can't go and measure the entire way around the world. There's countries that we'd be stopped at and we just couldn't enter.
Yeah, but once again, when I say I'm not saying just one person. I mean like multiple people because there's multiple people that live in different areas, and they could just you know like in theory we could always just you know get like the point I'm trying to get at is people have
trust a bunch of random people.
Well, no, it's not. What do you mean?
Doesn't that
Okay.
leave you open to infiltration?
I mean, that's the thing though. We have a bunch of people confirming the same numbers. So I mean, that's not. It's
Yeah,
not
if
an
I got
issue.
a bunch of my buddies to pull up to you and confirm a bunch of numbers, would you place a bet on my sports betting lodge?
Okay, but that's one moment in time though. People are constantly doing these trips, whatever, constantly giving us numbers.
So if
Unless
I constantly have my friends constantly reminding you about how good of a bet it is to invest in my stock, would you invest in it?
there's also people who travel though. I mean, it's that's absurd, and you're pretty much like in this like paranoid world where you could just constantly be deceived, whatever. Maybe, but I'm gonna I'm gonna bet on maybe those are just the numbers. So it's just
Right. You're choosing to put your faith in another man, basically.
That's how humans work. Yep.
Yeah.
That's how you be human.
So basically, you might as well just fucking join the Catholics and go do whatever they say as well while you're at it.
There's nothing wrong with putting your faith in other people. All right,
Yeah.
that's perfectly fine.
Well, Arma, I think there's like a spectrum you're trying to make. You're trying to say that if people are questioning things, there's some kind of overly conspiracy thing. Then the other side of it is just sort of blindly accepting and believing men, which means you could be deceived. So what do you think about the idea of if you're seeking truth, to stay, like at the minimum, to stay neutral on something and until the truth is acquired, until you fully know what the truth is, versus doing any of those, either of those two extremes? Because if the question is what the truth is, then to just jump on what other men might be saying, and if they're deceiving you, then you're not. No, I'm not saying you, but one would not really be discerning truth very effectively. And on the other side, to be like excessively quote unquote paranoid, like you said, that one doesn't really fault you for seeking the truth, unless maybe in some extreme case, if it makes you like too scattered or something. I suppose there could be some way, but I'm just saying to question things, even to an extreme level, is actually still in line with being like very discerning to know what the truth is, and being willing to speculate there could be something else going on is, I would say, closer to being able to discern the truth rather than just kind of accepting something. And if that's false, then you're like totally off the path.
Yeah, well, here's the thing is we're having like this sort of argument in this room where we're trying to convince each other of something. The problem with it is that your argument that you're trying to convince me with is a bunch of these guys told me it's this, therefore I believe it's this. And my refutation would be is I don't trust those guys.
But these guys are random people, though. I mean, they're literally just random. So, I mean, and they're
I can
constantly.
get a bunch of my friend to pose as random people to you and sell you a fucking load of shit. What is so?
What I'm saying is, okay, like
How
it could be.
Determining a random person is actually random.
Okay, fine, but the point. Okay, so let me give an example real fast. Let me see. So, let's go to maybe Australia. Maybe let's do Australia. Maybe Australia. Let me see cities or whatever, because I mean, like the average person, like for example, I mean,
I don't care about the average person. I care about the truth.
Let me see. So, I'm pretty sure there's like, okay, it took me like, I mean, granted, people don't really document how long a fucking ride takes, whatever, but I'm sure if you were to ask a random, like for example, a random Australian, like, oh, hey, how long does it take from, this location to that location? What are the chances? What are the odds that when I ask a random Australian, it's a person that's going to deceive me? Like if I was, let's go with that. If I was just,
there's a high chance because
a high chance.
There's a high chance, yeah, because if
get
someone's
the fuck out of here, there's 7 billion people.
Hey, it's not. You just asked me a fucking question.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, your question, your answer is ridiculous.
So well, my answer ain't done yet, so go on mute or something, real quick. If you ask someone something, there's a high chance they'll deceive you because many people are deceived themselves and they could only give you the deceptive answer they were given. Thank you.
Okay, so if I was asked like a random Australian, okay, hey, you drove from one place to another, right? Like how long was the trip, whatever, right? And average speed, whatever. Once again, this may not be accurate because maybe they stopped along the way or whatnot. But I can get like a rough estimate for how long how far the two cities are, whatever, right? If I ask a random person, right, chances are they're not going to deceive me, even if they're being deceived, whatever. I mean, their car still measures miles unless or
so
kilometers, I guess, because it would be, you know, it's not America.
The problem is in this specific situation, the problem is you're not measuring the distance between two cities. You're measuring the length of a road. The road is not a direct straight line between two cities. You're not actually measuring that distance. You're measuring the distance of the road.
Okay, we can still, like I said, that's what I'm saying. You can still get like a rough estimate, like even if it's like,
No,
okay,
sir, do you not understand the Pythagorean fucking triangle?
I
A
do.
squared plus B squared equals C squared. There's a large range between how long the sides are and how long the actual distance between two objects is. Even if I just make one small deviation of a triangle off from going directly between the two routes, it'll affect the length quite a bit in the distance of the road. So you're
give me a
not really
percentage.
getting that
How
rough
much?
enough.
By how much though?
That's the thing is these aren't even straight lines. These rows are turning, bending.
Yeah, so
you can't even get a rough. That's the thing is you're asking me how much, but I should be asking you how much because you're the one with the claim of a rough estimate.
Well,
How
let's
rough?
go to Australia.
You don't know how rough.
Well, we'll see. Let's go to Google Earth. I'm gonna look at Australia real fast and see if they have. Let me see. Any relatively straight, you know, roads or whatnot that, you know, with great distance to them, because then all I would have to do is just ask anyone who travels. Once again, I am pushing this kind of to its limits though, but I'm just trying to, you know.
You're pushing it beyond its limits.
That's sort of the point though. But let me see. Okay. Let's go Google Maps actually. Because it's a level of skepticism. You can, you know, that's too far or whatever, I think personally. But let me see if I can go to Australia. Let's see if there's anything good here.
Not a level of skepticism, it's geometric fact that roads bend and turn and
Yeah,
don't
but
go
once again, by how much though is the question. All right.
Yeah, you're the one with the claim, so you'd be the one giving me that information, not
Yeah,
asking
exactly.
me.
Yeah. So
You're telling me.
Well,
You're
of course,
telling
I'm not
me
going
of
to
a
choose one that's.
technique.
Of course, I'm not going to choose
You're
one that's
telling
super
me of a
winding.
technique. You're telling me of a technique where you're gonna call up a bunch of Australians, ask them how far they drove from one place to another, and then patch together a picture perfect map of Australia. It's just a ridiculous claim.
No, I'm just saying you can get still a rough estimate. You can still get like something rough, like okay, it's pretty. It could be within, you know, 2,000 miles and 3,000 miles. All right, we don't know the exact number, but it could be within that range. All right, and doing the math, we would actually prove that can only be within the
You know
that
how
range.
much the difference 1,000 miles is?
It's a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but it's also from 2,000 to 3,000. That's 1.5.
I could go to California from Hawaii with that. I think.
Okay, but that's what it's a percentage. It's a percentage difference. That's what I'm saying. Like 2,000, 3,000. That's like 1.5 times large or whatever.
Sounds like you're pulling a bunch of shit out of your ass and making it up on the spot. And as I'm questioning you further on it, you're making even more stuff up about
No,
it.
I'm not making stuff up. I'm literally just saying, like, I do think we have at least a general idea of how big these, you know, continents or whatever the fuck are, right? Like,
That's my argument. That's my argument. Is there's continents that you don't generally know. It could be completely wrong, and there's continent. I'm more so with the ocean, but I'm saying, what do you mean? Oh, come on.
We have Google Earth. You can literally go to the roads. A lot of you really mean to tell me that if I go on, if I do,
I can take a picture of your fucking mom's house.
Okay.
Does it mean I know what happened 3 blocks away from there?
All I'm saying is that we literally have a lot of it already mapped out already, right? So we can kind of check what's.
How do you know? How do you know?
Google Earth. You literally go to.
No, I know. Wait. You said we got most of it mapped out, but how do you know we got most of it mapped out?
You got a lot of it mapped out.
How do you know that?
Because once again, you go to Google Earth or Google Maps or whatever, you can literally do a lot of street views.
That's not an actual support for the claim you just made.
I've driven over most of the upper 48 myself.
I believe you. I believe Left Lane on that claim.
I mean, I could literally let's screen share this real fast. Let me screen share. Google Maps. There we go.
You said Google Maps mapped most of everything because it has street views. That's the
Yeah,
most ridiculous claim I've ever heard.
I can literally go to a street view where it's like at the shore or whatever, and then I keep following that road.
Map wouldn't have a street view of it, so then you wouldn't know what you didn't map.
Wait, what?
The claim collapses in on itself.
Okay, but you could still. Okay, so for example, I could still.
You can't know what you don't know by knowing what you know. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay, listen. All right, I have a screen share up right now. There's a bunch of roads and whatnot.
We would all just obtain enlightenment, know everything.
look, all I know is that there's street views. You can literally go down these roads or whatever, right? And a lot of these wrap in on themselves, whatever. Right? So I can go down this one, I can go down, and then that one branches off to this one, which
That doesn't
then
prove
branches
that
off to
you've mapped
this.
everything in existence, though. That just proved that you've mapped some areas with the camera. That does not prove you've mapped everything in existence. There's no logic to your claim.
Okay, but I could still prove for the most part that they're like so these 3 roads right now, if they all connect to each other, if they more or less wrap around into like a circle or a triangle, whatever the fuck you want to say it is, right? We know that there is an area in there, all right, and they can't be more area than than I don't know the area of like a circle, for example, right? Like we know that this limits, or we could figure out like the limits of what the the land that we're dealing with, whatever, right? So like there's but so much land that you could hide here, whatever, right? I mean, this is really nonsensical. The point is,
Area
we have a lot of it mapped out.
Measurement.
What now?
Area is a 2-dimensional measurement.
Okay. Your point.
Well, yeah, we have 3 dimensions, though. Is there not topography?
Okay, but so what though? I mean, we're talking about first off. I mean, we were already talking about a 2-dimensional claim anyway. It was already a two-dimensional argument, right? Because I was saying in terms of from one side to the other side of like a continent or something. We can know the sizes of these things, and we're dealing with surfaces, right? Which is informationally 2-dimensional.
If I go up a hill and down a hill, my car will register more miles than if I just went straight and there was no hill at all.
Well, once
and
again,
then I would have a longer distance between point A and point B than is actually there.
How much?
That would
though,
be an
is the
example of how topography would affect your whole. Dude, your whole argument is ridiculous.
No, how much though? How much would it affect it? That's the question. Because I can tell you right now, it won't be a lot. It won't be a whole lot on the grand scheme. On the grand scheme of things, like if you were to add that to, like Australia's, if you did this for Australia, right, and you went over a bunch of like hills and whatnot, right, I can guarantee you, it's not going to be. It might be like, I don't know, maybe like at most like a 30% increase in size, which is a lot, but like not enough to be like, oh man, no, Australia was.
The fact that most places on Earth you can't even access by car, so it's like that also kind of destroys your whole argument of you just measuring Australia with a guy in his car.
Well, once again, I have a lot of street views. There's a lot of street views here. Look at this. Wiggle the little guy around. See, street view. It's a lot of the world we can see here. All right.
Yeah, but how do you know? How do you know it's not a minority of the world?
What's not a minority of the world? What?
How do you know you're not viewing a minority of the world, not a lot of it?
You mean like this, like outer ponders, like this other continents out there or something? Like what are you saying?
You're looking at an amalgam of information on Google Maps, and you're saying this is most of the world. How do you know it's not? How do you know it's that, and that it's not a minority of the world instead of a majority of the world?
That's not my argument. My argument was whether or not we were kind of.
You made the claim, right? You made the claim as a support to your argument, and now I'm asking. You see, this is the problem: is you make a major claim, and then you make like 10 different claims below it.
Okay.
And you think you've proven the first claim, but no, you've actually just increased your work, and now you have to go support all that other shit.
Well, first off,
I'm calling you out on it, and you're just spazzing and making stuff up.
First off, you're not calling out anything because you missed the context. I said most of the world in terms of the known world, right? That was the true context. I don't know if this is all there is if we assume a flat Earth, right? All I'm saying is in terms of the known world, right? All the continents, the 7 continents, right? We have most of the world mapped out, okay, on Google Maps, all right? A lot of it's already mapped out. That's what I'm saying, all right? Don't miss the context, all right? Don't try to add your own little context into it, okay?
That's what the whole context was about, though. The
context.
The whole context was about the world. You're now changing and moving the goalposts to the known world. You just came.
I said the size of continents.
No, I'm going to complete my statement.
Go ahead.
The first time the term "the known world," that in quotes, "the known world" was mentioned, was just specifically in your last refutation.
Yes,
that was you changing what you had said before. Maybe it's giving more context. I could give you the benefit of the doubt, but it was not part of the argument before. So now you've changed the whole dynamic of the argument. You understand that, correct?
I don't know actually, because I could have sworn the context was the sizes of these continents or these places, whatever. I could have sworn that was the context. Like, hey, do we know the sizes of these continents or whatnot?
How are you measuring? Like, how are you measuring Africa?
Africa, let's see. I don't know. Does it have Street View? Has a lot of
That's
street
what
view.
I'm saying, dude. Is how do you know that Street View is covering all of Africa?
Well, as you can see here, a lot of it is covering all of this
How do you
continent
know
right
a
here.
lot of it is being covered?
A lot. Okay, so there are. Remember the whole little argument I made earlier, where there's streets that sort of circle in on themselves, right? Like, or whatever you want to call them, right? I could see this right here. It goes here, it goes here, it goes down, it goes to the left, it goes back up again, or whatever. I know at the very least, okay, that I got a perimeter of that area, right? So I don't really care about the inner, the
Yeah,
inside.
but you don't know the direct. You don't know your perimeter could be coming back in, folding back in on itself. It could be any shape. You do realize that different shapes have the same perimeter but different areas, correct?
Say that again.
Different shapes,
Uh-huh.
i.e., square, circle, rectangle, squiggle line, oval, whatever the fuck, it connects back to itself.
Yes.
Polygons, whatever you want to think about.
Yes.
Different shapes can have the same perimeter yet different areas.
That's fine. Sure.
So having the distance of the perimeter doesn't tell you the area.
That's fine.
Then you would need this. Well, no, it's not fine because your whole claim is that you know the area.
I didn't say area. I'm talking about the length or just
You
okay.
specifically did say area. Yeah, you did.
Well, not necessarily, because my whole claim is that we just we know the sizes of things of these continents and whatnot for the most
Yeah,
part.
my claim is that you don't, and you need to prove. You need to prove that you know the size. You've said you've measured a perimeter. I've stated that perimeter does not confer area unless you know the shape of the perimeter, and that's it. That's where it's ended.
Okay, but we
you
don't.
say and your other claim was that I know we've measured most of, say, this continent because Street Views says that most of it. So it's just a total appeal to authority.
Well, hold on. We don't really need to know the perimeters per se to know. Oh my bad. We don't need to know the area per se to know the size. At least once again with my context.
That is the size.
Well,
the size of land is measured in area, acres, square miles.
That's fine. Okay, but I'm not really so concerned about that. I'm more concerned about, for example, the top and bottom of Africa, knowing that length. All right, because frankly, I can care less about the actual area. All right,
what's the bottom? If you can't even find your direction.
Well, there's a lot of clues. There's a lot. The fact that we have so many street views, whatever, we can kind of figure things out. Like, okay, we have to turn this much when we, on this road one. I'm pretty sure. All right, it would be very hard to map out, everything in such a way where it's like, okay, yeah, no, like that's not like, okay. Let me see, for example. Maybe I can zoom in real fast.
It would be hard. There's a lot of tricks in life that make things that would look hard easy.
Okay, let me try to see. Let me see if I can come up with some kind of mathematical proof. So maybe we could start off with.
Yeah, I can understand mathematics. You could write it down on a sheet of paper and send me a picture of a mathematical proof. I definitely could look and understand it if you would like.
Okay, let me see. I need to get a good area to kind of maybe see if I can prove something. So let me see. Okay. Again, it would be kind of hard to actually get some sort of distance though from these because like, okay, if I was to drop down, let's just drop down randomly. Let me drop down in here, for example. Hold on, Florida, not Georgia. Oh my God, that's a lot. Okay, so yeah, I guess from the picture alone, it is kind of hard to tell, like, yeah, how much distance is actually being covered because, I would have to know what a foot is first, or whatever unit of measurement, that I'm measuring, the road with. I would need that in the picture here, and then I would have to, go about that. Okay. Let me see. So I guess in theory, you know what? I'm sure there's a way you could do it. It'd be kind of tedious. I mean, obviously, if I found out the size of this and whatnot, maybe I can do some sort of math here. Let me get out of here real fast. All right. We'll get back to the size real fast, like how big things are, in terms of like definitive measurements, whatnot. Let's strictly go for, the whole mapped out thing, right? So, okay, we know this is all mapped out. All right, let me see. So we got, what is that, Senegal? Let's go down here real fast. Okay, that is, geez,
yeah. Like, look, you could probably hide a whole ass fucking like a whole Texas-sized fucking region inside the middle of Africa, and no one would know the wiser. Just like you could probably fucking hide an entire South America, South Pacific, and no one would be the wiser. You could stretch out these lands, shrink them a little over here, stretch them out somewhere else a little bit. No
Yeah.
one would be wiser.
But once again, though, I mean, like, there's but so much like stretching you can do and whatnot to, before, because at that point you're just gonna get like a sort of like okay, look, for example, let me go right here. Let me go down to this street view if it'll let me. Come on, let me go down.
You can stretch it out a lot. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but there's almost like a sort of like percentage, like you can get but so much like out of this.
If you have a claim percentage, what's the formula? Where'd you get that percentage from? What's the percentage? Come on.
Like, okay, like for example, let's say you have like a triangle, right? And you start stretching the triangle to where it's not exactly a triangle, it's more like a weird rounded triangle, right? Like you can't like, okay, I guess let's do some math real fast. Let me change my screen share to something else. Let me change it to whatever. So we could actually run some math right now to kind of give you kind of an idea of what I'm trying to get at. Where's my pen at? Let's start drawing. Give me 1 second. Screen share. Go to screen. This one here. Don't mind the sonic background. That's my whatever.
That's a great background.
Yeah. Let me go to. So, for example,
Do you look like Sonic in real life or what?
Yeah, Sonic's pretty cool. Yeah, I like Sonic. Anyway, so let's see. So we got this. Let's do, for the sake of simplicity, let's do a square and then let's divide that into a triangle. So we know the side here is 1. I think it's like 1.4 or something like that for the hypotenuse, right?
Radical
yeah. So if you're going to start stretching this, right? There's but so much you could stretch it to where you have a finite amount of space you can fit within this, right? So if I was to stretch this, like, okay, I'm going to bend this road, right? So it still kind of looks straight, but it's not straight because I have extra whatever. Like you can bend it like this, you can bend it maybe like this, and then you can bend this one maybe like this, right? Obviously, the area now is a lot.
There's yeah.
Yeah, but
Look at that.
But there's a limit, though.
You're making my point for me, Arma.
Yeah, no, yeah, but there's a
Arma. You're making my point for me over here.
No, I got that already. I get that, but I'm saying there's still a limit to how much you can add though, because it gets to a point where, okay, let's say for example, I was to take it to the extreme.
Imagine that shit was like, imagine that's not 1, but that's 100 miles. Look at how much fucking square acres of hidden land you just.
Yeah, but it's a percentage.
Go back on the video feed or something, dude. But
well, hold on.
okay,
so
you're funny.
No, I got that point. Already. But here's the thing, though. There's still a limit, though. So the limit would obviously be, okay. So for example, let's say I was to take this to the extreme, right? And I started curving these roads to to it's not even fucking triangle anymore, right? Obviously, the limit is this. And don't get me wrong, that's quite a lot. That's actually more than what we had here. Maybe
dude,
even
that's like, dude, the amount of area I think doubled. You just doubled the amount of area in a region.
Yeah, in this case, it would be double. Yeah, exactly. Because it would be more than double because you would have this right here and then whatever that is.
Dude, Arma, you're making my point for me.
I get that, but now granted, this is the extreme though, right? Because once again,
I need you around more often. You need to be like my guy. Like you can be on the globe side, but you have to be in the debates that I'm in. So like I can just call on you for this shit.
Okay. Anyway, so let's just say for the sake of simplicity, let's just say this is 3 times larger, right? So this is all of this plus this, right? That's 3 times the amount, right? So we know at the very least, all right, this is the extreme now, the extreme version of this. We would get 3 times the amount of land. Obviously, yes, that is quite a lot. At that point, yeah, you're having 3 times the land. That means 2/3 of it is hidden or some shit, right? That is a good argument on your side. With that being said, though, that is still pretty
majority. That would be more land hidden.
Yeah, I know.
An area that you would supposedly consider part of the known lands.
Yeah. Okay.
That would mean more of the known lands is actually hidden than.
Yeah, but that is the extreme case where it's no longer even a triangle; it's a goddamn like circle, right? So, for example, okay, so this would be this side. That would be like that right here. Like that doesn't make that wouldn't really work though. You could tell like, okay, yeah, this isn't a triangle. I'm obviously going in a circle. It is a really round fucking path, all right?
How do you know if it's over 100 miles? How do you know you're slightly turning? You wouldn't notice at all, dude. That's why you have to have a compass. Is if you go in the forest and you try to walk in one direction, you won't be walking one direction after like fucking 3 minutes.
Okay. Let me see. So yeah, so without a compass.
Yeah,
But that's the thing, though.
I like you though. You're a chill guy.
Okay, but I mean, there's a lot of cars with that tell you like I know like yeah, some cars have like literally it tells you like the direction like north, south, east, south, whatever. Now granted, not all cars have that. I will give you that, but I think a lot of modern cars now do though. All right, and so I feel like people would at least start to catch on, because that's how 2020, the 2020s have been, or just recent where like flat Earth or whatever, like this doesn't match up, whatever. Right? I feel like someone will be like, hey. I'm supposed to be going like, straight or some shit, whatever. But, it says I'm going southeast or some shit. Like, I feel like people would catch on to this. Like, hey, things aren't matching up, Cause like, for example, all right.
Caught on.
Was that?
That's why there's a whole movement. It's because people caught on.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of these distances and whatnot, I feel like someone would be like, hey, I just took a ride from, I don't know, all of like this area of Chad, whatever the fuck, right? Like I went from here, to like over here, and on the map it says like west or whatever, but the entire time when I was driving it said like I don't know, like southwest or some shit. I feel like this would be so easy to dog. There's literally so much information here. There's so much documented here that it would be easily debunked. All right, like the fact that Google Maps is literally making itself vulnerable, right?
I feel like there's so much information it would be debunked, but that's just a feeling. That's just a feeling, though. It's not an actual like thing in reality.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so let me see something.
You know what I mean? Like you looking at a bunch of people who have a bunch of information and saying, I feel like they should come to this conclusion, doesn't make it a reality, just makes it what you feel should happen.
Let me see something. Hold on. Ooh, come on, drop down.
Like I feel like people shouldn't be a bunch of bitches and like let the government tell them when they can and can't lock down, but just because I feel that way doesn't make it reality, right, Arma? So if what I feel doesn't make it reality, then you saying all these people with this GPS and they're driving around, I feel as though someone should expose it, doesn't make it so.
My whole point is, all right, if we're gonna be realistic, the fact that this is the thing now, let's try to expose the government, or the world is fucking us over or some shit. It goes without saying this would have been like easily flat Earth would have easily touched upon this, right? And they haven't though, because it just isn't any inconsistencies with this. I mean, like it's just a lot of this is mapped now, right? This is literally on the table. Anyone can go, and be like, hey, this does not line up at all, right? And I guess you can make the argument in these other countries, maybe that's not, allowed or some shit. I doubt it. I mean, flat Earth is literally it's like fucking spreading like a fucking virus all over the fucking planet right now. So I mean, whatever. But like, I don't know, man. At the very least, we know the size of United States, or very roughly anyway. I feel like Brazil. I feel like that can also. They could do something with that.
They can hide in Brazil.
A lot of feelings.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's just it's fucking ridiculous, Arma. Like,
no, because it's a silly argument though. Like, literally, so much is documented.
You need to like succinct your arguments up a bit somehow. I feel there's like a way that you could argue a little better. I'm not saying that your points are bad, but like the way that they could be, I guess, spoken and presented could be like you should stop saying "I feel" all the time. Okay. You should just state facts. You know what I mean?
Okay, but it's absurd to think, though, right, that with all of this, all of these street views, all of this, land that's documented, literally, like on Google Maps, whatever, like literally all of it is.
That's not an argument, though, because I could say it's absurd to think that we live on a spinning ball in space. It's absurd to think it's not an actual argument.
Okay, but it's absurd. Okay, well, that's a fair point, I guess.
Ad hom, actually. It's almost an ad hom because it's like saying you have crazy thoughts, and then the reason you have crazy thoughts is because it's a crazy thought. Like, it's not an actual argument. It's absurd to think.
Let me see something. Let me see something. We got all this here. I mean, if you want to believe that there's
this isn't standing. I'm just saying, like, if this was a court, I don't think it would stand up if the judge was like a logical person. He'd be like, "What the fuck is this kid going on about?"
Okay, let me see something. It's gotta be another. Let me see something else that can make my point stronger. Let me see here. Yeah, because there's like a lot. These are really dense over here. Look at this. This is insanely dense. I mean, let me see something. Okay, hold on. We also have satellite view as well. Okay. Well, I guess that sort of makes my point a little bit stronger. The satellite view. I mean, granted, you could argue, oh, this is CGI, whatever, though. But this list literally lines up with a lot of the street view, right? If I put the little guy down here, whatever, right? You have literally the buildings that you see and whatnot. I'm just saying, if your argument is that this is faked, right, and they put a lot of effort into this, I mean, okay, fine. I guess it's maybe not
Yeah,
impossible per se, but it is very improbable, though. I will say that much.
Isn't like the whole South Antarctica or whatever patched over by just like a whole white sheet? And you could like if you zoom in on certain parts, you can see things underneath the patched over part and stuff.
I have no idea.
If
I'll
they
be
can
honest.
patch over entire continents with like a white square or whatever, how like
Well,
yeah, actually you probably don't know what I'm talking about because
I think I might.
I need to show you a video of it.
I think I've
to
seen it
demonstrate-
before.
Yeah, I can't really articulate. Like this guy zoomed in, you could see that there's a little line and that there was a picture, and that the picture, like it was like at the meeting point of like these two white squares. You can see that these white squares basically patched over this whole area, but right where the squares met, someone messed up by like a couple of whatever, and you could see that there was actually something there, and they just patched it over, but. It's kind of a diversion because like I can't show you the video right now. I don't know where the link is, but dude, let me just respond to the argument. Yeah, the argument that you took pictures out of a satellite and they matched a street view does not prove the point that you mapped most of the Earth. It just means you mapped one area on the Earth very well.
Let me see something. Non-fish islands, high altitude. I'm trying to see if I can find high altitude balloon videos in other like countries and shit like that, because then if we can see something, if we can see like landmarks and whatnot that match this and whatnot, then I mean seriously, the amount that they're hiding at that point could not be a whole lot. The fact that you have these satellite satellite pictures and whatnot that match the street view, whatever, pretty much 1-to-1. And if I had I mean I can't really prove that 100%, but I can pretty much say, hey, when I go down and bring the person whatever, it, or even better, yeah, I can actually go to Google Earth too. Let me go to Google Earth real fast. And at the very least, once again, for America, at the very least, why was to go to, I don't know. Let's go to, I'm not trying to fucking dox myself. Let me see. Let's go.
Hear about Google
Yeah,
Earth,
you better not dox yourself, or I'm coming after you.
then just set your Google Earth altitude to 14 kilometers and look out over the horizon in first person, and you'll see that there's clearly more curvature on the horizon than what we see in real life out of a regular passenger airline.
Wait, you said where? What? Oh.
If you care so much about Google Earth, then set your altitude in Google Earth to 14 kilometers. Go into first person, look out over the horizon, and you'll see in Google Earth there's way more curvature. There's noticeable, small but noticeable curvature. Yet a real life passenger airplane goes to 14 kilometers high, and there's zero curvature at that altitude.
Did you take into account field of view? Do you know what the field of view of Google Earth is by any chance?
Yeah, it's about 90.
You know for sure it's 90.
It straight up tells you the FOV.
Where?
But it's the fact the bottom line is it has a limited FOV, and because it's limited, and the fact that it shows noticeable curvature only helps Flat Earth, because if there's any curvature on its limited FOV, then that just shows that its model is incorrect even more so.
You actually might have a point here. I'm seeing actually 60 here, actually, which is even less. Let me see.
Yeah, it's 60 something, but yeah, like I'm saying, if your view is only 60 something degrees and you can still see curvature at 14 kilometers up, and yet I have my own pictures of flights I've been on up to Chicago, going up 30,000 feet, and there's zero curvature across the entire horizon, even when I press the camera up against the glass to get the widest FOV possible.
Well, to be fair, I don't.
What do you think your field of view is when you're just looking at with your camera?
Well, if I press it up against the glass, it's not 180, but it's about at least 100.
No.
Oh, my bad. I was screen sharing the wrong screen this entire time. My bad. I'm going to be doing this. I mean, I don't really see. It's not really a whole lot of curvature I see here in this. I mean, it's not a lot. And even then, I'm also like, let me see, go like 14, go 14. That's.
What's your field of view from the cockpit while armor?
I don't think you understand what field of view means, I guess, because he's saying things that are pretty crazy. If he thinks you can have a picture with a normal camera.
Xanax, did you hear what I said?
You're crazy.
Did you hear what I said? What's the field of view in the cockpit?
A cockpit?
Yes, the cockpit, the
about
pilot.
over 200 degrees, probably.
Do you see curvature there?
That's not the right question, nor can I answer it.
That is the right question. That is absolutely
It's not the right question
question.
because what are you looking at it with? If you look at it with a camera, it has a certain field of view. If it was able to do 120 degrees, the camera itself, you would see curvature. But it wouldn't be real curvature, but perspective curvature.
Perspective curvature.
Wait. Did he just say perspective?
Yeah, there's curvature due to the camera's perspective. For example, are you behind the curve now?
Today we're
Are
just
you
taking W's.
Are you in the short bus right now? Seriously, come on. When we
We're
talked
taking
about
W's
this,
today, Jeremy.
we
You
talked.
heard Arma earlier too, right?
We talked about this earlier.
They're just proving our points all day today.
No, we're not proving any point. I gave the star trails comparison. That's also perspective due to the camera. You're looking at star trails; they take circular paths. Don't see that same type of thing when you look at an equatorial mount. When you look at something in the distance, like the horizon, and you're above the horizon, it will be curved due to the fact there's a circle around you, even if it's flat. That's just perspective, also, and more so if you're in an airplane at 17,000 kilometers, which planes don't fly that high, but okay. But still, you're going to see curvature due to perspective, mostly if you're seeing a 100-degree field of view. Go look at what a camera's normal field of view is, and then we'll talk about it some more.
Let's see if I can find a. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would have to actually get an actual picture of the plane flight, because I mean, just saying, oh, I've looked out the window, whatever, I haven't seen anything. I think it's better to actually get picture evidence, whatever, and then compare it to Google Earth at the very least. And I don't have any of that, so I'll have to do that another time.
I mean,
whenever
just
go on.
Just so you know, a 50 millimeter lens. A 50 millimeter lens is 39.6 degrees field of view. You want to hear it? 39.6 degrees horizontally is your field of view with a normal camera for a 50 millimeter lens. So you can take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, but
what about two human eyes?
That's quite wide, I believe. But once again, I think
I'm more interested in the OG cameras, the human eyes, and how much they have.
Oh, so you're more interested in a person's. I mean, have you personally been on an airplane or whatever?
Because if I'm wondering why Google Earth shows the curvature.
Hold on.
No, I'm just wondering why Google Earth shows the curvature and we don't see it. Height.
The human eye is 120 degrees.
So they're not showing us an accurate representation.
120 degrees.
So they're not showing us an accurate representation of reality as we see it. Got it.
Well, maybe we should actually do take a picture, whatever, and put it side by side, whatever, because
I'll give you a picture, because this picture proves the FOV is roughly 90 degrees, because you can see the tip of the wing in the shot, and you can see how the other edge shows that it's going. Let's see, is that the one I wanted to show?
Well, if you take that out of an
Google
cinematic
Earth
camera,
is not an accurate.
If you have a wide angle lens, then that's what you'll get. We're talking about a 50 millimeter lens that is on a camera, which gives you only 40 degrees. If you have wider, it'll show curvature that's not real. It's perspective curvature.
Look at
what
I put in the chat.
Over me. Thanks for talking over me.
You can literally see the wing going out perpendicular.
Dude, did you not hear what I said?
It doesn't matter, because you can see.
Oh, you're not listening.
You actually have something to measure off of.
Are you not listening?
The wing is actually going out perpendicular.
So you're not listening. Okay.
To the frame of the plane.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
And you can see the edge of the wing going out in the tip of my photo I just posted that I took myself out of the airplane
with an iPhone, probably.
No, it's an Android, but you can see
Whatever.
clearly that that you can clearly see that based on the lower left of the photo, that while it's not quite 90, it's close to 90. It's about 80-ish degrees of field of view because you can see you can see the frame of the airplane in the lower right, and then in the upper right you can see perpendicularly the actual wing of the plane. So that's how I know that my field of view is more than what you typically see in Google Earth.
So you didn't listen. You responded as if you weren't listening as well. The point is, if you're over a 50 millimeter camera, which doesn't have much of a field of view, and is most true to what you're actually seeing of all the cameras you'll get, is about 40 degrees. You're saying and playing right into my hand that this particular camera, Android, Apple, whatever, is a wide angle lens, and a wide angle lens has a greater field of view. Therefore, it will show some curvature in your picture, and it looks
It's
like there
not.
is some curvature.
No. It's just it's the same as the eye because there's
It's
no
not the same as
difference
the eye.
in that photo and what I could see with my own eye. That is a very accurate representation of what I saw straight out of the airplane window.
Again, not listening. Like I said with the star trails, you don't see with a camera what you see with your eyes. Even though the wide angle lens at 120, which is really a representation of what your eyes can see, 120, I think maybe 130, but 120, that will look pretty flat, straight out there. If you had a camera that did that, suddenly all bets are off. You can't see things. That's why the star trails look like they are. That's why they're circular, because of perspective of the lens. It's a wide angle lens.
Okay,
And
well,
it's
I'm telling you that what I saw with
getting it.
my own eyes and the photo that I posted is one to one. If you were holding up the phone, like looking at the photo and looking out at the window at the same time, you would not see any noticeable distortion whatsoever. In that particular shot, I held the camera at a 45-degree angle to get as much of an FOV as possible without changing any of the camera settings.
And it looks totally different than if you were looking at it straight on with your eyes. Because your eyes don't take a picture. Your brain takes the picture.
Okay,
These
so I'm
pictures that you're
telling you
showing
what
us. Hold on, let me finish. You're taking a picture with a wide angle lens. Your eyes are not wide angle lenses. That's the way you process things. Things don't look like that. It's just that you're playing my hand. You're actually playing right into my question here, because the question is, do you think it's the same? And it's not. Just because you see the same field of view doesn't mean it looks like that same way with a picture. That's why you
So
can
you're
take a
telling me
panorama.
that I can't trust my own eyes when
No,
I
you
looked out of the plane, took the picture, and the picture looked exactly like what I was observing in real
it
time. You're telling me I
doesn't.
can't trust my
It
own
doesn't look.
eyes.
When I'm in an airplane, it doesn't look curved when I'm looking at it, because you only can look straight ahead, and you're seeing the peripheral vision, but you're looking straight ahead and maybe a little bit a very narrow field of view there. But you're not seeing something that looks curved. Panoramic views are always going to be curved for circular objects around you, like looking at a shot put ring. You're standing above it. It'll look curved. It's flat above you. It's the same angle below your eye level everywhere you look. But when you take a picture of it, it'll be curved. When you look with
Your
your eye, it looks
gaslighting
straight.
isn't fooling
Okay.
anybody.
I think
I
I'm going to
mean, that's the
disengage because you're just not
photo,
listening.
and anybody can see that it's a flat horizon where the camera's turned at an angle, because that's exactly what it was, and it's not distorted at all according to what anybody could see out of that window.
Okay, can I try to sum up real quick? So just so I can make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Google Earth at that height shows an extremely visible curve. What Fox experienced in real life was a flat horizon. What he took a picture of in real life was a flat horizon. Google Earth showed a curved horizon, and Zanuck went on to mention that camera lenses change what you see. That's what that'd be a summary of what I understood from what just took place.
That's what I heard.
We had one little issue though. You said there was like a obvious curve or some shit like that. I mean, on Google Earth, it was pretty subtle. What we saw. But I think if we want to be really definitive about this, we should really just take like a picture, while on a plane, not sideways like that.
Well, I
sort
have
of
more pictures, but that's just the widest angle because I turned my camera at an angle. Now I can post the rest of the pictures because I took 6 of them from, above and below the horizon, and then I I just tilted the camera left and right. But you're getting less FOV that way, because the camera is only so wide. I just maximized it by turning it at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, we should probably okay. So we should probably work the math out. You know the actual like FOV for horizontally on your camera by any chance? Horizontal FOV.
Here is a pretty accurate representation of what the straight on FOV is.
But do you know the FOV of your camera though? The field of view.
It's like I can just look at that photo and tell you the level FOV is about 50 because again I can see in the shot I can see the frame of the plane, and then I can see the corresponding angle of the wing going out perpendicularly or almost perpendicularly. So you can see in that photo that that camera must be roughly at 50-degree FOV.
Maybe. But I mean, once again, it would be nice if you had the actual numbers though. I mean, because then we could
It's
work.
it's a Motorola Z3 if you want to know exactly what phone it is.
It's a Motorola V3.
Yeah, they get about 82 degrees to 87 degrees field of view for those cameras.
Okay.
Google phones. It's a wide angle lens. Pixel 7,
How
Google
did you
Pixel
come
7.
across knowing that, Zanuck?
Pardon me?
Because he's a
Why do you
spy.
know?
Dude, because I know these things,
He
right?
knows the angles of every single fucking camera on every phone. Like
Yeah,
that's crazy.
go double check my work. Go ahead.
No, I'm not doubting you. I'm not
Okay.
doubting you. I'm just saying. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
You know these
the
facts.
deal is, I get it. It is a wide angle, but it gives you this false curvature in a picture form. Your eyes won't show you that. You won't look at something and say, I sense a curved ring around me, even though that ring is flat, same angle down. That's how your brain processes what you see, how everything looks so realistic. But camera-wise, you're looking at it on a flat. You've transposed it onto a flat surface. What you see, so now that circle is going to have to be curved in the picture. It will be subtly, not dramatic, but it is definitely curved.
In any case, just to kind of go back to the original point, which was, whether they're hiding land or not, I will concede that maybe in the really desert areas, right? Like the areas that really don't have a whole lot of at least on Google Maps anyway, where they don't have a whole lot of street views, like a lot of those areas that just don't have a whole lot of documented, I'm saying documented, but you know what I'm talking about, like the fucking pictures and whatnot of of the street view and whatnot. I feel like those, sure, you can hide a lot. But I am not convinced that you can hide a lot in terms of those really densely packed street view areas, because on Google Maps, whatever, there's a lot of areas where it's just densely packed, and you're there's no way you're gonna be you're gonna be able to hide shit because frankly, especially in populated areas, you have buildings and whatnot, and you're circling around this area. People have obviously been, they had to have been within those those areas, between or inside the perimeter of these roads, since once again it's a densely populated area, whatever, it's densely packed with the fucking street views and whatnot. So I'm not convinced on that, but sure, I will concede the very deserted areas, they could be hiding stuff there, or land there. I will give you that.
I just wanted to say my power cut out for a minute, guys. It's thundering here. That's all.
Okay. Oh, hold on, what am I doing? But yeah. Anyway, I don't even know if Noah's still here. He is still here. He didn't leave. Yeah, I'm just not convinced though. For the densely populated area or densely packed areas, there's just no way they could hide anything significant, at least there, in those areas. That's just not happening. But maybe the deserted areas. I will say that much. Let me see.
And all the government land, which is a huge percentage of land on Earth that we can't even access.
Okay, but I mean, once again, okay, sure, maybe. I'm just not convinced though that we don't have an idea at the very least of how big these continents are. Like we have to at least be within like there's no way the continents are like twice as big as we think they are. Like the fact that we just have so much like street view first off on Google Maps, like it's just I highly doubt it. I mean, it's not happening. Maybe like 1.2 times larger. I can give you that because there is some fudging that can be done, but twice as large. That's just there would be. It's just no way.
20%. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'll give you that, but it's not like enough to where it's like we don't have at least a basic idea of how large these continents are, right? I think we have like a basic idea. Like I think it's safe to say that Australia is roughly, between 2,000 and 3,000 miles across. You know what I'm saying? The more accurate number, at least given on the internet, is like 2,500 ish or 2,400 something. But I think even me saying between 2,000 and 3,000 is safe enough. Like I don't think anyone would disagree with that, or at least looking at the information, like looking at all it's just I can't see it be any larger than that. That's just ridiculous otherwise. I just don't see it.
My internet cut out a little while ago. It's been thundering. I've been listening.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you now.
Do you know what? Do you remember what aspect ratio you shot the video in?
Well, it's 16. They're all 16:9 shots. There's just you can get a slightly more out of your functional FOV by tilting the camera, at an angle to the left or the right. I think the next frontier of research needs to be videos and photos of a moonset, a genuine moonset, like a sunset but with the moon.
Wait, what do you mean? Like
That's That's actually something Negator asked me for because we have videos of the sun appearing to set above the horizon, but people want to claim, well, that's just because you're not using the right kind of filter. So then somebody posited, well, if that's the case for the sun, then the moon should theoretically be observed to do the same thing.
Is this by like the size change or something? Like the suns get smaller or something? Is that what you're saying? But the moon?
No, like there should be a vanishing point above the horizon for both the sun and the moon on a flat Earth.
And by vanishing point, you mean it gets small, right?
Right, it gets smaller and smaller until it completely vanishes from view.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't see that happen in real life in sunset. We always have pictures and measurements that they stay the same angular size as they go away and set in the distance.
I'm not going to argue that because I see too many videos of it actually happening, but I don't have any videos or pictures of that definitively with the moon. And so I'm just saying that's just
Now,
I think that's a
I'll
good
put
thing.
two in the chat for you. How about that?
I mean, I can counter with my own videos, and you'll just not on those too. So
No. If you do with your own videos and you don't see that, what you've seen is something that is heavily distorted and have a lot of glare, and that is not really going to be too fair to judge anything by. But if I give you something where that has been removed, we actually see the structure that doesn't change. The fact that it doesn't change all the way to the, you can't have one way but not the other.
I've got videos with the sun filter too. So
No, you don't, and it's okay. I'll send you. I'll put my pictures in here, which are clear as day. See the moon. In fact, that's why the moon won't have. You can never see a moon that does that ever, because it's not. It's only reflecting light. It's not actually emitting its own light. So,
it's
so
just harder
let
to
me
get
put
a
that in the
true
chat. Take a look
observation.
at it. I'd love to hear your opinion of it, but there'll be two things that are totally contradictory to your idea that this sun or moon is getting smaller in angular size, and it goes down to the point where it's beyond a vanishing point.
I'll give you a whole compilation of the sun fading out.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to figure out like what your true field of view actually is.
Time lapse type of thing, like where they're taking loads of pictures and they just stitch them together.
No, I I just mean because of the camera sensor and the different field of like the aspect ratios in tandem with the lens, which is 84 degrees.
There you go. So there's a time lapse of a moon and a sun setting, and both show that they're the same angular size as they set, without any change in angular size, no fuzziness, no nothing. They just you go right down to the surface, and then they go away. Why do they go away? Because you're being hidden by something in the way. That's why, not because you can't
Because
make
the
it
Earth
out.
is round.
The angular size has changed.
Because the Earth is round.
Well,
I'm just amazed
range
with
of
all
vision is
these
round.
evidence. Somehow does it make you think for a second and go, maybe we're wrong.
Yeah, like your range of vision is round.
Thing that Gio was talking about is personal dome and stuff
Yeah,
going all
that's what
directions and
exists. That's the only thing
toroidal
that exists is your distance from where you.
dysfunctional nonsense. That makes more sense than something as simple as, hey, we're round, we rotate, and everything works out perfect.
Oh gosh.
That's correct.
Yeah, hopefully we could do this like definitively. The whole taking pictures up on a plane or something, because like with actual numbers, like really like what's the word? Like really being like super, like I don't want to say anal, but you know what I'm talking about, like very like strict about it. There you go, it's very strict, so that way we can really kind of see whether or not like it matches Google Earth or whatever, or if it matches just like a sphere that size in general. Like if I was to do a 3D model or some shit, or if I was to even get like a basketball or something in real life, and I brought like a camera down to it really close and to see if that curvature rate is right. With that being said, I don't know. Now, granted, I didn't really take into account the camera's field of view in what I just did right now. But Dwayne Kellum, he has a bunch of like high altitude balloon videos, whatever. I took one of them. It's like 120,000 feet up, whatever. That's roughly like 20 miles up. I also did like 20 miles up on Google Earth, which is like 32 kilometers, whatever. And I put them like side by side, whatever. And they seem to be more or less showing the same type of curvature. But once again, I didn't take into account the field of view, so it's not necessarily accurate. But I do find that kind of cool though, that what I did here is pretty close. I'll screen share if you guys want, but if you guys want to see what I'm doing, it's pretty neat. Let me see. Let me actually go back a little bit. I'm gonna copy. Hold on, let me open up a new one real fast. I want it real fast. Paste this here. I'm also gonna paste this here. This is like the contrast version of it, the high contrast. I'm gonna undo it though. So that was Google Earth. I just made it really dark so it's easier to see the curve. And then same thing for this one. This is Dwayne Kellum's original video, whatever. I pretty much just took it. It's up about, it's very close to 120,000 feet up, or which is close to 20 miles, whatever. But I basically just hold on. Yeah, I just kind of messed around with like the levels, whatever. Where is it? You can take the curves, whatever. You could kind of take this and kind of fuck around with it. I did like that, so you can kind of see it. It's not perfect though, because it is kind of hard to tell like where the land
Right,
or
you
the
can see
water
it's flat right on the bottom.
on the bottom. Which one? Like one of these?
Like when you take it way, they turn the contrast ratio way up.
Oop, hold on, I'm fucking with it right now. Give me a second. What do you mean?
The blue part. Yeah.
That's curved.
It's the bottom flat. It's actually
It's curved. Now, granted, there is a bit of like
on the on the top. I'll give you that. There's a sort of a, well, it's because it's a point source light though. You kind of expect that it's going to appear that way. I would anyway.
So I did that. I also took Google Earth. Let me go to curves. I also did a very similar thing. As you can see here, I can quickly though, because I might have to, just for the sake of, let me just kind of just get rid of the atmosphere here so it's more obvious. Okay. I could probably go a little bit more crazy with that. Let's go with hold on. Oh, okay. Nope, that's too much. There we go. Okay. See? So we got that there. It's pretty close. I mean, it's pretty, it's not 1-to-1 obviously, but it's not too bad. See if I can line it up a little bit. Like I said, this isn't like I haven't actually run the numbers. I don't know if it's the proper, like I don't know what the field of view is and whatnot. So but that's pretty close though. So this is just for fun. I will admit. But there you go though. It's pretty fucking neat, right? Look at that. That's like almost 1-to-1. But that's what Google Earth shows. I mean, a lot of what Dwayne Kellum shows, though, like if you look at it, a lot of it does kind of show a bit of like a curvature up there, whatever. I don't know. Like his stuff is cool though, but he is a flat earther though. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let me cut this off.
I just wonder what it's like temperature wise up there. There's some readings that he lists. Like, does he have some any kind of information?
He's got like humidity. Got temperature. Fahrenheit is 23, so it is a bit cold up there. 23. Humidity is 1.77. Yeah. What, you're gonna say refraction or some shit?
I don't know what the. I assume he's got like a GoPro on there. Is that glass lens, plastic lens? Is it affected? Not affected? I don't know.
Well, in his video, I mean, it's. Let me see. Where the fuck is that? Give me a second.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
Let me
like the most important variable is the glass, bro.
change. Let me go to.
Well, like that, and the distance from the glass to the sensor, if that shrinks, if the thing's really, really cold. I don't know. I guess you
I'd
could
be
just put it
upset
in the
if it was a
freezer and then
GoPro.
try it.
I'd be upset if it was a GoPro, bro, because the whole experiment would be useless.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, he says himself he doesn't use fisheye lens or whatever.
Even if it's not a fisheye, like most lenses naturally do have, you know, like
They don't.
blemishes and stuff. And
They
go
have
ahead.
like kind of.